Chapter 1. Another day, another dollar. That's all it felt like these days. I'd wake up, down about a gallon of black coffee to see me through the day, go to work, and somehow end up home. I usually crashed out as soon as my head hit the pillow, and I'd wake up with a growling stomach. The only problem was I was usually too tired to actually make breakfast, so I lived off a sub from the corner store on my 40-minute lunch break. Every day was the exact same. It was a timeless blur that felt endless, and I was growing pretty sick and tired of it. My lanyard swung in the light breeze that somehow managed to make its way through the towering concrete buildings that made up NYC, and it jangled as it hit my torso with every step I took. The grinning, fresh-faced Jack Bradley on the photo card was nothing compared to the moping bastard I was now. When I'd graduated law school, I thought I'd be rising to the top of the legal food chain in no time. Turns out, it's actually pretty hard to get a job in this city when you've got no experience. That's how I ended up with a desk job at Samson Law Firm on 42nd Street. Gone were the days of drinking until I couldn't see straight and somehow making it to class the next day. Gone were the days of actually having somewhat of a social life. Now I was another cog in the big machine known as the City That Never Sleeps, which was a pretty fitting title. I'd learned that the hard way in college. As I kept trudging toward the subway entrance, I stared at the backpack of the guy in front of me. It beat looking at the pavement, and he had a little Tamagotchi attached to the elastic at the back. The poor thing looked dead on the screen, scrunched into a little pixelated ball and panting for food and water. He'd no doubt put it on there as a fun way to pass some time, but got too wrapped up in life like everyone else making their way home for the night. I thought about getting a pet, but like the Tamagotchi, it wouldn't look too good with the amount of time I spent away from my apartment or just comatose in bed. I was on my own. I had been ever since my parents died right before I started law school, and that was 4 years ago now. Being an orphan at any age sucks, but being a fresh-faced 21-year-old about to embark on supposedly the best years of his life hit pretty hard. Before I knew it, I was walking down the steps into the underbelly of the subway station, and Tamagotchi guy had vanished along with his malnourished pet. I was basically on autopilot as I made my way to the platform that would take me back to my shitty apartment in Hell's Kitchen. The rest of the people ahead of me and already waiting by the tracks looked to be the same, with their faces either stuck in their phones or staring at the steel track in front of them. A rat scurried past my shoes, but I didn't have the energy to react. At some point, I'd stopped walking and could hear the distant screech of the subway car approaching. I kept staring at the dirty floor until I heard the doors hiss open, and then my feet carried me inside. The air was thicker in the car, but I'd gotten used to the dense fogginess that clogged my lungs day in and day out. Usually they had AC on in these things, but my lines busted the other week, and they'd never bothered to fix it. Thankfully, there was a seat free, and I beelined for it before anyone else could take it. It was a free-for-all out here, and my only exception to that rule was old people or pregnant women. And after a quick scan of the carriage, there were none of those people here, so I parked my ass down on the hard plastic seat. The monotonous drone of the carriage turned into white noise as I stared at the shoes of the person opposite me. They were wearing beat-up Oxfords with a little splooge of bird poop on the toe of one of them. I looked down at my own battered pair of derby shoes and let out a quiet sigh. The dark brown leather had faded and the toes were scuffed and worn. The laces were fraying like the end of a rope, and the aglets had been gone for as long as I could remember. The lull of the train moving and the heat encasing the cramped car made my eyes feel even heavier than what they already were. I could feel my head dipping down every few seconds, and fighting off the sudden wave of tiredness felt impossible. So I just gave in. A sudden jolt made my head whip up and my eyes snap open, and I blinked in confusion as I saw the entire car now empty. It had been completely packed when I'd started drifting off, so how the hell had everyone just vanished? I'd lost my watch a few weeks ago, and I fished around in my pocket for my phone, only to groan in annoyance when I realized I'd left it back at the office. Great. I looked left and right to see if there was anyone further down or in the cars attached to the one I was in, but they looked barren too. Maybe I'd dozed off longer than I'd realized. I wouldn't blame myself if I had, considering how hard I'd been working recently. Or rather, how hard my company had been forcing me to work. Even with a shitty desk job, my workload was insane, and I wasn't getting paid nearly enough for the amount of paperwork left on my desk every day at the ass crack of dawn. I sat back against the hard plastic chair and sighed as I tried to get my bearings. If I really had dozed off and missed my stop, then I needed to figure out where I'd ended up so I could make my way backward. But when I tried to listen for the PA announcement, it never came. It was usually incomprehensible static, but my ears had been trained to pick up the stops over the usual ruckus of the subway. I got out of my seat to check the electronic display, but the thing was flickering on and off with a jumble of random letters. What the hell? I mumbled to myself as I tried to make out what it was trying to say, but it was useless. The car suddenly jolted again and I went flying forward. My hand naturally jerked out and I managed to catch myself on a grab handle before I could smash my face into the ground. Before I could get my bearings, the entire train started to violently rattle and shake. All of my weight was forced onto my arms as my legs gave way, and I wrapped my fingers around another grab handle to give myself some extra support. The lights in the car started to flicker, and I could feel my breathing picking up as the tremors began to increase in intensity. It felt like something was rattling the train from the outside, like some kind of giant toddler that just got a new toy train for Christmas. Holy shit, were we about to derail? I tried to look out the windows, but there was nothing but black outside with the odd flash of light as we hurtled down the tracks. The voice on the speaker in the corner of the car finally started to crackle into something comprehensible, but it wasn't any stop I'd ever heard of, and it took my attention away from the void whizzing past outside.
Al-san. Al-san.
It repeated in a broken-up, distorted version of the usual woman's voice.
Alson. Alson.
I didn't know what the fuck Alson was, but I didn't really want to find out. The train shook so violently that I thought it was about to rip itself off the tracks, and I clung onto the grab handles for dear life. Shit, shit, shit! I hissed as I planted my feet on the ground as hard as I could. The electronic display started to whir through hundreds of letters at lightning speed until 5 slowly began to stick in place. A-L-S-A-N. Another violent jolt sent me tumbling to the ground, despite my iron-tight grip on the grab handles. My knees slammed against the hard floor and I groaned at the sharp shooting pain that went up to my thigh. I wrapped my hands around one of the poles in the center of the aisle and used it to steady myself as the train kept rattling around. I was dead. I had to be. There must have been a horrific accident like in Final Destination, and I was stuck in a weird limbo, forced to ride on the subway for eternity. And if that wasn't hell, I didn't know what was. I forced myself up with the bar as I spotted the emergency stop lever shining like a beacon of hope by the subway door. Once I'd found my footing, I stumbled forward and slammed into the side of one of the rows of seats. I used the pole next to it as leverage before I turned to the emergency stop lever and yanked it as hard as I could. My grin of satisfaction quickly fell away as the train kept hurtling down the tracks. I tugged again and the lever clicked before it snapped back into place. I pulled down with all of my strength, just in case I wasn't pulling hard enough, but the lever snapped off with a dull crack. I let out a ragged breath as I realized that my one shot at actually stopping this hell train was busted and now loose in my hand. Another hard jolt made me fall and roll on the floor, and now that I was flat on my back, I could feel the heat coming from the tracks beneath me. I was going to die alone on the goddamn subway. Of all the places in New York, of course it had to be the subway. I managed to sit upright despite the jerking movements of the carriage, and I tucked my head into my knees as I accepted my fate. I squeezed my eyes shut as hard as I could, and I wrapped my arms around my head in a vain attempt to maybe soften the inevitable killing blow. But it never came. The darkness still consumed my vision as I kept my eyes shut, but the tremors of the rogue subway car suddenly stopped. My ears were still ringing from the colossal sound of the metal scraping against the tracks, but that was all it was now. Ringing, like a piercing bell inside my head that only I could hear. Maybe this was death. Maybe the car had finally derailed and I'd been put out of my misery. I didn't know if I wanted to open my eyes to see what death looked like, but the thought of spending eternity in the pitch black didn't seem too pleasant. So, I slowly opened my eyes. "What the fuck?" I breathed. Instead of the hard surface of the subway floor, I was kneeling on soft grass. A strange spiral of purple had spun out around me, and it glowed like a neon sign embedded beneath the earth. It hissed and spat before its color slowly started to fade, but I could only make out a few strange symbols scorched into the grass. My eyes drifted away from the strange runes, and as the blackened grass began to fade into bright green, I realized I was in the middle of a field. My vision was slightly blurred, almost like I was looking through a foggy window, but I could make out the shapes and colors enough to realize what I was sitting in. Was this heaven? If it was, it didn't look like anything I'd imagined. Huge, towering stone walls bordered me in the far distance. The one on my right must have been around 50 feet tall, but the one on my left had to be twice that. I could also see a small settlement about a dozen yards in front of me, and as I slowly turned my head, I could see a few more structures dotted around the wide expanse of field. They looked like brown blobs with strange curls of orange rising above them, so I rubbed my eyes with the palms of my hands to clear my vision. I blinked a few times, and when I looked over again, I realized the orange curls were flames. A raging fire was enveloping the settlement of wooden houses and thatched roofs like a torrent, and people were running out with their arms flailing above their heads. The ringing in my ears slowly started to quiet, and as it did, the chaos that I had apparently been thrown into became clear. Screams and shouts of terror began to echo all around me, as well as bestial growls and squawks that made my heart race. That's when I saw the creatures that had caused the fires. Some had dark wings and were hovering above the houses before raining down a hot plume of fire. Others bounded on all fours and attacked those fleeing from the heat with sharpened black claws and fangs. There were smaller ones, too, who hovered a few feet above the ground and spat out spurts of acid from their snarling mouths. The promising thought that I hadn't died turned to ash in seconds. I had never seen anything like them in my whole life. Not unless you count shitty horror movies I used to stay up watching in college. But this definitely couldn't be heaven. So I must be in hell. Those beasts certainly looked like demons. Whatever these things were, they were fast, and they were feasting on the people of whatever settlement I had somehow ended up on the outskirts of like they were starving. My first instinct was to run and get as far away as possible. But now that I wasn't being deafened by the ringing, the screams of the people running for their lives were hard to ignore. Whatever shock I'd been in from the subway fiasco was still numbing my body, and I stumbled to my feet without even realizing it. I lost my footing at first, and my palms hit the scorched ground, but I forced myself back up and took off into a sprint toward the carnage. I didn't know what I was doing or how I could help against those things, but if I was actually dead and in hell, what was the harm in trying? As I stumbled into the settlement, the smoke from the fires clogged my lungs and I dry-heaved as I felt it burn my throat on the way down. My eyes were already stinging and I could feel tears streaming down my face, but I pushed through the pain and tried to find someone who needed help. The fires were blazing above me and the thatch was falling down in fiery clumps all around. As they did, the air became even thicker with smoke, and my vision was immediately clouded. I could still hear the sound of people being torn apart by some of the creatures, and vicious snarls echoed from somewhere above the cloud of smoke.
Help me!
I heard a shrill shriek coming from my right.
Please help!
It sounded like a little girl, and any doubt that I had about stumbling into danger immediately vanished. I staggered forward in a blind attempt to follow the sound, and my palm hit the crumbling foundations of a home. "Call out again!" I shouted before immediately coughing up a lung from the smoke.
Help me!
The little voice begged again, and I pinpointed it coming from inside the burning building. I blindly felt along the wall until my arm fell through a hole that I guessed was a window. The heat inside was just as intense as outside, but if I was going to save this kid, I needed to risk it. I felt around for the edges of the window and used them to propel myself forward. I could feel burns blistering along my palms, but I ignored the pain as I flew through smoke and landed hard on the wooden floor inside. Wooden furniture was strewn everywhere like something colossal had ripped through the entire house, and there were blood splatters on the burning walls surrounding me. I covered my mouth with the crook of my elbow as I quickly started to walk further into the house to find whoever was calling out for help, only to bump into the shredded body of a young woman sprawled across the hallway. She was wearing what had once been a yellow button-up with bell sleeves and a blue skirt that was covered in a mix of her own blood and dirt. Her skin was the color of snow, and the innards that sprawled out of her open stomach were no doubt the reason for that. Her gray eyes stared eternally wide at the ceiling, and her mouth was still open like she was stuck screaming for her life. Whatever had done this to her was rabid, and I didn't want to hang around long enough to see if it was still here.
Please!
The young voice wailed, and I forced my gaze away from the mutilated corpse. "I'm coming!" I shouted back hoarsely. "Just hold on!" I stumbled forward and tried to get the image of the cold, dead eyes of the woman out of my head, but it was like they were burned into my retinas. It was only when I found a door that was half broken at the end of the hallway that I managed to shake the image away, and I kicked it in with one hard shove. The wood groaned as it splintered and caved in, and it gave me enough room to climb over and into the smoky room. In the far corner was a young girl, no older than 6, curled up with a battered teddy bear against her chest that had an eye missing. Her cheeks were smeared in soot, blood, and tear tracks, and she stared at me with wide, crystal blue eyes. Her clothes looked just as ragged and old-fashioned as the woman out in the hallway, but there was no time for me to figure out where the hell I'd ended up. "Come here," I said as I beckoned the little girl over to my arms. "I've got you."
The monsters!
She said in a trembling voice as she clutched her teddy bear tighter to her chest.
They're still here!
"I know, but we need to get out of here. I'll make sure the monsters don't get you out there." It was an empty promise, but I'd go down trying if I had to. The foundations of the burning house groaned, and that only made me more anxious to get out of there before the whole place crushed us flat before any of the creatures could even get to us. I took a tentative step toward her to make sure she knew I wasn't there to hurt her, and I opened my arms to her again. "My name is Jack. What's your name?"
Mari.
She whispered as she wiped her teary eyes with blackened hands. "It's nice to meet you, Mari," I said as I took another step toward her. "Now that we know each other, maybe you can trust me?"
But it's scary out there.
The little girl said as she buried her face into her bear. The ceiling above our heads smoldered, and I knew we were running out of time, so I scooped Mari up into my arms before she could protest and pressed her face into my neck. "Keep your eyes closed, Mari. Do not open them under any circumstances, okay?"
But the monsters!
"Just hold on," I said as I wrapped my arms tighter around her little frame and started to rush toward the door I'd come through. "And don't look!" As soon as I climbed over the broken door, the ceiling in the room began to crumble and cave in on itself. A barrage of smoke and debris blew out from the room like a sandstorm, and I heard Mari squeal as she clung to me tighter. I ran as fast as I could through the smoke-filled house, despite not being able to see almost anything. I was sweltering in my cheap polyester suit, and I prayed a stray ember wouldn't light me up like a match. When my foot hit the body of the young woman, I leaped as far as I could and silently hoped Mari still had her eyes shut as I sprinted for the window. The fire that had been eating away at the walls was raging now, and the rest of the house was buckling under the heat. Through the haziness of the dense smoke, I could see a small blur of light, and I knew that had to be the window. So I ran for it, and I jumped through the blurry white square backward. My arms remained around Mari as I hit the ground outside with a thud, and I felt the wind from my lungs get knocked out. But instead of sucking in clean air, I inhaled another lungful of thick smoke, which only made me cough again. Mari wiggled out of my arms and knelt down beside me before she started to tug on my arm.
Get up!
She pleaded as she weakly pulled at my arm.
Quickly, before the monsters come!
I managed to sit up with a hoarse groan, but as soon as my eyes started to focus again, I saw a gargantuan shape flying toward us through the hazy sky. "Mari, get behind me!" I rasped out as I staggered to my feet and pulled the little girl back. I could feel her clinging to my leg and trembling as another creature swooped down from the haze and landed right in front of us. It looked like a giant bat with piercing red eyes and rows of sharp, bloody fangs. Its wings were ginormous and arched into 4 curling spikes on each wing. The wings themselves were made up of a thin black membrane until they slowly receded into its body, which was dark gray and fluffy. I had to blink a few times to make sure what I was seeing was actually there, because I could see white text appear above the creature's head like in a video game.
Blood Lear, rank 2, acid type.
What the fuck? Next to the white text was a red health bar that hovered above its fat head, and there was a slightly smaller green bar below that. No doubt that was its acid level. Maybe I had actually died, and my consciousness had been plugged into a Dark Souls game. It had 2 clawed feet, but it shifted the majority of its body weight onto the clawed pincers at the front of its wing as it snarled at us. Green venom dripped out of its mouth, and the viscous liquid sizzled as it hit the ground beneath the beast. The creature dug the claw at the end of each wing into the ashen ground as it started to crawl closer toward us, and the bravado that had been numbing me to everything slowly faded. Still, I kept Mari behind me as I stepped backward, but this thing had its sights set on me, and it wasn't going to fly off now that it had 2 tasty snacks right in front of it. I spotted a short pole of charred and smoking wood resting against the side of the house which I'd rescued Mari from, and I immediately reached out to grab it. The bat charged with a shriek at my sudden move, but as it flew through the air, I swatted it with the plank. I saw a chunk of its health bar vanish before it tumbled to the ground and rolled at the sudden hit, but it recovered within seconds, now more pissed off than ever. Its bloody mouth started to froth, and red bubbles poured down like some kind of cursed waterfall.
Jack!
Mari whimpered behind me.
Are we going to die?
"No," I said as I gripped the wood tightly like a baseball bat and readied myself. "Not today." God, I hoped that wasn't a lie. The bat leaped again, and I swung the pole once more. This time the wood shattered on impact, and while it did knock the bat creature back, I was left with nothing but a small, sharp stake. The monster snarled as it dug its clawed wings into the ground and whirled its head toward me again. Its blood-red eyes looked down at the splinter in my hands, and I could have sworn its thin black lips curled up into a mocking smirk. It squirted out a few pulses of acid, which depleted its green bar, and then it let out a gargled chuckle that sounded like a hyena. "You think that's funny, asshole?" I growled as I jerked my body forward and raised my stake. "We'll see how funny it is when I stab this through your goddamn eyeball!" The bat let out a fierce shriek at my goading, and it started to charge forward again. Its wings beat against the ground, which sent a flurry of smoke and ash into the air. But before it could dive at us, I felt something taking hold of my body. It was like someone was puppeteering me with string, and I instinctively jerked my hand out in front of me. Then a bright flash of purple lightning shot out of my palm and engulfed the bat flying toward us. The creature's red eyes widened as its body was snared in the blinding flash of light, and in the blink of an eye, the thing was sucked into my palm. I let out a hoarse cry as I felt a weight flood through my arm, and I pulled up my sleeve to see a thin purple line start to wrap around my wrist. I stared down at my arm in shock, and then at the space the bat had just been in. Bright, purple text appeared in front of my face which read, "Blood Lear captured." And it sort of solidified that what just happened was real. Mari let out a choked sound of shock, and I looked behind me to see the little girl staring up at me with wide, teary eyes. Before I could try and reassure her, however, another creature started to slink toward us through the haziness of the smoke. This time it was some kind of warped version of a snake, and it slithered closer toward us with a threatening hiss. The white text showing its name, rank, and damage type appeared, along with its health bar and a smaller blue-colored bar.
Aquarian. Rank 2. Water type.
Its body was made up of shimmering rainbow scales, and its head was about 5 times bigger than the rest of it. The creature's slitted pale blue eyes found mine, and it suddenly raised its body up until it stood 6 feet in the air. Suddenly, a whirlpool of water started to form beneath it, which only made the beast rise higher into the air. The intensity of the spinning water started to suck up the smoke surrounding us and sent it spiraling into the air. But the brief respite from the choking hazard wasn't what I was focusing on.
Jack! Summon your creature!
Mari urged as she tugged on my sleeve. "What?" I asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Mari quickly raced around to my other side and lifted up my sleeve to reveal the strange purple mark on my wrist. She pointed to it and then to the creature in front of us, which was starting to slowly glide toward us on its water float.
Summon him! Quickly!
I don't know how. My body acted on its own initiative again, and my palm shot out in front of me before I had a chance to stop it. This time, instead of sucking the creature in, there was another bright flash of purple lightning, and when its electric tendril hit the ground, the bat from before suddenly appeared. I felt my heart fall to my ass as it turned its head toward me. But instead of immediately jumping at me, it tilted its head to one side in what looked like an expectant gesture. "What the fuck?"
Don't swear! Tell him what to do!
Mari scolded me and tugged on my sleeve again. The snake opposite us had paused in its gliding, and it was now hissing at the bat threateningly. But the bat seemed unbothered by its looming presence, and he kept his blood-red eyes trained on me. There was no anger of rabidness behind them anymore. It was like it was a different creature entirely. Now that I had captured him, I could see the exact number of his health and his acid reserve. It had 1,500 HP and 500 acid reserve, which seemed like a pretty sizable amount. As I stared at the blood leer, a drop-down menu appeared in the corner of my vision with a few basic commands listed on them.
Kill. Fly. Retreat. Dodge. Attack. Acid. Tear. Bite.
They seemed super basic, but I figured that if this was like a video game, then it had something to do with me only just picking up this newfound power. Kill? I said as my face scrunched up in embarrassment. But rather than looking like an idiot, the bat screeched in understanding and it whirled its massive head toward the floating snake. Its clawed wings dug into the ground before it flew up into the air with a powerful thrust, and it dove down onto the water creature with a fierce shriek. Its claws ripped into scaled skin, and the snake lashed out with its teeth. I watched as the snake's health bars started to slowly drop down from the fast attacks. The bat dodged a few of its bites as it continued to tear into it, but the snake was getting more frantic. I felt my heart rate pick up at the intensity of its attacks, and I looked at the dodge button and willed it over and over again in the hopes it would work like some kind of psychic controller. Before the Aguarian could sink its teeth into its fuzzy gray body, the bat screeched and flew back with a sudden jerk, and the snake's teeth missed him entirely as he dodged each attack. I laughed in disbelief before I focused again and tried to figure out how we could kill the snake. It was still floating on its whirlpool, and it no doubt had other water-related powers that it was preparing to use. But if it couldn't see where we or the bat were, those powers would be null and void. "Blind it with your claws!" I shouted, only for the bat to completely ignore me and carry on flying a few feet away from the creature. My brow furrowed as I tried to work out why it suddenly wasn't following orders. But then I realized the other ones I had given it had been simple. Kill and dodge were only one word, so maybe there were limits to whatever powers I had in controlling these things. "Blind!" I shouted instead. "Blind!" The bat shrieked before it spat out 2 spurts of acid from its frothing mouth. They arched in the air before splatting directly into the snake's eyes, which made it shriek and writhe around in pain as its health bar started to slowly trickle down. The whirlpool beneath it started to lose momentum, and water leaked from the base onto the ashy ground as the snake's eyes started to be eaten away by the acid from my bat. I saw figures running around in the distance and heard the sound of fighting elsewhere in the settlement, but I was too wrapped up in keeping myself and Mari safe to worry about what was happening to everyone else in this place. The red and blue bars were draining faster now, and I knew I needed to finish this quickly before it had a chance to refill them. "Tear!" I ordered from the drop-down menu. The bat lunged for the snake's writhing body and tore at its scaled flesh with all of its claws. The whirlpool fell within seconds, and I quickly scooped Mari into my arms as the water rushed toward us. She clung to me as the bat continued to tear into the water snake's body, which was now laying limp on the ground, and I felt a sense of pride wash over me knowing I was partially behind our victory. "Stop!" I said to the bat as the snake's body ceased moving and its health bar was completely drained. The bat waddled back from the shredded and torn body, which looked like rainbow ribbons and chunks of pink meat, before it turned to me with a curious look. I gently set Mari down on the ground before I turned back to the beast. This time, instead of being puppeted by some unseen force, I raised my palm and I willed the creature back into my palm. The same bolt of purple lightning from before shot out, and the creature was sucked back into my hand. The purple seam looped around my wrist again, and I felt my arm grow heavy with the weight of the creature now somehow inside of it.
Jack!
Mari whispered and tugged on my sleeve. I looked down at the little girl before I realized what she was trying to get my attention about. It was only now that I noticed the crowd of people surrounding us and the looks of pure shock on their sooty faces. They were injured, covered in blood, and barely clinging to consciousness. But somehow they all managed to stand and stare at me in bewilderment. A blond, wiry man in a uniform stumbled forward out of the crowd of villagers clutching his bleeding side. He was holding a sword loosely in his free hand, and his face was covered in splatters of blood. The uniform consisted of a dark green tunic that had some kind of golden royal crest on the breast, dark brown pants, and thigh-high dark leather boots. The crest itself was made up of 2 bird-like creatures fighting one another in the air, talons locked, with some kind of scepter reaching up between them with a silver ball of light emitting from the top. "You," the man said breathlessly. "Who are you?" I looked down at what I was wearing and realized why I stuck out like a sore thumb. I still had on my work clothes, which was suit pants, a white long-sleeved button-up, and black tie. And, of course, my beat-up derby shoes. "I'm Jack Bradley, and please don't ask me how I just did that."
We're lucky he was here.
A voice called out from the ashy crowd.
So much for the Vanguard being here to protect us.
"We weren't expecting an attack," the blonde quickly defended before he winced in pain. "We just finished fighting off a horde in Aetherville."
And we barely made it out of there alive,
another voice said before the crowd started to part. 12 other men and women suddenly gathered around us, wearing the same uniform as the blonde, and they were also covered in ash and blood and wielding swords, bows, and axes. Their eyes were just as wide as the guys in front of me, and I pushed Mari behind me protectively. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "You're a summoner," the skinny blonde said with a slight hint of reverence in his tone. "A summoner?" I frowned. "What the hell does that mean?" Another member of the supposed vanguard stepped forward as he sheathed his sword and gave me a grave look. His face was flecked with scars, even in his thick beard that covered the majority of his wide face, and his eyes were so dark, I almost couldn't see his irises. "You need to come with us," he said in a deep, gruff voice. "Why would I do that?" I asked as I took a cautious step back. "Because you need to go to the academy." "What's that?" "It's where people like you need to be," the Vanguard soldier said as he took a step toward me. "And it isn't optional." It felt like I had jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. But I'd go to this academy if it meant I got to keep breathing. So much for dying on the subway. Chapter 2. Before I could protest, the buff vanguard soldier gripped my arm and pulled me away from Mari. "Hey, get off me!" I growled as I yanked my arm out of his grip. "I'm not just leaving her out here on her own." "She'll be sent to the orphanage in Kilcard," the soldier replied in a matter-of-fact tone that made my blood boil. "Is it really that common for you guys? Kids end up orphaned every day like it's nothing? That's what life is like in Hill Run. It's the most vulnerable sector of Alcyn." Alcyn. That's what the voice on the subway had been trying to say, and what had appeared on the electronic display. So, I did end up in Alcyn, wherever the hell that was. Sector? I frowned and looked over at the walls bordering us. "You're really not from here, are you? Alcyn is a walled civilization. There are 3 rings, or sectors. Currently, you're in the outer ring." Hill Run. How big is this place? "A couple 100 miles all around. Over the wall is Kilcard, which is where you're going." "And the inner ring?" "Ermire. The most well-protected and somewhere you'll never see. Not unless you get a viewing with the king, and I don't think you'd want that." "Why is that?" "Because the only reason you'd get a viewing with the king is if you were about to get executed. Not many get the privilege of his audience." "Sounds charming. Guess I won't be going to Ermire then." "Not if you want to keep your head. Come on, we need to get you to the outpost." "Just wait a minute," I said as I put some distance between us and turned back to Mari. The little girl was looking up at me with wide, teary eyes, and she was clutching her blackened teddy bear to her chest tightly.
I don't want you to go, Jack. I don't want to go to the orphanage.
"I know, Mari," I said as I knelt down to her height and put my hand on her shoulder. "But it will be okay. I promise."
How do you know that?
The sweet girl asked with a trembling bottom lip. "Well, I promised I'd protect you from the monsters, didn't I? And here we are."
I guess so.
Mari said shyly and dug her beaten-up shoe into the ground.
But my mummy is gone. And now you're about to go, too.
"I wish I didn't have to, Mari," I said with a frown. "But they'll take care of you at the orphanage."
You'll be okay, Mari.
An elderly woman covered in cuts said as she hobbled out of the crowd.
You know we'd take you in if we didn't have so many mouths to feed already.
The little girl blushed and turned her head away from the old lady, so I pulled her into my arms and squeezed her tightly. "You know, I lost my parents too," I murmured to her. "I was a lot older than you are, but I didn't have anyone to take care of me. So trust me when I say that it's going to be okay."
You're sure?
Mari asked with a pouting bottom lip. "I'm sure," I said as I cupped her face. "And if not, you come and find me at the academy, and I'll have strong words with whoever isn't being nice. Deal?"
Deal.
Mari nodded, and the ghost of a smile tugged at her lips.
Thank you, Jack.
"There's nothing to thank me for, kid. I'll see you around, okay?" Mari nodded and snuggled her teddy bear closer to her chest, and I forced myself to stand and turn away from her. Otherwise, I probably would never leave. What she was going through really did hit close to home. Losing my parents at 21 was hard enough, so I couldn't imagine what it would have been like as a kid with no one else to look after you. These vanguard soldiers seemed honest enough, and clearly this was the way of the world in Alcyn. It was cold and callous, and it made me want to punch something. But if they said Mari would be safe at the orphanage, then I'd have to believe them. I didn't really have much of a choice either, not when Buff Guy was already stalking back toward me now that I'd said goodbye. I raised my hands as a sign of submission and gestured for him to lead the way to wherever it was they were taking me. "Get us a horse and carriage! Round up any other orphans and injured who need to be taken to the healers!" A much smaller vanguard soldier started to lead a shire horse with a beautiful orange coat around the corner. The horse was pulling a wooden carriage behind it with large metal wheels that squeaked over the ashy ground with every trot. "Get in, and we'll take you to the outpost." I sighed and made my way around to the other side of the cart before I hopped in. My muscles ached a little bit now that the adrenaline had worn off, but I had a feeling I wouldn't be getting much of a chance to rest them at this rate. "Are there going to be any more attacks like that?" I asked as a few more Vanguard soldiers joined me in the back, including Buff Guy.
There shouldn't be,
A young woman with short ginger hair covered in soot said.
The rest of our squadron have sealed off the breach in the wall.
"So, that's how they get in?"
The main gates are guarded, but there's never enough soldiers to man the rest of the wall. Not to mention, some of the higher-ranking creatures can fly over Hillrun's wall because it's so short.
Damn. Why not just build walls the same size? The soldiers in the cart with me shared an uneasy look, and a few of them rolled their shoulders as they avoided my gaze.
That's not how it works,
The young woman said distastefully. Why not? It would mean everyone is safe, right? "Because Hillrun is the buffer. The other sectors are safer because Hillrun is usually the only place to get attacked. The creatures never make it to the inner rings." You're kidding. I stared at the soldiers in shock. This place is basically a fly trap for the rest of Ulsan?
That's one way to put it.
That's despicable, I said after a moment of processing. All of the people who live here, "It's just the way it is, and it's the way it will remain." Well, it shouldn't. Surely it would be easier to protect Ulsan as a whole if every sector was just as safe.
Tell that to the king.
Harriet, watch your tongue. Let me guess, you'll get one of those special viewings with the king if you speak out against the way things work around here?
He deserves to know, Thatch.
Harriet said to the buff man who now had a name.
He's not from here.
That doesn't mean we can immediately sow disdain for a monarch into him the moment he arrives. Rebuilding the wall would be too big of a task.
You sound like one of his lackeys. Or one of those pompous aristocrats who lick his ass every day.
You're funny.
Am I wrong?
She asked with a raised eyebrow.
Maybe you should apply to be one of his royal guards in the castle.
Enough, Harriet. I'm not doing that, even if I could. Tell me something, I said to cut their argument short. What exactly is the Vanguard? Harriet and Thatch both turned their scowls away from each other and over to me instead. Harriet's brown eyes softened, but Thatch's remained as heated as ever as the carriage started to move.
The Vanguard is the first line of defense behind the wall. We're an order of soldiers with different skill sets who volunteer to protect Ulsan and its people.
Different skill sets? Like what?
Some of us are mages, beast hunters, alchemists. Many are those who weren't good enough to graduate from the academy.
Slow down. Mages? I asked with wide eyes.
You're really not from here, are you?
Harriet asked as her brown eyes studied me.
There are 5 classes in this world: beast hunters, alchemists, mage, healers, and summoners, which is what you are.
Summoners are rare. Really rare.
Your professor will explain it better when you're at the academy, but anyone who is found to have summoning powers is required by Ulsan law to attend the academy. Those who graduate help protect the wall from the inside and the outside.
So, I don't have a choice but to fight? I'm just a soldier now? If you make it through training, Thatch said so coolly that it made my blood turn cold. Not many do.
Thatch, don't put him off. He's already confused about everything.
Harriet hissed and nudged his thick bicep with her elbow. He needs to know that what he's about to go through isn't easy, the buff Vanguard shrugged. The more prepared he is, the better. Unlike the rest of the summoners in Ulsan, he hasn't grown up knowing what to expect. Yeah, I feel really reassured after that. Thanks for the pick-me-up. Look, it's a cruel world you found yourself in, kid, Thatch said as he met my gaze head-on. I'm just making sure you're not being delusional about it.
He's already captured and summoned a creature and he just got here. I think he'll be just fine.
Perhaps, but look at what he's wearing, he replied with a hint of disgust on his face. They look more like aristocratic garbs than fighting ones.
That doesn't mean he can't fight. And you know that some aristocrats have gone on to be good summoners.
You mean those whose parents don't buy silence to keep their precious children out of the academy in harm's way? I could count on one hand how many aristocrats have joined our leagues. I could tell these two would bicker for our whole journey if I let them, so I cut in again. So, what's the rest of the world like outside of Ulsan? I asked as the carriage continued to bob along the ashy ground. We were almost out of the small village now, and the streets were lined with traumatized villagers who were clinging to their loved ones or their wounds. It was kind of depressing, and I wondered if this world I'd been transported to really was just doomed.
The rest of Terrath? It's the same, I'm afraid. It's a grief-stricken world overrun by Krimoth. It has been for as long as any of us can remember.
Krimoth? I frowned. The creatures! It's what they're called.
Most settlements outside of Ulsan are walled off too. But there's no way we can get any communication or trade with them with all the Krimoth running rampant outside our walls. So each settlement is cut off and self-reliant.
That doesn't sound too sustainable. How has Ulsan managed it? And for how long?
Thousands of years.
Harriet shrugged.
We have our own farming lands. The majority of them are in Kilcard, rather than out here in Hillrun, because of how easily attacked it is.
Hillrun sort of provides for itself. Hence why we've got to take you to the outpost to use drawboats. What's a drawboat? I asked with a furrowed brow. You'll see when we get there. It's basically the only way into Kilcard. So you can't just walk through the sectors? I asked for clarification. Is it policed?
Sadly, yes. With how often Hillrun is attacked, it's for the safety of the other rings.
I squeezed my fists in my lap and gritted my teeth. I definitely didn't like how things were run here, and I'd only been in Ulsan for maybe an hour. I looked out at the sprawling fields surrounding us, with smoke billowing in dark plumes here and there. The smell of scorched earth and flesh was still ripe, and it made me angry for the people of Hillrun who were left exposed because it made the other rings safer. We're almost at the outpost, Thatch said as he turned and looked toward a wide stream further ahead. It's best we end this conversation here. You never know who might be listening.
No one in our squadron would rat us out for speaking the truth.
It doesn't matter. You can never be too careful, and you best remember that when you're on Kilcard, Jack Bradley. Duly noted, I said as I shuffled uncomfortably against the wood. I guess Big Brother is always watching, then. Harriet and Thatch's brows scrunched up in confusion, and I quickly waved them off as I realized they wouldn't get the reference. There was a tall stone building spire next to the edge of the wall bordering Kilcard, and a huge arching gate pierced through the stream. The water was pretty clear, and I could see the bottom of the gate touching the rocks at the base. They really didn't take any chances about letting anything in Kilcard, and I found myself wondering what the defenses on Hillrun's bordering walls looked like. The cart was pulled to a stop, and the vanguard soldiers started to file out one by one. You all know what to do. Head to the barracks, patch yourselves up or see the healers, then head back out here to help escort the orphans onto the drawboat. When Thatch and Harriet climbed out of the cart, I swiftly followed, and I landed on my feet beside them. Thatch made a rising motion with his hand toward the window of the spire, and within seconds the gate started to lift with a deep metallic churn. Water rushed down from the copper squares as they slowly raised into a cut in the wall. The entrance to Kilcard was laid bare, and I saw Thatch scanning the skyline like a hawk to make sure no creatures, or Krimoth, made a sudden appearance. "Send the drawboat through!" Thatch suddenly barked in an authoritative voice. Another churning noise followed, and a tightly wound wire suddenly appeared out of the water and was pulled taut. It took around a minute for a large wooden drawboat to be pulled through the gap in the wall, and it groaned to a stop right in front of the spire. A vanguard soldier appeared from the top of the boat and started to lower a wooden ramp down, while a few of the other soldiers began to file into another small stone building down a beaten path. Once it was lowered, Thatch gestured for me to climb up the steep incline and onto the drawboat that would take me to the academy, which apparently was where I belonged. I put one foot on the ramp and heard the wood shift beneath my feet, and I took a deep breath before I started to walk up the rest of it. I tried not to look down at the ground, which was getting further and further away the more I climbed, and I found myself struggling to picture little kids who had just lost their parents walking up this thing and not falling off. I eventually made it to the top, though, and as soon as I stumbled onto the main deck, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Harriet and Thatch climbed up next, and they did it so quickly and so effortlessly that I felt a hint of jealousy burn in the back of my throat.
We'll escort you to the academy,
Harriet said with a polite smile.
In other words, we'll make sure you won't run away.
Is that a common occurrence when someone finds out they're a summoner? I asked as Thatch started to guide me to the front of the boat.
More common than you think. A lot of people can't handle the responsibility.
and they're scared of what it means for them. It's like we said, being a summoner is rare.
But they are the most valuable thing Alson has against the Krimoth. That's why it's required by law for them to train and fight.
The soldier from before pulled up the ramp, and as soon as it was laid flat against the deck, the drawboat jerked forward. I felt bile rise to my throat as I remembered the subway car, but I quickly steadied myself on the wooden balcony and took a deep breath. There was so much already resting on my shoulders, and I'd only just got here. I still didn't even know how I'd gotten here, or why I'd been taken from my boring old life in New York City just to end up in a monster-filled world that had a serious security problem. So, this is really it for me. I'm just expected to go to this academy and train and fight?
Pretty much. That's life in Alson.
But I'm not from Alson, and just because I have this ability doesn't mean I should be forced to fight. What if I want to get back to my own world?
The best place to figure that out would be at the academy. But they're not going to let you just stay there for free. Not when you're able to summon.
Great,
It's not as bad as it sounds, Jack.
Harriet said as she placed a hand on my shoulder.
They will show you everything you need to know at the academy. They'll train you and help you get to master rank in no time.
Master rank? I scrunched my eyebrows together in confusion.
Yes, each class has a leveling system. There's rank 1, which is novice and what you are now. Then there's rank 2, which is apprentice, followed by rank 3, adept, rank 4, expert, and rank 5, master.
So, this place really was like a video game. What rank are you?
Take a look for yourself.
She said and pointed above her head. Slowly, white text appeared above her auburn crown, just like it had with the Krimoth.
Beast Hunter, rank 5.
Damn. Your master rank?
Most Vanguard are. It's necessary to have the skill set in order to protect Olsen.
And I'm expected to reach master rank.
In order to become an official summoner, yes.
Harriet nodded.
But like I said, that's what the academy is there for.
As much as I appreciated her words of comfort, I couldn't help but feel like she was making it sound a lot easier than what it actually was. If there was the possibility of speed running this whole process, finding a way to get back home and not having to fight hundreds of Krimoth, then I was all for it. But that would be pretty delusional of me to just assume. Things were a hell of a lot different in Alson than in my world. Sure, it was kind of dog-eat-dog in New York, but there weren't exactly flying creatures with sharp teeth trying to take chunks out of me for the hell of it. Though I did have several harrowing encounters with the NYC subway rats. As the drawboat started to slowly be pulled back through the gate, Kilcard was revealed to me, and my doubts cleared for a moment as I took in the completely different landscape. Rather than sprawling fields and farmlands that had been ransacked and burned, I was staring at a sprawling city of stone. The streets were abuzz with activity, and I could see a myriad of stalls and corner shops selling food, weapons, herbs, and spices, among many other things that I couldn't quite make out. Now that we were through the first ring, I could see the wall bordering Ermire in the far distance, and it loomed into the sky. A huge castle peeked over the top like a silent sentinel watching the rest of Alson, and I could see birds flying around the spires at the top like something out of a horror movie.
That's the King's Castle,
Harriet whispered to me.
where you don't want to go.
Yeah, it looks like it, I whispered back. Can't believe how different things are on this side of the wall.
It is surprising, I'm sure.
Surprising is one word for it, I mumbled as I drank in the bustling city in front of me. Then my eyes fell on a large, spiked building further into the heart of Kilcard. It was massive and took up at least half of the width of this side of the wall. It was almost like a cathedral with towering spires, stained glass windows, and sculptures made of stone dotted here and there. The dark stone seemed to eat the light that was trying to pierce through the heavy cloud cover. Is that? I trailed off as I kept gawking at the gargantuan architecture.
The academy?
Harriet asked with a knowing smile.
Yes, it is.
The draw boat suddenly jolted to a stop, and I noticed another spire on the other side of the wall that was identical to the one on Hillrun's side. The same soldier grabbed the ramp and started to lower it down, and I made sure to take my time going down, since there was no soft grass to cushion my fall anymore. There was only hard stone, and I think that was what could be said for the majority of Kilcard. Despite the overwhelming amount of gray, there were still spots of color here and there, like laundry hanging from washing lines between a street of houses, or red lanterns hanging from the edge of stores to invite in customers. There was so much noise on this side that it was almost overstimulating. Going from the morbid silence of Hillrun to the everyday hustle and bustle of Kilcard almost felt wrong, but I knew I'd have to quickly adapt if I was going to stay here. And, as of right now, I had no choice but to.
Come,
Thatch grunted as he made his way down the ramp and gripped my arm.
it's a short walk.
You don't have to grab me, I said as I yanked my arm out of his grip. I'm not going to run away. It's not like I know any good spots to hide in this place.
You're right, but I wouldn't put it past you to try.
You really have that little faith in me, Thatch? I'm hurt.
Shut up,
He growled and tugged on my arm again.
The sooner you're in there with the other summoners, the better.
Why? So you don't have to look at my mug ever again?
Something like that.
Thatch grumbled and kept his eyes trained on the looming building in the distance. As we walked down the cobbled streets, a few vendors tried to catch our attention with their wares. I had no money, so I couldn't even pretend I was interested. But when we walked past a stall that had a woman searing some kind of meat over a barbecue, I felt my stomach growl. I'd skipped breakfast, like I did most days, and I suddenly felt the weight of the hunger I'd been subjecting myself to for the past however many months. I felt my mouth water at the sight of the blackening meat that smelled of rich spices, and I started to drag my feet so I could look at it a little longer. Thatch did a double-take at my sudden lack of walking, and he rolled his eyes when he saw what I was looking at. He tugged on my arm again, and I forced my gaze away from the tender meat with a disgruntled sound.
You don't look like you're starving. You can wait a little longer.
Just because I don't look like it doesn't mean I'm not. It's been a long time since I ate anything smelling as good as that.
There's better food. Much better food.
I'd take anything at this rate.
The academy has plenty of food. 3 meals a day.
That's why a lot of people from Hillrun sign up. They get food in their bellies and a roof over their heads.
All for the low, low price of maybe losing your life. Seems like a good deal.
For some people in Hillrun, death is inevitable. It's better to go out in a blaze of glory with a full belly than slowly rotting away from starvation.
He had a point, so I quickly shut up and kept walking. Are you from Hillrun? I asked after a few minutes of tense silence. A muscle in Thatcher's jaw feathered, and I could tell he was gritting his teeth.
Yes,
he said after a few more moments of thick silence. I nodded, and I started to realize why he was so hot-headed about things concerning it, and why he had a pretty suffocating sense of duty when it came to making sure I made it to the academy. They needed every fighter they could get to protect Hillrun. It wasn't like I didn't want to help out, but I couldn't help but feel like I'd been thrown headfirst into the deep end of a pool filled with shit I couldn't get out of. This wasn't my world. Just because I had a rare power here didn't mean I owed these people anything. I'd already done my part as far as I was concerned. I'd saved Mari, and maybe a few others, by killing the water snake. But just as I was doubting my responsibility, I felt the weight in my arm, and I looked down at the purple line wrapped around my wrist. My Krimoth, the blood leer, was still inside there. If I did go home, would he come with me? Or would he cease to exist in the gates between? I had no idea if getting home was possible, but I had to look into it. And at the very least, I had to know why I'd been brought here. Thatch suddenly tugged me down a side street and then back onto a main road. At the far end was the entrance to the academy, marked by its name in golden lettering over a metal arch. I could see a courtyard bordering a set of huge steps leading to a large black metal door. Above that was a massive circular window that looked like a clock, as well as hundreds of other little windows on either side of the building's face.
"Almost there,"
Thatch said as he started to lead me up the cool onyx steps. I looked down at the courtyard on my right as we walked up, and it all seemed very gothic. The trees were white, twisted, and looked dead, and the only shrubs that they had were dark black or red. Crows cawed from their perches in the dead trees, and as we continued ascending, they turned their heads toward us in intrigue. As we reached the large metallic door that was engraved with bulging vines and swirling patterns, segments of said patterns started to twist and turn. The door churned as it began to unlock itself, and it only took a few seconds before it was slowly swinging open with a deep groan. The hall in front of us was vast, and the ceiling reached so high that I almost couldn't see the top. The floors were black marble, and there were black pillars stretching up to the impossible ceiling all the way down the room. Thatch nudged my shoulder with his, and I looked back at him for a moment before I stepped into the huge space. The scent of parchment and some kind of rich spice filled my nose as soon as I entered, and a strange sensation of warmth flooded through my body, despite the cold-looking interior. Black braziers lined the walls in the spots between the towering windows, and they suddenly lit up one by one as I started to walk in. They engulfed the room in warm orange light which contrasted against the harsh, dark interior. There was a singular desk made of pitch-black wood at the far end of the hall, and when I squinted I could see an elderly man dressed in a dark purple robe sat down behind it. He was scribbling something down on a piece of parchment with a quill, and I guess that was where Thatch wanted me to head. I could hear his and Harriet's footsteps behind me, so I kept walking as confidently as I could, even though I felt like I was an imposter. As I approached the desk, the old man didn't look up. He kept his wrinkled face trained on the parchment he was scratching on. My curiosity got the better of me, and I tried to peek at this paper, but when I did, the words started to disappear. I blinked and shook my head in shock, but the words had still vanished when I looked down again. The man dipped his quill in the ink pot and carried on writing, but the words he etched into it were invisible.
"Can I help you?"
he croaked out. I didn't realize my mouth was wide open until I felt a gentle breeze go by that immediately dried it up. I quickly shut it and cleared my throat before I looked back at Harriet and Thatch for help.
"We have a summoner for you,"
Thatch said as he stepped a few feet away from the desk.
"Fresh."
The old man's veiny, sun-spotted hand paused in his invisible writing, and he slowly raised his head from his page to look at me. His dull gray eyes raked over my body, and he sniffed through a long, pointed nose.
"You're different. Elder Summoner Roth will want us here."
Elder Summoner? I asked in a hoarse voice, thanks to the breeze that had dried my throat to sandpaper.
"I shall call for him,"
the old man said as he pushed back from his desk and raised his hand toward the space next to it. In a bright flash of purple, a small feline creature suddenly spawned out of nowhere. White text appeared above its head, and I quickly read over the stats before they could vanish.
Muley, rank 5, air type.
Its body was pure white, with a pink fluffy tail and short clipped pink ears. Its large black eyes looked at the elderly man expectantly, and he tapped his desk for it to jump up on. Its padded feet softly hit the wood as it leaped, and it nuzzled against him as he stroked its back and whispered something into its ear. The cat creature purred before it jumped down and started to run off down a passage I hadn't even noticed on the left side of the hall. It was only now that I noticed how many purple rings the elderly man had around his wrist before he covered it back up with his sleeve. There had to have been at least 12 there, and I looked down at my one ring, feeling a little bit put out. "You're a summoner too?"
Yes,
he replied in a bored tone.
anyone wearing a robe like this is.
"And you have how many creatures?" His gray eyes slowly grazed up to my face again, and he squinted. I felt like I was being scrutinized, but the excitement at learning more about my own powers was getting hard to ignore now that I'd seen someone else like me.
You are fresh, aren't you? Too fresh. This one's different. He says he's not from this world. Evidently. Wait over there. Elder Summoner Roth will be with you shortly.
That's our cue. It was nice meeting you, Jack. I hope things work out for you.
"Thanks, Harriet," I said with a warm smile. She seemed like a really sweet person, and I was kind of bummed that I was now being parted from two nice people in this strange place. Mari being the other one, because Thatch still had that cool hardness behind his eyes that unsettled me.
Don't try and run. Just do your training, and if you make it, you make it.
That's very encouraging. Are you guys going back to Hill Run?
That's where we're posted.
Thatch nodded.
We'll probably never meet again.
If he makes it through the academy, he might end up in our squadron. It might not be the last time.
Summoners don't make it to squadrons. They either make it, or they don't.
I thought you said those that didn't join the Vanguard.
Look, kid, I already told you this wasn't easy,
the soldier said with a hint of softness.
Just fight well, study, train, do what you have to. Because when you get tested in the field, you'll either be given a group, or...
I had a feeling about what he was going to say, and it made an uneasy pit form in my stomach. Either I did well, or I'd die. Alcyn had already proved itself to be a ruthless place, and I knew that if I didn't pull my weight, I'd quickly find out how much more ruthless it could be.
Just take care,
Thatch finished as he slapped my shoulder.
And good luck.
Thanks, Thatch, I said with a brief nod. I appreciate that. Thatch nodded too, and it looked like he was going to say something else before he decided against it. He just squeezed my shoulder before he turned and gestured for Harriet to follow him. I watched as they made their way down the hall with their boots echoing against the black marble. As their figures got smaller, I felt that pit of dread grow a little bit bigger in my stomach. Everything was happening so fast that I could hardly keep up with it, and just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I was basically being conscripted to die.
Hello there,
a warm, deep voice suddenly said from behind me. I jumped and whirled around to see another elderly man standing in the passageway the feline creature had gone down. He was wearing a similar purple robe to the man at the desk, only his was decorated in chains and had metal spiral patterns hanging from his neck. His olive-toned face was weathered and covered in wrinkles, but his dark blue eyes held a kindness that I hadn't seen since I'd looked at Mari. He had long, gray hair braided down his back, and a long scar cut through his eyebrow to the bottom of his jaw. Hi? I said uneasily as I stared at what I could only assume was the Elder Summoner. The man chuckled and stretched his hand out toward me, and I saw the briefest glance of the rings on his wrist. They stretched up to the middle of his forearm, and I sucked in a sharp breath as I offered my own hand to him.
I am Elder Summoner Roth, the head of this academy.
He introduced himself as he shook my hand.
And you are?
Jack Bradley. It's, nice to meet you.
Jack Bradley,
he murmured to himself as he took me in.
A pleasure.
Yeah, a pleasure, I agreed with a nod. Elder Summoner Roth's kind blue eyes raked up my form, and his brow twitched as he took in my outfit. I felt a little self-conscious now that I was surrounded by people who looked straight out of Lord of the Rings, and it made me realize just how out of place I was.
You don't need to be self-conscious,
he said as if he was reading my mind.
I'm sure this is quite the adjustment.
How did you...
Will you walk with me? I'd like to show you the rest of the academy.
Sure. I said as I started to follow him down the passageway. Is it really that obvious I'm not from here?
We will provide you with a change of clothes when necessary,
Elder Roth said as he tucked his hands in the opposite sleeves like a eunuch and started to lead the way.
First and foremost, you should see the rest of the academy.
We walked in silence down the dark hallway until we came out to an open courtyard. There were arched halls leading around, and I spotted a few other doors in the dark stone walls which were closed. The courtyard itself was huge, with surprisingly green grass and a large white tree with dark red leaves in the center.
This is the main courtyard,
Elder Roth said as he started to lead me through one of the arches.
A lot of students like to have lunch out here, or recreation time in between classes.
I listened intently, even though I still didn't really know what was going on, and I followed him around the wide space until we reached the other side. It looked almost identical to where we had just come from, but then he turned a corner and started walking up a set of onyx-colored stairs.
The second floor is where a lot of our training rooms are.
What does training entail? You're not going to throw Krymeth at me and expect me to capture them, are you?
You already know what Krymeth are.
Elder Roth paused and turned to me with a look of mild surprise on his wrinkled face. I nodded and showed him my wrist, and his wide eyes quickly softened. A smirk made its way onto his face, and he nodded his head as if he was impressed.
Fast work,
he commented before he carried on walking. Hang on. How did you know I'm not from here? I asked as I rushed to keep up with him. I mean, I know I look like I'm not from here, but
we don't throw Krymeth at you and expect you to capture them straight away. Our class may be ruthless, but we are not. We train summoners and all other classes fairly to ensure the highest survival rates.
That wasn't exactly a comforting way of putting it, but I appreciated his attempt, nonetheless.
The semester has only just started today. If anything, you've come at a good time.
So, I'm enrolled? Just like that?
I believe there's an introduction class just up here, in fact,
the old man said as he completely ignored me and led me down a long hallway.
Ah, yes, here we are.
Elder Roth paused in front of a dark-colored, slightly ajar door and gently pushed on it. It creaked open and revealed a huge room that had rows of seats wrapped around the edges, and the backs of the pews served as thin desks, like a lecture hall in college. They were facing the middle of the room, which had a mural of a man in purple robes with his hand raised above his head. No doubt that was a summoner, just like on the king's crest. Another old man in purple robes was speaking to a class of around 80 people who were all watching him intently in their seats. I immediately noticed how most of them were wearing different kinds of uniforms. A lot of them wore dark leathers, while a smaller number wore blue and white robes. There was a large portion who were wearing casual clothes, which consisted of a white long-sleeved shirt and dark pants. I could only spot around 8 others who were wearing purple robes similar to the man teaching the class. I guess summoners really were rare.
The art of summoning is not something that can be taught, the old man said as he raised his hand. It is a birthright, one that can be unlocked at any time.
He moved his hand with a flourish and aimed it at the center of the mural before him, and a large hairy beast appeared in a flash of purple. The class gasped, and I felt my eyes widen as I witnessed summoning again. It looked like a massive gorilla, and its arms were so long they draped against the floor. Its body was basically just muscle, and I knew that thing could pack one hell of a punch. I could see Elder Roth smiling at me from the corner of my eye, but I couldn't take my eyes off the creature the elderly man had summoned so easily.
Hyxen, rank 3, fire type.
I watched as the Hyxen started to stalk around the room, with its large shoulders slumped and its blood-red eyes darting back and forth between the students. I didn't realize I was clinging to the door as I peered in until I felt my knuckles start to hurt. I released my iron grip, but I didn't look away from the class.
"What are you waiting for, Jack?"
Elder Roth asked in a quiet voice that made my head turn. "What do you mean?"
"Class has started,"
the elder smirked.
"And you're late."
Chapter 3. You mean... I looked into the class again and I could feel excitement bubbling up in my stomach.
Go on in. Professor Kalen won't mind. New arrivals are always welcome.
I can just go in, even though I don't know anything about summoning?
That's what the classes are for. This is an introductory lecture, open to not just summoners, but other classes too.
Elder Roth put his hand on my shoulder and guided my head toward one of the first rows of students all dressed in leathers.
Those are beast hunters. They are the most common class in this place, shortly followed by alchemists who study beast scholarly.
Are those the guys dressed somewhat normally?
That's correct,
Elder Roth said with an amused gleam in his eye.
Healers are the ones wearing the white robes, and mages are the ones wearing the blue ones.
And summoners wear purple. There's not many of them in here.
And there won't be many more, if any. You're arriving here is a welcome sight indeed. This year was our largest intake in many years.
Seriously? 9 is your biggest intake?
Summoning is not as common as it used to be, I'm afraid. We are a dying breed. But while we become less and less, the Krymith become more and more.
That's not good evolution. It doesn't make any sense.
There is a lot of speculation about why summoning is no longer as common, but there is no resolute answer. I wish I had the answers myself, but none of us know for certain why it is the case.
So, 9 summoners are expected to fend off the entirety of the Krymith? Is that how this works?
Not quite, but you will have it explained to you soon. You must remember, there are already elder summoners who help keep the balance outside the wall, as well as students in the years above you.
So it's not 9 against the world?
No, far from it,
Roth said with a warm smile.
Now, stop worrying about the logistics and go and learn. I can sense your excitement.
I felt my cheeks burn at his words, and I realized I'd probably been acting like a kid in a candy store.
That's nothing to be ashamed about,
the summoner said as he placed a hand on my shoulder again.
In fact, it's quite endearing to see such excitement about our craft.
I guess I'm just still trying to get used to everything. This morning I had a shitty desk job at a shitty law firm and was wishing that my life was different. This morning I thought there was nothing else to life other than working and sleeping. But now I was watching people summon creatures like it was the most natural thing in the world, and I happened to have that power too. It was like the world had opened up, and sure, I'd gotten my wish, but I don't think I ever anticipated this was where I'd end up.
Adjustment is necessary,
Elder Roth said softly.
It will take time, but you're not alone here.
I just feel like my brain's all over the place since I arrived here.
We'll discuss it more later on. For now, please, enjoy the lecture. See what our class is about and the powers that come with it. Perhaps it will all feel slightly less daunting once you realize how powerful you can become here, Jack.
All right. I nodded and turned my sights back to the rows of pupils. I guess it's time for class. I spotted a guy dressed in dark leather sitting near the door with a spot left free beside him. I didn't want to cause a scene by joining late, so I figured going for that seat was the best bet. I took a deep breath before I crossed the threshold and started to quietly make my way toward the beast hunter with spiky blonde hair. He turned his head as I carefully approached, and he did a double take when he saw what I was wearing. He opened his mouth to speak, but I winced and put my finger to my lips. He nodded in understanding and scooted further down the bench so I could sit. Thankfully, the professor hadn't noticed my arrival, or he was just choosing not to acknowledge it. Either way, I was grateful, and I let out a small breath of relief as the class continued like my arrival had never happened. A few other students had peered down at me from the rows higher up or on the left of me, and I gave them an awkward smile of acknowledgement. But I wanted to really focus on this class so I could get a taste of summoning that wasn't just watching an elder summon a cat to deliver a message. So I kept my acknowledgement to a polite minimum. Professor Kalin, a man in his late 50s with dark hair streaked with silver, was animatedly showing off the Lyceum he had summoned, and he spoke about how the size of the creature doesn't matter when it comes to summoning and capture, but it's the rank.
I'm Felix, by the way,
the beast hunter next to me whispered.
Felix O'Loughlin. Jack Bradley. Good to meet you, man.
Felix subtly reached his hand out, keeping it below the back of the bench in front of us, and shook my hand before returning it back to his lap. He looked somewhere around my age, maybe a year or two younger. His hair was pale blonde and spiked up like it could have been in an emo boy band back in my world. His face had a youthful glow to it, and his pointed nose and cheeks were covered in a light spray of freckles. His eyes were a light blue, and he had thick, dark brown eyebrows that contrasted against his hair. He seemed well built beneath his armor, but I guess you had to be if you wanted to be a beast hunter. I still didn't know how the rest of the class systems worked, and if they were hereditary things or something you chose. Summoning seemed to be the only one that was a birthright, but maybe the other classes involving magic were too. As much as I wanted to focus on the class, Professor Kalin seemed to be going on a rant about how great the Lyceum was, rather than actually talking about summoning. So I leaned closer to Felix to ask him,
Hey, Felix, what's up? You're a beast hunter, right? Damn right, he said with a proud smile and puffed out his chest. Hey, what are you? You're not wearing anything I've ever seen before. I'm a summoner. I just haven't got my robes yet, I guess. No way, Felix said with wide eyes. You're actually a summoner.
Yeah, I said, and showed him my wrist with the one purple ring around it.
I've already got a creature. Holy shit. None of the other summoners have Krimoth yet.
Really? How did they find out they were summoners then?
I don't know, but some of them have had other family members in the past who were summoners. I know a few of them came from Hillrun and tried to capture creatures in the recent attacks, but they couldn't manage to actually do it.
Damn. I mumbled to myself as I thought about what that might have been like. If I hadn't managed to capture the Bloodleer earlier, Mari and I would have been toast. And something told me that the other summoners probably went through something a hell of a lot similar and traumatic.
They're kinda sticking to themselves,
Felix mumbled and pointed up at the row of summoners who were all sitting together.
I offered for them to sit with me and my friends, but they didn't seem too interested.
Why do you think that is? Because of Hillrun, maybe?
Maybe,
the blonde shrugged.
Or maybe they've got a superiority complex. I've heard that a lot of summoners do.
A moment after he said the words, Felix did a double take and his mouth fell open in horror as he realized what he had said.
I didn't mean you.
Felix, it's fine. I quickly reassured him with an amused smile. And don't worry, I don't have a superiority complex.
Not yet, anyway,
he joked and nudged my shoulder.
You seem all right, Jack Bradley.
Thanks, Felix O'Loughlin, I said with a playful roll of my eyes. If anyone was going to have a superiority complex, I would have guessed it would be the beast hunters.
What makes you say that?
He asked with a confused frown. Look around. There's a lot more of you than there are of us.
Yeah, but the fact there aren't that many of you is where the superiority thing kicks in. I mean, just 9 of you are more powerful than this whole class put together.
And you think that's gone to their heads already?
Some of them, for sure. I've heard one of them is the son of an aristocrat from Ermire. Apparently, his dad tried to pay the Academy for silence after they felt his powers kick in, and they refused, so he's pretty pissed about being here.
I scanned over the row of summoners, and I immediately knew who he was talking about. There was a sniveling, scrawny-looking guy with a literal upturned nose and tiny bird-like black eyes. His black hair was slicked back from his face and combed neatly, and he looked down at the Lyceum, which was still trudging around the room in distaste. Nobles think they're above the law here too, huh? Figures.
Oh yeah, where are you from? You look and sound different to people I've met from Hillrun and Kilcard.
I'm not from anywhere you'd know, I said with a wince.
You're from somewhere outside of Alston?
Felix nearly gasped, but quickly covered his mouth.
You came from outside the wall.
Not quite. It's, Complicated? I don't even know how I got here. Huh. Felix's thick eyebrows scrunched together. Teleportation crystal? What? I almost choked. No, no, it's complicated. But I'm from a place called New York. New York. Yeah, never heard of it. I didn't think so. I chuckled and went to lean back in my chair. But before I could get comfortable, a bright flash of purple suddenly zapped right in front of our faces. I instinctively leaned away and pushed Felix's chest back with me. But when the initial searing pain behind our eyes had ended, we were staring right at a snarling Krymith with acid dripping from its fangs. It had tusks like a saber-toothed tiger and an overall feline face. The only stark difference was its blood-red fur and sharp-pronged tail, which swayed back and forth behind its lithe body. It glared at us through roaring amber eyes and licked its dripping fangs with a black tongue.
Sabervithe, rank 2, acid type.
It was only rank 2, and considering how the rest of the students had all buckled and hid in fear, I had a feeling I was supposed to do something. Its health bar and acid reserve bar were full, and although my only creature had the same stats, it was all I had. I couldn't see past the creature, and if this had been accidental, Professor Kalen would have surely made an effort to recapture it by now. This was a test. It had to be. Or Felix and I were about to be offered up as Krymith lunch for talking during class. The Sabervithe snarled and started to move a clawed paw onto the pew, but I shot my hand up into the air and willed my bloodleer to appear. A bright flash of purple erupted from my palm, and from the end of the tendril of lightning, my snarling bat spawned. The class all gasped in shock at my sudden move and successful summoning attempt, but I was too busy trying to figure out if the Sabervithe still staring me down was about to kill me or not. Defend! I ordered the bloodleer without even looking at the drop-down menu. My Krymith screeched and immediately dove down to protect me and Felix. It swooped low in front of us and used its wings and clawed feet to bat the Sabervithe away with a warning snarl. The Sabervithe roared and went to pounce, but before it could, it was sucked back into the palm of Professor Kalen, who was grinning from ear to ear. Well done indeed. Quick wits and quick thinking. Exactly what a summoner needs, Mr. Bradley, I said as I cautiously eyed my bloodleer, who was still flying above our heads. Jack Bradley. Well, Mr. Bradley, perhaps you should rely on those quick wits rather than your quick tongue during my lesson, the professor said, but there was no heat behind his words. In fact, he hadn't stopped grinning the entire time he was scolding me. You're right. I apologize. No harm done, Professor Kalen said with a quick flap of his hands. But since you've demonstrated your skill with your bloodleer, perhaps you wouldn't mind helping me in another demonstration. Go on, Jack, Felix whispered and gave me a reassuring push. You just saved our asses. You've got this. I slowly started to slide out of the pew and made my way toward the center of the room next to Professor Kalen. The bloodleer followed close behind me, and he hovered in the air facing toward the students. The majority of them looked at him with wide eyes, whereas some of the summoners and scholars looked at him in awe. The sniveling noble scoffed, turned his head away from my Krymith, and crossed his arms over his chest. They really did have a superiority complex. Now, you all saw how myself and Mr. Bradley summoned our creatures, correct? Professor Kalen asked rhetorically. It is not a verbal command per se, although it can be. It is an intrinsic act that is channeled through the will of the summoner. Professor Kalen gestured to the mingled students dressed in white and blue robes, and they immediately perked up and straightened their postures. There was a strikingly beautiful young woman on the third row who had a quill gripped tightly in her hand, and she was eagerly awaiting the professor's next words to inevitably scribble down. She had long, ice-blonde hair that was naturally curled and framed her face. Her skin was pale like porcelain, and her warm amber eyes stayed glued to the professor. Her lips were full and a light pink, and it matched the light flush on her high cheekbones. Her white-colored robes hugged her body perfectly, and it was only now that I noticed the slight differences between her robes and the blue-colored ones. They were slim-fitting with gold-trimmed accents running throughout the pale fabric. It looked more like a dress overall, and the collar rose high toward the top of her neck. The shoulders were sharp and pointed, and a matching pale cloak had been sewn into the corners to bracket her arms and cover her back. There was a piece of light orange fabric sewn down from the top of the high collar down her torso and held in place by a golden belt that had a few loops for what I could only assume was for tonics. I couldn't see past that point because of the pews in front of her, but it was an extremely flattering outfit on her. The mage's robes were slightly different and looked more breathable. For one, they each wore one dark blue leather glove on their dominant hands. On their torsos, they wore a short-sleeved light blue vest that was cinched by a dark blue piece of silk around their waists. The fabric billowed out after the silk and must have reached somewhere past their thighs from what I could see from the people on the front row. The mages had small golden beads layered across various parts of their chests, but it didn't seem there was a particular way to wear them, because each student wore them differently.
Mages, healers, this form of magic is not that different from yours. Where you are also able to perform magic with verbal spells and movements, you are also able to channel your power intrinsically through sheer willpower alone.
The pretty healer girl quickly leaned forward and used the back of the pew in front of her to scribble down what Kaelin had said, before she looked up at my bloodleer. Not with fear in her eyes, but with a childlike wonder.
Now, summoners,
the professor said as he led me over to my fellow classmates.
It is important you listen closely to this. Many of you are yet to capture your first Crimith, and it is no easy task. Mr. Bradley here is incredibly lucky to have managed such a feat without any guidance.
How did he do it, then? The sniveling noble asked in a nasally voice. If it's not easy, how come he managed it?
Why don't you answer that for yourself, Mr. Bradley?
Professor Kaelin asked as he turned to me.
If you feel up to it.
I cleared my throat as I took a step forward and faced my fellow summoners. I could feel some of their scrutinizing gazes, but I didn't let it get to me. Not when I had a bloodleer flying behind me, waiting for my orders. Maybe it was an adrenaline thing. I honestly wish I had a straight answer for you all, but I don't. But what I do know is when I needed to do it, it just happened.
That's the most cryptic answer I've ever heard, the nobleman's son scoffed. You've done nothing but waste air.
What's your name? I asked as I narrowed my eyes at him. The aristocrat's mocking smile faltered for a moment, and he cleared his throat and rolled his shoulders to try and get some semblance of composure back.
Archibald Archer Montgomery,
he said proudly, like the name was supposed to mean something to me. There were a few quiet mumbles among some of the students, but I didn't give a damn who this guy was. Okay, Archibald. It was like something was puppeting my body. I wasn't in control. One minute I'm staring that thing down, waiting for it to kill me and a little girl. The next, it's inside my arm. Archibald's beady bird eyes widened for a split second before he quickly reverted to his usual look of displeasure.
So, what you're saying is we just have to wait for some magic puppet master in the sky to control us? That doesn't sound like something you can teach.
You asked me how I did it and I told you. Don't think it will be as easy for you. The class muttered to themselves again at my clear lack of being intimidated. Archibald looked surprised, with his thin eyebrows raised to his hairline. And even Professor Kaelin had a small smile on his face before he stepped forward and moved the attention back to him.
Mr. Bradley is right. This is a strange set of circumstances to discover you have the summoning ability, certainly. The rest of you will have to work hard at honing your summoning skills.
And how do we do that? All you've done is show us you doing it. That's hardly teaching.
This is the introductory class, Mr. Archer Montgomery,
Kaelin said in a flat tone.
Usually, introductions aren't too detailed, so as to not scare people like yourself who might get overwhelmed by so much information at once.
Excuse me?
Archibald choked out.
Overwhelmed? You will have summoning practice after this lesson where you will be able to give it a go yourself in a controlled environment. The professor cut him off smoothly. Along with focused training lessons throughout the week to hone your skills in capturing, summoning, and controlling. Professor, that's what makes up summoning. Kalen cut him off again and turned to the rest of the class. Those 3 components are vital. Capture, summon, control. The healer I'd noticed before scribbled down his every word like it was gospel, and I couldn't help but smile at how cute it was. A few of the scholars did the same, and it was no surprise because they kinda looked like they were a bit nerdy. To capture Crimith is just the first step, and it's a big one. Mr. Bradley, would you please show the class how you capture? I nodded, walked to the center of the room, and faced my bloodleer. It had landed during my discussion with Archibald, but now it took off into the air again and let out a soft purr at me in recognition. I still couldn't get over how docile it had become after I'd first captured it, and while it still looked like it could eat my face off at any moment, I somehow knew in my gut that it wouldn't dare to try. I raised my palm and aimed it at the creature, and then I just willed it to go back inside. A bright flash of lightning flew out of my palm and wrapped itself around the bloodleer, and once its entire body was encased, it was sucked back into my hand. The purple thread wrapped itself around my wrist again, and I felt the weight of the bloodleer in my arm. When I looked back up again, the entire class had their eyes trained on me, pretty healer girl included. Felix clapped with a wide grin on his face, and soon the rest of the class, bar Archibald, started to slowly clap too. See? No words needed, just pure will. Suddenly I spotted a figure sat up on the highest pew, shrouded by the dim light that was filtering in through the windows on the curved dome ceiling, and I realized it was Elder Roth. He sat casually, with one leg crossed over the other and a hand on his chin as he observed. The smile on his face made me feel at ease, because it wasn't one of mocking, it was one of pride. I felt a rush of something course through me, and I realized it was a feeling I hadn't felt since my parents had died. I hadn't had anyone there to be proud of my achievements. No one there to see me graduate, to see me get my own place and a job that was supposed to be my big break. But now I had people in this weird and crazy place looking at me like I had just done something incredible. And I was starting to feel like I had. Chapter 4. Kalen's hand on my back snapped me out of my thoughts, and I turned to face him again. "Did you hear what I said, Mr. Bradley?" he asked politely. No, sorry. What did you say?" "I said you can take a seat now. I will probably be needing your help for our focus session later, however, so save your strength." "All right." I nodded with a small smile and made my way back to the seat next to Felix. Professor Kalen started to carry on about the 3 factors that made up summoning, and how important it was for other classes to take note of those factors in order for a group to function effectively. I was only half listening, though, because Felix nudged my side with his shoulder to grab my attention. "You're insane," he whispered with a toothy grin. "I can't believe you just did that out of nowhere. And the way you stuck up to that Archie guy, so awesome!" He needed to be brought down a peg. I mumbled back and made sure Kalen's attention was away from us so we didn't get called out again. Plus, I didn't really have much of a choice. Kalen sort of threw that saber-vithe into our faces. "Yeah, it would have been a different story if I had my sword on me, but we're not allowed to carry them outside the training grounds. Although, I don't think Professor Kalen would have appreciated me sticking his Crimith in the eye." "I don't think so either. Something tells me that was more of a test for me anyway." "You think?" Felix's eyebrows raised. "To see if you're actually a summoner?" "Maybe not that. Elder Roth saw the brand on my wrist, so he knew I wasn't faking it. But maybe they wanted to see if I had the gall. I don't think the others have been tested like that. Not yet, at least." "The others aren't like me, though. The others are from Olsen. I'm not." "Well, no matter the reason they did it, I think you proved you're more than worthy of being here," Felix said with a reassuring smile. Way more than pricks like Archibald Archer Montgomery.
I chuckled quietly at Felix's impression of the stuck-up noble and the way he puffed out his chest and turned his nose up at me. As much as I tried to focus on what Kalen was saying, I was still reeling from the fact I'd summoned my bloodlair in front of everyone and somehow not fucked it up. I could feel a warmth on my skull, almost like someone was looking at me. And when I followed the direction the feeling was coming from, I saw the pretty blonde healer staring at me from across the room. My breath hitched in my throat as we made eye contact, and I felt Felix nudge me with his elbow while he snickered. Her already flushed cheeks burned a little pinker, and she smiled shyly before she looked back down at her parchment. But that was enough to make my heart start racing. Got yourself an admirer already, huh? I'm jealous. Shut up, I grumbled with a playful roll of my eyes. She's just looking around. Yeah, at you. Maybe she likes the fancy new summoner. Sure. Suddenly, the room shook from the distant ringing of a bell somewhere high above us. A few of the other students jumped in their seats, me included, whereas some, like Felix, didn't even blink. What the hell was that? That's the bell signaling the end of class. You've got to listen for the rings, though. 1 is summoners, 2 is mages, 3 is healing, 4 is scholars, and 5 is beast hunting. Why do we each have different bell chimes? Because we all have different classes at different times. This whole week has introductory lessons to each class where we all mix together. But we'll also have focus groups with other people in our classes throughout the week. Right. So you won't be in all my lessons? Nope, Felix said as he started to stand up. And neither will that cute healer who keeps staring at you. I went to swat at his back, but the beast hunter quickly jumped over my legs and started to make his way out of the classroom with the other students.
I'll see the rest of you summoners at 9:30 for our summoning practice, Professor Kalen said loudly over the noise of the students leaving. Oh, Mr. Bradley, before you go.
I turned expectantly and waited for Professor Kalen to walk over to me.
I just wanted to say, well done.
The old man placed a hand on my shoulder and gave it a squeeze.
I know I threw you into the thick of it, but that's how we do things here at the Academy.
It's all right. It was actually kind of exhilarating.
Well, there's plenty more where that came from. Although next time I'll be sure to give you a bit more warning. I saw you and Mr. O'Laren talking and couldn't help myself.
Yeah, it was kind of justified, I said with a sheepish smile. I guess I just wanted to know as much as I could straight away. I feel like a stranger in this place.
There's no surprise there,
Kalen said and gestured for someone to join us from above.
Elder Roth said he felt an unknown force joining us.
Before I arrived? I frowned.
Elder summoners have the ability to sense when another summoner unlocks their power. That's how we can track them down within Alson. Thus, he was able to sense when your power's activated.
Even though I'm not from Alson, a deep voice asked from behind me. I turned to see Elder Summoner Roth making his way down the steps next to the pews and over to us. He had that same kind smile on his face as he approached us, and I found myself feeling immediately at ease. Yeah, that.
Yes, Jack. It is the power I sense, not where those powers or who inherits them came from.
I see. I take it you don't have any idea how I got here, do you? Elder Roth's throat bobbed as he swallowed hard, and for a moment that kind smile fell. But within the blink of an eye, it was back on his face. Only this time, it was a little too forced and it didn't reach his eyes.
I'm afraid I do not, but it is a matter we can look into.
Most certainly. I'm sure Professor Urion would have a field day trying to figure it out.
We'll give him another conundrum to sink his teeth into. But for now I have a more pressing question that someone here can answer.
I perked up at Elder Roth's words and turned my attention back toward him.
Are you staying or leaving, Jack? He asked me directly.
I blanked. Everything I'd been told since getting here indicated that I didn't have a choice. I was a summoner, and regardless of whether I just spawned into this world or not, I had to join the academy and fight to protect the wall. You mean I have a choice?
Of course you do,
Roth said, and made sure to emphasize the word you. But the Vanguard told me that
you're not Ulsan-blooded or even Tereth-blooded, Jack. That means you have a choice. The others are born into this cycle. Their powers are what Ulsan needs in order to be safe. It is a sacrifice, but a necessary one. You, however, do not owe anything to Ulsan.
I thought on his words that weighed down my brain like a stack of dumbbells. I had a choice. Sure, it didn't solve the problem about me being stuck in Ulsan, but it meant I didn't have to put my life on the line for a place I didn't belong to. But at the same time, I had these powers that I didn't fully understand yet, and being at the academy would allow me to learn more about them. I had one Krymith, but what if I could get more? What if I could reach master rank and actually become something bigger than a rookie at a law firm? Now that I was given a choice, staying seemed all the more appetizing, and I was struggling to come up with a reason not to stay for the time being.
If you stay, you will learn how to become a proper summoner,
Elder Roth continued as if he was reading my mind.
You will develop your powers, capture more Krymith, receive free room and board, and explore the possibilities of your power.
He had a point. If I left the academy, it wasn't like I had anywhere to go. I didn't have money or a job that would provide me with a place to stay. Hell, I was still starving from skipping breakfast, so who knows how long it would be until I could find a good meal outside of this place.
Or you can leave. You can find some other way to survive in Ulsan until you figure out how to get back home, if that is even a possibility.
Perhaps you could speak to the scholars at the Royal Hall in Ermire,
Professor Kalen suggested.
They could have some insight, but I doubt it would be as helpful as what our summoners and scholars could do for you.
There was another good reason to stay. These guys had already said they could look into my sudden appearance in Ulsan, and so far they seemed to be the know-it-alls of this place. Even though I'd been shipped to the academy like a prisoner, I was starting to realize this place was probably the best place I could be. All I had to do was stay.
I know it must be a lot to consider,
Roth said as he placed a hand on my shoulder.
But we can give you time.
I don't need time. Just, what did I have to go back to? A shitty job and a boring life? My parents were dead. I hardly had any friends with my lifestyle. In the whole time I'd been in Ulsan, I'd made more friends than I had in the past 4 years of my life. Felix, Harriet, Mari, and Thatch, if you looked under his gruff exterior. Plus, Elder Roth and Professor Kalen seemed pretty nice. Not to mention, I had my own Krymith now, and I felt somewhat responsible for him, even if he did try to eat me alive a few hours ago. This place wasn't a dump. It was one of the most lavish places I'd ever seen in my life. And learning how to summon creatures like I was Ash Ketchum sure beat being stuck in a hot office in the heart of New York City with no air conditioning.
Yes, Jack,
Elder Roth prompted me to continue.
You have your answer.
I clenched my fists and felt the weight of the blood leer in my arm, like lead embedded into the bone. That weight was the reminder of my power. That weight was the possibility of what was to come. And as I looked down at the purple thread inked into my skin, I knew my answer. I'll stay, I said with a firm nod. I'll stay at the academy.
Fantastic,
Elder Roth said before he barked out a laugh.
Oh, that is very good news to hear.
Indeed, it is,
Professor Kalen agreed with a warm smile.
I was worried my star pupil was about to flee the grounds.
Well, I wouldn't want to do that to you. I played along with a small smile.
Walk with me, will you, Jack? If you are staying, then you should know a little bit more about how things work here.
Of course, I said as I started to follow Elder Roth out of the huge classroom. Thanks for the lesson, Professor Kalen.
Don't forget, next class is past, on the 3rd floor.
I'll make sure he gets there, Kalen, don't worry.
Roth said before he turned at the doorway and smiled.
In fact, Mr. O'Laurin here can see to that.
I peeked my head around the corner and saw Felix quickly pushing off the wall with an embarrassed flush on his cheeks.
Oh, I didn't realize you wanted to talk with him, sir. I was just going to show him to his next class, in case he didn't know where it was.
Awfully kind of you, Mr. O'Laurin. It looks like you've already made a friend, Jack.
Seems that way, I said as I sent Felix a grateful smile.
Walk with us, Mr. O'Laurin. I was just about to explain to Jack here how things work in this academy.
Felix fell into step beside me, and he smiled through a wince. I could tell he was feeling pretty awkward about accidentally joining in, but I was glad he was here. And I was glad he had actually waited for me after the class.
You're probably putting all of the pieces together about this place, but allow me to say it bluntly for you. The academy is where those come to train in order to protect Alcyn from the Crimith outside its borders.
The elderly man started to lead us down the right hallway and turned down another. Its high, dark stone walls were lit up by golden braziers, which allowed us to see the seemingly endless stretch of hallway.
Thousands of years ago, summoners were a dominant force in protecting the world of Tareth, but our numbers dwindled, and people born with those powers became less and less common. The Summoners Guild, which once ruled the settlements within Tareth, had no choice but to disband, and while we used to once roam the plains outside the settlements, we were given no choice but to retreat behind the walls.
You used to roam outside the walls?
Back when there were more of us, yes.
The elder nodded.
But without the numbers, we were picked off. No number of summoned creatures could combat against the onslaught. Retreating behind the wall meant we could keep our craft alive, and seek and herd those with the same power in order to protect our kingdom.
Are you really that old? I asked with wide eyes. Elder Roth suddenly barked out a laugh and tipped his head back. I looked over at Felix for reassurance, but he was fighting back his own laughter. I had no idea how long people lived in this place, and if summoning creatures was a normal thing, I figured having a jarringly long lifespan wasn't too far out of the realm of possibilities either.
When I say we, I'm referring to my predecessors,
Roth eventually managed to say as he wiped tears from his eyes.
An average lifespan in Alcyn is normally around 100 years.
Good to know. So, after your numbers started dying down, the academy was the only option?
Yes,
Elder Roth said, with no trace of humor in his tone anymore.
It existed before, of course, as a training ground. But as our numbers grew smaller, we had no choice but to branch out the Summoners Academy to incorporate the different classes into our ranks.
That's where people like me come in,
Felix said with a proud puff of his chest.
Correct, Mr. O'Laurin. We welcome the crafts of beast hunting, magecraft, healing, alchemy, and beast studies.
I frowned in confusion. I thought there were only 5 classes.
Beast scholars focus on the studies of Crimith and work to help their groups find the appropriate approaches to defeating their enemies. But, as you can imagine, as scholars, they have very little defense. That is why we incorporate alchemy into their studies, as a form of protection.
My eyes lit up at the thought of learning alchemy as an actual skill. I'd played plenty of video games where making potions was a vital part of surviving. Health, stamina, magicka, you name it. No doubt there was a similar sort of system that worked here, and I was interested. Elder Roth must have noticed my piqued interest because he glanced down at me from the corner of his eyes and smirked.
You'll be taught the basics of alchemy. All students are. Alchemy is an important part of being a part of the academy.
Sweet, I said, and felt myself walk with an extra bounce in my step. So, the academy branched out to include more classes, but what's the end goal? Harriet, the vanguard who brought me here, she said something about groups?
That's right. Throughout your years here, you will slowly make your way up the ranks, leveling up until you reach master rank. That is when you will be dubbed an official summoner, and that is when you will be required to join the vanguard in protecting the wall.
We get put into groups this year, right, Elder Roth?
That's correct. It is important that you are able to work seamlessly with who you're paired with.
What makes up a group? One of each?
It depends. As you may have noticed, there are fewer summoners than any other class. That means that inevitably some groups will be without summoners, and in that case there will need to be more beast hunters to compensate.
I see. So we train and then we get allocated to a group.
That is the basis of it, yes.
Roth said with a slow nod.
We won't send you out into the wilds or the wall when you're not ready. Our goal isn't to breed you like pigs for the slaughter. We want you to live, and we want you to protect.
Hence the extensive training. You're starting to get it now, eh, Bradley? Felix teased and nudged me with his shoulder. All right, I may be late to the party, but I think I've been pretty on it since I got here, I said as I playfully pushed him back.
The lessons here at the Academy are designed to both teach and train your powers.
Elder Roth cut off our little squabble.
You'll also learn more about your other classmates' powers and abilities, and how they will help you when it comes to combat.
Like that class just now? I asked as we turned a corner in the hallway and arrived at the steep set of onyx stairs.
That's right.
Roth nodded.
You'll look into beast lore and alchemy, taken with the beast scholars. Basic defense, taken with the beast hunters. Basic healing with the healers. And basic magecraft, taken with the mages.
We've got a packed schedule, in other words.
A necessary schedule, Mr. O'Laurin,
Roth playfully chided.
There will also be lessons where the different classes will train and fight together, but that isn't until you all have got a good footing at the Academy.
Makes sense. We get to go on excursions outside the wall too, right?
When you're ready, yes,
Elder Roth said as we began to ascend the steps.
Supervised at first, with other master summoners.
I can't wait for our first excursion, the blonde beast hunter said with a huge grin. When I finally get to drive my blade through one of those things.
That's the spirit, Mr. O'Laurin. You'll have access to the training grounds within the Academy after basic training.
As we approached the top of the stairs, the summoner led us down another long hallway that had a row of huge floor-to-ceiling stained glass windows. There was no color on the glass, but various murals of Krymith and summoners made out of black, gray, and white glass. The sunlight that managed to peek through the clouds outside cast a flurry of the lighter shades against the black floor.
I'll see to you getting some robes so you don't stick out as much,
Elder Roth said as we approached a particularly large black door.
As well as a copy of your schedule. Perhaps Mr. O'Laurin could show you to your next class. It's the training room down the hall. You would have seen it yesterday during the initial tour.
I remember, Felix nodded. I'll make sure he gets there.
Thank you very much,
Roth said with a bow of his head.
Here is where I leave you, I'm afraid. I have some business to attend to in my tower.
Tower? I asked in surprise. You have your own tower?
One of the many perks of being an elder summoner.
Roth winked.
I hope you enjoy your first day, Jack, and know that we are extremely grateful that you're staying with us.
Thank you, and thanks for being so helpful.
That's what I'm here for. And it doesn't hurt to have kind people like Mr. O'Laurin here to help out too.
That's what I'm here for too, Felix said as he pumped his arm into the air with dramatic enthusiasm. Oh my God, I mumbled as I tried to hold back my laughter. Felix shrugged innocently while Elder Roth shook his head with an amused smile on his face.
Get to class. I shall see you both at some point, I'm sure.
I nodded and pulled Felix away with a wave at the elder. The beast hunter stumbled a little before falling into stride beside me. You're hilarious, I said as we started to make our way down the hall. Hey, I wasn't trying to be. That's what I'm here for, too. I mocked his voice and pumped my arm just like he did. Joker. Rude, Felix snorted and shoved my shoulder. I'm just trying to be helpful. And I appreciate it. As much as I appreciate you making yourself out to be a clown in front of the Elder Summoner. Oh, come on, Felix drawled and slumped his shoulders. I'm not used to social interactions, okay? No way, I said in a tone that was dripping with sarcasm. Hey! Felix shouted, which earned the attention of a few passing students. I'm kidding, and I do appreciate you dropping me off. No bother at all, the blonde said as he walked me over to a large onyx archway. Training room is through there. You won't miss it. And after this class, it will probably be lunch, so head down the stairs to the bottom floor and follow the scent of something delicious. My stomach growled at the thought, and I clutched my shirt with wide eyes. When was the last time you ate? He asked with a sudden twitch of his brow. Sometime yesterday, I admitted with a wince. Shut, Jack. You know, if you weren't wearing that, I'd think you were from Hillrun with talk like that. I mean, I've been living pretty rough, but not as rough as the people from Hillrun. I can manage a few more hours without eating. Are you sure? I can probably go and grab something from the banquet hall. No, it's all right. I'll just head to class. All right, man, Felix said as he started to back away. Just don't be skipping out on lunch, okay? There's so much food that they don't even know what to do with it. I ignored the twinge in my chest at the thought of all of the starving people in Hillrun who would kill for some scraps, and I managed a weak nod. I'll see you in the banquet hall, then. You sure will. Enjoy class. Try not to show up your fellow summoners too much. I'll try, but no promises. Felix saluted before he spun around and started to walk back down the hall. It was nice knowing I had at least one person in this place I could rely on, and Felix seemed like the type of guy I'd kill to have as a friend back in my world. Staying didn't feel as daunting as it did before. Besides, it was time to show up the rest of my class. Chapter 5. As I walked through the large onyx-colored archway, I was greeted by a huge room with black marble floors. Matching pillars shot out of the shining surface and towered up to the ceiling way above us. This room was somehow bigger than the lecture room we had been in before, and I had to squint to see the top of the ceiling. It was covered in some kind of celestial map, with splotches of dark cosmic blue against the pitch-black canvas. White stars were sprinkled all across it, with a few constellations that were definitely different to Earth's. One of them even looked like a summoner in his robes with his hand pointed to the sky. That was a recurring theme I was noticing around here, and I figured if it was literally written in the stars, then it made sense why summoners were such a big thing here. I recognized the handful of summoners who were in the other class already congregating in the center of the room. Archibald was one of them, and he looked around at the wide space with his usual air of arrogance and distaste. Unlike the lecture room on the second floor, this room had no seating. It was just a huge expanse of space. But I guess that made sense given it was the training room. I felt a little awkward lurking near the entryway, so I made my way over to my fellow summoners with as confident of a smile as I could muster. It felt like my first day at work all over again. Fresh-faced baby Jack just out of college, trying to make new friends with his colleagues who were all earning way more money than him. Thankfully, it was only Archibald and two lanky goons next to him that gave me a funny look. The other 5 greeted me with wide smiles and beckoned me closer. Ah, the Star Summoner! A tall, mousy, brown-haired man who looked to be in his early 20s said as he extended his hand out to me. Glad to see you found your way up here. Hi, I said as I shook his hand. Jack Bradley. Bastian Morrell. The mousy-haired summoner introduced himself with a toothy grin. A pleasure. Bastian's dark brown eyes darted to his other friends, and he tipped his curly head toward me as a sign for them to introduce themselves too.
Penny Highwater.
One of the only 2 female summoners introduced herself in a high-pitched, perky voice.
I can't believe we have another summoner.
Penny was short and must have only been 5'2". She had a cute freckled face and short brunette hair cut off just below her ears. Her smile was infectious, and I found myself smiling back as she shook my hand with her dainty one. Does the Academy not get other intakes after the first day? I asked in surprise.
Not usually,
Penny said with a shake of her head.
It depends when powers activate, but Elder Summoner Roth times it so those who activated last year start this year.
Before Penny goes on another rant about how things work here, allow me to introduce myself, a tan, muscular man said as he stuck his hand out toward me. Larinus Silicus. Nice to meet you, I said as I shook his hand and tried not to grimace at his tight grip. Larinus was probably the oldest out of all of us. He had a head of dark black curly hair and matching sideburns that covered his cheeks. His eyes were like charcoal, but they held an uncommon softness behind them. I might as well get into, a shorter man wearing a smaller pair of rectangular silver glasses said as he stuck his hand up. Cana Atreus.
Of the Atreus clan.
All four of the other summoners drawled at the same time, which made the short man blush. I was holding that back. You didn't with us, Bastion pointed out. You spoke about it quite a lot during our welcome tour, if I recall, Larinus added with a teasing smirk.
Oh, leave him be. He's proud of his family. That's nothing to be ashamed of.
You guys have clans? They're very old and very rare, Kaner said as he ran his hand through his long black hair. My family were among the first summoners in Alsen. And there it is, Bastion said with a wide grin. I should have bet gold on it. Like you have any to spare. Hey! Bastion glared and went to elbow Larinus, but the last summoner stepped forward and pushed herself between them. She was strikingly beautiful, with deep mocha skin and black braids reaching all the way to the floor. There were golden jewels and beads embedded throughout the strands that made me think she might be from somewhere like Ermire, but she didn't act as pompous as Archibald if she was. Her eyes were a dark chocolate, and her smile looked somewhat apologetic as she gestured to the two boys she was standing between.
Forgive them. They're still teething.
Evidently. I chuckled and reached my hand out for hers. Nice to meet you,
Lauren,
the dark-skinned woman said.
Lauren Lexis.
How come you're wearing that funny outfit? Bastion interjected as he gave me a once-over. You stick out like a sore thumb. Elder Roth is getting my robe, so I'll fit in better soon enough, I said with a lopsided grin.
I don't think that's the only reason he sticks out like a sore thumb. You're definitely not from here, are you?
What makes you say that, Pen? Larinus asked as he leaned his arm on her shoulder.
Listen to how he talks. It's not an Elson accent.
And those clothes are indeed strange. Where are you from exactly?
If I told you, I don't think you'd believe me, I said with a wince. It's kind of a long story. Well, Professor Kalin isn't here just yet. We've got a bit of time. We've got all semester. If it is as long as you say, it's better to get a head start, isn't it? All right, but first, who are those two guys next to Archibald the Righteous? The small group of summoners snickered at the nickname, and they each turned their heads to look over at Archibald and his stuck-up posse. The one on the left with a scowl on his face is Rino Duvan, Larinus said quietly. Apparently he's from Ermire too. His dad's just not as rich and powerful as Archibald's. In other words, if he were going to try and buy out the academy, it would have been a laughable offense, hence why he didn't even bother. Reno, like Archibald, had slicked back hair, only his was a pale white color. His eyes were colorless and gray, and they scanned over our little group with disdain. And the other one? I asked as I looked at the plump guy who looked a little uncomfortable standing next to the other two.
That's Sven Hasasia. His mother is one of the head nurses at the Royal Hospital in Ermire. Apparently, he's been training almost his whole life to follow in her footsteps. So, when his powers activated, they were both heartbroken.
Why is he cuddled up with asshole number 1 and 2 if his mother was a nurse? That doesn't exactly check out. Common course, I guess. Larinus shrugged. They all don't want to be here.
He seems nice enough. He's just hanging out with the wrong crowd.
It sucked that there was already a split in the summoners, but I knew for a fact it was purely Archibald's fault. The others seemed like really nice people. It was just Archie and Reno that seemed to have a problem with the rest of us. Sven, on the other hand, looked like a scared little mouse caught stealing a piece of cheese. His cheeks were chubby and flushed red, and his eyes were a warm brown, Unlike his peers beside him, his hair was an unruly mop of flaming red, and he tugged and pulled at his tight-fitting purple robes like they were 2 sizes too small for him. I felt bad for the guy. Maybe he'd thought sticking with others from Ermire would be the safest bet, but he probably didn't count on those two being huge assholes who found it more fun to just look down on everyone rather than get involved. He looks younger than the rest of us. Maybe he's just been misled.
You want to stage a rescue mission already, Jack?
Larinus smirked. Maybe, I shrugged. Seems as if Archibald is set on pitting us against them.
It is the start of the semester. Maybe all of them will come around once they realize we're in this together.
You're far too optimistic for your own good, Pen,
Larinus said as he ruffled her hair.
Hey!
The brunette playfully swatted at his hand and quickly smoothed down her hair.
I am not.
You are a little bit, Penny, but that's why we love you.
Attention!
A loud, booming voice echoed around the room and brought our conversation to a halt. Professor Kalen strode in with his robes billowing behind him, and a wide smile was spread across his face.
Glad to see you all made it,
he said as he clasped his hands together and stood in front of all of us.
Gather round, don't be shy.
Archibald scoffed and reluctantly walked a few steps closer until we all surrounded the professor in the center of the room.
Now, today is your first training session. As I'm sure you are all thinking, only one of you currently have your own Krymeth.
The star of the show, Bastian teased as he nudged my side.
Don't let it put the rest of you off. We will be providing you all with your own temporary Krymeth. You may choose to keep them going forward or replace them with other Krymeth throughout the semester.
How many Krymeth do we have at this level?
3, Kaner quickly chimed in. Isn't that right, Professor?
Right indeed, Mr. Atreus, although I should have suspected you would know everything there is to know about summoning,
the elderly man said with a warm smile.
Rank 1 allows 3 slots for Krymeth. Upon leveling up to rank 2, you will be able to have 4, rank 3 5, rank 4 6, and upon reaching master rank, you'll unlock a new slot for every 1,000 points of XP.
Is that why you and Elder Summoner Roth have so many bands? I asked and pulled up my sleeve to show my own.
That's correct, Mr. Bradley.
Kalen nodded.
While master rank is the maximum level one can reach, it is not capped upon its achievement. You are still rewarded for the XP you earn, and that shows in the amount of Krymeth you are able to capture and summon.
Good to know, I said as I let my sleeve fall down.
Now, as we discussed in the previous lecture, there are 3 elements to summoning: capture, summon, and control. Today, we will explore all 3 of those elements in a controlled environment.
How do we get out our own Krymeth if we aren't going outside the wall until later?
Larinus asked with a frown.
I will provide you with some from my own arsenal. They are tamed and are only rank 1, but they will be temporarily bonded to you once you capture them yourself. What if we wanted a higher-ranking Krymeth?
Archibald asked in his nasally voice.
There's no use easing us into these things when we could start out strong. On the contrary, Mr. Archer Montgomery, not only are you unable to capture anything above rank 2, easing you into these fights is of paramount importance. My father always believed in throwing us into the deep end, regardless of if you knew how to swim, Archibald said with a sneer. You either swim or you drown.
That is the most Ermirian thing I've ever heard, Bastian grumbled under his breath.
Tell me about it,
Larinus huffed.
I'm afraid your father's teachings mean nothing at the Academy, Mr. Archer Montgomery,
Professor Kalen said coolly. Our little group did our best to smother our laughter, but it was hard when Archibald bristled like a pissed-off cat. Clearly, someone wasn't used to being told to politely shut up.
Do we get to pick our Krymeth?
Penny asked, which promptly changed the subject.
I'll allow you to see my collection, and should any take your fancy, you may choose it. All eyes on me, please!
Suddenly, rows and rows of white text appeared in front of Professor Kalen, and I felt a little overwhelmed at the amount of strange names.
Only rank 1, might I remind you? Don't be getting too big for your boots.
I heard Archibald grumble to himself at the indirect dig, and I had to fight to hide my smile.
Professor, will Jack get to pick another Crimith?
My smile dropped as I became the center of attention, and I looked over at Professor Kalin expectantly. I had my blood leer, and I was still getting used to dealing with him. But I wasn't going to turn down a free Crimith.
That's up to Jack. Do you want to take on another Crimith?
All eyes turned to me, and I swallowed the lump in my throat. I really hated being the center of attention. Sure. I suppose another wouldn't hurt.
It can be temporary, Kalin reminded me. All of your Crimith are able to be released. We simply ask that you do that in the underbelly.
The underbelly? I frowned. What's that?
Another lesson for another time,
Professor Kalin said with a flippant wave of his hand.
Now, if you would please pick out a rank 1 Crimith that calls to you.
I had no idea what any of the names meant, but I was hyper-focused on their damage types. I already had an acid-type Crimith, so picking something that did the opposite effect seemed like the best bet. I spotted an Aguarian in his collection, but I wasn't a fan of the large snake water creature that had almost chomped down on me and Mari. Then there was something called an Orlon, which was a fire-type creature. It was one of the many on there that did that type of damage, but for some reason, the name was calling to me.
Oh, I would like the catchy, please.
Penny quickly raised her hand.
The catchy is yours, Miss Highwater. Please step to one of the circles embedded into the marble.
Penny walked away from our little group and shuffled over to one of the circles I hadn't even noticed in the patterns of the floor.
I want the Yelris, Bastian said as he also raised his hand. Step over to the circle, please, Mr. Morrill.
Lurinus was next, and he asked for a Crimith called a Wistwin. Then Kaner picked an Aethrium, followed by Lauren, who picked a Preskin, Archibald, who picked a Night Fowler, Reno, who picked a Zelira, and Sven, who picked a Luxador. That left just me, and thankfully the Orlon was still up for grabs.
Well, Mr. Bradley, is there anything I can tempt you with?
I'll try the Orlon, please. The corners of Kalen's mouth twitched up before he nodded and gestured toward one of the other circles in the room. I made my way over and planted my feet right in the center before I turned back to the professor.
I will now summon the Crimith you have picked and cut the tie between myself and them. They are still docile, which means they won't put up much of a fight. However, do not expect it to be so easy in the wild.
How exactly do we capture Professor?
Penny asked with a nervous glance around the room.
Trust your instincts. Your hand is your main channel. Use it to ensnare the creature with your will. That's it. Is that seriously the only instructions you have?
You've got to trust yourself, I quickly inputted, which earned me a glare from Archibald. I didn't know what I was doing the first time around, but I did it.
But you said you weren't even acting on your own accord. What if whatever was controlling you doesn't control us? Are we supposed to just stand there like a fish out of water?
Maybe if you just tried it and stopped doubting yourself, you'll find that it's possible.
All right, let's stop bickering about how to do it and give it a go, Kalin said as he clapped his hands. After you have successfully captured your Crimith, we'll take a short break so you can acclimate to the feeling of it inside of you.
That sounds so gross when you say it like that, I heard Bastian mutter from across the room.
I won't announce whose Crimith I will summon first. It will be up to you to read the information and make the first move. What if we accidentally capture someone else's? Archibald smirked. One that looks cooler than ours. Then you'll swiftly find yourself in detention and sitting out of the next training session, Mr. Archer Montgomery, the professor said bluntly. Now, if I may start, prepare yourselves.
I took a deep breath and shook my hands out in front of me as I prepared to capture yet another creature. I had faith that I could do it again, and it wasn't just a fluke out of survival. The others in the room had way more reason to be nervous than me, so I was really at an advantage. Kalin stilled in the center of the room before he suddenly whirled his arm around and shot it out in front of him. A blast of purple light engulfed the room, and then a large, red-furred creature with charcoal eyes and a pronged tail suddenly appeared. Its hunched frame turned to look at Kalen expectantly, but the professor closed his eyes and brought his hands in front of him. Whatever motion he made with them, it cut the bond between them, and the Krymith's eyes widened. "Now!" Kalen suddenly shouted. I quickly read over the text at the top of its head and knew it wasn't mine.
Yelris, rank 1, fire type.
"Shit!" Bastion shouted and flung his hand out in front of him. Nothing happened, and the Yelris sluggishly turned its head to look at the young man with disinterest. Bastion stared down at his extended palm with wide eyes, and I could see a sheen of sweat starting to form on his brow. He trailed off before he threw his hand out again, only for nothing to happen.
"Trust in yourself, Mr. Morrill," Kalen said as he took a step back. "Alcyn wasn't built in a day."
"I don't know if that's helping," Bastion gritted out as he tried to will the Krymith into his palm. "Bastion!" I called out to him. The mousy-haired kid's panicked gaze traveled over to me, and I motioned for him to take a deep breath. He followed my movements somewhat shakily, and once I saw his chest rise and fall, I did the exact motion I had done when I had caught the blood leer. Bastion nodded as he watched, and he finally lowered his outstretched hand. Then he took another deep breath before he shot out his hand in a more controlled manner, with a determined scowl on his face. Suddenly, a bright flash of purple lightning shot out of his palm and engulfed the Yelris. The creature didn't seem too bothered by the energy that wrapped around its entire body, and it was sucked into Bastion's palm within seconds. Bastion let out a cry of disbelief as the weight of the Yelris weighed down his arm, and he clutched it against his chest with wide eyes. "Holy shit! I did it! I did it!"
"Well done, Mr. Morrill."
Professor Kalen clapped loudly with a wide grin on his face.
"Well done indeed."
"Nice one, Bastion," I said as I gave him a thumbs up from across the room. The mousy-haired summoner's toothy grin was directed at me as he met my gaze, and he gave me a shaking thumbs up in return. "All thanks to you, Jack." "I only gave you a little push. The rest was all you."
"Shall we move on to the next?"
Kalen asked as he stepped back into the center.
"Ready?"
Before any of us could respond, Kalen lashed out his hand again, and this time a small bird-like creature appeared from the flash of purple light. It had dark gray feathers, pure white eyes, and a ridge of ruffled feathers as dark as the night that ran from the top of its head to its long tail.
Preskin, rank 1, electric type.
That was Lauren's, and the jeweled summoner quickly locked on. She moved into a defensive stance, and she set her sights on the flapping bird as Kalen cut its ties. Then she lashed out her arm, just like Bastion had done, only for nothing to happen. The summoner grunted in frustration and tried again, to no avail.
"Mimicking the action won't be enough, I'm afraid. You need to will the Krymith into your palm, Miss Lexis."
I'm trying.
Lauren said through gritted teeth.
It's harder than it looks.
"And that's exactly why we have so many lessons before we send you out past the wall. Focus. Where do you want the Preskin to go?"
Into my hand.
"More than that, what do you want it to become?"
What?
The mocha-skinned woman frowned.
"What do you want it to become?"
he asked again. Lauren's perfectly plucked eyebrows twitched, but then her entire face relaxed. She held her arm out and supported it with her other one, but there was no strain anymore.
I want it to become a part of me.
"That's right!"
Kalen said with a sudden burst of enthusiasm.
"Now, use that to make it come true."
Lauren took a deep breath before she turned her attention back to the Preskin, which was floating in the air and watching her with curious white eyes. I could see the corner of her mouth twitch into a little smirk before a sudden bolt of purple lightning shot out of her palm and wrapped itself around the little bird. It was drawn into her palm within seconds, and, just like Bastion, she gasped at the sudden weight in her arm.
"Well done, Miss Lexis,"
Professor Kalen said as he clapped his hands.
"Well done!"
Wow.
The dark-skinned summoner said breathlessly.
This feels strange.
"But now you are one. Moving on."
Penny's Kachi was next, and it was a gray-furred feline creature with sharp, pointed ears and deep blue eyes. Its tail coiled around itself and had little icicles dripping off it, and its entire body seemed to radiate small snowflakes. Despite Professor Kalen's advice and coaching, she couldn't seem to capture it, no matter how hard she tried. Eventually, Kalen had no choice but to move on, and I could see that the failure to claim the Krymith had gotten to the tiny brunette. Her shoulders were slumped as Kalen summoned Kaner's Aetherium, and when the clan member quickly captured the large monkey-like creature with rocky gray skin like it was the most natural thing in the world, she bowed her head and refused to look up again. Sven's Luxador was next, and like Penny, the chubby-cheeked kid couldn't capture the small cat-like creature with light pink fur and short-clipped ears, no matter how fast he thrusted his hand out in front of him. Larinus struggled slightly with his Wistwin, which was a small dragon-like creature with ice-white scales and blue eyes, but he eventually managed to capture the quick-footed beast. Renault's Zelira, a small viper with black and purple scales that released small puffs of purple acid from its fanged mouth, made him put in a bit of work. The Krymith slithered quickly across the black marble and blended in, to the point where Renault was chasing it around the room with his hand outstretched. After a good 5 minutes of all of us trying to hold back our laughter, Renault finally managed to capture the beast, which left just me and Archibald. Kalen eyed the two of us carefully before he shot his hand out in front of him. Instead of just one creature appearing, 2 did, and I quickly read over the stats to make sure I knew which one was mine. If the name above its head didn't give it away, the fire licking at the sides of its centipede-esque body did. The Orlon was a dark red creature with flaming pincers in front of its amber-slitted eyes, and 2 other pincers at the end of its tail. It had around 20 legs in total and was probably around 5 feet tall. Instead of going for his own Krymith, however, Archibald turned his beady eyes away from the small tiger-like creature with black fur and yellow eyes, and he focused on my Orlon. Archibald's thin-lipped mouth curved into a mocking smirk before he shot his hand out and tried to capture the Krymith I had picked out. I felt a wave of anger wash over me as he abandoned the night fowler, and I shot my hand out too, but nothing happened. I didn't know if it was because I was panicked or angry, or if it was because it wasn't life or death, but there was no way in hell I was going to let Archibald Archer Montgomery steal my Krymith from me.
Archibald, that's not the one you picked, Kalen said as he went to take a step forward. Your night fowler is over there. Don't care, the sniveling aristocrat spat. I had a change of heart. No, that's not how things work in this academy. To hell with how things work here. Jax is cooler, so I want his. It should be first come, first serve, right?
You asshole. You've really got it out for me, haven't you?
If you're as good as you say you are, why don't you prove it?
The greasy summoner mocked.
Unless you're all talk.
I growled and pulled my hand back against my chest so I could focus myself. I forced myself to ignore the intensity of the situation and focused on my breathing instead. I could still hear Archibald straining and struggling, but I blocked out the noise and listened to the dull thump of my heartbeat in my ears. I could do this. I had done it before, and I could do it again. Chapter 6. My eyes flew open, and they honed in on the Orlon that was looking between the two of us expectantly. My hand shot out on its own accord, and I felt a rush of adrenaline as the purple bolt of lightning flew out of my palm and wrapped around its flaming body. The Orlon was sucked into my palm in seconds, and I felt the added weight in my arm as bright purple text appeared where it had once stood.
Orlon captured.
Then a second purple band wrapped around my wrist, and I smiled as I let my sleeve drop down.
You!
Archibald seethed as he whirled on me.
That was unfair.
What's the matter, Archibald? I smirked. Are you upset I'm not all talk? The stuck-up noble went to storm toward me, but Kalen stepped in front of him before he could.
Enough,
the professor warned in a low tone that sent a shiver down my spine.
Capture your own Krymith, now.
But
I won't ask you again, Mr. Archer Montgomery. Do it now.
Archie huffed and turned to the night fowler that was pacing back and forth with a scowl on its face. Clearly it wasn't too pleased about being second best, and I hoped even after he captured it that thing gave him hell for trying to steal my Crimith over him. Archibald's movements were clumsy and half-hearted, and as he held his palm up, nothing happened.
With intention, Mr. Archer Montgomery, or you'll find yourself in detention. Penny and Sven couldn't capture theirs. How come they weren't threatened with detention? Because, unlike you, they tried, and they did not try to take what wasn't theirs. I am trying,
Archie grumbled and held out his palm again, only for nothing to happen.
Then try harder, Kalen snapped. You are only putting yourself at a disadvantage by acting like this.
So far, Professor Kalen hadn't been anything other than nice and supportive. But it was clear Archibald and his stuck-up ways were starting to get to him, and it was only the first day. Archibald's hand shook in front of him, and after another minute of him trying, he let it flop to his side with an aggravated growl.
I can't do it,
he admitted without making eye contact with anyone.
Then you can spend your lunchtime with me, Mr. Archer Montgomery,
Kalen said as he turned his back on him and recaptured the night fowler with one quick move of his arm.
But that isn't up for discussion. Now, as for the rest of you, take a moment to recover. After this, we shall put your Crimith to the test. Fuck this. I'm out. Excuse me.
Kalen whirled around and stared at the noble in shock.
I'm done with this class, and so are you two.
Renault's face twitched into a smirk, but Sven looked back and forth between Kalen and Archibald with wide eyes.
Come on, Sven,
Archibald ordered as he started to walk out of the room with Renault. Sven fiddled with his chubby fingers and stayed rooted to the spot before he slowly started to shuffle toward the archway.
Mr. Hassasia, Kalen called out to him. You don't have to follow where he goes.
Sven swallowed a lump in his throat, and his face turned bright red. But Kalen's reassurance wasn't enough. The chubby kid quickly ran out after Archibald and Renault, which left the normal lot of us left.
Well, that didn't go according to plan,
Kalen sighed and ran his hand through his hair.
3 summoners gone out of 9 isn't the best when you're trying to teach a class.
Sorry if I helped instigate Archibald leaving, sir. It wasn't my intention.
You did nothing wrong, Mr. Bradley, I assure you. I have dealt with many students like Mr. Archer Montgomery before. Sadly, I have to say it is a direct consequence of being from Ermire.
From being entitled, you mean? Bastian mumbled to Larinus.
Hey, I'm from Ermire,
Lauren hissed under her breath.
and I'm nothing like him.
Miss Lexis is right, of course. Being from Ermire doesn't immediately mean you're as difficult as Mr. Archer Montgomery. I can only hope that he will eventually come around.
I doubt it, Bastian grumbled under his breath.
Talk among yourselves while I alert the Elder Summoner of what's transpired.
I won't be long. We waited for Professor Kalen to leave before we all gathered closer. Those who had managed to capture a Crimith all looked down at their wrists in awe, and I felt bad for Penny, who was left staring at the floor. Don't beat yourself up too much, Penny, I said as I rested a hand on her shoulder. This stuff isn't supposed to be easy.
Yeah, but everyone else managed to do it easily enough. I thought I would be better.
Hey, you forget Archibald and Sven couldn't do it either. You're not the only one.
They're not the type of people I want to be grouped with, Jack. Capturing a Crimith is the first step in becoming a summoner, and I can't even do that.
You shouldn't be put off, Pen. Jack's right, it's not easy, and it will take time to learn.
I guess.
Penny grumbled and kicked the toe of her boot into the marble floor.
So, how does grouping work? I heard some of the beast hunters talking about it earlier.
There's only one summoner per team, and with there being so few of us, it's not hard to see why. How do you share a group of 9 of the most powerful people across, 14 groups? It's impossible. Some of the teams will be at a disadvantage. Elder Summoner Roth said that those who don't have summoners have extra beast hunters to try and even it out. If they're doing most of the melee damage, I suppose it makes sense.
Yeah, but they're just killing the Krymith, not capturing them.
And that's a problem, Penny? Bastion asked sharply. Might I remind you that those things break through our walls and kill our people?
I know, but they're wild animals. They need to be tamed, and that's what summoners do. We give them a second chance.
But if there's not enough of us to go around, then we can't expect the others to hold back their punches. You're deluded if you think that every Krymith has a chance at another life.
But...
Maybe hundreds of years ago, when there were more summoners. Not now. Brutality is needed in order to protect Alcyn, Bastion added as he held his head up. I, for one, won't be holding back once I get a few more Krymith of my own.
You're all missing the point.
It's easier for you to say when you haven't even caught one yet, Bastion blurted out before he could stop himself. All of us froze at his harsh words, and I internally winced at the look on Penny's face. The brunette didn't even say anything. She just stared up at Bastion with teary eyes before she started to storm out of the room.
Penny, wait!
Larinus shouted as he went to follow after her. Professor Kalen rounded the corner and almost slammed into her, but he managed to jump out of the way in time.
What happened?
He asked as he speed-walked over to us. Penny got upset about us discussing how to deal with Krymith. She didn't like how practical it sounded.
Allow her some space. I'm sure her not being able to capture one today has wounded her ego and belief in herself.
As much as I hated to admit it, Penny had a point. I mean, my Bloodleer had completely changed personalities as soon as I'd captured him. Rather than a mindless, bloodthirsty beast, he actually seemed like he wanted to protect me. But the others had a point, too. We couldn't go easy on the Krymith out there just because we had the power to catch them and change them. And we certainly couldn't expect the other groups who didn't have a summoner to not go in guns blazing. Speaking so much about groups had got me wondering who I'd end up with. I hoped Felix would be my beast hunter. I hadn't seen his skills yet, but he seemed confident enough, and he was one of the people I trusted the most in this place. Maybe I'd be even more lucky and end up with a pretty healer girl, but I wasn't going to hedge my bets on that happening. Professor Kalen brought my attention back to him by clapping his hands loudly. The other summoners quickly turned to face him too and straightened their postures.
Listen up, all of you. The lesson isn't over yet. In fact, it's far from it. But with the absence of so many of our students, I have no choice but to end this class early.
I sighed as I realized we weren't going to get to practice fighting with our new Krymith. But I knew it wouldn't be fair to Penny or Sven if we continued.
Moving forward, might I suggest not discussing topics that will upset your fellow summoners while you are in my lesson,
Kalen said as he shot Bastion a look. Sorry, Professor Kalen, Bastion mumbled as his cheeks burned bright red.
It's all right, Mr. Morrill, Professor Kalen said, and his tone softened. You are still getting used to how things work here. This week is as much about learning as it is fitting in. But I do need your full attention going forward.
You got it, Professor.
All right. On that note, class dismissed. Thank you for today, everyone. I'm sorry it didn't go according to plan.
Thank you, Professor. And thank you for our Krymith.
No problem, Miss Lexis. I will remind you not to summon your creatures outside of lessons. I know you were all warned when you first arrived, but for others, like Jack, who aren't aware or may have forgotten, it is strictly forbidden until 3rd year.
Understood, I nodded. See you later, Professor. The remaining summoners started to head out of the training room to head to an early lunch, which I wasn't complaining about.
I'm going to try and find Penny,
Lauren said as she started to walk out of the archway.
I'll see you guys around.
Bye, Lauren, I said with a brief wave before I spotted a familiar figure out of the corner of my eye. The others quickly started to wave goodbye and head their own way too, but I was too preoccupied making my way over to the person who had waited for me. Felix, I said in surprise when I saw the blonde leaning against the archway with his arms folded. As soon as he heard my voice, he pushed off from the onyx stone with a lazy grin and met me halfway. How'd training go, summoner? Catch any Krymith asses? Not quite, I said with a grimace. I did capture a new one, though. And Did you show up the rest of your class? He asked quietly behind his hand like it was the biggest secret in the world. Only a little, I said with a lopsided grin. I didn't want to piss off my fellow summoners too much on the first day. That's valid, Felix agreed as he started to lead us down the hallway. You don't want to be making enemies, that's for sure. Plus, there's not enough summoners to go around, so killing each other isn't an option. Is that usually how disputes get settled in Ulson? I asked with wide eyes. No, I'm just pulling on your leg. But I would watch your back around that Archibald guy. Considering he already doesn't want to be here, I doubt he has much to lose. Yeah, and I'm sure his daddy could buy him out of any trouble he wanted. Maybe if it was the royal courts, but the Academy isn't so easily swayed. That's why he's here in the first place. They refused all the money he tried to throw their way. You mean the Academy has its own law system? It's its own entity. Sure, the king has overarching power, but he doesn't really get involved with Academy affairs. That's surprising. Yeah, if you do something bad here, it's up to the Elder and the Council to decide what happens. They're probably more fair than the royal court, but I guess if you're getting in trouble for something here, that's because it's something bad. Yeah, I don't think I want to find out the difference between the two. No one does, Felix said as he visibly shuddered. My brother knew a summoner here just before he graduated. His name was Hellier. Just like Archibald, he was forced from his cushy life in Ermire into this place, and boy, did he make it everyone else's problem. What did he do? I asked as we started to walk down the steps to the second floor. He tried to blow up the Academy, Felix said bluntly. Apparently, he bullied one of the beast scholars who was super good at alchemy into making him some sort of super explosive concoction. No shit. And he tried to blow this place to the ground? Pretty much, Felix nodded. It was the biggest scandal in years. The Summoner Court didn't know what to do with him, but they eventually settled on banishing him outside of the wall. Damn, I mumbled to myself. That's pretty intense. So was blowing up the Academy. Hopefully Archibald won't go that way. Well, he walked out of class today after he tried to steal my Crimith. But, yeah, I hope he doesn't turn out to be a complete psycho. I heard about that. They walked past our training room. That's how I know to come and get you a little earlier. Thanks, by the way. I'm still not very familiar with this place. All in good time, my dear Jack Bradley, Felix said as he clapped a hand on my shoulder. Now, food awaits. I snorted as I followed Felix all the way down to the bottom floor near the courtyard. Then, once we'd come off the steps, he led me right and then right again until we stopped in front of two huge, towering, dark brown doors. Here we are. This is the banquet hall. Breakfast is open from 6 until 9, depending on when you have classes. Lunch is 12 till 2:30, and dinner is 6 till 9. Great, I said as I felt my stomach growl. I'm starving. Then allow me to show you the many fruits of the Summoner Academy, Jack, the beast hunter said with a lopsided grin. He pushed on one of the doors and it opened with a loud creak. The halls in front of us were huge, and rows of tables lined the entire floor apart from a walkway in the middle and 2 tables at the head of the room. The tables themselves were filled to the brim with various foods that made my mouth water. Roasted pig, ham, bacon, sausages, whole chickens, roasted vegetables, sweet treats, and desserts. It looked endless, and I knew I was about to eat more than I had in the past few months in one sitting. Oh, look, some of my friends are already here, Felix said as he started to guide me down the walkway to the end of the table closest to us. There were a few beast hunters tucking into some chicken legs, plus a shy scholar with circular glasses perched on the edge of his pointed nose. He greeted me with a bashful smile before he looked back down at the roasted vegetables on his plate and pushed them around with his fork. Jack, I'd like you to meet my friends. Ross, Hugo, and Bella, Felix introduced me. Guys, this is Jack Bradley.
Oh, we know who you are,
Bella, a pretty tanned girl with a short black pixie cut, said.
We saw you this morning in the lecture.
Quite the show you put on,
Ross, a tall, dark-haired man with a thick black beard, said. In my defense, I didn't mean to. Who's this? The shy scholar looked up with wide eyes as he realized I was talking to him, and he let out a forced chuckle. I'm not with these guys. I just had nowhere else to sit. Jack Bradley, I said as I offered him my hand. Nils Eltoris, he said as he reluctantly reached out and shook it. Nice to meet you, Nils, I said as I took a seat opposite him and started to load my plate with whatever I could reach. Tom, Jack, slow down or you'll get indigestion. You've got no idea how hungry I am, man, I said as I shoved a whole roast potato into my mouth.
Are you from Hill Run?
Far from it,
I said through a mouthful of starch. It's a long story. One I still needed to explain to my fellow summoners, but that would have to wait. Jack here is special, Felix said as he clapped my shoulder. He's from someplace called New York.
Never heard of that,
Hugo, a stout but well-built guy with a buzz cut, said.
Do they not have a lot of food there?
Too much. I just never got the chance to indulge in any of it, I said as I crammed a forkful of fried asparagus into my mouth.
Well, at least you can eat to your heart's content here.
I nodded in agreement, only for a familiar head of blonde hair to catch my attention over Bella's shoulder. It was the pretty healer girl from the lecture this morning, and she was sitting with some other healers politely picking at a piece of chicken on her plate. I didn't realize I'd stopped chowing down and had just been staring until I felt someone nudge my leg. I snapped out of my trance and turned to see Felix staring at me with a knowing grin. What? I asked as I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. Someone's got a crush, he said in a sing-song voice.
On Isabel Merlaura of all people.
I do not, I immediately protested. She's just very beautiful. I mean, we can both agree on that, Felix shrugged. Apparently a lot of the guys here like her, but she doesn't seem too interested.
Maybe the fancy new summoner could catch her attention,
Hugo asked with a smirk.
You are certainly the talk of the academy right now.
You're kidding. That's the last thing I want.
Why, think of all the women you could get, Jack. I'd be using it to my advantage if I were you.
Believe it or not, I didn't come here to just pick up chicks, Ross. Besides, if she's not interested in anyone else, I doubt she'd be interested in me.
Oh, really?
Felix smirked.
Is that why she's looking over at you right now?
My head snapped up and I immediately met the healer girl's, Isabel's, eyes from across the room. As soon as she saw me looking, she bowed her head with a flush on her cheeks, but then she looked back up at me and smiled. I felt my own cheeks flare up, and I must have looked like a deer in headlights as I stared at her. I couldn't even muster a smile back because I was so shocked that she had actually been looking at me. Way to blow it, man, Felix said as he nudged my shoulder. Now she probably thinks she's got something on her face. I quickly shook my head and looked back down at my pile of food to distract myself. I'm not good at this, I mumbled as I gripped my knife and fork tightly. Oh, I can tell! It's all right. We'll get you there eventually. Such promising words. I already feel at ease. As you should, Felix said as he puffed out his chest proudly. I am a very good friend, thank you very much.
I'll believe that when I see it.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that one too.
Come on, guys, you're not selling my skills very well here. Just you wait. I'll make sure you and her end up together by the end of the semester. That's a bold claim. Are you sure you're up to that challenge? One thing about me, Jack, I love a challenge, Felix said as he brandished his fork like a sword. And you'll see that I'm pretty damn good at succeeding.
Still waiting to see that too,
Bella whispered behind her hand to me. Hey! Felix whined again with a pout.
Pardon the intrusion,
a familiar voice said from behind me. Felix and I turned to see Elder Summoner Roth standing behind me with my robes and a sheet of parchment in his hand. He extended the items out to me, and I took them with a grateful smile.
Your robes and timetable. I heard about your first training lesson. I'm sorry it didn't go according to plan.
It's all right. I guess these things happen.
Not as often as you might think. We'll have to keep a close eye on Mr. Archer Montgomery.
I don't think that's a bad idea, Felix mumbled under his breath before he turned back to his plate of chicken wings.
Feel free to get changed when you're ready. You have a capture focus training at 2 o'clock, but I believe Professor Kalen will continue with what the lesson you just came from should have been.
Yeah, that seems fair. Thanks, Elder Roth.
No problem at all, Jack. It's good to see you've made some more friends now, too.
Yeah, the other summoners are great as well. Well, most of them.
Well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your first day at the Academy,
Elder Roth said with an amused smile.
You take care now.
You too, I said as he started to walk toward one of the tables at the head of the room. I draped the robes across my lap and slipped the timetable into my front pocket so I wouldn't lose it.
He's so nice. It almost makes me wary of him.
He doesn't seem like the type to be deceivingly kind. Felix, on the other hand...
Oh, come on, why are you all picking on me today?
The blonde groaned.
Give a guy a break.
Nah, it's okay, Felix.
Bella cooed as she leaned over to pinch his cheek.
It's not your fault you're an easy target.
Felix batted her hands away with a playful glare before he tucked into his chicken wings like a starved beast. I chuckled to myself as I kept filling up on what was on my plate, and I glanced over to see Nils still shyly picking away at his own food. I felt kind of bad for the guy. Everyone else around the room had seemed to find their own little groups. Sure, I was sort of tagging along with Felix's right now, but he was someone who I could confidently say was my friend. Not to mention, I knew I could walk over to where Larinus, Kaner, and Bastian were sitting and feel like I belonged there. I couldn't spot Lauren or Penny anywhere, so I assumed Lauren was either still tracking her down or comforting her. I hoped that things would be resolved before our capture focus training at 2, because I was more than eager to actually put our powers to the test. If Archibald wasn't there, I wouldn't be complaining, but I didn't want Penny or Sven to miss out. So, what do your schedules look like for the rest of the day?
We've got another beast hunting lesson booked after lunch. We did our training just now, but apparently this one is weapon schematics.
Boring. I just want to stab something.
Professor Morden said we have to build up to that, Bella. We can't rush into it.
That sounds like my professor. They're pretty meticulous about everything here, aren't they?
There's definitely an order to things, but it's one that works. If you hadn't figured it out yet, beast hunting is full of hotheads.
Oh shit. I guess being hot-headed is what you need when you're up against a rabid Krymith.
Hey, how many do you have now? I can't believe you already had one coming in here.
I pulled up my sleeve to show her the 2 bands of purple wrapped around my wrist.
Wow.
The dark-haired beast hunter breathed out.
That's impressive. What kind are they?
I've got a Bloodleer, which you saw earlier, and an Orlon now. Fire type.
You've got an Orlon?
Nils suddenly asked with wide eyes.
Yeah, why?
I asked in confusion.
Upon rank 5, they can evolve into an Orlonian,
Nils said with a sudden burst of energy.
They're one of the strongest fire types out there if you manage to level them up that much, and they grow at least 3 times their first evolution size and...
Wait a minute. They can evolve?
You didn't know that?
Nils' eyebrows tugged down into a sharp V shape. Nope. I shook my head. I don't really know anything about Krymith.
Well...
Nils cleared his throat as the sudden burst of adrenaline died down and he realized all eyes were on him.
Most Krymith have the ability to evolve into another form at rank 5. If they do, their rank resets, but they cannot revert back to their first evolution.
So even if the Orlonian is rank 1, it's still going to be powerful?
More powerful than a rank 5 Orlon. That's why a lot of summoners only have a small pool of Krymith, so that they can focus on that pool and rank them up faster.
And get them to evolve quicker. Damn, thanks for letting me know, Nils.
I'm sure it will be explained to you at some point during the week, probably far better than how I could explain it, but at least you know the basics. Looks like knowing a beast scholar comes in handy. I'm Felix, by the way. Felix Alarin.
I know, Nils said before his face turned bright red.
I mean, I've been sitting next to you during lunch, so I overheard you say it.
You're a bit of a dark horse, huh? Well, don't be afraid to sit with us again. We don't bite.
Hard.
Not helping bells, Felix said with a playful roll of his eyes. Jack, we're not going to be able to take it to your capture focus training, but by the looks of it, it's in the same room as before. Do you think you'll be all right getting there? Before I could open my mouth to respond, another voice piped up behind me. It It was soft and gentle, like a caress, and it made my stomach do a flip inside me.
I'm free,
The voice said. I was frozen for a moment as all 4 of the beast hunters' eyes fell on me, and knowing smirks danced across their faces. And as I slowly turned my head to see who it was that had spoken, I knew why. It was Isabel, the pretty healer girl. Chapter 7. I blinked up at her radiant face and felt my tongue tie itself into a knot. I didn't know what to say, even if I could form words, so I must have just looked like a scared puppy staring up at her. It was only when Felix nudged my side with his elbow under the table that my brain stopped short-circuiting, and I managed to clear my throat. You're free?
Yeah, I can show you around a little so you can get used to the grounds.
Isabel said with a shrug.
I don't have another lesson until 3.
You don't have to do that. I mean, it's very kind of you, but what Jack is trying to say is that would be very nice, and he's very appreciative of your kind offer, Felix said as he wrapped an arm around my shoulder. Do you want to sit with us while he finishes up his colossal plate of food?
Sure.
Isabel giggled and slid into the seat beside me. While she settled herself, I shot Felix a glare, but the beast hunter held his hands up like he was the most innocent person in the world.
I hope you don't think I'm being too forward,
The healer said as she settled and grabbed a small pink macaroon from one of the steel trays.
I just know that you only got here today, and if your friends aren't able to show you around, I'm more than happy to.
No, I don't think you're being too forward. It's very kind of you.
I'd hate being in your position, honestly.
Isabel whispered so only I could hear.
Being the unintentional center of attention on your first day? I couldn't bear it.
Yeah, it's certainly been an adjustment, but it's gone better than I expected it to.
That's good to hear.
The blonde said with a smile that made my heart race.
Professor Kalin certainly didn't go easy on you this morning in that lecture.
Yeah, I guess that was one way to check if I actually had powers. But he's a nice guy. He just has some questionable methods sometimes.
It seems a lot of the professors here are like that. During our first healing training, our professor cut his own arm and told us to heal him before he bled out.
I blanched at her statement and my knife and fork paused mid-air. Are you kidding?
I wish I was.
The healer said with a cute little giggle.
Thankfully, myself and my friend, Tully, managed to heal the wound before that could happen, but they certainly do like throwing us in the deep end.
Damn, I mumbled to myself. At least Professor Kalin wasn't that crazy.
How was your first training lesson? Did your professor throw one of your classmates to a cremith and ask you to capture it before it ate him?
Not quite. It was pretty intense, but they were docile at the time.
Do you have another cremith already?
Isabel asked with wide amber eyes. I showed her my wrist just like I had the beast hunters surrounding us, and her eyes widened even more.
Wow. You don't mess around, do you?
I don't know if I have much of a choice in a place like this, I said with a grin. I think I prefer it that way, though.
I know what you mean,
The pretty healer said with a nod.
Idle hands lead to trouble.
What did you do before this? I mean, you look very young,
I helped my mother as a seamstress in Hill Run.
Isabel said with a soft smile.
I always had some small healing powers growing up, but it was only after.
Isabel's eyes unfocused in front of her and the smile on her face slowly vanished. Given that she was from Hill Run, I could take a pretty good guess at what had happened to her. You don't have to tell me, I whispered to her. I understand. Isabel's kind amber eyes met mine and I felt a shudder run down my spine. The smile that appeared on her face this time was forced and didn't reach her eyes, but I could tell she was trying to do it for my benefit.
It's funny how things come about. If I hadn't lived in Hill Run, I wouldn't be here now.
Healers don't have any obligation to join the academy, do they?
No, it's just summoners who have to by law. But when you don't have anything left to lose, it's a much easier decision to join.
I bet. Honestly, if I grew up here and had the same life I did back in my world, I probably would have joined up willingly too.
Even if you weren't a summoner?
Probably. My life wasn't exactly sunshine and roses either.
Well, I suppose we're birds of a feather then, Jack.
Isabel said with a smile that reached her eyes this time.
Shall we walk?
Yeah, sure, I said as I stood up from the bench and stared down at my plate.
They use spells to clear all the dishes away,
Isabel said as she stood up too.
Don't worry, they don't expect you to wash them yourself.
It's a busy life being a summoner, after all. Have fun on your walk, you two. Thanks, Felix, I said with a playful roll of my eyes. Don't get up to too much trouble. No promises, Jack, the beast hunter said as he saluted us. Isabel and I started to walk the length of the hall, and I immediately noticed the number of eyes on us. I couldn't tell if it was because I was walking with Isabel, if it was because she was walking with me, or a bit of both. Either way, I hated and loved the attention all at the same time, and I felt the urge to wrap my arm around her shoulder, but I managed to fight it back. Isabel led us out of the banquet hall and around the courtyard before she walked us through a high archway cut into the side of one of the far walls. I haven't been down this way before. Where does it lead to?
The gardens. It's quite peaceful down here. So if you ever need a break from everything, you know where to go.
Duly noted, I said, and after a few moments of thick silence, I couldn't help my next words. Sorry if I brought up some bad memories back there.
Don't be silly. It was bound to come up at some point. A lot of people from Hill Run have similar stories of woe, so it's not like I'm the only one.
Still, I know how much bringing it up can sting, I said as we walked down a particularly long hallway. I lost my parents a few years ago.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Jack,
Isabel said and brushed her fingers against mine as we walked. It's like you said, everyone here has their own story of woe, right? I shrugged. Being around other people like me sort of makes it a little easier to live with, though. And that's something I've never had before.
Birds of a feather,
Isabel reminded me with a soft smile.
You said something at the table? Something I want to ask you about.
Go ahead, I said as I started to run through everything I might have said that would have embarrassed me.
You said if you had the same life you had back in your world. What did you mean by that?
Busted. It wasn't like it was exactly a secret given the way I was dressed, but now it was an unavoidable topic. I'd been pretty open about how I wasn't from Alson ever since I arrived, but for some reason I didn't want to scare Isabel away. I'm not from Alson, or anywhere else in Terith.
Then where are you from?
Isabel asked as she tilted her head to one side. Earth, or New York City to be more specific?
I've never heard of anywhere like that before. How did you get here if you're from there?
I wish I knew, I admitted with a bashful smile. 1 minute I was on the subway, a transportation system that gets you around New York pretty quick. The next I was standing in a field in Hill Run with Crimith running wild.
You were in Hill Run?
The blonde asked with wide eyes. Yeah, I didn't know it at the time. The only thing I knew was that I needed to help save as many people as I could.
Do you know what village you were in?
I have no idea. It was near one of the draw boats, if that means anything.
Did you come up from the south side of the wall?
I frowned as I tried to remember the way Thatch and Harriet had taken me. But it made sense that it had been from the southern side because we had traveled up. I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. I can't be too sure, though.
Then you were near my village. Or at least where my village used to be.
It got completely destroyed?
That's right.
The healer nodded.
I had seen numerous attacks throughout the years. It's why I started to try and develop my healing powers, so I could help out. But our village always bounced back.
Until it didn't. I'm sorry, Isabel.
It's all right. It's just part of life here in Alson.
Not for everyone, though, I said as I fisted the robes in my hands and thought of stuck-up assholes like Archibald Archer Montgomery. It's not fair.
No, it's not. But there's nothing we can do to change it.
I wish there was, I said as Isabel started to lead us down a set of stairs. They led out onto a wide open green with a large glass building that towered into the sky and carefully rounded at the top. I could see butterflies and other small creatures flying around inside, and greenery crawling up the sides of the glass panes and sprawling against the ground. To the left of the glass building was an area flush with flowers and trees that I had never seen before, and it was bordered by a short green hedge covered in white flowers. Isabel led me through a gap in the hedge, and we started to walk around the flourishing garden. Crickets chirped, and a gentle breeze brushed over the high walls of the academy that bordered us. From this position I could see the main section of the academy we had just come from, as well as 2 large spiral towers attached to the edge of it that I definitely hadn't explored yet. "What are those buildings?" I asked as I pointed to them.
Those are the dormitories. There's one for boys and one for girls. The doors for them are right next to the banquet hall.
I see. So there's no fraternization allowed, huh?
There isn't supposed to be, but it happens regardless. Tali has already had a piece of a beast hunter, and it's only been a day.
What was it you said earlier? Idle hands lead to trouble?
Oh, Jack!
Isabel gasped before she burst into laughter.
You are just as bad as her.
Hey, I am not. It's true, though.
I guess you're right.
The healer agreed with a playful roll of her eyes.
Come on, there's a pond down here I want you to see.
I followed Isabel through the gardens that had routes carved into the soil to follow. It really was peaceful out here, and there were a few other students sitting on a few of the benches dotted around reading tomes together. You didn't seem too surprised when I said I wasn't from this world, I said as we walked together.
Well, magic has existed for as long as Terith has. It's not out of the realm of possibilities, I suppose.
Still, are you not a little freaked out? Because I sure am.
Is there magic where you're from?
No, I shook my head. Not unless you count cheap magicians using sleight of hand to pull rabbits out of hats.
Well, then there is your answer. It's far more probable in this world than it is in yours.
I guess that makes sense. And I guess I should be glad you're not running for the hills.
Why would I do that?
Because I'm the other, I said and wiggled my fingers dramatically. The unknown.
The unknown doesn't scare me, Jack,
Isabel said with a soft smile. Then what does scare you, Isabel?
Crymeth that looks like spiders. And dying alone.
Damn. That's an honest answer if I ever heard one.
What about you? What shakes the mighty Jack Bradley?
Let me think, I said, and I screwed up my face in mock thought. Clowns. I hate clowns.
Like circus clowns. Seriously, that's what scares a summoner?
All right, and roller coasters that go backward, I said, only to realize she would have no idea what I meant. Imagine a really fast carriage that goes 300 feet into the air, but then instead of you being able to see where you're going, it goes backward.
That does sound scary. But it's still strange for a summoner to fear such things.
Hey, I didn't pick them, I said with a shrug. They picked me.
Well, I suppose that means you'll be all right in the open. There are no roller coasters or clowns outside of the wall.
Then it's a good thing indeed. Otherwise, we'd have a real problem on our hands.
You're funny,
Isabel said as she studied me with that soft smile of hers.
I can see why you're the most popular guy here.
Don't say that, I said as I scratched the back of my neck. That is the last thing I want to be.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but you're all anyone's talking about.
Great. First time I've ever been the popular guy.
There's a first time for everything, right?
The healer asked as we approached a teal-colored pond in the center of the gardens.
Here we are.
It's beautiful, I said as I crouched down next to the edge. I could see fish swimming beneath the surface and kissing the water's edge to capture floating bugs. Their bright orange bodies made the pristine surface ripple, and the lily pads shook back and forth from the slight disturbance. Long weeds stretched down from the bank and sank into the water where flocks of fish nibbled away at the green stems.
It's apparently nice to swim in the summertime. A lot of people from Ermire and Kilcard don't know how to swim, though.
Why's that?
There aren't many lakes in the inner circles. It's one of the things I love about Hillrun. It's so beautiful, with lakes and countryside, and sprawling flower fields as far as you can see.
I felt my heart ache a little at how wistful she sounded. She clearly missed her home, but it was a home that was constantly being overrun by Crymeth. The vanguard and summoner groups alone clearly weren't enough to stop the onslaught, and I thought back to what Thatch had said about how Hill Run was just a buffer for the other sectors. All of those families that were forced to live there and be kept as bait, just so the richer folk on the other side of the walls could live more comfortably. It made me sick to think about. And as I watched Isabel's dainty hand reach out and swirl the water with her fingertips, I found myself wishing I could do something, just so she could go back and live peacefully in that place.
You should probably get dressed in your robe soon,
Isabel said and broke the silence.
There's a bathroom in the atrium just over there if you want to change.
I looked over to where she was pointing and saw a smaller glass building near the greenhouse. Sure thing, I said as I started to make my way over toward it. You'll still be here, right?
I'm not going anywhere. I promise.
I nodded and hopped over the hedge to reach the atrium. As I opened the glass door, I was hit with a wave of heat. It was a pretty small place with a small section in the far corner that had a leather couch and a table. Then there was a small stairway leading down that I assumed was to the bathroom. I brushed past all of the hanging plants and greenery and started to descend. And I was glad to see the bathroom actually looked like a bathroom and wasn't just a bucket on the floor. I had no idea how advanced things were in Ulsan, but a working toilet gave me hope it wasn't super underdeveloped. I stripped off my clothes until I was left in my underwear and socks, and then I laid out the robes Elder Roth had given me. First up was a pair of dark pants. Then there was a dark purple tunic that had black and gold engravings all along the front, and a dark black belt with the same engravings that I wrapped around my waist. After that, all that was left was some kind of cape that sat across my shoulders and wrapped around the top half of my chest before billowing out to my calves. It hugged my neck, and I had to adjust it a few times so it sat comfortably. But once it was all on, I felt like a citizen of Ulsan. The clothes fit comfortably, and now that I looked like my peers, I didn't feel like so much of an outcast. I was still wearing my derby shoes because Elder Roth hadn't given me any other shoes, but I assumed that was for the ease of not having to carry them around with me for the rest of the day. I gathered up my clothes and headed back outside to rejoin Isabel, who, true to her word, was still kneeling by the pond. "Hey," I said as I hopped back over the hedge. "How do I look?" Isabel's amber eyes drank in my appearance, and I saw the usual flush of her cheeks turn an even darker shade of pink.
You look like a summoner. I mean, you look good, and like a summoner, a good summoner.
"Thanks, Isabel," I said with a bashful smile.
I should probably start to take you back. I don't want you to be late for your next lesson.
Surely we've got a bit more time. Isn't there somewhere else you can show me before I've got to go?
Are you just saying that so you can spend more time with me?
She asked with a subtle smirk. Maybe, I shrugged. Maybe I want to see more of the grounds, and I have a faithful guide here willing to show me the way.
Sure,
she said as she stood to her full height.
All right, we can go and see the courtyard, but then you need to go to class.
Yes, ma'am. Lead the way. Isabel started to walk back through the gardens and into the academy, and she took us down the long hallway until we reached the stone arch of the main section. The courtyard was right in front of us, and I put my free hand on her lower back as we walked straight across and over to the pale tree in the center. "How old is this tree?" I asked as I placed my hand on the surprisingly smooth bark.
Thousands of years old. I think it was here before the academy was even built.
Damn. It's crazy to think how long this place has been here, and how long you've all been dealing with the Crimmoth.
I suppose it's just a part of our lives now. We get used to it, as hard as it is.
But it isn't something you should have to be used to, I thought to myself. The people of Ulsan deserve to live normal lives. All of them, not just the cushy nobles in Ermire and the lucky people who happen to live in Kilcard. How much is left of this place to explore?
Too much to do before your next lesson. It's huge, and we're only going to see a small section of it this year.
Well, if you ever want to explore, come and find me. I, for one, would like to see as much of it as I can.
Maybe on the weekend we can? We don't have any lessons then, and we're free to do whatever we want within reason, of course.
Like leaving the academy?
Exactly.
Isabel nodded.
Don't think about running away, though. Elder Summoner Roth has ways of finding people who do that, and you only get so many chances before they have to take you to the Summoner's Court.
Yeah, I've heard a bit about that, I said with a wince. And I'd prefer to stay on their good side.
You and I both. Come on, let's get going.
You really don't have to take me up there, you know. I think I remember the way.
I don't have anything else to do until 3, so I really don't mind.
The blonde said as she started to lead us toward the stairway curling up to the 2nd floor. Still, I feel bad so many people have been my personal chaperone today, I said as we ascended the onyx steps. I've got to get used to this place sooner or later.
I mean, I can abandon you if you want,
Isabel suggested, but her smirk told me she was just trying to rile me up. No, I like your company. I immediately caved. Thank you.
You're welcome, Jack,
she said as she chuckled to herself. We walked the rest of the way to the 3rd floor in silence, and when we reached the black archway, I knew it was time to say goodbye.
Well, I guess I'll see you around. I hope today hasn't been too much for you.
No, it's actually been pretty chill. Thanks for showing me around again.
Anytime.
The blonde said as she started to walk away.
See you.
Isabel, wait, I said and grabbed her hand before she could walk away. Have you thought about groupings yet?
You mean for when we go outside the wall?
She asked as her brow furrowed. Yeah, that.
Well, we don't technically get to pick who we work with, but it's all about how well the group works together,
the healer said, and I felt my heart deflate a little. I knew that, of course, but I had found a healer, a beast hunter, and maybe even a beast scholar I wanted to work with. Isabel must have sensed my sudden lack of enthusiasm because she squeezed my hand and pulled me closer so she could whisper in my ear. And the words she spoke made a shiver run down my spine.
I've got a feeling we'd work pretty well together, Jack.
She was gone before I could even form a response, and she left me in the aftermath of her lavender scent. At least we were on the same page. Chapter 8. After regaining my bearings, I managed to walk myself into the training room. It was still pretty empty, but I spotted Larinus and Bastian near the far end of the room talking among themselves. They waved as I walked further in, and I naturally beelined for them. Hey man, how was lunch? I hope you filled up. We've got a long day ahead of us, if Kaelin is going to have anything to do with it. Do you think Archibald and his little posse will come back? I asked as I dumped my old clothes on the ground near the wall. Or are we going to have to skip out on training again? I hope not. I hope Kaelin takes them straight to Summoner's Court and dishes out some kind of excruciating punishment. That's a bit harsh, Bast. Besides, Archibald is the ringleader. Don't drag the others down with him. They have agency, Larinus, the mousy-haired summoner scoffed. It's up to them if they want to go down with that sinking ship. What about Penny? Have you guys heard from her? Bastian's face suddenly fell, and I could see the guilt written all over his face. We didn't see her or Lauren all lunch. We think Lauren might still be talking to her. I shouldn't have said what I did. I was an asshole for doing that. Yeah, you were. The tall, dark-haired summoner immediately agreed, which made Bastian snap his head up. So much for consoling your friend. Hey, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass. Larinus shrugged. A real friend lets you know when you're in the wrong, and you, sir, were very much in the wrong. Maybe we shouldn't discuss this right now, in case they come back. I'm sure if you apologize to Penny at some point, she'll understand. And forgive you. She's the embodiment of sunshine. There's no way that girl can hold a grudge. I suppose you're right. But that's what makes it even worse. She's the sweetest thing in this place, and I made her feel like that. Which is why you need to make it right, I said as I put my hand on his shoulder. But not right now. If she does come back, just be nice. I am nice! Most of the time. Yeah, most of the time. Because that's why you've ended up in this situation to begin with, Moral. Shut up, Silicus! The sound of footsteps approaching ended their bickering immediately, and Bastian looked up at the archway with wide, hopeful eyes. As soon as Archibald, Reno, and Sven walked in, however, his face quickly fell and the softness in his brown eyes was replaced with a glare. Great. In comes the cavalry. Bastian pouted and crossed his arms. Have a bit of faith, man, I reassured him, even though I was pretty put off with Archibald being here. The lesson hasn't started yet. Kaner walked in next on his own with a grin of excitement as he rushed over to us. Hey, guys, are you ready for training? While I appreciate your enthusiasm, Kaner, you are not who I wanted to see, Bastian said dryly as he kept his gaze trained on the entryway. What crawled up his ass? He's hoping Penny is going to come to the class so he can apologize. Don't worry, it's not personal. Ah, I see, Kaner said as he looked up at the scowling summoner. Someone's feeling a little guilty about making her cry. Kaner, I don't care if your family was one of the first summoner families who settled here. I will knock you out with my fist. The three of us all burst into laughter at his easy threat, and Kaner clutched his stomach as he doubled over. That only seemed to piss Bastian off more, and the mousy-haired boy pushed off from the wall with a scowl. I'm being serious. I can do it, you know. Sure you can, Moral, Kaner said between laughs. I'll believe it when I see it. Bastian growled like a dog and clenched his fist like he was about to swing. But then a soft voice suddenly called out his name. We all froze, and Bastian turned his head mid-swing only to see Penny standing right in front of us. Her eyes were bloodshot and puffy, and she looked between Kaner and Bastian with a frown.
What are you doing? She
asked in a hoarse voice. Bastian quickly pulled his fist back and hid it behind his back. The smile he quickly wore on his face was the fakest I've ever seen, and it took everything in me not to burst into another fit of laughter. Hey, Penny, how are you? How are you doing? Penny's brow twitched and she hugged her arms around herself a little tighter. It was only when Lauren appeared beside her and wrapped an arm around her shoulder that she relaxed a little.
She's doing just fine now, but I think she's expecting an apology from someone.
Right. Bastian cleared his throat and readjusted the neckline of his robe. From me, right?
Yes, Bastian. From you.
It's okay, Lauren, if he doesn't want to.
No, he's going to apologize. It's one thing to disagree about the treatment of Crimith in and out of combat. It's another thing entirely to bring up the fact she couldn't catch her own.
Penny winced at the mention of her failure, and I felt the pang of sadness for her. Just because she couldn't do it the first time didn't mean she wouldn't be able to do it every other time. Penny, Bastian took a step forward and bowed his head in submission. I shouldn't have said what I did. It was wrong, and it was cruel. I'm sorry. The mousy-haired summoner looked up at Lauren for reassurance, but she subtly gestured with her hand for him to keep going. Bastian sighed and shoved his hands into the pockets of his pants beneath his tunic. I hope you can forgive me. I never meant to hurt you, and I know that you will be able to capture Crimith because you're stronger than you think.
You really mean that?
Yes, Bastian said as he finally met her gaze. I do. Penny's eyes were shining with tears, but she swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded her head.
All right. I forgive you. And I accept your apology.
You do? Bastian breathed out in relief. Oh, thank the gods!
You're not off the hook that easily, Moral,
Lauren said as she narrowed her eyes.
You can take her out on the weekend to make up for it.
What? But I don't have any gold.
Find some, then, or you'll have me to deal with.
Lauren guided Penny away from our little group and into the center of the room, which left us to deal with Bastian's shell shock. Is she serious? Take her out. I come from Hill Run. I don't have any money. I can lend you some. Take her to a nice restaurant or something. Kaner, I've just been an ass to you. I can't seriously take money from you. You will. Because I'm not having our small group of summoners be ripped apart on the first day, all because of that blabbering mouth of yours. Harsh, but true. Bastian sighed in defeat. Fine, I'll take your money, but I'm not happy about it. You will be when you go to Harlow's on Klepp Street. Kaner smirked and patted his back. Just don't fuck things up with her again, okay? Or any of the rest of us, for that matter. You have my solemn vow, Bastian said as he placed his hand over his chest. And if I break that vow, I am very sorry.
Not how these things work, Moral.
Larinus groaned like an embarrassed parent. Hey, I am trying my best, okay? Bastian said with a pout. I know, I said as I put my hand on his shoulder. Just, maybe try a little harder. Not you too, Jack. Are any of you actually my friends?
I already told you. Real friends call you out on your bullshit. Get used to it.
Fine. Assholes. Takes one to know one, bud, I whispered to him before I stepped away and joined Lauren and Penny in the center of the room. Professor Kalen entered seconds after with his purple robes billowing behind him like they were caught in the breeze.
Ah, finally dressed for the part, Jack, he said as he made his way in front of us. And it's good to see you back, Miss Highwater.
Penny smiled bashfully at the professor before she glanced back down at the floor and kicked the tip of her boot into it absent-mindedly. Kalen's dark eyes drifted over to Archibald, who had congregated toward the back of the room with his little posse. I noticed the slight twitch in his brow and the way his eyes narrowed ever so slightly before they relaxed again.
Mr. Archer Montgomery, Mr. Duvon, Mr. Hassasia, he called out and beckoned them over with his hand. Care to join us?
Archibald scoffed but didn't say anything as he led his gang over to join the rest of us. Clearly, detention had gone well.
Now that we are all present, I will be continuing our lesson from earlier. I will pair you up with each other, and you will experience your first Krymith battle. Please note, this is not with the intention to kill each other's Krymith. Once your Krymith's health bars reach 25%, you will call off the fight. Where's the fun in that? Archibald grumbled, but Kalen ignored him. After that, we will spend some time with our Krymith. This will ensure that you begin to develop a bond with them. The higher the bond, the less chance you have at failing one of your commands.
What do you mean? I thought they just did what we told them to do.
At rank 1, if the friendship bond is below 30, you have a 50% chance of failure. You can check your friendship bond by using the menu when you go to summon your creature. More information about your limitations is accessible when you hone in on each spell available to you. Which are? Archibald asked rudely. Once you capture your first Krymith, you'll be able to see, Kalen replied in an unbothered tone. Those that have, please raise your left hand.
We all did as we were told, and another drop-down menu appeared by our left hand.
You should see 3 spells, correct?
Yes, that's right. Capture, summon, and control.
Good. Now hover over each of them and read what they say. Lauren, if you'd be so kind as to read it aloud for your peers who do not have access to all 3 yet.
I glossed over what was written just as Lauren started reading it aloud, and I drank in the new knowledge greedily.
Capture, novice. Capture any creature up to rank 2. A burst of bright purple light which sucks the creature into your palm. Attunement. Items such as wands, staffs, swords, gems, amulets can be used to capture and contain creatures. Capture 3 creatures at one time. Summon, novice. Summon any creature you have captured up to rank 2. The same burst of bright purple light spawns the creature where you desire. Control, novice. Command the creature you have captured to do simple actions. If the friendship bond with the creature is below 30, you have a 50% chance of failure.
Professor Kalen, how are we supposed to partake in this training if we haven't captured our own Krymith yet?
Penny asked as she wrapped her arms around herself.
While the others are paired up, the 3 of you who haven't succeeded yet will come to the other side of the room to try again. Do not be disheartened, Miss Highwater. This is your first day of proper learning, after all.
Right.
For the rest of you, I want you to stare straight ahead and imagine your Krymith. You should see a portrait of them, letting you know they are in your arsenal. These portraits can also be seen via the summon spell in your drop-down menu.
How come I've never seen one of their portraits before? The Bloodleer has always just been there.
Because when you are unaware of some of the summoning mechanics, they are not available to you.
Kalen said with a soft smile.
That's why we bring you here, so you can learn everything there is to know about your powers.
And how to service the wall, Archibald muttered under his breath with a scowl.
Kaina, your Aetherium will fight against Bastion's Yelris. Lauren, your Preskin will fight against Reno's Xylara.
Understood,
Lauren said as she narrowed her chocolate brown eyes at Reno, who was smirking next to Archibald.
Larinus, your Wistwin will fight against Jack's Orlon. Penny, Archibald's Ven, will now give capturing another go.
What are the rules for us? Just no killing?
That's right. It's custom for the summoning professor not to give too much guidance on your first fight. Figuring out how to fight is part of the fun.
But Jack has already fought a Krimoth. That seems a little unfair, no offense, Jack.
None taken. You will see a drop-down menu of all available actions when you summon your creatures. Use the circles on the floor to stand across from each other. Remember, only focus on your partner's Krimoth.
Damn, he really is just throwing us into it.
I think it's going to be pretty effective, honestly. Maybe Archibald had a point about throwing us into the deep end.
Never agree with that asshole again, Silicus.
I'll still be here monitoring, Mr. Morrill, don't worry. Time is of the essence, however, and since some of your classmates didn't manage to capture their Krimoth earlier, multitasking is the only necessary way forward.
Let's go, then, I said to Larinus as I made my way over to one of the circles on the marble floor. Don't be nervous. I'll go easy on you.
You're funny, Bradley,
Larinus said as he moved to the circle opposite me.
But I don't need special treatment.
Professor, we haven't tried summoning yet. Do we just do the same thing as before? Pretty much, I chimed in. It's all about what you will to happen. Just thrust your hand out and picture where you want the Krimoth to spawn.
Exactly what Mr. Bradley said.
Professor Kalen agreed as he guided Sven, Penny, and Archibald to the other corner of the room.
You can also use the drop-down menu and the summoning spell directly with your eyes. It's up to you whether you wish to do it manually or not.
Sounds simple enough.
Lauren mumbled and rolled her shoulders as she got into position, but it was clear from the frown on her face that she was pretty nervous about it. Reno didn't look too comfortable either, especially now that his little posse had moved over to the other side of the room.
Eyes on me, Bradley. It's summoning time.
I envisioned my Orlon in my mind before I jerked my hand out. I'd set the intention of summoning him, but when the space in front of me remained empty, the smirk I'd had on my face quickly vanished. Larinus used my failed attempt to his advantage, and his smirk widened as he thrust his hand out with a fierce yell. His Wistwind suddenly spawned in the empty space between us. The small, dragon-like creature let out a fierce squawk as it flew into the air and hovered. Its health bar and ice reserve appeared above its head, as well as its name and stats. "Shit!" I said as I realized I was completely vulnerable.
"Having trouble getting it up, Bradley?"
Larinus leered at me. "Ha ha," I said dryly as I tried to refocus and try summoning again. "Just give me a minute."
"Well, now where would be the fun in that?" the tall summoner smirked. "Wistwin, dive!"
The icy dragon let out a screech before it started to fly directly toward me. I managed to dive out of the way and rolled onto the hard marble floor before it could barrel into me, but it still knocked the breath out of my lungs. "What the fuck, Larinus?" I said. "Give me a minute!"
"This is a fight, Jack,"
he replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world.
"Other Krimoth won't wait for you to summon your creature outside the wall."
"Yeah, a fight between our Krimoth, not yours trying to burst through me," I said as I pushed myself back up onto my feet.
"I'm going easy on you, but you better hurry."
Larinus must have silently commanded his Wistwind to retreat, because the dragon started flying around above us in a circle. Its blue, glowing eyes never left mine, and I knew he was waiting for the next order to strike. And that meant I had to hurry. I took a deep breath to clear my head and focused on the space in front of me again. I had summoned before, and I could do it again. Once could have been a fluke, but I'd done it twice now. The other times had been more life or death in the moment, but judging by how serious Larinus seemed about whooping my ass, this very well could be life or death too. Come on, Orlon. Just come on out and kick this dragon's ass for me. "Are you still struggling over there, Bradley?" Larinus called out to me. "Because I think my Wistwin is getting restless." His provoking jab sent me over the edge, and I shot out my hand again with a growl. I poured every ounce of concentration and energy I had into the Orlan appearing before me. I couldn't fail at this training. I couldn't show myself up when I clearly had a lot to live up to. And I really didn't want Larinus to get too big for his boots. Bright purple electricity shot out of my palm and crashed into the black marble in front of me. When the light cleared, the Orlan was unfurling itself and rising to its back legs with a warning screech as it stared at Larinus. I let out a quiet sigh of relief before I locked in and quickly accessed the drop-down menu that had all of the commands. They were basic, just like the Bloodleers, but there were some added ones based on its fire ability and pincers, like burn, flame, spit, and pinch. I felt pretty confident in coming up with my own simple commands, so I dismissed the menu with my hand to focus my attention on Larinus's Wistwen. The ice Crimith was still flying around our heads, but judging by the determined scowl on Larinus's face, I knew it was only a matter of time before he got the thing to lash out. I waited for the right time to strike, and when his dark eyes briefly flickered over to mine, I prepared myself for the counter-move. "Strike! Roll!" we both shouted at the same time, which ended up causing the Wistwind to nosedive into the black marble as my Orlan curled in on itself and rolled out of the way. The impact knocked a small chunk of the Wistwind's HP down, but it wasn't enough to end the fight, so I prepped another command. "Pinch!" I ordered now that the dragon was on the ground. Rather than responding, the Orlan clicked its front flaming pincers at me and stayed put. For a moment I was confused, but then I remembered the probability of a command failing. I didn't know if there was a cooldown period for a failed command, so I threw another one at him before the Wistwind could regain its bearings. "Flame!" I ordered in a low voice. "No! Oh, shit!" Larinus panicked at my command and immediately started flapping his hands back and forth. Fly! Fly!" The Wistwind ignored his command just like the Orlan had mine. Only this time the flaming creature rose up on its hind legs again and shot a powerful glob of magma out of its mouth. It landed directly onto the opposing Crimith's ice-white scales, and its HP bar slowly started to trickle down as the creature squealed and flapped in agony. "Oh, fuck!" Larinus shouted as he ran his hands through his hair. "Language, Mr. Silicus!" Professor Kalen called out from the other side of the room, but we were both too preoccupied to register his words. "Spray!" the tall summoner called out with wide eyes. "Spray!" The Wistwind let out a weak squawk of pain before it opened its fanged maw and started to shoot a torrent of water directly at my Orlan. "On yourself too, you silly dragon! Put yourself out!" Our Crimith were only rank 1, and they only followed simple orders, which meant the Wistwind continued to burn despite the rush of water barreling out of its mouth. "Roll!" I commanded the Orlan just as the spray reached him. The red beast curled in on itself again before it rolled out of the way like a dropped penny, but the Wistwind had managed to put out the flames at the back of its tail. "Fuck! Jack, he's still burning!" Larinus said in a shaking voice as he ran his hands through his hair again. "His health is nearly at 30. I'm sorry, man, I didn't think the fire would last that long, or do that much damage." "Fly!" Larinus ordered in a brief moment of clarity. "Fly fast!" The Wistwind took off into the air again and started to fly around the room above all of the other Crimiths still fighting. The flames that still licked at its reptilian skin slowly started to fizzle out, but the damage had already been done. "We can call it here," I said to Larinus as he watched his Crimith desperately flap around the room. "Fair and square." "Yeah, I don't want to risk him actually dying after just capturing him," Larinus said as he turned to face me. "You win." I felt the tingle suddenly run down my spine as soon as Larinus said those words, but it wasn't just because of my victory. It was something else happening inside of me, like my body was reacting to the win. I made a note to ask Professor Kalen or Elder Roth about it later, because it was almost like a shot of adrenaline had been jabbed right into my back, only to fizzle out after a few seconds. I was forced to ignore the dying sensation as the Wistwind landed beside Larinus, no doubt following a silent command, and I silently ordered my Orlon to roll over to me. Larinus and I started to walk toward each other and met in the middle so we could shake hands. "You did good." "So did you. You had a pretty good head start on me, and you were right. If we were out in the real world, I would have been toast straight away." "Huh. Way to nurse my wounded ego, Bradley. That was a good fight." "It was," I said as I patted his shoulder. "You should be proud."
"All right, let's call it there,"
Kalen ordered in a commanding voice which echoed throughout the room.
"Recapture your Krymeth and gather around."
We all quickly followed the professor's orders, and I thrust my hand out in front of me to recapture the Orlon. Its flaming body was wrapped in the familiar purple light before it got sucked back into my hand, and I felt the weight of it in the muscles of my forearm.
"Well done, students,"
he said as he looked around the room at our retreating Krymeth.
"Very well done indeed."
That was fun.
Lauren said as her Preskin vanished into her palm.
We'll have to do it again sometime, Duvin.
Renault grumbled in annoyance, and his pale cheeks were stained red with embarrassment. Clearly someone had lost the fight, and it definitely wasn't Lauren.
I can't believe I caught it!
Penny said as she practically skipped over to us.
I have my own catchy!
Well done, Penny.
Lauren said with a smile as big as the brunette's.
"Knew you had it in you, Shorty,"
Bastian said with a lopsided grin as he ruffled her hair. Penny playfully batted his hand away, but I noticed how she leaned closer toward Bastian's body. There was definitely something going on between the two of them, and it was kind of cute to witness it start to unfold. Sven and Archibald trudging over brought my attention away from the lovesick couple, and I caught a glimpse of the purple threads around their wrists, too. Archibald glared at Bastian as he brushed past him and headed toward Renault. "What's the matter, Archie?" Bastian asked in a mocking tone. "Are you sad no one's congratulating you?"
"Don't antagonize each other, please,"
Kalen drawled like a tired parent who had put up with one too many tantrums.
"At least not during my lessons."
"Sorry, Professor," Bastian said as he bowed his head, but he subtly flashed Archibald a seemingly rude gesture, given Archie's scowl.
"Now that you've tried out a fight with your Krymeth, it's time to get a little more personal,"
Professor Kalen said as we started to encircle him.
"Krymeth have their own personalities once tamed. It's up to you to discover these personalities and work around them."
"What do you mean, work around them?" Larinus frowned.
"Some Krymeth have friendly personalities, like a Urafe or a Glintspaw. Some are much more, ornery. Got any examples of them?"
"Yes," the old robed man said as he turned to look Archibald directly in the eyes.
"A Night Fowler!"
"Like summoner, like Krymeth," Bastian mumbled to Larinus, who started chuckling to himself.
"Spend some time with your Krymeth now and figure out what kind of personality they have. As they are the ones that have been in my arsenal for some time, they are much more docile than freshly captured Krymeth out in the wild."
"What about my Bloodleer? Is it safe to summon him now?"
"He seemed to react well to your commands earlier. There is clearly already a small bond there, and they will never attack you once you have captured them. They just might not listen to all of your commands."
So they're like spoiled teenagers?
"Exactly so, Miss Lexis," the professor said with a smirk. "Please, spread out. We don't want to accidentally start another round of combat."
We all started to disperse and move to our own corners of the room. I looked down at my wrist, and the portraits of my Bloodleer and my Orlon appeared in the corner of my vision. "All right, guys, let's get to know each other." I extended my hand and willed my Bloodleer to appear first. With a bright flash of purple, the flying bat suddenly appeared with a high-pitched screech. I blocked the sudden gust of wind from his wings with my hand, and I smiled up at the fuzzy beast I got to call my own. "Hey there," I said as I took a step closer. "I suppose I should probably give you a name, right? Bloodleer is real cool and all, but it's not like we call dogs dog." The Bloodleer let out a screech, as if in understanding, and started to slowly lower itself onto the ground. Its front claws and feet scraped across the marble as it landed, and it tilted its head to one side. "You want a name, huh?" I asked as I took a step closer and slowly reached out my hand. "Any thoughts?" Its blood-red eyes glowed slightly, and it flared its huge wings out at its side. Like a bat out of hell, I mumbled to myself as I watched him flex his wings. Huh. How about meatloaf? The bat suddenly paused in its stretching and tilted its head to one side again. It let out a soft cooing noise before it lowered its large head. I'd been a fan of the rock and roll singer because of my dad, and I'd grown up listening to vinyl all the way through my childhood. Bat Out of Hell was always one of my favorites, and it seemed pretty fitting given how fiendish my bloodleer looked. Meatloaf, I said as I tested the name on my tongue. I'll call you Meatloaf. The text above the bloodleer's head suddenly changed, like it was being rewritten on a computer, and instead of just showing its name, rank, and damage type, it showed his new nickname.
Bloodleer, Meatloaf. Rank 2, acid type.
No way! I laughed in disbelief. Guys, we could give them nicknames! All of the other summoners turned their heads and squinted as they looked at the bloodleer. As soon as they read over the new name, their eyes widened, and they turned to look at their own summoned Crimith in awe.
Ah, so you've discovered that feature, Kalen smiled. It's true. Crimith have their own species names, but you are able to name them whatever you like.
I saw a little heart icon with a small arrow next to it suddenly appear out of the corner of my vision, and I frowned in confusion. Professor, what's with the heart icon? It just flashed up for me.
That would be your friendship bond increasing. Naming your Crimith increases it slightly. Go ahead and check what it's on now.
I navigated through the drop-down menu by ghosting my eyes over Summon, and then I hovered over Meatloaf's portrait. I could see all of his stats, like his HP and acid reserve, but below that was a white bar with a heart at the start of it.
Friendship bond level, 22 out of 100.
Damn. I needed at least 30 so that the chance of my commands failing wasn't so high. I guess that just gave me even more motivation to spend a bit of time with Meatloaf, though. I ghosted over my Orlon's portrait and checked his stats too, and I felt my heart drop when I saw the friendship bond level for him.
Friendship bond level, 14 out of 100.
I really had my work cut out for me, but I suppose this was all a part of being a summoner. How else can we raise the friendship bond level, Professor?
Spending time with your Crimith, he said plainly. Successful fights grant a big boost in bonding, but so do smaller, more meaningful moments, like feeding.
How are we supposed to build a bond if we aren't allowed to summon them outside of class? Reno asked.
You will have allocated Crimith time throughout the weeks here at the Academy. They will be supervised by a professor, of course, but it will allow you to build on the foundations, slowly but surely.
Do they need regular feeding? I don't want them to starve to death or anything. I thought back to the guy on the subway who had the dying Tamagotchi hanging off his backpack. My Crimith was sort of like that, only actually alive, and deadly. I didn't want to be like Tamagotchi guy.
Crimith do not need to eat or drink as often as other animals in Alcyn, but feeding is beneficial to them.
So they won't die of starvation or thirst if they're stuck in our arms?
No, Miss Lexis, they will not. When captured, the Crimith enters a sort of hibernating state. They do not have need for food or water until you summon them.
Maybe I wouldn't be like Tamagotchi guy after all. Not having to feed and water these guys like normal pets took a load of pressure off my back. I decided to summon my Orlon so I could give him a name too, and when the fiery creature finally spawned in front of me, it scuttled back and forth before curling up into a tight ball next to the bloodleer. Are you a jittery little fella? I asked as I took a step closer. The Orlon let out a little hiss through a black tongue that poked out between its front pincers before it curled its head back in on itself. Meatloaf, you're more docile than this guy is, and you came from outside the wall, I joked as I slowly approached. It's okay, buddy. We're on the same team. Remember? The Orlon stuck its head out of its body and hissed again before tucking itself away again. He really was a jitterbug. And then it hit me. That was the perfect name for him. While my dad had loved old rock and roll like Meatloaf, Van Halen, and Black Sabbath, my mom had been obsessed with Wham. "How about it, Jitterbug?" I asked as I crouched down in front of the Crimith. "I think it suits you." The text above his head shifted and retyped itself, and I knew that it was the perfect name for him.
Orlon, Jitterbug, rank 1, fire type.
I saw the little heart icon appear, and after a quick check, I realized it had gone up by 4. "We'll work on the jitters," I said as I reached a hand out and touched the hard plane of his head between his flaming pincers. The creature let out a clicking sound that vibrated beneath my hand almost like a cat purring, but he didn't pull away. I'd take what I could get, and I figured the Orlon was probably one of the more ornery characters Professor Kalin had been talking about earlier. I glanced over at Archibald, who was trying to cautiously approach his night fowler, but every time he stepped near, the tiger-like creature just growled in warning. As I glanced around the room, I noticed the majority of my classmates had given their Crimith their own names now, too. Lawrence Preskin was called Nemi, and she'd managed to get the bird to sit on her shoulder. Penny's Kachi was called Kitty, which seemed pretty fitting. Kaner was scratching the back of his Aethrium, which was now nicknamed Artrax, while Larinus was cautiously reaching a hand out toward his Wistwin, who was now called Ice. Even Reno and Sven had seemed to make a bit of headway with their Crimith. The Zelira was nicknamed Sting, and Sven's cute little cat was called Felon. Then there was Bastion, who had named his very large and very intimidating Yelris Alan. I couldn't help the laughter that bubbled up my throat and brought Bastion's attention to me. "What's so funny, Bradley?" he asked in a high-pitched voice that screamed guilt. "Alan?" I managed to say in between wheezes. "Really? What's wrong with Alan?" the mousy-haired summoner demanded. "And quit laughing."
Alan is the last thing I would have thought to call that, Bastion,
Lauren said with a teasing smile. "Oh, come on. I think it suits him." I turned my attention back to my own Crimith as Bastion kept trying to justify his name choice. The Bloodleer, Meatloaf, had settled down now, and he kept a respectful distance between him and Jitterbug. The Orlon was still curled up into a tight ball, but he did let me pat his head a few times. We spent the next half an hour just sitting with our Crimith, and it was actually a pretty peaceful experience. Meatloaf was sort of like an overgrown dog once he settled down, and Jitterbug was like a grumpy cat who you had to give space to if you wanted any hope of attention in the future. I was starting to learn their ways, and they were starting to get used to me, and that was all I could ask for. Professor Kalin ended the lesson when the bell in the tower above us chimed once, and we all recaptured our creatures. I had a good few hours until dinner, according to my schedule, which I had pulled out of my old pants and placed into a disguised pocket in my tunic. I bunched up my old clothes and tucked them under my arm as I exited the training room, and I started to make my way down to the first floor. I figured if I had time to kill, I might as well explore more of the grounds, even if I didn't have my faithful guides around to help. Once I reached the courtyard, I decided to go down the other hallway opposite the one Isabel took me down earlier. There was no knowing how big this place actually was because my schedule didn't have a map or anything on it. Finding the other training rooms might be an issue later on in the week, but I knew I'd figure it out eventually. I walked down another long hallway similar to the one I'd taken before until I reached a set of stairs leading down to another courtyard. There were a few pale trees dotted around the green grass, with several occupied benches between them. On the wall to the right of me was a large black wooden door and a sign reading "Library" hung above it. I decided to poke my head in just to see how big it was, and I was immediately taken aback by the sheer number of books inside. Black crystal shelves stretched all the way to the high ceiling above, and they were filled to the brim with tomes and spines of varying colors. The rich scent of parchment hit me like a ton of bricks, and I could see a huge stained glass window directly opposite the doors that allowed light to pour in from the outside world. There were rows of desks in the center walkway where a few students were studying, and darkened corners lit by candlelight on the second and third floors. A huge black brass chandelier dangled down from the rooftop, with black candles sticking out of the ornate ends which remained unlit. This was definitely somewhere you could get lost in, and I was kind of eager to see more of it. But I didn't want to get sidetracked in one place for too long when I still had the rest of the academy to see. I decided to follow the little hollow around to the other side of the courtyard, and I found another dark hallway. I immediately started to walk down it, and I felt the cool stone walls start to close in slightly as I reached the end. When I came out on the other side, I was in front of another patch of greenery with a few trees dotted here and there. There was some kind of weird sloped stone building jutting out of the ground that was surrounded by a large metal gate. My interest was immediately piqued, especially knowing the rest of the academy was pretty open and non-secretive. As I approached the gated area, I could feel the ground beneath my feet tremble. It wasn't violent, but I could feel the vibrations on the balls of my feet, and it made me feel on edge. Then I heard the muffled sounds of screeching coming from way below, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up.
It's the underbelly,
A voice said next to my ear, which made me jump about 3 feet in the air. I whirled around to see a pretty mage with a short black bob and light blue eyes giggling at my reaction. She had beautiful olive-toned skin and almond-shaped eyes that creased at the corners as she tried to contain her laughter, and I felt my cheeks burn in embarrassment.
I'm sorry,
She said as she waved her hand in front of her face.
I didn't mean to scare you.
No sweat, I said as I managed to calm my heart rate down. Did you say that was the underbelly?
Yeah, that's where they keep the Crimith. Well, the ones that the professors can't contain themselves, at least.
You mean there's just hundreds of Crimith right below our feet? I asked as I stared at the ground like it would suddenly open up and swallow me whole.
That's right.
The pretty stranger nodded.
A lot of wild ones, too. But they're for the third years.
I let out a nervous laugh as I kept staring at the ground, up until I saw the tips of the stranger's leather boots step forward.
I'm Violet, by the way.
She said as she outstretched her hand to me.
Violet Vashanti.
Jack Bradley, I said as I shook her hand with my clammy one. Nice to meet you,
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Violet said with a wide smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth.
We have an introduction to magecraft lesson and a mage training.
I'll be in on the mage training? I frowned.
Well, you'll be spectating. It's more so we can get a grasp of our powers, but all other classes are invited to watch to see how they work, because we'll be working as a team and all.
Yeah, that makes sense, I said as I tried to clear my head. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Violet.
See you.
The perky mage said with a quick wave before she skipped back to the hallway I'd come down. She didn't seem at all fazed by the prospect of hundreds of Crimith being directly below us, and she clearly didn't see how much that knowledge had rattled me. But if Violet Vashanti could be brave about that catastrophe waiting to happen, then so could I. I started to make my way back the way I came, but not before casting one last look at the ominous door to the underbelly. Just as I turned to go down the hallway, I slammed into a hard chest and almost tripped on the back of my robe.
Easy there,
A familiar voice said as I was suddenly pulled upright.
you should look where you're going, Jack.
I looked up to see Elder Summoner Roth smiling down at me, and I let out a little sigh of relief. Sorry, sir, I said as I tried to collect myself. I'm a little rattled, is all. The elder peered over my shoulder toward the underbelly, and his eyes twitched for a moment before the familiar warmth returned to them.
I've come to escort you to your dormitory. The rest of your uniform is waiting for you there.
Great, thanks, I said as I started to follow him back down the winding hallways. We walked in silence, but it wasn't awkward. I could tell he had something to say about the underbelly, but for whatever reason, he was holding it back. Just like how I was holding the numerous questions I had about why the hell it existed and so close to the school grounds. When we reached the main courtyard, Elder Summoner Roth took me through the door on the right of the banquet hall, and then up a flight of twisting stairs that spiraled around. It felt like we were walking forever until we finally reached a door that led into a circular room lined with doors, with a section cut out of the middle and bordered by a short stone wall. A radiant blue light swirled around the hole in the center as we walked closer. I realized it stretched up to floors higher than us.
This is the first year's floor. Your room is just here. The first door on the right.
Awesome, I said as I faced the simple brown door leading to my room. Do I need a key or anything?
The door will open for you and you alone. Unless there is an emergency, of course. And in that case, only myself and the other professors will have access.
Thank you. For everything, I mean. Not just showing me to my dorm.
Of course,
the robe summoner said with a soft smile.
I'm glad your first day has been enjoyable, and I'm glad you've taken the initiative to explore the grounds. But may I extend a word of advice, Jack?
Of course, Elder Roth.
The underbelly is not a place for exploring,
Roth said in a suddenly ominous tone.
And never, ever go down there alone.
Chapter 9. After his creepy warning that definitely made me not want to go into the underbelly anytime soon, Elder Roth bid me goodbye and left the dormitories. None of the other doors on my floor were open, so I figured everyone else that lived in this section was still in class. Now that I'd sort of walked back on myself, I couldn't find the energy to go back down the stairs and explore again. The events of the day were starting to catch up with me, and after double-checking my schedule and making sure I didn't have any more classes for the rest of the day, I decided to just chill in my room until dinner at 6 o'clock. I approached the first door on the right and took a deep breath before I wrapped my hand around the metal doorknob and pulled. The door opened with a low creak, and I took a step back in surprise at the sight before me. It was a moderately sized room with black stone walls and a black chandelier filled with black candles. As soon as I set foot into the room, they suddenly flickered with flame and encased the room in a soft orange glow. There was a crisscross window directly in the center of the room with a small bedside table beside it. There was a small black pot that had a wooden toothbrush in it, and a mystery pot I could only hope was filled with the Alcyn equivalent of toothpaste. Either way, I silently thanked whatever gods these guys had that brushing teeth was a thing here. The bed itself was a single, and it was pushed against the wall on the left. Despite it being somewhat small, the mattress looked plush, with fluffed-up pillows encased in black silk that matched the bedding. A sturdy, dark wooden desk was pushed into the corner of the room with a hand-carved wooden chair tucked neatly under it. There were ink bottles, rolls of parchment tucked into a wicker basket, and a single black feather quill resting on it. A large black bookcase sat beside the desk with a few tomes and old battered books propped up on the many shelves. There were a few ornaments, too, like a strange-looking skull that definitely belonged to some sort of Krymeth, and a silver goblet embedded with red jewels around the lip. Next to the bookshelf was a wardrobe of the same color, and I opened the onyx doors to see a singular rail that had another version of my robes hung up on it, as well as a few more casual clothes I could chill in. I also spotted a pair of dark leather boots that looked like they'd stop just below my knee, so I quickly pulled them out and replaced their spot in the wardrobe with my battered derbies. The shoes fit me like a dream, and it felt like I was walking on soft clouds rather than just hard undersole. I also refolded my clothes from my world and slipped them into one of the compartments at the bottom of the wardrobe. I didn't want to just throw them away, even if they were dirty now. It was like the last little piece of my world I had, and as much as staying here wasn't bad so far, I didn't want to completely let go just yet. I paced around my room a little to make sure I wasn't imagining how good the shoes fit, but I could instantly tell I wouldn't even need to break them in. It's like they were made for me, and knowing this place, they probably were. I threw myself onto my bed, and instead of the rock-hard mattress I was used to back home, my body sank into the soft surface. I let out a sigh of contentment as I sank deeper into what felt like a cloud, and my eyes were growing heavier on their own accord. There were a couple of hours until dinner, and even if I slept through it, I wouldn't be too upset about catching up on some sleep. My body felt like lead, and the mattress was practically keeping me pinned down with how comfortable it was. So I decided to just give in to the pull of sleep and see what happened. I awoke to the sound of a bell ringing 6 times. It made me jolt up from my dreamless sleep in an immediate panic. But when I remembered where I was, I started to calm down. I knew one bell was for summoners, and the other numbers up to 5 were the other classes, but I didn't know what 6 meant. I managed to force myself up from my soft bed at the sound of doors opening and footsteps shuffling outside of my door. There was a mirror hung up on the wall by the doorway that I hadn't noticed when I first entered, and I quickly ran my hands through my mess of dark brown curls. Considering the whirlwind I had been through today, I didn't look too shabby. There were light purple bags under my dark brown eyes, but that wasn't anything new. If anything, I think I looked slightly better than how I usually did back in my world. There was a bit of color back on my face, or at least the part of my face you could see over my beard. It wasn't super bushy, but I'd gotten too lazy to keep shaving it, so I'd let it grow out a little. It made me look older than what I actually was, but in my line of work, that hadn't been a problem. It meant I got treated with a little bit more respect compared to the complete lack of it I'd received when I first started working at the law firm with my baby face. I ruffled my hair one last time before I opened the door and saw a sea of other pupils at the academy, all leaving their rooms and heading down the stairs. A direct path was blocked, so I sort of just lingered in my doorway as I watched them all leave. "What's going on?" I asked a guy with long blonde hair dressed in mage robes. "Dinner time," he said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Didn't you hear the bells?" "I didn't know 6 meant grub," I said as I shut my door behind me and started to walk with the rest of the crowd. "Can't say I'm disappointed, though." "You shouldn't be. Dinner is way better than lunch." "You're kidding." "How?" "You'll see." He grinned before he ducked under a beast hunter's arm and disappeared into the swarm. I eventually made it to the spiral stairway, and I started to slowly make my way down behind the other pupils. My stomach growled, and I was glad I hadn't slept through the bells so I could get something else in my stomach. The last time I'd eaten a solid 3 meals a day was when I lived with my parents, and I could tell my body was trying to keep up with the sudden shift in energy. Thankfully, the dormitories were right next to the banquet hall, and as soon as we stepped out into the open hallways surrounding the courtyard, the rich scent of freshly cooked food filled my nose. I heard a few simultaneous groans as the smell hit everyone else behind me, and I had to force back my laughter as we made it to the wide entryway. The doors were forced open, which revealed the rows and rows of tables all stuffed to the brim with different kinds of glistening foods. I thought lunch had been incredible, but the spread before us now was like nothing I'd ever seen. I spotted whole boars with their legs and arms pinned out, which showed off their slow-roasted skin that looked glazed with something. There were also chunks of other meats dotted around each table, with pots of some sort of cranberry sauce next to it. All kinds of birds were prettily displayed in their roasted forms, and there were literal towers of sausage links. Then there were plates of different kinds of bread loaves, which smelled amazing as we passed them, and I found myself wanting to find out what their flavors were. Some looked like normal bread, but there were definitely some Ulsan specials, because I spotted one that was completely gray and dusted with white powder. Pots of butter sat beside them, as well as a spread of cheeses and thinly sliced meats. The amount of vegetables was staggering, with roasted carrots glazed with some sort of sticky sweet sauce, mushrooms, onions, and potatoes, which had been cooked in every way I could possibly imagine. There were also silver platters of smoked trout, salmon, salt-crusted eels, and some other fish I couldn't name, along with platters of smaller fish that had been shredded to reveal their white, flaky meat inside. Bowls of fruit and sweets were scattered in between the dense towers of food. Shiny red apples were neatly piled atop one another, and there were sandwich trays of little fairy cakes and other sweet treats that made my mouth water. One of the main things I noticed as I scanned each table for Felix was the tankards of a lot of the students were gripping in their hands. They were taking long swigs in between bites before slamming the hard metal bottom onto the free space and laughing raucously. I got a whiff of the contents inside the tankard as I walked past a particularly rowdy table, and I felt my eyes water at the strength of the alcohol inside. "Hey, Jack! I heard Felix's voice shout over the hustle and bustle of the banquet hall. I scanned the many tables until I saw his spiky blonde hair and arm waving enthusiastically in the air. I smiled back at him as I started to make my way around the few people passing through the center walkway and over to my beast hunter friend. "Here, I saved you a seat," Felix said as he patted the spot beside him. Nils was across from us, and he was poking at a hefty piece of ham on his plate without making eye contact with anyone. "Thanks, Felix," I said as I sat down. "Hey, Nils."
"Hey, Jack," the scholar murmured with a weak smile. "How'd your first day go?"
"Pretty damn well," I said as I started to load my plate with whatever was in my reach. "I'm still in a bit of shock that this is all real." "Yeah, I bet," Felix said as he grabbed a glistening turkey leg and sank his teeth into the tender meat. "That'll take you a while to get used to it. Hey, where are your beast hunter friends? Hugo, Ross, and Bella, right? Oh, they've made their own little friend groups. They've abandoned me on the first day. You can't blame them for wanting to meet other classes. I've made some new friends, too." "Oh, shit! Isabel!" the blonde said loudly. "How'd it go?" "She showed me around the grounds a little," I said as I started to cut into a thick piece of chicken breast that had some kind of heavy spice rubbed into the skin. And we went into the gardens, and that was it." "That's all?" Felix's face fell. "I thought you were going to give me some juicy gossip, Jack." "What did you think was going to happen?" "I thought you'd have something better than a walk around the gardens," the beast hunter fired back. "Snooze fest." "You're insatiable," I said with an eye roll. "If you're that desperate for gossip, why don't you go and talk to someone else and see what happens?" "No, thank you," Felix said as he puffed out his chest. "I'm very content right here with you two." "Me?" Nils asked as he suddenly lifted his head up to look at us. "Yeah, you," Felix said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Why else do you think I sat down opposite you?"
"I thought it was just circumstance," Nils admitted in a quiet voice. "I didn't realize you enjoyed my company."
"Don't get me wrong. You're kind of weird, but you're a good kind of weird, Nils. I like you."
"Thanks, I guess,"
Nils said with a smile that looked more like a wince. Amid the hearty smells of food surrounding us, I got the faintest whiff of lavender, and I immediately turned my head to pinpoint the scent. Lo and behold, I saw Isabel walking down the aisle my back was facing, with her long blonde hair flowing behind her like it was caught in the wind. "Isabel!" I called out before I could stop myself. The healer paused and turned with a cute little frown on her face as she tried to find who had called her name. As soon as her eyes ghosted over me, though, her face lit up with a wide smile, and she quickly sat down in the spare space next to me.
"Hey, you!"
she said as she shuffled closer.
"How did your last lesson go?"
"Pretty good. What about you?"
"It was pretty good, too."
Isabel nodded.
"Although healing wounded Crimith really makes you build up an appetite."
"You heal Crimith, too?" I asked in surprise. For whatever reason, I thought the healing would just be reserved for the team, but I guess it made sense that the healers would have to heal the Crimith in battle, so they stood a chance.
"That's right,"
she said as she started to scoop some roasted vegetables onto her plate.
"It's a much trickier craft. Crimith can be volatile, as you can imagine."
"That's why it's important to have a scholar on the team,"
Nils interjected quietly.
"So healers can understand the nature of the Crimith they're healing."
"Exactly,"
Isabel said with a soft smile.
"I'm Isabel, by the way. We didn't get a chance to be acquainted earlier."
"You mean when you swooped in and took Jack on a little tour? I'm Felix Alarin."
"And your name?"
Isabel turned back to Nils, who had a shy blush on his face. Clearly the guy didn't talk to many girls.
Nils L. Torres."
"Pleasure to meet you both. I take it you're a scholar, Nils?"
"That's right."
Nils pushed his glasses up his nose as he nodded his head. "And I'm a hunter!" Felix said as he puffed out his chest again and wielded his half-eaten turkey leg in the air like a sword. "If you couldn't tell."
"Oh, I could tell." "Would you look at that? We almost have a full team right here."
"Almost. We just need a mage. Have you made any mage friends yet, Jack? You seem to be the glue binding us all together." "I did, actually," I said as I scanned the crowd for the strange mage I'd met earlier. "Her name is Violet."
"Violet Vishanti."
a voice said from behind Nils, who jumped in his seat and dropped his fork. We all turned to look at the robed mage standing behind the beast scholar, and I found myself smiling at her theatrics.
"You're like a check magnet," Felix mumbled to me. "Save some for the rest of us, yeah?" "Shut up," I whispered back, and I playfully kicked his leg under the table before I turned back to the mage.
"Hey, Violet, did you want to sit with us?"
Well, since you asked so nicely.
The short black-haired mage said as she swept her robes back and sat down next to Nils.
I'd be honored.
"Please, the honor's all ours," I grinned. "We've got ourselves a full team now, after all."
There's no guarantee we'll be put together.
Isabel reminded me.
But it doesn't hurt if we all get along.
It's about how well we work together. Being friends would aid that.
It would indeed. I can't say I've made many friends today outside of my own class, apart from you, Jack.
Yeah, because Jack's a lucky son of a bitch, apparently.
Felix mumbled under his breath, which earned him another kick in the leg from me.
Isabel's right, though.
Violet said as she started to scoop a few spoonfuls of peas onto her plate.
Getting along definitely doesn't hurt. I doubt there's many other people sitting at this table with such a versatile group.
You make it sound so diplomatic. Can't we just all be friends eating dinner together? Violet paused with her arm mid-scoop, and her light blue eyes found mine. The corners of her plump lips twitched into a subtle smile, and I felt my heart thud against my chest.
Sure. Friends eating together, who may or may not be paired up into a team to help stop the Kremith from destroying their home.
And there it is. You mages are so dramatic.
Says you, beast hunter.
Violet fired back with a smirk.
Every single one I've met has had a flair for the dramatics.
We'll see about that tomorrow morning in our introduction to Magecraft lesson, Vashante, because something tells me I'm about to be proven right.
See, we shall. I hope you're ready to each your own words.
Felix, he introduced himself before jerking a thumb at the rest of our table. This is Nils, and that's Isabel, and you already know Jack, apparently.
Pleasure to meet you all. Now, Beast Hunter, could you pass the potatoes?
The five of us started to pile up our plate with the hefty amount of food surrounding us, and we ate to our heart's content. The conversations were pleasant, but still filled with banter and teasing. Violet definitely didn't take any shit from anyone, especially Felix, and I think he'd found his match, apart from me. Even though it wasn't guaranteed we'd be put together, I knew the little dynamic we had going on was good, and I hoped that even if we were paired up differently, it wouldn't stop us from being friends. Eventually, dinner came to a close, and I was so full that I thought I would burst. Elder Summoner Roth dismissed us all from the front of the room, and we all started to waddle back to our dormitories. We waved goodbye to Violet and Isabel, who turned right when we left the banquet hall to head to their dorms, and then Felix, Nils, and I turned right to head to ours. Once we'd reached the top of the spiral stairs, Nils waved us goodbye too, and started to walk around to the far side of the room. Felix and I were half asleep, but as we both started to trudge in the same direction, I realized we'd ended up in front of two dorms right next to each other. No way. Are we? We're right next to each other, Felix said with a sudden burst of energy. Oh, that is great. It is. I'm glad you're my neighbor and not Archibald.
Don't speak that into existence for me,
Felix said with a visible shudder.
I don't know who my other neighbor is yet, and you're lucky because you don't have one.
Just as Felix said those words, a short, plump healer shuffled over to the door next to his and opened it. You were saying about luck?
One stroke of luck usually means that something else is going to go bad soon. But I'll count my blessings that it's not Archibald.
I would if I were you, I chuckled as I started to open my door. Good night, neighbor.
Night,
Felix said as he opened his door too.
Don't be banging on the walls at 3 a.m. I need my beauty sleep.
Sure you do.
Hey, I'll knock on your door when I wake up so we can go to breakfast together. Being next to each other is pretty handy, right?
Damn right. Sleep well. I shut my door after that and let out a deep breath. The day was over and I was still alive. Somehow, I'd woken up in a shitty apartment in New York City, and now I was enrolled in an academy that trained all sorts of classes I only thought existed in fantasy games. I shucked off my robes and neatly hung them back up in the wardrobe before I slipped on some of the loose pajamas I'd been provided with. Then I grabbed my toothbrush and a tin of paste before I peeked my head out of the room. There were a few other guys making their way down a hallway in between a section of doors on the far side of the one we were in, so I followed them and asked where they were going. Turns out there was a communal bathroom down the hall, and that's where we could shower and brush our teeth. The bathrooms were actually pretty nice, with black tiled floors and walls and huge metal shower heads inside the spacious shower stalls. After I'd washed my face and brushed my teeth, I made my way back to my room and slid into bed. I struggled to fall asleep that night. I didn't know if it was because I'd taken a huge nap or if it was because my brain was still trying to catch up and process everything that had happened today. The cool silk sheets did nothing to ground me as I stared up at the void-like ceiling, and I sighed before I rolled over to try and get more comfortable. The bed was beyond comfortable, and by all rights I should be drifting off to sleep as soon as I laid down, but it just didn't come. I thought about Felix, who was probably on the other side of the wall, fast asleep and snoring with his mouth wide open. I'd never made a friend so fast before, and it honestly felt like I'd known him my whole life rather than just today. Then I thought about Nils, the sweet and shy scholar who we definitely need to help come out of his shell. He was like a little brother to me in a way, and I wanted to make sure he was involved somehow rather than just sitting on his own with his nose in a book. Then there was Violet. She was a dark horse who I'd yet to figure out, but maybe that was part of the fun. I didn't know what she was going to do next, and I liked the thrill that came with interacting with her. And then I thought of Isabel. When I'd first seen her in our introduction to summoning class, I would never have guessed that I'd be calling her a friend and a potential teammate. It wasn't like I'd never gotten any action back in my world, but it had been pretty dry since college ended. I never had time to date, and I definitely didn't have time to pick up girls. But now it felt like I had all the time in the world. All I had to focus on now was my training, and it wasn't like that ate up every hour of my day. The academy was actually pretty balanced when it came to that, and I was grateful I wasn't trapped in a similar corporate prison like I had been in New York. It was with that feeling of freedom, true freedom, that I finally felt myself starting to drift off. I looked down at my wrist branded with 2 purple seams before my eyes finally closed shut. Ending up in Ulsan was the best thing that could have happened to me. Chapter 10. I woke up to a harsh knocking on my door, and I bolted upright as I was pulled from my dreamless sleep.
"Jack, hurry up!"
Felix's voice came through the door.
"We haven't got all day."
I groaned as I forced myself out of bed and trudged over to the door. Then I opened it enough so Felix could get in before I threw myself back into bed.
"Oh, no you don't,"
Felix said as he barged in and grabbed my ankles.
"Get up, or I'm pulling you out."
"I didn't disturb your beauty sleep, so let me have mine. Just 5 more minutes, man."
"No such thing in this place. Get up."
"How come you're up so early?" I asked as I kicked his hand away from my ankles. "I would have thought you'd be the type to rot in bed."
"I am, on the weekends, but I'm motivated by food. And if we don't go now, we won't get to eat until after the introduction to Magecraft lesson."
"Fine," I huffed and forced myself to sit upright. "Can you grab my robes from my wardrobe, please?"
"Lazy ass,"
Felix playfully scoffed as he moved across the room to my wardrobe. I tried to rub the sleep out of my eyes while he fetched my clothes, which meant I was momentarily blind and unable to prepare myself for him throwing them at my head. "Ouch," I said as the heavy fabric hit my face.
"I bet that woke you up a little bit, though," Felix smirked. "Hurry up and get dressed. I'll be outside your door."
"Ever the creep. I won't be long." Truth be told, despite the hearty meal I'd eaten last night, my stomach was growling again, and I was looking forward to seeing what they had for breakfast. Felix left me to get dressed, and I quickly slipped on a fresh pair of underwear and my robes. Then I pulled on my boots and combed through my hair in the mirror by my door. After that, we headed down to breakfast, and it was just as hearty a feast as it was the day before. I filled up on sausages stuffed with chunks of apple and caramelized onion, bacon, toast, eggs, fried mushrooms, and tomatoes. I could feel my stomach getting full after my third helping of crispy bacon, so I forced myself to stop before I ended up spewing in front of everyone in the magecraft lesson. Isabel and Violet were nowhere to be found the entirety of breakfast, and Nils joined us slightly later with puffy, sleep-laden eyes. After our beast scholar ate a few pieces of toast and sausages, we headed to the second floor to the mage's lecture room. It was similar to the summoner's training room, with a tall domed ceiling and black pillars reaching up to the top. The only difference was the floor. Instead of a mosaic summoner in the center, there was what was clearly a mage with long flowing robes conjuring a fireball. The mosaic was colored with faint chipped pieces of blue stone shining against the black marble. There were pews erected in a semicircle facing the center of the room, so I figured it was going to be pretty much the same as the introduction to summoning lesson. I spotted Isabel and Violet immediately, and I was surprised to see the two of them sat together among the other mages. As soon as the two girls saw us, they waved us over with wide smiles on their faces. The rest of the room was still segregated into the different classes, with each group sticking with their own, and as we started to head over to the second pew on the right where the girls were, I saw Bastian waving his hand at me.
"Jack, what are you doing? Sit with us!"
The rest of my summoner friends were all sitting on the same pew as Bastian, and they looked at my little band in confusion. "Not today, guys, sorry. I'll see you in our summon focus training, though." Bastian's eyebrows raised in surprise, and I took a seat next to Isabel, and I could see him whispering something to Larinus out of the corner of my eye.
You don't have to sit with us if it will cause problems,
Isabel said with a furrowed brow.
I don't want to take you away from your summoner friends.
It won't cause problems, don't worry, I reassured her as I got comfortable against the wood. We're just very tight-knit, I guess. There's not many of us.
That's understandable. They all seem pretty surprised you have other friends.
Maybe they're not trying hard enough to make their own outside of their class, Felix said as he leaned forward.
By the looks of it, not many people do until we start to get grouped. The academy is like any other school in Olsen.
Clicky?
Exactly. People feel most safe when they're comfortable, and what is more comfortable than being among people who are exactly like you?
I didn't enroll here for comfort, I shrugged. I enrolled here to figure out my powers, and get some grub, so partly comfort. All right, you got me there. Partly comfort. "Attention, please!" A loud, booming voice called out and rattled the room like it was amplified. A few of the students covered their ears from the noise, and I felt the wooden pew beneath us tremble from the intensity of it. "What the hell was that?" I muttered as I rubbed my ear.
Professor Inkor. He is one of the mages who have a flair for dramatics.
"Knew it,"
Felix whispered triumphantly to himself. Professor Inkor floated through the door and into the center of the room with his arms outstretched. He was surprisingly younger than any of the other professors I'd seen here and looked to be in his early 40s. He had dark brown hair streaked with gray and a thick salt and pepper beard. His eyes were a jade green and looked around at each of our faces with a strange intensity, as if he was seeing something we couldn't. "Welcome to the introduction to Magecraft lesson," he said in a much quieter voice. "I am Professor Inkor, resident mage here at the Academy. Today I will be going through the basics of Magecraft for you all to understand the class better." Inkor raised his hand and did some sort of strange jerking movement, and a large chalkboard suddenly appeared behind him out of thin air. "Now, who can tell me what the fundamentals of Magecraft are?" Violet raised her hand, and Professor Inkor's green eyes immediately fell to her. They softened as he looked up at her, and a warm smile graced his face as he gestured for her to answer. "Miss Vishanti, please do us the honors."
There are 3 subclasses of magecraft.
Violet began as she sat up straight.
Elemental, illusion, and necromancy.
"That's right. It is possible for a mage to learn spells from all 3 of these classes before their subclass is picked upon reaching rank 2. However, these will not be powerful spells." A piece of chalk flew around from behind the board and started to write down the core elements of magecraft as Inkor spoke. "Can you tell me what makes up elemental magic, Miss Vishanti?"
Elemental magic is made up of earth magic, fire magic, water magic, and air magic.
"Correct. What else can we separate the types into?"
Attack and defense.
Exactly. It is what separates your magic from that of the healers. Now, while it may seem very simple when we put them into their fundamental forms, magecraft is much more advanced than you might expect. The professor's green eyes glided around the room until he spotted another mage in the front row. It was the short, plump guy who was Felix's neighbor, and his eyes widened as the professor advanced on him. "Mr. Twinkle," he said as he stopped in front of his pew, "what might the importance of illusion magic be on the fighting field?"
Oh, well, it can be used to distract a criminal, the chubby mage stammered. Misdirection can be an important part of a battle.
"That's right," the professor nodded. "Very well done, Tubbs."
"His name is Tubbs?" Felix whispered to me. "That's so unfortunate."
I forced myself to keep a straight face at Felix's comment as the professor's eyes met mine.
"Ah, a new summoner. Would you like to wager a guess at how necromancy could help in the battle against the Klimoth?"
I had no idea what the answer could be, because this was the first time I'd even heard about necromancy being a thing here. When I thought of necromancy, I thought of armies of undead being brought back, but I had no idea what the scope of it was here. It wasn't like I could use Lord of the Rings as a reference in a place like this. Could you resurrect a fallen Klimoth from your team?
"You could, but that Klimoth would not be the same again."
What do you mean, Professor?
Penny asked.
"It would be undead, a husk of what it once was. Any personality would cease to exist, and it would instead be nothing more than a puppet for the mage. The summoner whose Klimoth it was would no longer have control over it, and the bond would be severed."
Then I don't know. I don't know anything about magecraft. I'm sorry.
"Fear not, Mr. Bradley, is it? That's why we're here."
Violet raised her hand again, and Inkor nodded at her to answer.
Necromancers can conjure both deceased Klimoth and humans to fight for them for a certain period of time, depending on the spell. Once the spell wears off, the subject returns back to its deceased state.
"Meaning, once a Klimoth is dead, it stays dead. Unless you're a master rank healer with a very powerful revivify spell."
Damn, I mumbled to myself and glanced at the blonde beside me. Is that true, Isabel?
It is,
the healer whispered back.
but it's only at master rank. Which means you need to be careful how you use those Klimoth, Jack. If you want to keep them alive, that is.
I thought about somehow losing Meatloaf and Jitterbug, and I had to fight back a shudder. Even though I hadn't spent much time with them, I was actually growing pretty attached to them already. They were like my own Tamagotchis, and I felt responsible for them, like a weird, fucked-up parent.
"There are other aspects of necromancy, however. Miss Reaper, your family are respected necromancers. Would you like to enlighten the class?"
A tall, thin woman sitting in the back row of the pews behind us straightened her spine as she looked down at the professor. She had long, black hair slicked back from her sunken face, purple eye bags beneath her obsidian eyes, and a sharp, pointed nose and high cheekbones. Her mage robes hung loosely around her skinny form, and if I had to pick out a necromancer in the making out of everyone in the room, she'd be at the top of my list.
Certainly, Professor,
she replied in a deep, husky tone.
Necromancers are able to inflict necrotic damage upon their targets with certain spells. Not only that, they are able to conjure necrotic blades with certain spells.
"Absolutely correct, Miss Reaper. Depending on the level, necromancers can be a real force to be reckoned with, and a real asset to your team."
"Would you go for necromancy, Violet?" I whispered to the mage. "It does seem pretty cool."
I haven't decided yet.
She whispered back.
I don't know if I agree with it.
"How so?" "It's just magic."
Raising things from the dead isn't just magic. Part of me finds it cruel.
Her reasoning reminded me of Penny, and I understood where she was coming from. It was clear that there was a divide in morals when it came to the Klimoth. Some saw them all as mindless beasts, with their only intention being to kill, whereas some, like Violet and Penny, saw them as more than that. I guess I did too, in a way. The thought of someone resurrecting my blood Lear or Orlon just to make it fight for us again did make me feel a little nauseous.
Elemental magic is perhaps the most simple to understand out of the three, but it is not necessarily the easiest, Professor Inkor continued. There are many spells that an elemental mage can learn in order to combat against certain Klimoth, but they will never be as effective as that of a Klimoth itself.
Why is that, Professor?
A healer in the front row asked as she raised her hand.
Because, unlike Klimoth, mages have cooldowns on spell slots. That means the number of spells cast are limited. Klimoth don't have as much holding them back. The only thing that could impact it is the relationship with the summoner, and whether or not the Klimoth chooses to follow an order as a result of that.
So it all really relies on you, huh, Jack? Felix smirked at me.
No pressure.
Thanks for that, Lix. Really reassuring.
Do any summoners here have a fire-type Klimoth in their arsenal by chance?
My other summoner friends and I made eye contact nervously. Bastion looked as pale as a ghost as he looked over at me, because the two of us were the only ones with a fire type. I could tell he didn't want to be a part of whatever was about to go down, so I reluctantly raised my hand.
Ah, Mr. Bradley. Would you be so kind as to summon your creature? I would like to use it for a demonstration.
You're not going to hurt him, are you?
It may lose a few hit points, but I assure you there will be no lasting damage. I assume this is a Klimoth provided by Professor Kalen.
That's right. I nodded as I nervously felt the seams around my wrist.
Then it will be used to what I am about to do. All of those Klimoth have seen many years of demonstrations. That is why they are so docile.
All right. Where do you want him?
In the center, if you wouldn't mind,
the professor said as he pointed to the mage mosaic. I took a deep breath to steady myself as I rose off the bench. I didn't want to show myself up in front of everyone in here, especially because I could see Archibald glaring at me like he was willing it to happen. I stared down at the mosaic mage on the floor with all of its pretty colorings, and then I slowly raised my hand. I willed the Orlon to appear right where its face should have been, and I thrusted my hand out with a determined grunt. There was a bright flash of purple lightning that hit the faceless mage right where I wanted it to, and when the light cleared, Jitterbug was slowly unfurling from his tight ball shape.
Ah, wonderful. Very well done, Mr. Bradley. Now if you could just get this beast to use its fire against me. Pick any attack you like. The choice is yours.
Attack you?
Yes, that's what I said,
Encore said casually.
Attack me. With fire, though, that is of paramount importance for this demonstration.
I knew I should trust him, but hearing him ask it so plainly was still kind of jarring. Regardless, I looked down the Orlan's list of commands and picked out the one that said spit. All right, I'm ready. Are you?
As I'll ever be,
the middle-aged man said as he took a step back from my Kremeth and slightly spread his legs apart.
Fire away, if you'll pardon the pun.
I took another deep breath before I silently ordered the Orlon to spit his flames at Inkor. Rather than ignoring me like he had earlier, Jitterbug rocked back onto his back legs and raised his body into the air. Then he shot out a blast of hot fire toward Inkor. Within the blink of an eye, Inkor pushed one of his legs back against the ground and raised his palms out in front of him. A rush of water met Jitterbug's fiery spit, and it almost immediately doused the flames. Without anything pushing back against the torrent, the water drenched my Orlon, and he let out a shrieking hiss as some of his health points went down. The pupils all muttered in amazement at the demonstration, but I was too focused on Jitterbug, who had curled himself into a ball to try and ease the damage the water had done to him.
And there you have it. A visual demonstration on how elemental magic can be used to combat certain types of Klimoth. But I will reiterate again, for you mages and the others who will form your team, Klimoth will always have the upper hand when it comes to magic expenditure.
Professor, I called down to him. Can I take him back now?
Of course, Mr. Bradley. Thank you for your assistance.
I didn't need any more prompting. I extended my hand and willed the Orlon to re-enter me. He let out a little trilling noise as his body was encased in purple light before he got sucked back into my arm. I felt his weight as the purple seam wrapped around my wrist again, and I rubbed my arm in apology as if it were his hard skin. I didn't know if they could feel anything in there. We'd been told that they go into a hibernating state when inside, but I still wondered if there was some kind of psychic connection between us that couldn't be broken, especially if they were technically living inside of me. I sat back down beside Felix and Isabel, and the healer put a hand on my shoulder. It was almost like she could feel my nervousness about letting Jitterbug out, even though it was his sole reason for being here. Getting too attached was a recipe for disaster, and I knew that, but I couldn't help that growing feeling of responsibility over the two of them trapped inside my arm.
Now that we have covered the basics of magecraft, the subclasses and ways in which those subclasses can fight, I would like to turn to the rest of you, the other classes who are present in this room today, on how you, like Mr. Bradley here demonstrated, can work together with mages.
Professor Incor began to pace around the room and looked at all of us with his narrowed green eyes.
Let's see here.
He mumbled to himself before he stopped in front of Hugo on the second row.
You, Beast Hunter.
Yes?
Hugo asked as he squared his broad shoulders.
What's your name?
Hugo, sir.
Hugo Heron. Mr. Heron, how do you think your role as a beast hunter is important to a mage?
Well, beast hunters are the main force of the group.
We take on the front lines, whatever the summoned Krimoth can't. That way we can put a bit of distance between the Krimoth and the mages so they can do their spells.
Exactly right, Mr. Heron, Incor said with a wide smile.
Spot on, in fact. Beast Hunter's primary role is to ensure that the attention is on them, not the rest of the team. Scholars, healers, mages, and summoners all need to be at a distance away from the Krimoth in order to fight at their best. Therefore, it is the Beast Hunter's duty to ensure that distance is afforded.
What was that you were saying about it all relying on me, Felix? I whispered to the blonde, who had turned a bit pale.
Shut up, man,
he grumbled and rolled his shoulders.
I knew that. Sure you did.
Now, what about our scholars in the room?
Incor said as he tapped his bearded chin.
Let's see. Who shall we ask?
You! Nils froze as Professor Incor pointed at him.
Me?
Yes, young man, you. Your name first.
Nils Eltoris.
Now, Mr. Eltoris, what is the role of a beast scholar on the fighting field?
Beast scholars are the tacticians of the group, sir. They are the ones who know the most about Krimoth and the best defensive maneuvers against them.
And in relations to mages, regardless of subclass?
Well, like summoners and beast hunters, beast scholars are able to tell mages the best line of attack or defense against a Krimoth to ensure its capture or defeat,
Nils said as he pushed his glasses up his nose with a shaking hand.
We are part of the support line, like healers.
True indeed. And what about your alchemy training?
That's to ensure we are not left empty-handed on the fighting field should a Krimoth get too close, sir. We can also use potions to aid in the fight before that point, too.
And in terms of mages?
Oh,
Nils mumbled in realization as his cheeks turned pink.
Certain potions can boost a mage's abilities.
There we are.
Incor smiled.
Thank you, Mr. Eltoris. And right he is. Beast scholars are an important asset to mages in particular. Their potions can sometimes be the difference between life and death.
I'd been a bit confused on how beast scholars worked, but it made sense when it was laid out like that. If they were just on the fighting field to spew beast lore, then they'd be a liability. So having alchemy under their belt would definitely tip the scales in our favor.
Together, each class makes up a team. It is paramount that you all work together to ensure your survival. Being made aware of each other's classes and strengths is important, hence why this week you will be going through introductory lessons.
Professor Inkor started to reel off about the history of mages and how their magic differed from that of summoners and healers. The class started to drag on after our little demonstration, but I did feel like I'd learned a lot in a short amount of time. Considering this was only my second day at the academy, I felt like I was absorbing everything pretty well, but I knew we had a long way to go. I was still rank 1, and I had no way of knowing when I'd be leveling up. I thought back to that strange feeling I'd experienced after my Krymith fight with Larinus, and I wondered if that was some kind of XP boost, but there was no physical indicator that I could see. Maybe it was something we had to unlock, or maybe it was being hidden from us. I remembered Professor Kalen saying something about certain things not being available if we weren't aware of them, so maybe that was one of them. Either way, I hoped we'd find out soon, because tracking my progress would certainly do a number on morale.
Thank you all for attending today, Inkor said at the end of the lesson. We have a magecraft training session later at 1:30, if any of you would like to watch.
The bell somewhere above us rang twice, which meant that had to be the mage's bell. I made a mental note as we all started to file out of the pews and made our way out of the lecture room. That was surprisingly fun, Felix said as he leaned against the stone wall. I feel like I know you so much better already, Violet.
You wish.
Violet said as she stopped next to me.
You're coming to our magecraft training, right, Jack?
I'll be there, I said as I glanced over my schedule for the day. The only thing I have today is summon focus training and then Krymith bonding. You get time dedicated to bonding with your Krymith? That's surprising. Bonding's pretty important, actually. If I don't get my bonding level up to a certain amount, they can just ignore my orders on the fighting field. He's right. A lot of summoners have died because of that, especially during the early days. Why? Because they refused to bond with their Krymith? Exactly that. Nils nodded. There was a lot of animosity toward the Krymith to begin with, even the ones that had been captured by summoners. They saw them as a means to an end, nothing more, and would hardly spend time outside of combat with them. And they got bit in the ass for doing that. Literally. Over the years, the Academy had no choice but to incorporate it into the syllabus. Otherwise, the already dwindling number of summoners would quickly cease to exist. Well, in that case, enjoy your bonding time, Jack. I'm going to go and see if there are any scraps left from breakfast. You ate so much earlier, how are you still hungry? Hey, I told you, food motivates me, Felix shrugged. Besides, I've got a pretty hefty training session in half an hour, and I want to have plenty of energy for it. What about you guys? I asked the others. How are your days looking?
I've got an herb class next. Then it's a more healing practice in the afternoon, but I should be able to come see some of your magecraft training, Violet. Great. It will really help in the long run if you guys see how we fight.
Saying Professor Inkor do that against Jack's Krymith was pretty cool. Also, why the hell was it called Jitterbug? I gave him a nickname, I said with a shrug. It suited him. I didn't even know that was a thing, Felix mumbled to himself. Neither did I until it happened. My blood leer is called Meatloaf.
Like the food?
Isabel asked with a furrowed brow. Like the singer, I said, before I realized they'd have no idea. He sings a song called Bat Out of Hell. I figured it was pretty fitting.
He does look like he crawled from the hells, to be fair. Quite the formidable beast, with a not-so-formidable name.
Misdirection, I smirked. That's important in our line of work, right?
Sure thing, Bradley,
Violet said as she mirrored my smirk.
Anyway, I've got to run. Professor Inkor wants us to warm up before our next training session, so I'm going to run a few laps around the gardens.
Sucks to be you. I'm going to go and fill my belly. Enjoy stuffing your face. Again. It's hard work being a beast hunter, the blonde said as he put his hands on his hips and tilted his chin to the side dramatically. You wouldn't understand. Violet rolled her eyes at Felix and started to push him down the hall toward the stairwell. What about you, Nils? Do you have many classes today? Only one. It's not until later, though, so I think I'm going to study in the library.
Such a scholar. I'll see you guys later.
Bye, Isabel, Nils said with a shy smile. I'll see you later too, Jack. Yeah, see you later, I said as I waved at the two of them. I felt confident enough in the grounds now that I didn't need a chaperone. so I decided to just head to the summoning room a little early. I still had around 25 minutes until class started, but I didn't really want to walk too far away from the 3rd floor and end up rushing back. I walked in the opposite direction of the others down toward the hallway that wrapped around the back of the 2nd floor. But just before I could walk down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the hairs at the back of my neck stand up. I halted, and I got the overwhelming feeling of being watched. And when I turned, I knew why. A robed professor dressed in purple was peeking around the corner of one of the pillars at the opposite end of the hall. And he didn't look friendly. Chapter 11. I stared at the strange professor who hadn't looked away from me ever since I turned. The guy hadn't even blinked, and I felt my skin crawl from the way he was just staring at me like a deer in the woods. It was a little hard to make out his exact features, but I could see 2 beady blue eyes that looked almost white. He had black hair slicked back from his face, but I couldn't see how long it was because of the cloak he had pulled up around his head. What the fuck is his problem? I thought to myself as I turned and kept walking down the hallway so I could get to my next class. I'd never seen the guy before, and I knew he was a summoning professor from his robes, but I had no idea why he'd be staring at me like that. Maybe he'd heard about me from the others, because evidently word was getting around if Professor Inkor knew who I was. Maybe he was suspicious of me for not being from this world, or maybe he just wanted to see the new guy for himself. Either way, the last thing I needed right now was a professor creeping on me because of something I didn't even know I'd done. I forced myself to shake it off and focused on getting to class in one piece. Unless he confronted me about it, I wasn't going to go out of my way to figure out what was wrong with him. I made it to class pretty quickly with a lot of time to spare until the lesson actually started. So I sat down against the cold marble and waited until someone else showed up. Not having my phone felt weird. Everything I'd been carrying like that had seemingly vanished the moment I was portaled here. I'd been left with nothing but the clothes on my back as my reminder of home. No phone meant no time-wasting distraction, and I was forced to live in the moment. But the digital detox definitely wasn't a bad thing. The headache I usually had at the end of the day from staring at a screen was no longer present, and I'd actually managed to sleep all the way through the night instead of waking up every few hours. Bastion and the rest of the summoning gang eventually showed up, and as soon as they saw me sitting in the corner on my own, they immediately beelined for me. "There he is, the traitor among us!" There was no heat behind his words, and I knew he was goofing around by the big lopsided grin on his face. "I'm no traitor, Moral," I played along with a bored drawl. "I'm just making friends. And trying to get ahead of the groupings, I see. Hey, if you're that eager to get away from us, just say it." "You're funny," I said as I pushed myself to my feet. "But I'm not trying to get away from any of you. Believe it or not, I actually quite like you." "Your actions say otherwise," the mousy-haired summoner pouted.
"Oh, leave him alone, Bastion,"
Penny said as she tugged on his sleeve.
"There's nothing wrong with making new friends outside of our class."
Yeah, just because you haven't managed to do it yet.
Because no one else can deal with his pig-headedness.
"Hey, I am not pig-headed, and I am perfectly capable of making friends outside of our class, thank you very much."
Then why haven't you?
Larinus smirked and quickly dodged the blow Bastion aimed at his head.
"Easy, easy. There will be no fighting in this classroom, thank you," Professor Kalin announced loudly, "playful or otherwise."
"Sorry, Professor," Bastion mumbled as he bowed his head like a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
"I see we're waiting on Mr. Archer Montgomery and company. Tardiness will earn him another detention if he's not careful."
"What a shame that would be," Kaner mumbled under his breath just as Archibald, Reno, and Sven walked into the room.
"Thank you for joining us, boys, but I must remind you class starts at 10 o'clock sharp. So, it's only 5 minutes past. That means you need to be in the room before 10, Mr. Archer Montgomery," the professor said with a tight-lipped smile. "Be late again, and you'll find yourself back in my office at lunchtime."
Archibald scoffed but didn't fire back with another retort. That meant the professor could actually start the lesson rather than giving him a lecture, so we all gathered around in anticipation.
Now, today we will be focusing on summoning. We have already had a go at capturing, which you have all succeeded in, as well as a little taster of fighting.
Are we fighting today? Kaner asked with an eager bounce on the balls of his feet.
Not today, I'm afraid, Mr. Atreus.
Of Clan Atreus. Larinus, Bastion, and I all mumbled at the exact same time.
Today is all about summoning, and that is it,
the professor said as he turned his back to us, which allowed Kaner to quickly hit all of our shoulders with a tight fist. Just summoning? Reno asked in a sniveling voice. That's hardly beneficial.
And sounds boring. I thought we were here to learn how to kill Krymeth. Beast hunting is more tailored towards such violent inclinations, Mr. Archer Montgomery,
Kalen said as he paused in his pacing and glanced over his shoulder at the noble.
Summoning is an art, and not just about killing.
Far from it,
Penny said boldly.
It's the closest thing to coexisting we have to Krymeth.
Right you are, Miss Highwater. Do not see summoning as a violent form. The only violent part about it is what we order our Krymeth to do.
I still think it's boring, Archie mumbled to Reno, who snickered.
What we will do today is practice summoning and summoning only, Kalen said firmly. Once you have successfully summoned your Krymeth, you will recapture it, take a rest if you need to, and summon again.
Sounds simple enough, Bastion said as he cracked his knuckles.
Simple, perhaps, but very exerting. You have only done it in small increments. This will put your constitution to the test.
Kalen clapped his hands together and the sound echoed around the room.
Please step into the circles. You will summon your Krymeth in the spaces directly in front of you. Once summoned, recapture them and do it again when you're ready.
We all started to disperse and found an empty circle to stand in. Once we were situated, we each looked around the room as if expecting the person next to us to go first. Kalen had moved back to the far corner so he could watch all of us, but when none of us made a move, his shoulders slumped.
You may begin. That means moving your hands.
The rest of the class remained still and unmoving, so I decided to make the first move. Practicing summoning was something I needed, especially considering that I hadn't managed to do it on command a few times. I took a deep breath and focused on the empty space in front of me, and then I saw the two portraits of Meatloaf and Jitterbug pop up in the corner of my vision. I decided to try Meatloaf first. As my first Krymeth, and with the highest friendship level, I figured I had a better shot at successfully summoning him than with Jitterbug. With Meatloaf in mind, I stared hard at the spot where I wanted to summon him before I thrusted my hand out in front of me. There was nothing. I huffed in annoyance, especially when I heard the sound of Archibald and Reno's snickers. I threw them a glare and they both quickly shut up, but it still didn't change the fact that I hadn't summoned my Bloodleer. No one else had moved yet, so I guessed they were waiting for me to either do it successfully or show myself up. So far, it was looking like the latter, but I was determined to prove them wrong.
You've got this, Jack,
Kalen said as he gave me a reassuring nod.
Don't feel the pressure. Focus on your Krymeth.
I nodded, and for some reason him calling me by my first name and not Mr. Bradley really calmed me down. I took another deep breath and focused on the space in front of me, and I willed with everything I had for my Bloodleer to be summoned. I didn't force the movement like I had been. Instead, I closed my eyes and let my arm move in the way it wanted to. Rather than the harsh thrusting motion I had been doing, I felt my arm slowly move around in the air before I pushed my palm forward. A rush of power raced through my veins as the Bloodleer was summoned, and when I opened my eyes, the bat-like creature was flying in the space in front of me. Penny jumped up and down as she clapped her hands together. The grin on her face made me smile too, and I glanced around the room to see everyone, bar Reno, Sven, and Archibald, smiling too.
Marvelous! Now the rest of you follow suit.
Now that I had broken the ice, the other summoners started to prepare themselves to summon their own Krymeth. My Bloodleer was still flying a few feet above the ground, and he was looking at me with expectant red eyes. "Hey, bud," I said as I smiled at him. "I'm afraid there's no fighting today. I've got to summon and recapture you." The bloodleer let out a strange chittering sound, and his wings sagged a little. It was almost like he was disappointed from the lack of fighting, and I was realizing there were a lot of micro-expressions I'd need to get used to if I was going to fully understand my Krymith. "I'm sure you'll get a chance to fight soon," I said as I held my hand out again. "But it's time to go back in for now." Meatloaf let out another chittering sound in defeat and dropped to the floor like a petulant child. I chuckled to myself at his antics before I focused on getting him back into my arm. Instead of overthinking it again, I just let my body do what it felt it needed to. With one sweeping motion, I shot out my palm, and bright purple light engulfed the moping bloodleer and brought it back into my arm. Only Lauren and Penny had managed to successfully summon their Krymith by this point. Everyone else was still struggling, so I felt a little justified in not being able to do it on the first try. With Meatloaf back inside, I decided to practice summoning Jitterbug instead. This time, I let my body move on its own accord again, and, lo and behold, the flaming Orlon was in front of me within seconds. I kept going back and forth between the two of them for almost the whole hour, but it was around the 40-minute mark that I started to feel the exertion Kaelin had warned us about. My right arm holding the Krymith felt unusually heavy, like it had lead embedded into the muscles, and the rest of my body was slowly beginning to feel the same. I'd started to become slower at summoning as the hour wore on, and it was the same for my other classmates. Sven and Bastian had sat down in some kind of silent protest, whereas Kaner was still managing to summon and recapture in pretty quick succession.
"Students, recapture your remaining Krymith and gather around," Kaelin called out. "I think that's enough for today."
"Shit, I feel like I could pass out," Archibald panted as he sucked his Night Fowler back into his hand.
"I did try to warn you, Mr. Archer Montgomery," the old professor said as we started to surround him. "It is a taxing ability."
"I didn't realize it was that taxing," the stuck-up noble grumbled as he rolled his shoulders back and forth.
"Very well done, all things considered. Especially you, Mr. Atreus, for maintaining such strength and will all the way throughout. And you, Mr. Bradley, for being the first among your peers to succeed."
Kaner had a proud smile on his face at Kaelin's praise, while I sent the professor a grateful nod.
"I'd like to remind you all that we have a bonding session at 4 o'clock. It's extremely important you attend to build up the bond between your Krymith. As you are all well aware, having a good bond can be the difference between life and death."
I'm really looking forward to spending time with Kitty,
Penny whispered to Bastian.
I think she's warming up to me.
"You got that just from summoning her over and over again."
I could feel it.
The short girl shrugged.
Has your bond level increased?
Not by much, but it's not just about that.
Penny pouted.
I can feel it in the way she looks at me.
"I think someone's deluded."
Shut up!
Penny growled as she smacked his arm.
I am not.
"I don't think she is. I know what you mean, Penny. I kind of feel it too."
See? I'm not deluded. Clearly, someone's jealous about not bonding with his Krymith.
"Me and Alan are bonding just fine," Bastian huffed as he crossed his arms.
"Then I guess you just proved a point, Bast,"
Larinus smirked.
"Come on. I want to head to the library for a little bit before lunch."
"What for?" Bastian asked as his mouth fell open in horror. "To read? In your free time? Are you certifiably insane?"
"I want to see if there's anything written about my Wistwen."
"But why?" Bastian drawled with slumped shoulders. "Why not just ask one of the beast scholars? I'm sure they could recite everything about it to you by heart."
"Because I'd like to take initiative myself, Moral," Larinus said with an eye roll. "And you're coming with me."
"I'll join. I don't have anything to do until lunch either."
"A good academic call, Mr. Silicus," Kaelin said as he started to make his way past us toward the archway. "It never hurts to learn more about your Krymith, or others for that matter, even in your free time."
Kaelin raised an eyebrow at Bastian as he walked past and looked at him pointedly. The mousy-haired summoner immediately blushed bright red in response, and he turned his back to try and hide it from us.
"Come on, Moral,"
Larinus said as he placed his hands on his shoulders and spun him around.
Time to expand that little pea-sized brain of yours.
Bastian started to bark out his usual dramatic protests, and I heard the girls and Kaner chuckling behind us as the three of us followed behind Kaelin. The bell tolled above us as we left, which marked the official end of our lesson. Much to Bastian's dismay, we did end up going to the library, but I felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of shelves. Now that I was inside the open space, I felt like a tiny ant in the middle of New York staring up at the skyscrapers. Larinus seemed to know where to look, though, so Bastian and I followed him around until he found a section dedicated to Crimith. Finding our own Crimith among the many tomes, however, proved to be another task entirely. I couldn't find anything on Bloodleers or Orlons in the short time we had between our last lesson and lunch, so I just ended up wandering the vast shelves while Larinus hunted for something on Wistwinds. Eventually, we had to leave for the banquet hall, and only Larinus had found what he'd been looking for. Instead of splitting up, I invited Larinus and Bastian to join the small group I'd formed. Isabel, Felix, Violet, and Nils were already sitting down toward the back of the hall with a few empty spots beside the latter. Penny, Lauren, and Kaner hadn't arrived yet, so Larinus and Bastian had no reason not to join us. "More friends to join us, Jack," Felix smirked. "You'll have the entire academy sitting with us before too long. Guys, I'd like you to meet some of my fellow summoners. This is Larinus and Bastian."
Nice to meet you,
Isabel said with a sweet smile.
I'm Isabel.
"Felix! This is Nils."
And I'm Violet.
The dark-haired mage finished off before she focused on me.
How was class?
"Pretty good," I said as I sat down beside her. "Exhausting, though." "Very," Bastian sighed as he slumped down in the seat next to Nils. "I am in need of a lot of food. A man after my own heart. Here, try the beef stew. It'll perk you right up." Bastian immediately grabbed one of the metal soup bowls piled up next to a pot of steaming stew and started to ladle in thick helpings. Larinus was much more polite as he sat down beside me and started to pick up a few sandwiches from a silver platter next to it.
"So you're all from different classes?"
the tall summoner said as he looked around the table.
"It really does seem like Jack has found his own little group already."
It's not a certainty, but it doesn't hurt to know others outside of your own class.
"I'm not knocking it, don't worry."
Larinus smiled before he took a bite out of a cheese sandwich.
In fact, I agree. It is beneficial to know others outside of your own class. After all, the groupings are based on how well you work together.
And if you're already friends, the more likely you are to want to save each other's hide. Although, would we consider ourselves friends?
Shut up, Olorin.
Violet chuckled and kicked Felix's foot under the table.
We're friendlier than some of the other students here.
"I suppose you're right," Felix said before he shoved a mouthful of beef stew into his mouth.
"And it's all thanks to our very own Jack Bradley."
"Apparently I'm better at making friends than I thought," I said as I started to load my own plate. "You're welcome, by the way."
"Violet, you're a maid, right? How are you feeling about us spying on you during your training?"
I'm kind of excited, honestly.
The dark-haired girl said as she twirled a forkful of spaghetti around her plate.
I feel like I do better under pressure.
"And nothing says pressure like a load of judgy students watching you fight."
You'll be great either way, Violet, I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Isabel.
The mage smiled.
I'm feeling pretty good about it.
"As you should,"
Larinus said before he let out a sigh.
I, for one, am not looking forward to when you guys watch us try and summon."
"And fight with our Crimith. You know Kaelin will want us to show off."
"Not helping with the nerves of the situation, Moral."
"We'll be fine. Don't overthink it."
Yours isn't until later on in the week anyway, right?
"Tomorrow, 1:30.
"Oh."
Larinus paled and let his sandwich drop to the plate. "Larinus, it will be fine. Don't let it get to you, otherwise you will fuck up."
"Reassuring words, Jack,"
the bearded summoner said in a sarcastic drawl.
"Appreciate it."
"You'll thank me tomorrow," I said as I clapped him on the shoulder. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to take a leak."
Nice.
Violet said as she scrunched her face up. "Where are the toilets, by the way? I haven't seen any walking around."
Down there.
Isabel said as she pointed to a door at the very back of the banquet hall.
You'll want the one on the right.
"Thanks. I'll be back soon." I started to walk down the small amount of space left in the hall toward the bathrooms. I was too busy looking down at my feet to make sure I was putting one foot in front of the other that I didn't see the body I slammed into. I grunted as I stumbled back, only to come face to face with the professor who had been staring me down in the hallway. Now that he was up close, I could see the wrinkles on his aged face that made him look ancient. His eyes were piercing and almost white in color, and I could see his black hair was actually incredibly long and braided down his back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to—
You should watch where you're going, summoner,
the creepy professor said in a deep, raspy voice.
Otherwise, you'll get hurt.
I stayed stone still as he brushed past me and walked the length of the banquet hall. His words rang through me like a cold wind and chilled me to the bone. What the hell did he mean, otherwise I'll get hurt? Any inclination to take a leak disappeared, and I slowly turned around and made my way back to the table my friends were sitting at as if I was in a trance. There was something deeply unsettling about his words. A simple warning laced with a threat. An uneasy feeling knotted itself in my stomach and tugged at my innards. But that feeling didn't go away even as I sat back down. And now I felt like I needed to watch my back. Chapter 12. What happened to taking a lake? Or did you not make it in time?
Gross, Felix. We're eating.
Their bickering faded into the background as I stared at a plate of steamed asparagus in front of me. Everything had been going well at the academy so far. But now it felt like I'd done something wrong. The only problem was that I had no idea what, which meant I couldn't do anything to fix the issue that the creepy professor clearly had.
Are you okay, Jack?
Isabel's warm voice and hand on my shoulder snapped me out of my trance, and I turned to see her looking at me with a furrowed brow. Yeah, I trailed off as I glanced over at the entryway of the banquet hall and saw the creepy professor leaving.
What happened? I saw you bumped into him.
Professor Dane?
Larinus asked as he leaned into our conversation.
Did you rub him the wrong way or something?
Apparently, I said as I watched the old summoner leave the banquet hall with one last look in my direction. He warned me.
What did he say?
He said I
should watch where I was going, or I'll end up getting hurt,
I said in a rasping voice to mimic Dane's. All I did was bump into him.
Maybe he just didn't want you bumping into anyone else. He is pretty old.
They're not frail, Larinus. They're the most powerful people in Alcyn. Professor Dane especially. What do you mean? My brow twitched. He's one of the oldest summoners at the academy, Bastian said before he sank his teeth into a chicken leg. It is in master rank classes, so we won't be seeing him until we're at that level. That was somewhat of a relief, but it still didn't change the fact that he had been watching me before this point and had now given me some weird, cryptic warning. It wasn't just about me bumping into him, I said as I shook my head. He was watching me earlier when I was walking to our focus training. Huh? Bastian tilted his head to one side with a piece of chicken skin dangling between his lips. Why would he do that? I don't know, I shrugged. The creep was peeking around one of the pillars on the second floor. It was super weird.
It sounds like it,
Isabel said as she rubbed my shoulder.
You said you're not from this world, right? Maybe he's just a little bit cautious.
No one else has been. In fact, everyone has seemed to handle it pretty well.
Well, magic is a thing here. It's not too far out of the realm of possibilities.
And considering we have thousands of flesh-eating monsters swarming our borders at all times, what happened to you isn't too crazy either, Bastian smirked. What are you four gossiping about? Felix asked as he leaned forward to hear. Violet's just been giving me a lecture about table manners, so I'm dying to hear something else.
It was a necessary lecture, but I am also intrigued to know what has you all looking so serious.
Jack had a run-in with Professor Dane, and apparently he gave him an ominous warning.
I know it sounds stupid, but I can't shake the feeling that he has it out for me. You should have seen the way he was looking at me earlier, and the way he spoke to me when I bumped into him. It was like I'd taken a shit on his dinner plate or something. Ha! Charming! Maybe you should give Jack a lecture on table manners, Violet.
I think such profanities might be excusable in this situation,
Violet said as her brow furrowed.
I've seen Professor Dane walking around, and he does seem odd.
How's that fair? Jack gets a free pass because a creepy professor bumped into him?
Not the point, Felix. Clearly, Jack's caught up in something.
Everything's been going great, and then he comes along. I wouldn't think too much of it, Jack. Look on the bright side. You've been here, 2 days? Look at how great things are going for you.
Yeah, you're like at the top of our class. Not to mention you've already got your own little group formed.
But there's no certainty we'll be put together.
Violet warned us again like a broken record.
Yes, but the point still stands. He's doing great. More than great. Better than most of us here, and we've lived in Alcyn all our lives, knowing what the Academy is and what it's here for.
Thanks, Larinus, I said with a faint smile. I really appreciate it. I really did, because hearing it come from someone else solidified everything I'd been feeling inside. I had been doing pretty damn well since I got here, all things considered. I was an outsider to these people and this world, but it didn't feel like it. Sure, I had a long way to go to become a proper summoner, and I had a few small hiccups along the way, but I was taking everything in stride. Forget about Dane. Focus on your training. And us, Bastian said with a wide grin. Your bestest friends, of course. Funny, but you're right. I shouldn't get too wrapped up in it.
We have a test on Friday, before our first excursion outside the wall. We'll be grouped for the first time.
Something to focus on. A lot better than focusing on Professor Dane's wrinkly old face. Yeah, you're right. Here's to hoping we get grouped together.
And here's to hoping Bastian and I get grouped up with people like you, and not people like Archibald Montgomery,
Larinus said as he took a swig from his silver goblet. I hate to break it to you, Larinus, but there's a lot of noble folk in here, and most of them will probably be as resentful about being here as he is.
Well, they'd best learn to suck it up,
Violet said as she rose from the bench.
Because we're here to protect the wall and to protect Alcyn.
You're going already?
I want to get to my class early, to prepare for all of you watching me. I'm going to have a lot of eyes on me.
Best of luck, mate. We look forward to seeing what you're made of.
Thanks, Summoner.
Violet smiled and waved at us as she started to make her way out of the banquet hall. The boys started to talk among themselves, but I noticed Isabel's quietness and the hand that hadn't left my shoulder. I turned to see her still looking at me with that concerned frown on her face, and it made my heart skip a beat. What?
Are you sure you're all right? You looked as white as a ghost when you sat back down.
I'm okay, I reassured her with a slight nod. I promise.
You don't have to lie, you know. I think you have every right to be a little put off from what you've told us.
The others are right. I shouldn't let it get to me. I can ignore it. Maybe he's just having a bad day. As I said the words, I knew they lacked conviction. I could tell from the way Isabel's brow twitched and her nose scrunched up that she didn't believe me either. Because no matter what, I'd be checking every corner for creepy Professor Dane from here on out. I appreciate your concern, though, Isabel. More than you know. I haven't had many friends in the past few years.
You and me both,
the blonde healer said with a sad smile.
But that's changed now. Everything has.
You're damn right. And for the better, I hope.
Definitely for the better. At least for me it is. This place is a lot more luxurious than Hill Run, and by the sounds of it, you didn't have it too great where you're from either.
Yeah, this is a big improvement to say the least, I said as I thought about my shitty job and shitty apartment. Are you two done conspiring? Felix asked as he flicked a grape at me with his spoon. Why do you always assume the worst? I asked as I picked the grape up from my plate and ate it. We were just talking. It's better to assume the worst, Bradley. Then you won't get disappointed.
What a pessimistic outlook, Felix. Finish up eating. I've got a class to get to. And you've got a mage to watch cast spells.
So bossy, Felix pouted. But you're right. We should probably get going if we're going to see what Violet's made of. The six of us quickly ate what was left on our plates before we headed out of the banquet hall. I tried to push the thought of Professor Dane and his apparent issue with me to the back of my mind. But it didn't matter how much I reassured my friends that I'd just brush it off, nor how much I tried to just forget about it. I always trusted my gut. It was something my dad taught me, and it never led me astray before. And if my gut was telling me to watch out for that old man, I was going to listen to it. We said our goodbyes to Isabel, and then we headed up to the 3rd floor where the mage training room was. It was right next to the summoner training room, and I was surprised that we never heard any noise or ruckus coming from there. Maybe the walls were enchanted to keep the noise in, or maybe the room was never occupied when we were in it. Either way, it was like stepping into a perfect copy of our training room. The only difference was the mage mural on the floor again, and wooden pews had been erected around the edge of the room for us to sit and observe. The mages had already gathered in the center of the room and faced a tall professor dressed in similar robes to them. He had short, white hair, a long pointed nose, and a crooked smile on his face as he addressed them. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but from the way a few of the mages were bouncing up and down on the balls of their feet, I guessed it was some kind of pep talk. There were a few different groups already sitting in the pews. As per usual, they were grouped together in their classes. Around 15 beast hunters took up an entire 2 pews on the left side of the room, and small clusters of mages and beast scholars were scattered across the remaining pews. There weren't any healers, but I figured that was because they were in the same class Isabel was in, hence her absence. I spotted the rest of my summoning friends sitting on the 2nd row of one of the pews, and Archibald and his little posse sat a few rows behind them. Kaner waved us over, and Penny's face lit up as soon as she saw Bastian. "Well, it looks like our absence has been felt. We're going to sit over there. You guys are welcome to join us." "Wouldn't hurt," I said as I looked at Felix and Nils for their approval. "Unless you guys want to sit with your own classes." "I'd prefer sticking with you," Nils said as he pushed his glasses further up his nose. "Do you not get along with the rest of your class, Nils?" I asked with a furrowed brow. "They don't pick on you or anything, do they?" "Pick on him? They're just as nerdy as he is." "I just prefer your company," Nils shrugged. "I haven't really spoken to the rest of my class." "Nils used up his social quota when we forced him into our conversation the other day at lunch," Felix joked as he clapped a hand on the scholar's shoulder. "Now he's stuck with us." "As much as I'd like to say you're wrong, you've kind of hit the nail on the head with that one," Nils admitted with a bashful smile. "Are you complaining?" Felix asked as he raised an eyebrow. "I'm sure there are worse summoners and beast hunters I could be stuck with," Nils said with the faintest hint of a smirk on his lips. "Wow! Did you hear that, Jack? There could be worse." "Much worse," I said as I subtly gestured toward Archibald and his lackey sitting on the top row. "Do I even want to know?" "Nope. I'd just steer clear of those 3 if I were you." "Noted," Felix nodded. "I'll stick with our little group anyway, thanks." "What are you guys going to do if we don't get grouped up?" I knew I probably wouldn't have much trouble making new friends if I needed to, but I worried about Nils especially. Felix seemed as much of a social butterfly as me, so I had no doubt he'd make new friends too. But our shy little scholar was the complete opposite of both of us. "Best not to think of that possibility," Felix said as he noticed Nils' sudden stillness. "Either way, I'm sure it'll be fine."
Yeah,
Nils said with a weak nod.
"Perfectly fine."
"That's what we're here for, right? Whatever's best for the safety of Olsen."
"Yeah,"
Nils repeated quietly.
"Whatever's best."
I could tell that thinking about us not getting grouped together was freaking him out, so I quickly changed the subject before Nils had a full-on breakdown in the middle of the mage training room. "Do beast scholars have training we can look in on? Or do we have to just watch you shove your nose in a book?"
"There is an alchemy workshop you can sit in on. I don't know how interesting you'd find it."
"What do you mean?" I asked in confusion. "Are you not throwing fire bottles around?"
"No, far from it. We get given hypothetical scenarios, and we have to create a potion on the spot to deal with the problem."
"What kind of problems are we talking about? Stub toe? Sore back?"
"Flesh being melted off your body, more likely,"
Nils said casually.
"Or maybe acid eating away at your flesh by the second, something along those lines."
Of course you'd say something like that in the most nonchalant way possible, Felix said with a faux shudder.
He's a psychopath.
May I have your attention, please? The white-haired professor called out. The maid's training session is about to begin. I'd like to politely ask you to end your conversations and not speak during the training. It is paramount that my mages can concentrate. The professor waved his hand, and the mages started to pair off and move to different points of the room. They had clearly done this a lot of times because they moved with confidence and grace as they went to specific sections and faced each other. Violet was facing a tall man with dark skin and black dreads pinned back from his face with a golden band. He was at least a whole foot taller than her, but despite his towering frame, he looked down at her with respect in his dark brown eyes. What you will see today is a mix of attack and defense spells. Will one of you step forward and show the onlookers your stats so they know what to expect? A thin-framed woman with sullen eyes stepped forward and faced us on the pews. Her hair was wispy and white, and her eyes were as pale as her skin. The professor cleared his throat as he approached before he plastered a wide smile on his face. Thank you for volunteering, Cressida. Show the other students what a rank 1 mage looks like. As we stared at the thin woman below us, all of her mage stats started to appear in front of my eyes.
Rank 1. Fireball. Novice. Unleash a fiery ball of flame and launch it up to a 15-foot radius in front of you. Upon impact, it is able to do up to 80 points of fire damage, stacked against any bludgeoning damage from the throw itself. There is a 40% chance of missing if the target is moving, and a 30% chance of missing if the target is stationary. Ice Knife. Novice. Conjure a throwable knife made of ice. At novice level, it can be thrown up to 20 feet. It is able to do a total of 20 points of ice damage per knife. Knives can be thrown in quick succession up to a maximum of 20 times at rank 1. There is a 40% chance of missing if the target is moving, and a 25% chance of missing if the target is stationary. Shield of Air. Novice. Erect a 10-foot wall of air to repel any incoming damage. The wall lasts for 1 minute, or until the caster breaks concentration.
As you can see, these are elemental-focused spells. Though few in number, they allow a novice mage enough defense against most types of Krymith. What you will be seeing today is an exchange of these spells used in an attack and defend maneuver. Cool, Felix mumbled to himself. At rank 2, mages pick their specialties, so practicing with each other becomes much harder. That is why, upon reaching that level, the mages fight Krymith. Bastion, Larinus, and I shared a concerned look as the professor glanced over at us. You'll be paired with summoners when it comes to that point, and they will provide their own Krymith so you can get a taste of real battle. That is one of the many examples of how your classes will start to merge together. But that is a long way from this point, so don't panic. I let out a small sigh of relief and leaned back against the pew as the white-haired professor waved Cressida off. Mages, positions, and remember, this isn't about injuring each other. It's about moves and counter-moves. Should your opponent get hit, stop
Immediately.
The mages chanted like a cult in response. I kept my eyes trained on Violet as she began to put some distance between her and the brute in front of her. The professor quickly fled away from the center of the room and joined the other classes by the pews. Mages! Attack! There was a chorus of yells as each mage acted at the same time. Violet slammed her foot forward and shot her hands out in front of her while shouting a spell. Flames burst from her hands before a large molten ball of fire emerged and shot toward the tall guy in front of her. I almost couldn't believe the professor was letting them practice with magic so powerful, because if one of them missed, they'd be lit up like the 4th of July. I braced myself for some serious face-melting trauma. But just as I thought the fireball was about to hit the brute, he slammed his foot against the ground and raised his forearms up. As the fireball flew toward him, a gust of wind shot up from the floor. His forearms were the guide, and I could see he was gritting his teeth as the fireball slammed into the windshield. Holy shit, Felix whispered to himself.
That was awesome!
The other mages were doing similar moves with each other, but I was only focused on Violet, partly to make sure she was all right, but also partly because she looked incredibly hot conjuring fireballs. After a few assault attacks from Violet, the two of them swapped positions. Violet was responsible for erecting a shield, while the tall brute tried to hit her with his ice knives. Getting to see how the other classes fought was insightful into how groupings would work, and I realized just how relentless the training was if they were fighting like this already. "I think Kaelin is going a little too easy on us," Bastion whispered to me. "These guys haven't even fought Crimith yet, and they're already fighting like this." "We're not fighters, though. It's not as easy as learning a spell and practicing it. We've got to build up our relationship with our Crimith and learn how to capture, control, and summon them. I guess you're right. Still, makes me feel like we're behind." "Don't be put off," a voice said from below us. We all looked down to see the white-haired professor staring up at us with a crooked smile. His hands were tucked in the sleeves of his robes, and he slowly walked up the small set of stairs at the side of the pews to join us on ours. "Everyone learns at a different pace here. While it may feel like you're behind, I can assure you you're not. Everyone will be ready for their first excursion come Friday." I swallowed the lump in my throat at the mention of the excursion that would mean going beyond the wall. I still didn't know if I was ready to face actual Crimith that weren't just docile beasts who had been kept inside a summoner's arm for who knows how long. "Rank 1 mages have only 3 spells, so it's important they get as much practice with them as they can. Your class is much more complicated in the early stages." "I suppose that's a little reassuring," Bastion said with a tight-lipped smile. "Let it be. And don't use these viewings as a point of comparison, because whatever confidence you currently have will quickly dwindle if you hyper-focus on other people's progress." The professor whisked himself away in a rush of fabric, which left us to dwell on his words. None of us said anything after his departure, but I knew that his words had stuck with Larinus and Bastion. We continued watching the mages fight for the next hour and a half. As it was approaching 3:30, Isabel and a few other healers snuck into the room and joined us on the pews. Her face looked flushed as she took a seat next to Larinus and leaned over to wave at me. "How'd your lesson go?"
Good, but it overran a little. Someone accidentally blew up the cauldron they were brewing in.
"What?"
It provided us with some hands-on practice. They almost melted their face off.
"Shit. They're all healed up, right?"
Yeah, the professor got all of us to try and help him. He ended up needing to go to the infirmary anyway, though.
"Damn. Well, I'm glad it wasn't you."
Me too. How's the training viewing been?
Violet's pretty incredible. All of the mages are, in fact. But Violet is particularly brutal. See her opponent, that 6-foot-something guy? She's had him sweating since the first round.
Of course she has.
The blonde smiled softly as she glanced over at the dark-haired mage.
She's a force to be reckoned with.
Now that our whole group was here, I settled in a little more. I kept having to remind myself that there was no guarantee we'd be put together, but it felt natural with all of us sitting together. I was confident in calling everyone surrounding me my friends, and I was going to do whatever it took to make sure we got to fight together outside of the wall. As I was basking in the comforting feeling, I felt the hair at the back of my neck stick up again. I shuddered, thinking it was just a breeze making its way into the training room, but when it didn't go away, I started to look around. I'd experienced that feeling earlier today, and there had been a professor staring at me the whole time because of it. I quickly surveyed the room in a bout of paranoia, but I couldn't see anyone staring at me. Not being able to see anyone was objectively worse than finding someone staring at me like Professor Dane had, and I felt my skin prickle with goosebumps. "You okay, Jack?" Bastion whispered to me. "You've gone super pale." "I'm fine," I whispered back to him. "Just got a weird feeling." "A weird feeling?" Bastion's brow twitched. "About what?" "Then I'm being watched again," I said as I rubbed my arms up and down through the fabric of my robe. Bastion's head whipped around the room as he tried to pinpoint the creep, too, but when he couldn't see anyone either, he turned back to me with a concerned look. "Do you want to head to our Crimith bonding early?" "Yeah, that might be a good idea," I said before I turned to my other friends. "Nils, Felix, We're going to dip."
"You're going?"
Felix asked with a frown as we started to stand up. "We've got Krymith bonding soon, but I don't want to stay here. I'm getting the same feeling I got when Professor Dane was staring at me earlier."
"Is he in here now?"
the blonde beast hunter asked as his eyes scanned the room like a hawk.
"I'll have a word with him if he is."
"You don't need to do that. We'll see you at dinner, okay?"
"All right,"
Felix said reluctantly as we started to shuffle out of the pew.
"Hope you have a nice time with your weird little beasts."
"Thanks, Licks," I said with a playful roll of my eyes. As I passed Isabel, I noticed she had been unusually quiet, and her eyebrows were tugged down into a sharp V shape. I paused in front of her and waved a hand in front of her face.
"You okay?"
I asked quietly. She seemed to snap out of whatever had been plaguing her, and as she jerked and caused my fingers to brush her face, her already pink cheeks flushed a brighter pink.
Have fun with your bonding. I'll see you at dinner."
I pulled my hand away and nodded before I made my way to the small set of stairs. "Tell Violet she did amazing for me," I said over my shoulder. "We'll see you later." I followed Bastian and Larinus the rest of the way down the stairs and out of the room. As soon as we passed through the tall arches, I let out a deep sigh of relief. The skin-prickling feeling immediately ceased the moment I was out of sight of the others in the mage training room, which made me wonder if Professor Dane had been hiding in there somewhere, just staring again. As much as I wanted to think it could have been another student having a long, hard look at the newbie who wasn't from this world, it was an entirely different sensation. It was a deep, heavy feeling, like lead forming in my stomach. It was unsettling, and it weighed me down, which was how I knew that it had to have been Professor Dane, because I had never experienced anything like that before today. "Let's go," Bastian said, as if he could sense my discomfort. "At least we don't have to walk far."
"Hey, wait up!"
I heard a familiar voice call out. We all turned to see Penny, Kaner, and Lauren rushing out after us. Penny was the one who had spoken, and she was the most flushed as she ran over to us.
"Why the quick departure? Did something happen? Has class been moved?"
"Calm down, Highwater," Bastian said as he rested a hand on her shoulder. "You know being nosy will get you in trouble one day."
She was just concerned.
Lauren defended her.
She saw Jack turn as white as a ghost from across the room.
"Yeah, what's going on? Were some of the other classes giving you trouble?" "No, it's nothing like that. Just some possible drama with one of the professors here, but I'd rather not get into it out in the open like this."
"Then let's get to class,"
Penny said as she started to lead the way down the hall.
"If you're having trouble with one of the professors, maybe you should ask Professor Kalen or Elder Summoner Roth for some help."
"I don't think it's that serious," I said as I scratched the back of my neck. "Yet." "Honestly, Jack, it's like you look for trauma," Bastian teased with a smirk. "Do you want to give it a rest?" "Shut up," I snorted and shoved his shoulder. "I'm not looking for it on purpose." "It just finds you, Larinus joined in on the teasing. "I bet you are a force to be reckoned with back in your world." "You have no idea how wrong you are." Soon enough, we all entered the training room for summoners and found it empty. We were a little early, but I'd much rather sit in the open space and be more aware of people lurking in dark corners than go through whatever the hell I was back in the mage training room. We made ourselves comfortable on the floor until Professor Kalen entered after the bell tolled twice. Archibald, Sven, and Reno joined shortly after, and Kalen gave us a brief explanation of how Krymith bonding time worked. For the first session, it would be held in the summoner training room, but the more familiar we got, the sooner we'd be allowed to host them in the gardens outside. All we had to do was summon our creatures and sit or stand with them. That was it. We could talk to them, feed them, and try to pet them. Once Kalen had explained everything to us, he told us to spread out and summon our creatures to begin the session. After a few tries, I managed to finally summon both Jitterbug and Meatloaf. The two seemed pretty indifferent toward each other, and they hardly even looked at each other as they stood in front of me. Kalen wheeled in a huge platter of raw meat so we could feed our Krymith, and I took 2 huge cuts of steak to feed to my boys. I threw them up into the air, and Meatloaf quickly used his front claws to push off the floor and grab it in mid-air. Jitterbug took a different approach and rolled forward into a half-moon shape with his mouth wide open. The steak fell straight in, and the two began to tear the thick cuts to shreds. I glanced over at the others and saw Lauren carefully feeding her Preskin small chunks of meat from her hand. Penny was doing something similar and had piled up small chunks onto the floor to let her Kachi eat like an actual cat. When I saw Archibald struggling to feed his night fowler, I felt a little bit better. The larger Krymith were way more intimidating, even if they were technically ours, and they weren't as cute as some of the smaller ones who could just eat little chunks from the floor. I turned back to my Krymith, who had now finished devouring the cuts of meat, and saw the little heart in the corner of my vision indicating our friendship bond level was increasing. I decided to just sit with them after that. I didn't want to overwhelm them during our first Krymith bonding, and I figured I'd try and let them come to me on their own terms. So I sat down in front of them and started to chat idly with them. I told them about my day, about our classes and how much I was enjoying them, and about how I was looking forward to letting them see some action. They weren't super responsive, but the Orlon did curl up into a little ball with his eyes peeking out of the top while he listened, and the Bloodleer tilted his head to one side every so often as I spoke. Just as I was about to give up hope about making any real progress during our first bonding session, Meatloaf slowly started to inch closer to me. His thick claws scraped across the marble floor, and when the huge bat was right in front of me, he bowed his head and pushed my hand up with his snout. My eyes widened in shock as he maneuvered my hand to pet his head, and after the initial surprise wore off, I started to slowly scratch his bristly fur. Meatloaf started to purr like a cat, and he nuzzled into my touch more. The heart icon appeared, and it didn't go away for some time. I quickly flicked through the menu to check his friendship level, and I felt my breath hitch as I realized it had reached level 25 already. I checked the Orlons too, but that had only gone up to 20. Either way, it was progress, and I was more than happy to see it. Kaelin eventually called the bonding session to an end, and we all recaptured our Krymiths so we could head down for dinner. The session had been the perfect way to take my mind off the whole Professor Dane situation. But the moment my Krymith were back inside of me and we were making our way down to the banquet hall, I was left with the reality of the situation. I scanned the room like a paranoid owl as we entered, but when I couldn't see the wrinkly old face of Dane anywhere, I breathed a sigh of relief and forced myself to sit down with my friends. Instead of branching off like they usually did, Penny, Lauren, and Kaner all joined the rest of us at the end of the table. After a few quick introductions and teasing from Felix about me having too many friends, we all started to tuck into the fresh food. As I piled up my plate with mashed potatoes, sweet corn, roasted chicken, and honey-roasted carrots, I found myself looking around the room again. I hated how much he had gotten to me, but I couldn't help but feel like I constantly had to be on guard now. It wasn't a fluke, and if his ominous warning earlier wasn't enough, the fact that I'd felt someone looking at me again was enough to tell me whatever this wasn't over. I felt someone kick my foot under the table, and I looked up to see Isabel staring at me with that same frown she had on her face earlier in the mage training.
What's going on?
She asked quietly so only I would hear.
You've had that look on your face ever since the training.
I just guess I'm a little rattled, I said as I finished off the last bite of my potatoes.
Dane?
Yeah, I sighed as I placed my knife and fork down. Isabel tightened her grip on her own knife and fork at my confirmation, and in a quick burst of movement, she started to shovel in the rest of her food on her plate. Isabel, what are you doing?
Come on,
she said through a mouthful of chicken.
Let's get out of here.
What? I asked in confusion, only to be tugged up from the bench as she stood up. What are you doing?
Just follow me,
she said as she swallowed the food in her mouth.
We'll see you guys later.
Wow, you two are getting down to it already. Can't even wait until dinner's over.
Not funny, Felix. Come on, Jack.
Isabel slipped her hand into mine and started to pull me out of the banquet hall. She was clearly on a mission, and she had a determined frown on her face as she started to lead me through the academy. Where are we going? I asked as I struggled to keep up with her quick pace.
Just trust me. I'm going to take your mind off Dane.
I felt like my eyebrows shot up to my hairline, but I let her tug me wherever she wanted. I had no idea where she was leading me, but she was taking numerous twists and turns down hallways I'd never even noticed before. Eventually, we reached a winding staircase that must have led up a spire. Despite the small space, Isabel kept a firm grip on my hand and tugged me along with her as she ascended the steep steps. When we finally reached the top, there was a terraced balcony surrounded by crawling ivy. "This is what you wanted to show me?"
Not this,
Isabel said as she released my hand.
but we're almost there.
"What do you mean, almost there? This balcony doesn't lead anywhere."
Come on.
The healer smiled and beckoned me into the open space.
You can climb, right?
I felt my heart fall to my ass as Isabel started to climb up the ivy attached to the wooden trellis at the side of the spire. "Isabel, you're crazy! You're gonna fall!"
No, I won't.
the blonde said as she started to climb higher.
If I do, just summon your blood layer to save me.
My mouth fell open in shock at her nonchalant tone, and I felt my palms start to sweat. I didn't want to just stand there like a coward and watch her climb the side of a ridiculously tall spire on her own. So I took a shaking step forward and gripped the trellis. "Okay, Jack, you've got this," I whispered to myself as I stuck my foot into one of the holes. Isabel was already at the top of the trellis and had situated herself on the lip of the spire's cone roof. There was enough space to sit without slipping, but there was no barrier to stop her from falling if she lost her footing. "I never pegged you for someone so reckless," I said as I started to slowly climb up. "And this is the epitome of recklessness."
It's worth it. I come up here all the time.
"Then you're more crazy than I first thought, Merlara," I said as I focused on not falling to my death. I eventually made it to the top of the trellis, and I forced my weight up onto the roof of the spire beside Isabel. My legs dangled off the side, and as I looked down at the ridiculous height between us and the ground, I felt my mashed potatoes trying to make their way back up.
Don't look down there.
Isabel said as she grabbed my hand.
Look out there.
I slowly pulled my gaze away from the ground hundreds of feet below us and looked ahead. The sky was painted a beautiful burnt orange as the remainders of the sunlight started to slip past the wall. Deep midnight blue had started to bleed into the bright color from behind us as night began to fall, as well as a few splatterings of stars.
You can see all of Ulsan from here,
Isabel said as she leaned her head on my shoulder. She was right. From our position, I could see the first wall that protected Hill Run. From our impressive height, I could see the sprawling hills and small villages that made up the least protected area of Ulsan, and in front of that was the wall protecting Kilcard. I hadn't managed to see much of the section when I'd first arrived, but now I could see the sharp contrast to Hill Run. It was basically one huge city, with tall townhouses and buildings all clumped together to make up a twinkling land lit up by lanterns and flame. If I turned my head a little, I could see the peak of Ermire behind the last wall separating us from them. The huge castle I had seen on my way in stood like a silent sentinel looking down at the rest of Ulsan. This is incredible. Really high up, but incredible.
I told you it was worth it.
Isabel whispered back as she wrapped her arm around mine.
I found this spot on the first night when I was missing home.
Isabel pointed over to Hill Run and indicated a blackened spot in the otherwise picturesque landscape. That was your village?
Yes.
The blonde nodded.
And the one beside that would have looked the same if it weren't for you.
I swallowed hard at her words and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. The blonde settled into my warmth as she rested her head on my chest. We stayed silent for a few minutes and just enjoyed the peace of the moment. The view really was breathtaking, and I felt like I'd never seen anything quite so beautiful in all of my years existing on Earth. You know, it's weird to think about how different my life is now. I was nobody back where I'm from. Had a shit job, shit life, no friends.
Well, maybe it's a good thing you got summoned here then.
Isabel said as she intertwined our fingers together over her shoulder.
A good thing indeed.
My first instinct was to agree with her, but then I realized what she had said. Summoned. What if someone summoned me to Ulsan? Chapter 13. Isabel's words had made my head spin even more than what it already was concerning Dane. I didn't want to let her know that, though. not when she had tried so hard to distract me. But the thought that I could have been summoned by someone was slowly starting to eat away at me. It made sense. When I'd first arrived, there had been strange, glowing runes beneath my feet, and now that I was more familiar with Alcyn and how things worked, it was definitely magical in nature. It didn't answer who'd summoned me or why, though, and that was what was gnawing at the inside of my skull like a parasite. Isabel and I watched the sun slowly set, and we stayed on the rooftop until the sky had turned a deep blue. Kilcard glowed like a city of fallen orange stars as the citizens started to light their lanterns, while Hillrun became almost pitch black. Eventually, I knew we had to leave. Not only would our absence probably be noted, but I was trying my best not to completely spiral right in front of Isabel. Getting down was a lot harder than climbing up, and I felt my palms sweating again as I descended the trellis. As great of a view as it was, almost dying for it didn't seem too worth it, but I didn't let Isabel know that. As we walked back down the steep stairs, I grabbed her hand again, and once we reached the ground floor, I pulled her into a tight embrace. "Thank you," I said against her hair, "for taking me up there, for distracting me."
You're welcome,
she whispered as she wrapped her arms around my waist.
If you ever need another distraction, just let me know. You don't have to suffer alone anymore, Jack. And with all of this Professor Dane business, you shouldn't be on your own.
"Thanks, Isabel," I said as I tightened my grip on her. "I mean it."
I know,
she said as she reluctantly pulled out of my grip.
Let's head to the dorms before we get detention for sneaking around.
Are they really like that here? I chuckled as I grabbed her hand and started to lead her back the way we came.
They like order here. Sneaking up onto the rooftop of a spire isn't exactly orderly.
Yeah, I suppose you've got a point, I said with a lopsided grin. Pretty fun, though.
Very fun. But, as is usually the case, the most fun things are not usually allowed.
Well, we'll just have to be extra sneaky, right? Because if you find any more cool spots like that, I want to be the first to know.
You're at the top of my list, Bradley.
Isabel winked.
But that does make you my new partner in crime.
I'll wear it like a badge of honor, Merlara, I said as I squeezed her hand. When we came up to the 2 doors beside the banquet hall, we reluctantly let go of each other and took a step toward our respective dorms. The academy was almost completely silent now, and the doors to the banquet hall had been closed shut.
Well, good night. I'll see you at breakfast or at the introduction to healing class, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll see you there. Thanks again for the distraction.
Anytime.
The blonde said with a soft smile before she started to head for the door leading to the women's dorms. I waited until the black door clicked shut behind her before I moved toward my own. The ascent up the stairs toward my room felt like it took forever, and now that I was alone, there was no stopping the torrent of thoughts eating away at my brain. If someone had summoned me to Alcyn, what was their motive? How was such magic possible if I was the first person from Earth to be here? And how the hell did they know I had summoner powers if I wasn't from here? There were too many unknown answers, and it was making me feel like I was free-falling from the spire Isabel and I had just been sitting on top of. When I reached the first year's floor, I hesitated in front of Felix's door. No doubt he was either fast asleep or up to no good behind the closed door. I faced the internal battle of plaguing him with my own thoughts or just letting him rest. After all, Isabel had only suggested that I'd been summoned, and she clearly hadn't thought much of it because she didn't exactly explain it any further. The only evidence I had was the runes on the ground when I'd first arrived, and I wasn't knowledgeable enough to know if that meant I had been summoned or not. Of course, someone like Elder Summoner Roth would probably know, but he'd been pretty hard to talk to about how I got here. Not to mention, I didn't want to look like an idiot if I was completely wrong. Elder Roth had said he'd get his best scholars and summoners looking into how I got here, and I had to trust him on that. An answer was more than likely to appear at some point, and I didn't want to throw a wrench in the works by suggesting something that was completely wrong. I'd already psyched myself out of telling anyone, so I turned from Felix's door and went to my own. I stripped out of my robes as soon as I was inside and slipped into some comfortable pajamas. Then I went to the bathroom with my toothbrush and paste and did my nighttime routine to try and distract myself. Unfortunately, the cold water didn't do much to clear my head or stop the internal argument I was having with myself. Climbing into my soft bed didn't help either, and despite being pretty exhausted from the day's events, I couldn't fall asleep. I stared at the dark ceiling above my head for what felt like hours, and I listened to the gentle sounds of the world outside my window until I eventually passed out. I was awoken abruptly by a harsh knocking at the door, and I bolted upright from my light sleep.
"Wakey, wakey," Felix called from behind the door. "You overslept, Bradley. We've got the introduction to healing in 10 minutes.
"Shit!" I shouted as I scrambled out of bed and rushed to put on my robes. I heard Felix snickering from behind the door, but I ignored the beast hunter as I pulled on my boots. I combed through my mess of curls as fast as I could without pulling off my entire scalp, and then I rubbed the sleep out of my eyes as best as I could and headed for the door. When I flung open the door, Felix was leaning against the wall with a lazy grin on his face and his arms crossed. "Don't say a word," I warned as I pointed a finger at him. "I didn't sleep well." "I was knocking for like 10 minutes before breakfast," he said as he pushed off the wall and started to walk toward the door. "You were out like a light." "Like I said, rough night," I said as I rolled my shoulders and felt a twinge in my back. Really rough night." "How come?" Felix asked as we started to descend the steps. "Bad dreams. Bad thoughts. There's just a lot on my mind. Because of that creepy professor. You really shouldn't let him get to you, Jack. Fuck him." "I know, but it's more than that now." "Did something happen between you and Isabel last night?" Felix asked as his eyes widened. "Oh my God. Don't tell me you two—" No, nothing like that. She just said something that got me thinking." "What was it?" Felix asked as we reached the bottom floor and started to walk toward the flight of stairs leading to the first floor. "She just said it was a good thing that I got summoned here. I've never thought about it that way before." "How do you mean?" Felix asked with a furrowed brow. "Summoned, Felix. Summoned." "Oh. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. But who the hell did it? And why?" "I don't know," he shrugged. "Oh, I'm not the person to ask." "I know that. But I don't want to bother Elder Summoner Roth about something that could be nothing." "Well, hasn't it better to find out if it's nothing rather than letting it eat away at you? I'm sure he gets stupid questions flung his way all the time." "Are you saying it's a stupid question?" I narrowed my eyes. "No, I never said that," Felix said with a pointed finger. "But you know what I mean." "I guess," I said as we made our way toward the healing lecture room. "But Elder Roth has been a little funny about answering some of my questions." "That's weird. Do you think he has something to do with it?" "Maybe," I shrugged. "Or maybe he's protecting someone. But he doesn't strike me as someone who's deceitful like that." "Well, that's worth asking, even if he just tells you you're an idiot." "Thanks for the advice, Felix." When we came up to the healing lecture room, almost every other student in our year was already there. Unlike the mage and summoner room, this space was much smaller, and the marble walls were a coppery color. There were individual tables set up facing a large chalkboard toward the back of the room, with an elderly woman dressed in healing robes standing in front of it. Her pure white hair was pulled back from her face in a tight bun. Her eyes were a warm brown, and she had a kind smile on her face as she waited for us to take our seats. I spotted most of our friends sitting in the far right corner of the room, with Isabel right in the center. There was a spare table next to her, so I quickly beelined for it and sat down. Felix took the seat behind me, and he kicked my chair as he sat down. "What was that for?" I whispered to him as I sat down. "Just reminding you to stay out of your head," he whispered back. I sighed as I turned back to face the professor at the back of the room, but I did a double take when I saw Isabel looking at me from the corner of my eye.
"You're still wrapped up?"
"Don't worry about it. I'm fine."
May I have your attention, please?
The elderly woman asked in a frail voice.
I am Professor Talia. I will be hosting your introduction to healing lesson today.
The chalk behind her started to float and scraped Introduction to Healing at the top of the board.
As we reach the middle of the week, I am sure most of you are now quite familiar with your own class, as well as some of the others. Healing, like Beast Scholar's work, is a support position when it comes to groupings.
The chalk behind her began to write small notes on what she was saying, and a few students pulled out a piece of parchment from their robes along with quills. I hadn't taken any notes since starting at the academy, but I felt like a lot of what we'd learned was easy to remember. It almost made me feel a little better when I realized that the majority of the students taking notes were Beast Scholars, so it kind of checked out.
The role of the healer is to heal both their team and, should they have a summoner, their Crimith. Protecting your healers is of paramount importance, for without them, the entire team can fall.
A beast hunter raised his hand toward the front of the room, and Talia gestured to him. Is that different magic when it comes to healing Crimith?
We use the same spells for the most part. Some are stronger than others, of course, and it is up to the healer to prioritize which ones are used concerning their spell slots.
I raised my hand too, and Professor Talia's kind gaze traveled to me. How many spell slots do they have?
At rank 1, they have 4. But in battle, once all the spell slots have been exhausted, 1 slot can be reused for an additional spell. Upon reaching rank 2, we have a total of 6 spell slots for rank 2 spells, but we can reuse a spell slot twice.
And if they run out of spell slots? Another beast hunter asked.
Then they will have to work with the Beast Scholar's alchemy to provide non-magical healing. A healer can still save lives even without their spells. We train them both magically and non-magically to ensure that.
Is that true? I whispered to Isabel. You're basically a magic nurse?
Pretty much.
She whispered back.
It's like how you're going to get trained in sword fighting, so if your Crimith falls, you won't be completely useless.
My eyes almost bulged out of my head at her casual tone. The thought of having to learn how to use a sword was enough to make me nervous, but having to use it in combat if my Crimith fell was even more frightening. I suppose it made sense. If I didn't have my Crimith, I'd have no kind of defense. It still didn't make the idea any easier to swallow. Professor Talia started to run through the basics of healing. She covered the spells that all rank 1 healers have access to and got one of the healers to show us their stats so we could see.
Rank 1. Healing Hands. Novice. Place your hands upon the afflicted area and channel healing energy to heal up to 10 points of damage. There is a 20% chance of failure if concentration is broken. Spectral Stitch. Novice. Upon touching an open wound or laceration, a spectral stitch will seal the wound shut. It has the opportunity to heal up to 8 points of damage upon completion. There is a 20% chance of failure if concentration is broken. Soothing Word. Novice. The healing magic flows through words and into the afflicted's ear. There is a 25% chance of failure if concentration is broken. However, if successful, the spell can heal up to 12 points of damage. Douse. Novice. Removes any lingering damage such as fire, acid, or poison. It immediately ceases the effects, but has a 25% chance of failure if concentration is broken.
Having a good healer was definitely important, and I was getting the impression they were an important backbone of the group. Without them there to basically stitch us up when we needed it, we'd be left to fend for ourselves. Every other class had an important role to play and things to focus on, so having someone on the back lines ready to heal us up was paramount. After the lesson was over, I decided to grab some breakfast from the banquet hall before my control focus lesson. I piled my plate up with sausages and bacon and scarfed it down as fast as I could before I headed to my next class with Bastion, Larinus, Lauren, Kaner, and Penny. Kaelin was already there waiting for us, and Archibald, Sven, and Reno entered just before the stroke of 10 o'clock.
All right, class, let's gather around. Today is all about control, another important element of your summoning powers. Are we going to get to fight today? Archibald asked bluntly. Yes, Archibald, you will be using your control powers in combat. But I'd like to remind you that it isn't about killing your opponent's Crimith. This is just to get used to how things will work outside the wall. That's all I need to know.
Archibald smirked and his beady eyes gleamed with excitement.
I want you to pair up and stand across from each other. Seems as you three are so close, you can go as a trio.
What? Reno asked with wide eyes. That's way harder.
Well, I get the impression that Mr. Archer Montgomery here is looking for a challenge, so I'm sure you can manage, the professor said dismissively. If you're struggling, take it in turns.
Bastian and I both tried to stifle our laughter at the same time, which earned us a sharp glare from Archibald and Reno. Sven looked as pale as a ghost as he was forced to bear the consequences of his friend's arrogance, and I felt bad for the guy. Hey, Bastian, do you want to pair up with me? Sure. I hope you can handle Alan. Oh, I'm sure I can. I chuckled as I made my way to a clear spot in the large training room. Kaner paired off with Larinus while Penny and Lauren faced off against each other.
All right, summon your creatures,
Kalen ordered. All of us lashed out with our hands at the same time rather than individually. It took a few of us a few tries to successfully summon our Krymith, me included, but I managed to summon Meatloaf after 3 attempts.
Now, remember, this lesson is focusing on control. You have to will your Krymith to do what you want it to. You can either do this through the menu or on your own accord.
It's only basic commands, right? We can't get too complicated.
Not until you reach a higher rank, no. Keep it simple and use the menu as a guide if you are struggling. And don't forget that you need to utilize the dodge action now that you're against another Krymith.
Understood, I nodded. Let's see what Alan's got. I stared at the red-furred creature with its large black eyes and cracked my neck back and forth. Meatloaf paced in front of me like a protective guard dog, and I opened his drop-down menu to see what I could use first. Before I could even pick out an attack, Alan started to charge forward with a hungry look in his onyx eyes. Fly! I quickly ordered Meatloaf, who immediately took off into the air with a screech. Almost too slow, Bastian teased.
Better be more on it than that, Bradley.
I shook my head with a playful smile before I silently commanded Meatloaf to dive. The overgrown bat screeched and started to dive bomb toward Alan, who had been staring up at him in the air.
Dodge!
Bastian shouted as his smug smile quickly got wiped off his face. Alan remained where he was as Bastian's command failed. Meatloaf's body slammed straight into the red-furred beast, and the two toppled to the ground in a mess of limbs. Alan lost a few hit points from the impact, and Meatloaf's health bar got knocked down by 1. But it was nowhere near enough to stop the fight. Claw! Strike! Bastian and I both shouted our commands at the same time, and the Krymith suddenly attacked each other in a flurry of limbs. Their screeches and cries echoed throughout the large room, and I felt my heart beat a little faster as I saw Meatloaf's health bar start to slowly trickle down with each successful strike. Spit! I shouted. Meatloaf screeched as he pinned Alan to the floor with his clawed wing and started to spit venom from his fanged mouth directly onto Alan's face. No! Roll! Roll! Alan snarled as his flesh began to get eaten away by venom, but he didn't roll away like he was ordered to. Hit! Bastian shouted with even more desperation in his voice. Alan's huge red arm suddenly lashed out and knocked Meatloaf to the ground, which ceased his venom attack. His acid reserve had already dropped to 300, but there was still enough to do some more damage. Fly! As soon as Meatloaf took off into the air, I spotted a figure lurking in the dark corner of the room by the archway. I felt my heart drop, and it was like my entire body went cold. Professor Dane was hidden among the shadows, watching. I could see the reflection of his pure white eyes from the light pouring in from the domed ceiling above us, and he was looking right at me. It was like everything else around me fell away, and I was trapped in a hellish tunnel with just me and Professor Dane in it. The Krymith fighting tooth and nail around me faded into the background, and the noises they were making muffled into nothing. Even in the darkness he was surrounded by, I could see the corners of his thin lips quirk up into a sickening smirk that made my stomach churn. What the hell was his problem? I hardly processed the sound of my name being called out, and it was only when a large mass slammed into me that I was snapped out of my trance. My body slid across the floor, and I felt a sharp pain ricochet up my arm. I looked down to see a claw mark that had torn through my tunic and opened up my bicep. I blinked through the pain and stared up at Professor Kalen, who was kneeling next to me. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't hear anything that he was saying as my ears rang loudly.
Jack! Jack! Can you hear me?
His voice slowly started to come through, and I blinked a few more times until it lined up with the movement of his mouth. Yeah, I mumbled as I weakly clutched my arm. What happened? Bastian asked with wide eyes as he rushed over. You just stood there. I tried to warn you that Alan was moving, but you didn't even hear me. I didn't mean for him to get you.
Mr. Morrill, calm down, Kalen said as he put a hand under my uninjured arm and helped me sit up. It was an accident.
I didn't want him to get hurt, Bastian whispered as he ran his hands through his hair. As I blinked away the rest of my haze, I could see tears pricking Bastian's eyes, and it quickly sobered me up. It was my fault, Bastian, I assured him. I got distracted. By what, Jack? I glanced over at the archway where Professor Dane had been standing and saw nothing. I gritted my teeth in anger and shook my head as I avoided their gaze. Nothing, I muttered.
Well, whatever it was doesn't matter now. You should go and see a healer. I believe they have a class right now.
Shouldn't he go to the infirmary? That looks pretty bad.
It's best to give the healers something live to practice on, if we can, Kalen said before he winced. It sounds bad, I know.
No, it's okay, I said as I slowly staggered to my feet. They've got to learn somehow, right?
Precisely,
the professor nodded.
Larinus, could you escort Mr. Bradley to the healer's training room?
I can go on my own, I said as I swayed from side to side. I just need a minute.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Are you able to recapture your Krymeth?
I looked over at Meatloaf with heavy-lidded eyes. The beast was now on the floor and looking at me with a pouting lip. He was pretty adorable for a bloodthirsty Krymeth, and it kind of warmed my heart to see him look concerned for me. I weakly reached out my good arm and willed the bloodleer back. Thankfully, the familiar purple light shot out of my palm on the first try, and it encased Meatloaf before sucking him back in.
Well done, Jack. Larinus, see that he makes it there without falling flat on his face?
You got it, Professor, Larinus said as he moved to my side and gripped my uninjured arm. Come on, man. Let's get that scene to. I'm really okay. No, you're not. Don't make me carry you over my shoulder. I immediately shut up and started to walk toward the exit of the training room. Bastian was still silently freaking out, and I heard Penny gently try and reassure him that it was okay as we started to leave. Kalen called for a short break, too, and said that Sven could go with Bastian if he was up to continuing. But I had a feeling the mousy-haired summoner was out of commission for the rest of the day. I felt bad that I'd put him through that, but I hadn't exactly planned on getting in the way of Alan, as much as he hadn't planned on me getting caught in the crossfire. Larinus was silent as we walked down the stairs to the second floor and toward the healer's training room. It was only once we were outside the door that he spoke, and the look on his face said it all. What did you see? He asked as his thick brow furrowed. Jack, it was like you weren't even in your body anymore. I saw Professor Dane, I admitted with a sigh. He was watching me again, from the entryway. What the fuck? What is his problem? I don't know, I said as I clutched my bleeding arm that was beginning to throb. Well, you need to find out, because now it's interfering with your summoning, that asshole. I know. I'll, figure it out. Right now, I just want to get this stitched up. Well, if you need me, you know where to find me. Thanks, Larinus, I said as he turned to leave. Wait, before you go, can you let Bastian know that I don't blame him or anything? It wasn't his fault, it was mine. It wasn't your fault either, but I'll let him know. The tall summoner nodded. See you later, Jack. As Larinus disappeared down the hallway leading to the third floor, I shuffled over to the door leading to the healing room. I took a deep breath before I raised my good arm to knock, and I heard a few hushed voices before the door slowly opened. Professor Talia's kind face greeted me, but as soon as she saw the wound on my arm, her smile fell and was replaced by a look of surprise.
What happened?
She asked as she gently pulled me inside the room. The entire first year of healing students stared at me as I entered, and I immediately spotted Isabel's pale blonde head among the crowd.
Jack!
She gasped as she pushed through the other students and rushed over to me. I'm okay, I quickly reassured her. I got distracted during training and ended up in the way of Bastion's Crimith.
That's a deep wound,
Talia said as she inspected the gash.
Isabel, do you think you can handle this?
I can.
The healer said as she confidently grabbed my good arm and led me over to a corner of the room that had rows of wooden tables lined up.
Well, it would appear we have a live demonstration. Jack, would you mind if my students watched Isabel heal you?
Go for it, I said as I let Isabel sit me down on the bench. You've got to learn somehow. Isabel pulled at the hole in my tunic to reveal more of my arm to her. The blood had smeared and dripped so much that my entire bicep was now just red, and I winced as she prodded the wound with a tentative finger. The other students started to surround me, and I felt like an ant under a magnifying glass. I kept my gaze trained on the pretty healer in front of me rather than the curious eyes staring at my injured arm. "What's the prognosis, Doc?" I managed to grit out.
You've lost 10 points of health. The muscles are torn, which means I'm going to need to use spectral stitch.
Very good, Isabel. Now remember to concentrate.
The blonde took a deep breath and closed her eyes as she held my bicep with both hands. I gritted my teeth through the pain as I let her concentrate, and I tried to focus on the smaller details on her face to distract myself. Her lashes were incredibly long, and they fluttered against her cheek as she took a moment to center herself. A smattering of almost indiscernible freckles that I hadn't noticed before graced across her cheeks and nose, and I wondered if they came out in the sun. Isabel started to mutter something to herself in a language I didn't understand, and she slowly removed one of the hands holding my bicep. She slowly opened her eyes mid-mutter, and she placed that hand over the open wound. I hissed at the touch, but then I felt a strange warmth start to spread through my entire arm. It was like dunking it into a hot tub, but without the chaotic bubbles lashing at my skin. The pain that had been throbbing in my arm slowly started to cease, and was replaced with a dull numbness that wasn't unpleasant in the slightest.
Well done, Isabel. Keep going.
I looked down to see golden runes appearing and then disappearing around my injured arm, and a warm golden light was wrapping itself around my limb like a string. "Wow, Isabel," she whispered as her brow furrowed.
Almost there.
Slowly, the healer removed her hands, and rather than the garish wound that had lacerated my arm, there was nothing but a light pink scar. "Holy shit," I whispered in disbelief. "You did it."
Well done, Miss Marlara.
Talia cried out and started clapping.
Everyone, a round of applause for your fellow student.
The rest of the healers started clapping and cheering for Isabel, who gave them a shy smile and nod of her head. But her attention quickly fell back to me.
Are you all right?
She asked as she put her hand on my shoulder. "I'm doing much better now, thanks to you," I smiled. "You're amazing."
Thanks, Jack.
The blonde said as her cheeks flushed bright pink.
You should go and see the alchemists for a tonic, just to be sure. That was some wound.
"I'm sure I'll be all right," I said as I looked up at Isabel, who was shyly tucking a lock of her hair behind her ear. Especially now. Maybe I had a little crush on the healer. Chapter 14. After getting healed up by Isabel, I went to find the beast scholars to get a health potion as a pick-me-up. Isabel's work had made my health bar fully replenish itself, but I still felt a little shaken up by the whole ordeal. I'd originally gone back to the control focus training, but Kaelin had told me to just take the rest of the day off. Bastion had been sent away too, and Penny had gone with him to make sure he was all right. The rest of my summoning classmates continued without us, and I felt bad for missing out on the summoning practice and the healing practice viewing later in the day. But I was almost completely wiped out. I decided to head back to my room to catch up on the sleep I'd missed out on the night before, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light. My dreams were a mess of dark, swirling images all colliding into a relentless barrage against my limited vision. Professor Dane's smirking face watching me from the shadows. Isabel's tender touch on my arm and the flutter of her eyelashes as she healed my arm. My bloodleer looking at me in concern as I slid across the floor. They all started to blur into one swirling spiral until I woke up from someone banging on my door. I bolted upright, drenched in sweat and panting. The banging didn't cease, and I forced myself to stumble out of bed and over to the door. When I opened it, Felix was standing with his fist raised, ready to knock again. But as soon as he saw me, he threw his arms around my shoulders. "I thought you died, you ass!" he cried out in a relieved voice. "Isabel and your friends told me what happened at lunch, and then you didn't show up to that or dinner." "I'm sorry," I said as I patted his back. I must have slept through the whole day. "Yeah, and night," Felix said as he pulled back. "It's Thursday morning." "What?" I choked on my own saliva as I spoke. "You're kidding." "Nope. I was about to get Elder Summoner Rot to break into your room if you didn't respond." "Shit. I'm sorry, Felix." I grimaced. "I didn't mean to worry you." "That's okay, man. I'm just glad you're all right. By the sounds of it, that Crimmoth got you pretty good." It was my own fault. I was just standing there. I couldn't even get my bloodleer to protect me because I was that out of it. "Larinus said why," Felix said with a wince. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Not really," I shook my head. "I just want to get dressed and go to class. The less I think about that asshole, the better." "That sounds like a good idea to me. Out of sight, out of mind, right?" "Yeah, I wish. Give me 5 minutes, then I'll be ready." "You got it, Summoner," the Beast Hunter said as he leaned against the wall and saluted me. I shut the door so I could quickly get dressed into some non-torn robes, and then I brushed through my hair. I definitely needed a shower tonight, especially if our excursion outside of the wall was tomorrow. But there was no time before our introduction to beast lore lesson, and I was eager to learn a little bit more about Nil's class. Despite missing lunch and dinner, I was surprisingly not hungry. So once I'd brushed my teeth, Felix and I headed straight for the beast lore introduction. Just like the healer lecture room, the beast lore classroom was set up with rows of individual tables. The marble walls and floor were a deep midnight blue, and the desks were the same obsidian as the rest of the academy. Bronze braziers were welded into the pillars that reached to the ceiling, and they lit up the space with a warm orange glow. The rest of my friends were already sitting down again, so I made my way over to them and sat down on one of the spare tables. When I approached, everyone breathed out a subtle sigh of relief, and I made sure to give them all an apologetic smile.
"Feeling okay, Jack?"
Isabel asked as her worried eyes scanned over me.
"We missed you yesterday."
"Yeah, I crashed out in bed for the whole day. Sorry I didn't let you guys know. I guess I was more exhausted than I first thought." "Feeling better, though?" Bastian asked nervously. Isabel said she healed up your arm, but I just wanted to make sure." "Bastian, I'm okay," I said as I turned in my chair to look at him. "I promise." The poor guy looked like he hadn't slept a wink. His mousy brown hair was extra tousled and looked unbrushed, and he had light purple bags under his eyes. "It wasn't your fault, Bastian," I repeated. "I mean that."
"I hope you don't mind, but I told them what you saw. I figured it was best that they know. Bastian especially."
"Yeah, fuck that guy. Next time you see him, let Kalen know. I'm sure he'd be pissed if he found out that was the reason his lesson got ruined." "How did practice go? Were there many people watching?"
"Yeah, there were a good amount of people. It went all right, all things considered."
"Did anyone fuck up majorly? Like Archibald?"
"Sadly, no. But I take that as a good thing, otherwise you would have been sad you'd missed it."
"That's a good point. It would have sucked if I'd missed that."
"Attention! Attention!"
a nasally voice called out, which cut our conversation short. We all turned to see a short, plump professor waddling into the room. He was about 5 feet tall, with a round belly squeezed into a white long-sleeved shirt way too small for him. He wore an unbuttoned dark blue waistcoat, and a golden pocket watch swung out of his top breast pocket. His hair was short and gray, and his thick mutton-chop whiskers were the same color. He looked the epitome of what I'd imagine an old beast scholar would look like, with small half-moon glasses perched on the end of his fat button nose.
"Good morning, all. Glad to see so many of you that's here."
The professor shuffled over to the front of the tables and faced us all with a toothy grin.
"I am Professor Hamilton, head beast scholar here at the Summoner Academy. It is my pleasure to be able to introduce all of you other classes to my own craft,
and I hope that you enjoy what you're about to learn.
A few students awkwardly started clapping, but as soon as they realized no one else was joining in, it quickly fizzled out.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, truly. Now, let us begin with the basics.
Professor Hamilton started to cover what most of us already knew about Crimith, thanks to Professor Kalen. He went over the various damage types, their counterparts, and how each class could counter them. The role of the Beast Scholar was much like a healer's. They stuck to the back lines and gave the necessary information to the various classes on how best to attack the Crimith they were facing. They were basically like a living, walking, and talking encyclopedia, and it was up to them to discern the best plan of attack so everyone could come out unscathed. Professor Hamilton went over some of the alchemy elements, too. He explained how there were a number of various potions the Beast Scholar would carry into combat, as well as a satchel that contained various herbs and ingredients to whip up a potion when needed. It was kind of cool to think they could just prepare something like that as soon as we needed it, and I realized how much like a video game this place felt. We had a small break in between the introduction, and then we had a compulsory beast lore lesson. It was held in the same classroom, and we all naturally took the seats we had originally. The lecture covered pretty much everything I'd learned from Professor Kalen and my friends, but it was good to be reminded of it all. He went through the evolutions of various Crimith and explained how they can all undergo evolutions at rank 5 if the summoner wishes it. Uncaptured Crimith have the agency to decide themselves, but most naturally do in order to be stronger. Professor Hamilton also covered the wild and untamed nature of uncaptured Crimith, and how the higher-ranking ones are much harder to capture because they have more free will. It was kind of reassuring to know that all the classes were equally important. All 5 were required to make up the perfect team, or in some groups' cases, an extra beast hunter if they didn't get a summoner. The lesson breezed by, and before I knew it, the bell was ringing 4 times to signal the end. We left as a big group toward the banquet hall for lunch, and instead of splitting up again, we all sat together. I was sandwiched between Isabel and Violet, which I definitely wasn't complaining about, and I was facing Felix, Nils, and Bastian. The mousy-haired summoner had perked up a little more after I'd reassured him that what happened yesterday wasn't his fault, and it was good to see him back to his usual sarcastic self.
Are you guys excited for the underbelly?
Felix asked as he spooned huge heaps of fruit salad onto his plate. Wait, we're going to the underbelly?
Do you even check your schedule in the morning?
No, I sorta just depend on Felix banging on my door and telling me where I need to go. I didn't realize we'd be going to the underbelly today, though.
Yeah, all of the classes are going down. We're not allowed down there without a professor or Elder Roth, so they have to schedule it in. It gives us a chance to be face-to-face with some pretty nasty Crimith ahead of our expedition.
I remembered Elder Summoner Roth's ominous warning when I'd been lingering around the entrance, and the thought of actually seeing what was down there was even more thrilling now. But I was still a little nervous about what could actually be down there if it was so heavily protected.
I heard there's a ton of rare Crimith down there,
Felix said through a mouthful of pineapple.
Like, super rare.
Most probably. The underbelly is just as much a museum as it is a prison.
A prison? I frowned.
In a way. It's where they keep Crimith for training that the summoner professors can't hold. But it's also where they keep the really nasty Crimith that have been caught outside the wall and are too volatile to control.
Why not just kill them?
Would you want to kill your greatest capture? If the stories are true, there's Crimith down there older than Alcin itself.
I doubt that's true. You shouldn't believe everything you hear, Olrin.
It is! My brother saw some of them down there when he was at the academy.
And you believe him?
Yes, actually, I do, Felix said as he puffed out his chest. I don't see why he'd lie about it when he knew I was going to join.
I guess there's only one way to find out what the truth is, I grinned. We'll have to see for ourselves.
I doubt Elder Summoner Roth is going to take us anywhere near those types of Crimith. So I'll just keep thinking Felix is a liar.
Hey, now, come on, I said as I stuck up for the blonde who had a serious glare on his face. I don't think Felix is lying. I mean, there's a reason that place is kept so out of the way, right?
Exactly. You'll see, mage, and you'll eat your words.
If you say so.
Violet shrugged. The rest of lunch was spent in idle conversation, but I could tell we were all eager to get to the underbelly. Once we'd finished eating and the clock struck 1 o'clock, we all started to head toward the gardens near our destination. Elder Summoner Roth was waiting by the gated entrance, and he greeted us with a welcoming smile as the various classes started to congregate around him.
Good afternoon, all. I'm very excited to be able to show you the underbelly of our academy today, as I'm sure you all are excited to see it.
Some of the beast hunters at the front of the crowd whooped, which made the elder chuckle.
As much as this is an exciting opportunity, I would like to remind you that the underbelly is not a friendly place,
Elder Roth said in a serious tone.
It is a place that demands to be treated with respect. I ask that you do not stray from the groups you will be separated into, and you should always stay in the line of sight of the professor showing you around.
As Elder Roth spoke, a few summoning professors started to join the edge of the crowd we had formed. I suppose it made sense that we'd be split up into smaller groups if the place was so big. That way it'd be easier to keep an eye on all of us. Though I heeded Elder Roth's warning, it only made me more anxious to get inside and see what Crimith they had in store. I hadn't seen any evolved Crimith yet, and I didn't exactly get a good look when I first arrived in Alcyn because I was fighting for my life. So I was pretty excited, to say the least. Elder Roth began to split us up into small groups, and thankfully, he kept me and my friends all together. I spotted Professor Kalen beckoning a group of mages over to him, and when he spotted me, he waved with a wide grin. I waved back and returned his smile, and I saw his shoulders sag as he let out what looked like a sigh of relief. Maybe I'd freaked him out by my absence, too. He'd seemed pretty concerned about me yesterday, and rightfully so. No doubt nothing like that had happened in one of his classes, because no one was dumb enough to just stand there like a statue when there was a huge Crimith barreling toward them. "Grape, 4 o'clock," Felix suddenly whispered into my ear. "Don't make it obvious." I felt a shudder run down my spine at his words, and I suddenly turned my head in the direction Felix had said. Lo and behold, Professor Dane was standing eerily still in front of his small group of beast hunters. His beady little eyes scanned back and forth over the crowd until they landed on me. The corners of his mouth twitched, but I turned my back before I had to suffer any more of his stare. "Fuck," I muttered to myself. "Of course he's here." "Just consider yourself lucky we didn't get put in his group," Felix whispered back. "It looks to me like we've got the one and only elder leading us down there." I breathed a sigh of relief as Elder Roth made his way over to us, and I counted my blessings that it wasn't Professor Dane. The thought of heading into the ominous bowels of the academy with a character like him made my skin crawl. But Elder Roth's kind smile immediately put me at ease.
"A welcome change," Elder Roth said as he looked over my friends and I. "Such a mixed group we have here."
Do you not usually split them up?
"It's easier to group those already standing together so we can get inside quicker. And those standing together are usually all of the same class."
"Mingling isn't a thing? We're outliers!" Like we didn't know that.
"It's refreshing. Usually mingling doesn't happen until after the groupings, so you are all way ahead of the game."
The doors to the underbelly creaked open with a metallic hiss, pulled by some unseen force. A few of the other groups started to slowly walk down into the darkened opening and disappeared out of view. "Won't we all be on top of each other down there?"
"The underbelly is bigger than you realize, Mr. Morrill," Elder Roth smirked. "Far bigger."
"Plenty of room for super rare Crimith, right?" Felix asked as he bounced on the balls of his feet.
"You'll soon find out, Mr. Olorin,"
Elder Roth said with a twinkle in his eyes.
"Follow me and stay close. Straying is not in your best interests, I assure you."
"You say it like they're loose down there," Larinus said, and his expression was uneasy.
They're not loose, are they?" "No, Mr. Silicus, they are not. But they are still extremely volatile creatures,"
Roth explained as we started to descend a steep set of stone stairs.
"It is better not to rile them up."
The ground shuddered the moment he finished his sentence, and I gripped onto the handrail carved out of the wall so I didn't slip and fall. There were no lights leading down, and I could just about see the dark silhouettes of the group in front of us. "Is anyone else kind of shitting their pants, or is it just me?" Bastian whispered.
Just you,
Felix whispered back.
I can smell it from here.
Felix, can you not be so disgusting?
Violet asked as she turned around to look at him with a scrunched-up nose. "Never," the beast hunter said with a proud puff of his chest.
Focus, please. These steps are steeper than they look. One wrong step and you'll be tumbling straight down with a few broken bones.
"You could heal me up, right, Isabel? Our resident healer?"
I could,
Isabel said with a shrug.
but I think I'd let you live with the pain to teach you a lesson.
Rude, but valid. It felt like we were walking forever. The slow descent only increased the mixture of excitement and anticipation already brewing inside of me, and the further we descended, the heavier that feeling became. The tremors in the ground became stronger and more frequent, no doubt because of the sudden disturbance caused by the various groups making their way into the bowels of the academy. When we eventually made it to the bottom of the steep steps, I immediately knew why they called this place the Underbelly. Vast, towering hallways stretched out in front of us. The dark tunnels looked like they had been carved out by claws, and they glistened with water that dripped from the high ceilings which were almost too dark to see. Stalagmites hung down like black teardrops, and evidence of some that had been shaken loose were scattered across the wet ground. The walls sparkled like the darkened celestial sky that overlooked Alcyn at night. Onyx braziers flickered with ominous green flames that provided the only light in the bowels of the academy. The lack of any other light cast fierce shadows against the already darkened walls, and some of those shadows started to move.
This way,
Elder Roth said as he began to lead us down one of the dimly lit corridors. Our group shared a nervous look with each other before tentatively following the Elder. I was stuck toward the back of the group with Violet and Isabel, but I wasn't complaining about not being at the front. The cave-like walls started to slowly fade to man-laid stone, the same darkened color as the rest of the academy. I could start to see arches cut out into either side of the hallway, and as we approached, I realized what they were. Dark, jagged pieces of metal bridged huge holes cut into the stone, and behind the bars were Crimith. A feral, furry face lashed out at the bars, and its taloned paws wrapped around the thick metal. Whatever creature it was had blazing yellow eyes, and they blazed like tiny infernos as it glared at us. It desperately tried to shove its snout through the bars to take a chunk out of us with its huge yellow fangs, but the bars were too thick for it to get through.
Don't be afraid,
Elder Roth said as he paused in front of the prison cell.
The cells are impenetrable.
What is that thing? Felix asked with wide eyes. It's a thresh claw, Nils said as he took a step forward. It's the fourth evolution of a thresher.
That's correct, Mr. Eltoris.
Elder Summoner Roth nodded.
Rank 5, so unfortunately, very uncapturable for you new summoners. We can only capture rank 1 and 2 at our current level, but does that apply to evolved Crimith too? Evolution doesn't matter, so in short, yes. I have known summoners in the past who have managed to capture evolved rank 1 Crimith before they started. It did, however, cause them to be way ahead of their class, so they had to use one of the Crimith provided by our professors.
Damn, I wish I was a summoner.
Your role is just as important, Mr. O'Laren,
Elder Roth said as he started to lead us down the hallway again.
Don't forget that.
As we continued to walk down the dark hallway, more Crimith attempted to lash out at us from behind their onyx cells. As I stared at them, their names appeared in front of me, and almost all of them were evolved and rank 5. This place is pretty impressive. Is it just a huge prison?
If you were to put it bluntly, yes. The Crimith here are used for research as well as training, but as you can see, most of them are rather untamed.
That's one word for it, I heard Felix mutter in front of me. There were junctions in the hallway that split off into other darkened tunnels. Most of them were unlit by the onyx braziers, and each time I glanced into the abyss, I felt the chilly breeze brush over my face, like death's own cold hand was taking a gentle swipe at me. Elder Roth showed us a few more rabid Crimith caged up as he led us deeper and deeper into the underbelly. Nils managed to buck up the courage to strike a conversation with the old man, and as soon as the initial nerves were out of the way, the questions were pouring out of him. Elder Roth obliged him, of course, and he had an answer for each one. That took the attention away from the rest of us, so when I felt a strange pull in my chest and stopped dead in my tracks, the elder didn't notice. I frowned in confusion as the feeling throbbed in my chest again, like someone had wrapped their hands around my lungs and was pulling on them. I stopped in front of a fork in the hallway, and I looked from left to right. When I looked down the hallway on the right, the feeling tugged again, this time sharper and more violent. "What the hell?" I whispered to myself. It felt like something was trying to lead me down the darkened hallway, and for better or worse, I wanted to find out why. The group was still walking ahead, and I could hear Nils asking 101 questions about one of the rare Crimith they had passed, which meant I had a bit of time. I knew Elder Summoner Roth had warned us about straying from the pack, but every Crimith we'd come across had been concealed behind thick bars with no chance of escaping. The others hadn't noticed my absence, and I was too hyper-focused on the weird feeling in my chest to care if they had. Just as I took a step toward the hallway on the right, I felt a hand tug on my arm.
Jack, what are you doing? Come back to the group.
"I have to go down here," I said as I tried to shrug out of her grip.
Why?
Violet's face twisted as she tugged harder on my arm.
Are you insane? Elder Summoner Roth said...
"I know what he said." I cut her off and placed my hand over hers. "But I've got this feeling. It's hard to explain, but I think something wants me to go down there."
Oh, you are insane,
the dark-haired mage said in a deadpan voice. "Violet, can you just trust me?" Her light blue eyes narrowed on me, but she didn't loosen her grip. I squeezed her hand, wrapped around my bicep, and pleaded with my eyes in the hopes that she wouldn't rat me out to the elder up ahead.
"Just so you know, if we die, I'll kill you,"
she hissed as she let go of my arm and started to sneak down the hallway. I chuckled quietly to myself as I followed her, but not without casting one last glance back at the group far ahead of us. Our footsteps echoed in the narrow hallway, and I let my hand drag across the wall to feel where I was going. The darkness was all-encompassing, and the only thing leading me forward was the tug in my chest that was getting stronger and stronger by the minute.
"I hate this,"
Violet muttered from beside me.
"I hate this so much."
"Go back if you want. I'm not forcing you to come with me."
"No, but I'm not going to let you go on this death wish alone. Idiot."
"You're always so kind, aren't you, Violet?" I teased, only to halt as a deep growl rattled the ground beneath our feet.
"Jack,"
she whispered as her hand brushed against mine.
"any chance I can convince you to abandon said death wish?"
"No chance," I said as I felt the pull in my chest strengthen. "Whatever it is, it's close." Violet groaned but let me grab her hand as we kept walking down the narrow corridor. Eventually there was an opening, but what it opened into wasn't exactly reassuring. It was like a huge boulder had struck the cave and carved out a ragged sphere. Directly in front of us was a huge cell submerged in complete darkness. I could just about see the glimmer of the black bars that had kept in the other Crimith in the underbelly. Only this cell was about 30 times their size.
"Jack,"
Violet breathed as she stared at the looming abyss in front of us.
"we should go back."
My chest ached as I stared at the void, and I could feel my heart hammering against my ribcage. There was a low rumble, followed by what sounded like wings shifting in the darkness. And then 2 huge neon green eyes blinked to life in the dark, and they were staring right at me. Chapter 15. Violet's grip on my hand tightened to the point of pain, but it grounded me. I couldn't look away from the beast in front of me, and she was the only thing reminding me that this was real and not some kind of dream. Dream, not a nightmare. Because even though the huge beast shrouded in shadow before us was staring me down, I didn't feel scared. The tightness in my chest strengthened, and I felt the pull around my lungs again, as if it was beckoning me forward.
"Jack,"
Violet whispered shakily as she pulled on my hand.
"we need to leave right now."
I ignored the mage's tug even when it turned incessant. It was like my feet were rooted into the ground and I couldn't move even if I wanted to.
Jack, please.
Violet urged as she tried to pull me away again, but I couldn't look away from the neon green eyes staring at me through the void. The Crimith wasn't trying to attack us like the others in the underbelly had. It was just staring. I didn't feel threatened, unlike Violet, who was clenching her other hand at her side as if she was about to summon a fireball. All I could feel was that tugging in my chest, and it wanted me to get even closer. I went to take a step forward, but Violet yanked my arm back hard. For a moment, my gaze was ripped away from the Crimith in front of us, and I saw the look of pure fear on her ashen face.
What's wrong with you? Snap out of it.
What is going on in here?
Elder Roth suddenly bounded down the hallway and staggered into the opening.
I told you not to stray from the group. It is for your own...
A deep, rumbling growl rattled the ground beneath our feet, and Elder Roth's scolding gaze slowly moved from us toward the creature. His face fell, and his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard.
Back away, both of you,
he warned in a low voice.
Now.
It's not going to hurt us, I said as I ignored his warning and kept staring at the green eyes. Elder Roth let out a choked breath at my dismissal, and I stepped forward out of Violet's grip. The creature before me let out another low rumble, but it wasn't a threatening noise. It was almost like a greeting, or a purr of approval.
Jack,
Elder Roth said as he took a cautious step toward me.
I must insist that we leave immediately.
I felt his warm hand on my shoulder, and it forced my attention away from the Crimith beckoning me closer.
Come, please, I implore you.
All right, I relented. I was fighting against every instinct, making me want to stay exactly where I was. I didn't know why my body was so adamant on staying or what the pull toward the mystery creature was, but it took every ounce of willpower to actually step away from the looming shadows. Elder Roth had a relieved smile on his face as I slowly backed away from the cell and back toward the hallway. He kept a hand on my shoulder as he led me back down the dim tunnel, and I heard Violet close behind me. It was like he was afraid I'd turn around and run back to that thing, and truth be told, I was fighting against every instinct to do just that. As soon as we were back out into the main hallway, I felt my chest tighten and a tug trying to pull me back where we came from, but I forced myself to ignore it. Elder Roth let out a subtle sigh of relief once Violet emerged from the darkness too, and I saw the rest of our group looking at us with concerned faces a little further down the hall.
Please don't do that again, Elder Roth said breathlessly. This place is not friendly, and neither are the Crimith contained.
What was that thing? I asked, and I couldn't help looking back at the dark corridor.
A very powerful Crimith, Roth said in a grave voice. It took many summoners to capture it, and even then none could control it. That's why it is imprisoned deep within the underbelly, and I must ask that you do not go looking for it again.
Something in my chest tugged again, but I fought to keep my face neutral.
You don't need to tell me twice. I'm sorry, Elder Roth. I tried to tell him, but he...
It's quite all right, Miss Vashanti.
The elder cut her off, but his eyes were on me.
Mistakes happen. Just don't let them happen again.
They won't, I said, even though I wasn't convinced what happened was a mistake. Still, I did upset Violet, and I didn't want to get in trouble with Roth, so I inclined my head. And I'm sorry, too.
There was no harm done. This time. Return to the group. We shall finish the tour all together.
The air seemed thicker as we walked back over to the group, whose concerned faces were lit up by the green flames in the braziers. None of them said anything as Elder Roth made his way to the front of the group and cleared his throat, but there was tension in the air. Nils' incessant questioning was replaced by his usual quiet, and even Felix didn't have a smart comment as we started to walk together as a group again. Elder Roth pointed out a few Crimith as we passed their gnashing jaws trying to rip through the metal bars encasing them, but he didn't make idle conversation with us. The further we walked away from the mysterious Crimith, the tighter my chest felt, but I knew I had no choice but to ignore it. I had no idea what was pulling me toward it, or why it was only affecting me and none of my other summoner friends. Part of me wanted to find out, but part of me was a little scared about what the answer would be. I spent the rest of the walk in a numbed state. I tried to look at all of the Crimith we passed and appreciate the vast, arching halls we went down, but I was still caught up on what had led me down that hallway. Elder Roth eventually ended the tour and looped us back around to the stairway leading back to the academy. Walking up it was a hell of a lot harder than walking down it, and it took us twice as long until we finally reached the surface. As soon as the breeze hit my face, I breathed in a deep lungful of fresh air. The smog that had been clouding my mind cleared almost immediately, and although that weird pull was still there, it wasn't as strong anymore.
That concludes our tour of the underbelly. I hope you all found it, well, enlightening.
Elder Roth's eyes grazed over us all until they lingered on mine. There was a silent warning in them, as if he was telling me not to go looking any further. But what happened in the underbelly wasn't something I wanted to just shake off. Not when I was still feeling the pull in my chest.
I believe you all have an alchemy lesson to attend to shortly,
Elder Roth said as he finally pulled his gaze away from me.
Best set off for it now so you're not late.
Thank you, Elder Roth, Nils murmured as we started to walk away from the gated opening of the underbelly. We walked in silence, which was highly unusual for our little group, considering over half of us struggled to shut up most of the time. When we reached the room for the alchemy lesson, we moved over to the pews and sat down like we were in a trance.
So, Felix broke the heavy silence. That was weird.
Yeah, sorry about that, I said as I scratched the back of my neck. I sort of got carried away, I guess.
Carried away?
Violet scoffed and crossed her arms.
You could have killed us. The thing could have spat fire from between those bars and turned us into crisps in seconds.
I'm telling you, it didn't want to hurt us. I wouldn't have led you there if I thought we were in danger. Why did you lead her there then? We turned around and you were gone.
Elder Roth was in a panic when he realized. It was like he knew something was wrong.
Well, when someone goes missing in the underbelly, I'd consider that as something wrong, Nils said as he pushed his glasses up his nose. But his demeanor was especially troubled. I felt a pull in my chest, I explained as I absently rubbed my sternum. It was like something wanted me to go down there, and I couldn't help but follow it.
It led you down that hallway?
Isabel asked with wide eyes.
Straight to the huge Crimith,
Violet said as she scrunched her nose up.
I've never seen one that big before.
That's so cool, Felix said with a wide grin.
Felix?
Are you kidding? Something was tugging on Jack's chest and led him straight to a massive Crimith? The blonde barked out a laugh of disbelief.
Ah! Awesome!
It does sound pretty cool if I'm being honest. Trust Jack to get a special tug.
That sounds a lot worse than you think it does.
Shut up! The mousy-haired summoner laughed loudly and tried to take a swipe at Larinus's head.
I can't believe you boys think what happened is cool,
Violet said with a pout.
We could have easily died back there.
Elder Roth wouldn't have brought us into a place where we could die that easily.
I don't know, Felix. There was a reason he said not to stray. The Crimith we were shown were quite rabid, yes, but the ones we weren't are hidden for a reason.
It didn't want to hurt us, I insisted. It was just staring.
Probably because it wanted to eat you up. Both of us. Not to mention, it's probably been a while since it's had a meal like that. A 2-course meal walked right up to its bars.
Why won't you guys believe me? I frowned as I turned and looked at each and every one of them. Their faces immediately turned red as they avoided my gaze. I huffed in annoyance, but before I could try and explain to them what had happened down in the underbelly, the doors to the alchemy room slammed shut. A tall, thin man glided over to the center of the room, and with a wave of his hand, 2 tables rose from the marble floor in front of him.
Good afternoon, all, he said in a low voice. I am Professor Jareth, head of alchemy. Now, as you may know, alchemy is a skill that will be taught to all of you here at the Academy. But it is beast scholars who will focus on it and utilize it the most.
Professor Jareth raised his hand again, and bundles of herbs tied together with thin rope appeared from nowhere and dropped onto his table.
We'll start with the basics today. A simple potion of healing. Now, who can tell me what's missing from my setup?
A beast scholar in the front row raised her hand, and Jareth nodded at her.
Mortar and pestle to grind the herbs and create the mixture, sir?
She said in a squeaky voice.
Correct, Alea. A mortar and pestle are what we use to craft the base of the potions. Usually, potions have 2 to 3 solid ingredients, and 1 liquid ingredient to bind them.
Professor Jareth raised his hand again, and when he lowered it, there was a black mortar and pestle there. He placed it on the table and started to pick up a few of the herbs. I recognized lavender, basil, wheat, and thyme, but that was about it.
Who knows what I need for a potion of healing?
Professor Jareth asked as he plucked a load of leaves from the lavender. It was Nils who raised his hand, much to all of our surprise, and even Jareth did a double take.
Yes, Nils?
Lavender, wheat, basil, and purified water, Nils said without a single tremor in his voice.
Correct, Nils. It is the purified water that binds these ingredients together. That is why all you beast scholars will carry around plenty of it when you go beyond the wall.
Jareth started to smash the ingredients Nils listed in the mortar, and once it had become a sticky paste, he magicked a red glass bottle out of nowhere.
Getting used to the fast-paced nature of potion-making is vital for beast scholars,
Jareth said as he placed the potion bottle down and pulled out another smaller, clear bottle.
Especially when under pressure during combat.
Jareth poured the contents of the smaller bottle into the red one and then started to scoop the thick paste he had made into it. Once he'd fastened the lid, he gave it a hard shake, and then he held it out in front of him.
What's next, class?
You need to utter the spell!
Someone in the back row called down.
Which is?
An Lalith Dor and Eldatrea,
Isabel said confidently from beside me.
Correct, miss,
Professor Jareth said as he pointed at her.
This is one of the spells needed for the final binding of the potion of healing. The more advanced you get, the harder the spells become. But for you folk who aren't beast scholars, you'll only have to learn a few of them.
I repeated the spell she'd said over and over again in my head so I didn't forget, because I had no idea I'd have to be remembering spells here. I thought I'd got lucky with just having to stick my hand out. Turns out there were some more complicated things I'd have to pick up.
En Lalith Dol in Eldatrea,
Jareth muttered in a deep voice as he held the potion out in front of him. A burst of red light emanated from the glass bottle before it fizzled out. If I blinked, I would have missed it, but I thankfully managed to catch it just in time.
Now, beast scholars, you will have access to the spells in your menus. The rest of you will have to learn them by heart, I'm afraid.
So multi-classing isn't a thing here? I mumbled to myself. Good to know.
The main ingredients you're going to be using are lavender, wheat, and basil. You'll be provided with a small booklet later on in the year, which will tell you where to find such things. But to get you used to it, you'll be expected to remember. So, who can tell me where you'd find lavender?
At a vendor in the market.
If you were within the wall, yes, and probably someone's garden if you were feeling bold. But what about beyond the wall? Where would you look to find the one thing that might save your group's life?
Lavender grows best where there is sun and no wetness from the rain,
Isabel answered.
You won't find any where there is damp soil.
Correct again. And what of basil?
The same thing. Somewhere warm and sunny.
And wheat? I know you expect it only to grow on our farmland in Ulsan, but there are surprisingly a lot of patches outside our walls where it grows freely.
Then, in that case, it would be somewhere with sufficient sunlight and well-drained soil too.
Notice anything, Miss Healer?
Jareth smirked.
They all like the same environment to grow?
Exactly,
the thin professor cried out with a wide grin.
That is the one handy thing about healing potions. The majority of the ingredients are all located close to one another. Therefore, you won't have to stray far to find them, so long as you have enough purified water.
That's pretty handy, I mumbled to Felix. The more you know, right? he muttered back. All right, let's get some of you practicing this recipe and see what we can do. We'll start with the front rows. We all waited patiently and watched as the rows in front of us took a turn at concocting a potion of healing. When it got to our turn, my summoner friends were the most anxious, and they lingered behind me as we walked up to one of the tables Jareth had set up. I was the first to have a go at mixing the ingredients together in the mortar, and once I'd turned them into a dark mush, I poured the purified water into the healing bottle like he had done. Then I scooped the mush up with my finger and dropped it into the red glass bottle before tightening the lid. Do you remember the spell, Summoner? I glanced over at Isabel, who was on the other table and doing the entire process much quicker than anyone else. Part of me was tempted to wait until she said the spell, but I also wanted to test myself. En Lilith Dur en Elder Tree, I said with a wince. Nothing happened. There was no burst of red light, nor was there anything noticeably different about the bottle in my hand. Good try, but you're a little bit off, Professor Jareth said as he placed a hand on my shoulder. In Lalith Dur en Alda Tlea. Okay. I cleared my throat and replayed the words in my head before I gave it another shot. En Lalith Dur en Alda Tlea. This time I felt the bottle heat up in my hand before the momentary flash of light appeared. Jareth clapped my shoulder, and I felt that weird warmth I'd experienced during summoning flow through my body again. Well done, Summoner. Keep the bottles you make. You'll be needing them at some point, I'm sure. How much healing do they give? I asked as I stepped away from the table to let Felix have a go. Anywhere between 30 and 40 points of healing. Quite handy when you're in a bit of a pickle with a Crimmoth. Yeah, I'd say. I smiled down at the bottle in my hand before I made my way back into the pews. Nils was already sitting down, having successfully done his own potion with ease, so I shuffled over to him and placed mine on the small lip at the back of the pew in front of me. You said you felt a tugging sensation earlier, right? The shy scholar asked in a low voice. When you were talking about that Crimmoth and the underbelly? That's right. I nodded, like it was leading me down there. And that it was just staring at you, not Violet. Yeah, it couldn't take its eyes off me, just like I couldn't take mine off him. If that thing wanted to eat you, it would have been looking at Violet too, Nils said with a thoughtful expression. I don't think it wanted to hurt you either, Jack. In fact, I think it was a calling. A calling? I frowned in confusion. What the hell is that? A calling is when a creature and a summoner feel a pull toward each other. When captured, the two become inseparable and incredibly powerful because of the bond that is already capped at max level. What? I asked in a rush of breath. You think I have this calling with that Crimmoth in the underbelly? It's possible, based on what you described. Nils nodded. It's an incredibly rare phenomenon that rarely happens in our world, but it is still possible. I sat back against my chair and tried to blink away the shock. If there was a chance I could capture something like that and have a super powerful Crimmoth capped at max bond level, then I wanted in.
Don't go putting ideas in his head, Nils,
Violet said as she slid into our pew and sat next to me.
Next thing you know, he'll be breaking into the underbelly trying to capture it, and he's still only a novice.
She had a point, as much as I hated to admit it, because there was no way that thing was only rank 1 or 2. I won't be forever, though, and when I am able to, I'm gonna capture that Crimmoth.
Good luck with that, you madman,
Violet said in a deadpan voice.
Just make sure you don't put the rest of the academy at risk with your suicidal plans.
You didn't die when you came with me.
But I could have. So, leave me out of the next one.
I playfully rolled my eyes at her annoyance, since she was the one who had insisted on coming with me in the first place. We didn't speak on the matter again. Instead, we watched as the last remnants of the class made their own potions, and by the time everyone had sat down, I could tell we were all pretty pumped at our success. Well done today, class. You all successfully made your own potions of healing. I must say it's rare we don't have 1 or 2 small explosions, so give yourselves a pat on the back for that. Before you dismiss your class, Professor Jareth,
Might I have a word with them?"
A familiar voice asked from the open doorway of the alchemy room. Elder Summoner Roth lingered in the entryway with a small smile on his face that widened when Professor Jareth beckoned him forward.
"Of course, Elder Roth. It's good while they're all gathered in one spot, isn't it?" "Rightly so," the wrinkly summoner agreed. "And what I need to tell them is extremely important."
Any quiet chatting or muttering quickly ceased at the elder's words, and we all seemed to straighten up in our chairs.
"Tomorrow, as I'm sure you are aware, is a very big day for you all. It is the end of the first week of class, and it is also the first excursion you will experience outside of the wall."
The class erupted in a chorus of quiet mumbles of surprise and concern, but the elder gently shushed them and waved his hand.
"Let me reassure you that we aren't throwing you into anything you can't handle. You will keep close to one of the less populated walls in Hillrun, where low-ranked crimmeth are known to be."
But, sir, how can we be ready when we are only novice rank?
A healer asked from the middle row across the room.
"Is that so?"
Elder Roth smirked before he waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, a long white bar appeared before my eyes with XP written at the end of it. There was only the slimmest chunk of white missing from the edge of the bar, which meant I was super close to hitting rank 2 and becoming an apprentice.
"We purposefully hide your XP bars during the first week so you aren't hyper-focused on it. But all of the combined training that you do ensures you will reach rank 2 before you go outside of the wall."
Damn, I mumbled to myself. They're sneaky bastards.
"Tomorrow, after beast hunting, you will be tested in groups. It is those groups that will go with one experienced summoner professor outside of the wall."
I glanced at my small group of friends, and I could tell we were all silently hoping that we'd be put together. Even though we knew from the start that it was never written in stone, I didn't want to abandon all hope about the situation, especially not when I'd grown really close to everyone around me.
"Now, I shall wish you all a good night and leave you to your dinner in the banquet hall,"
Elder Roth said as he clasped his hands in front of him.
"Eat heartily for your day tomorrow. You will need all of the rest and energy you possibly can in order to get through it."
Even though going outside of the wall was pretty daunting, I couldn't wait. And tomorrow couldn't come quick enough. Chapter 16. I managed to get a good amount of sleep that night, despite being almost too excited to close my eyes. I showered and trimmed my beard so I didn't look completely disheveled, and I tucked myself in just after 8:30. I woke up to Felix knocking at my door, and I'd accepted the fact that he was my new alarm clock now. Then, after quickly getting dressed in my robes, we headed down the stairs for breakfast. Nils, Isabel, Violet, Bastian, Larinus, Lauren, Kaner, and Penny were already sitting at the table and piling as much food as they could onto their plates. Clearly, no one was taking any risks about being hungry by the time we went out beyond the wall. So when Felix and I sat down, we started to do the exact same thing. "Guys, I don't think I can do it," Bastian said as he anxiously nibbled on a piece of bread. "I don't think I'm ready."
"You've been saying this all morning, Moral." Larinus groaned and put his head in his hands. "Can you please just give it a rest?"
"I'm sorry if my daunting realization that I'm not good enough is bothering you. Some of us aren't naturally talented, like Kaner."
"Don't bring me into this," Kaner said as he sipped from his chalice. "I want nothing to do with it."
"Well, like it or not, I've been comparing myself to you and Jack since I got here," Bastian said in a deadpan tone. "Sorry."
"You shouldn't do that, Moral," I chuckled as I picked apart a tangerine. "And you should have more faith in yourself. You're a good summoner.
A good summoner who almost killed you the other day. That was my fault and you know it.
And put it this way, if we were out in the fighting ground, you would have been doing something right." "Exactly. Take comfort in Alan actually being able to knock something down, even if that something happened to be little Jack here."
"Hey, little?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "I'm almost as tall as you."
"Almost," Larinus smirked.
there's a difference. Not all of us are born with giant blood, but I think coming pretty close to your height is an achievement.
They're right, Bastion.
Penny said as she leaned over his plate and started to cut the crusts off his toast for him.
You are a good summoner, and you really should have more faith in yourself.
And you should be pumped about going out today. We might have the opportunity to capture another Krimoth, if we're lucky. I think it's the fact that all of you aren't going to be there, Bastion said as he watched Penny finish cutting his crusts. I'm so used to having you all beside me that I don't know how I'll fight without you. You'll find friends in your new group, and it will be like how it is when we all practice together. You're only saying that because you've already got a group.
How many times do we have to tell you that it's not set in stone?
Violet asked with an unimpressed look.
Just because we're friends doesn't mean we'll be grouped together. You need to stop being a sourpuss and think about how monumental this is for us. We've made it through the first week, and we're about to go on our first excursion. That's why we're here.
That's what this is all for. I think we've done pretty damn well so far, if I say so myself. I think Professor Kalen would agree, too, all things considered.
Kaner chimed in.
There's nothing to worry about. Don't forget that we'll have an experienced summoning professor with us the whole time in case things go wrong.
And what happens if I end up with creepy Professor Dane?
I don't think it's you that needs to worry about that possibility,
Lauren said with a tight-lipped smile as she glanced over at me. Yeah, it's just me he hates, I said as I shoved a piece of tangerine into my mouth. Don't sweat it. Why are you all so chill about that? Bastion asked as he looked around the table. It's weird. Well, there's not a lot I can do, is there? I shrugged. So there's no point worrying about it.
Take notes, Moral,
Larinus said with a lazy grin.
Take notes.
Fine. I'll try not to overthink it.
Good boy.
Penny whispered and pecked his cheek before she turned back to her own plate, completely oblivious of the bright red flush on Bastion's cheeks. The boys and I all tried to stifle our laughs at his wide eyes and flaming cheeks, and when Bastion finally registered what we were doing, he tried to kick us under the table.
Settle down,
Lauren scolded as the table jumped with every kick.
or I'll make you sit with the beast scholars over there, Moral.
What? But they...
Settle down,
she repeated with a stern look that immediately made the other summoner shut up.
Good boy, Bastion,
Larinus teased in a high-pitched voice. I swear, Larinus, I'll flay you with
Enough!
Lauren warned with sharp, narrowed eyes.
Both of you.
Larinus and Bastion both closed their mouths as Lauren's piercing gaze flickered between both of them, and it took all of my willpower not to burst out laughing again. We finished eating breakfast in relative peace and quiet, although there was the odd comment made by Felix about being too full to actually move, despite shoveling more food into his mouth. After we'd finished eating, we made our way to the Beast Hunter's lecture room, which was on the second floor. The setup was pretty much the same as the other lecture rooms, with a wide open space in the center and pews facing where the professor would stand. I'd been looking forward to learning about beast hunting, but I was still somewhat apprehensive about learning how to use a sword. It wasn't that I didn't trust myself to do it, it was that using it would be inevitable at some point. My dad had tried to teach me how to shoot when I was a teenager so I could go hunting with him and his friends, but I'd been more interested in playing video games than dedicating time to something like that. After he died, I regretted my decision, and I was regretting it again now, but there was no going back. The Beast Hunter professor entered just after 8 o'clock, and he was probably the most muscular guy I'd ever seen in my life. He was around 6 foot tall, and it looked like his muscles were trying to burst out of his tight leather vest. His nose was crooked and bent in the center, no doubt from being broken one too many times. He had short black hair that was closely shaved to his scalp at the back, and scars littered his body. One particularly garish scar looked like 3 claw marks running across his stern face. One of his eyes was a different color as a result of it, and the black and white pupils darted around the room like he was analyzing us the moment he came in.
I am Professor Wren,
he said in a deep, gruff voice that felt like it could rattle the walls.
You may call me Hunter Wren."
Hunter Wren made his way over to the center of the room, and it was only then that I realized he had a sword strapped to his side. It was encased in a pure black sheath that blended in with his leathers, and he kept one hand constantly wrapped around the hilt.
"I will begin by explaining what beast hunting is and why it is so important to maintain the wall. Then we will go on to do some training with sword for those who need the extra line of defense."
I forgot about that.
Penny squeaked from beside me. "You'll be fine," I said as I gave her leg a reassuring pat. "All of us will." Hunter Wren began his lecture on beast hunting, and it was nothing that we hadn't already learned. He told us about how beast hunters were the ones who made up for the lack of summoners, and how their role became even more vital over the years as more and more summoners stopped attending the academy. Then he went on to explain how, without beast hunters, the entire wall would have probably fallen, and it's because of their continuous sacrifices that the walls still stand. It got repetitive after the first 5 minutes, and at that point I was finding it hard to stay tuned into what he was saying. Felix was lapping it up, though, and he was clinging to every single word that left Hunter Wren's mouth with a wide grin on his face. At some point, Wren started going on a rant as to how beast hunting was an art in itself, how taking the life of Crimith was a sacrifice of the soul, but a necessary one, and that was when I really started to tune out. He must have been talking for at least 40 minutes straight before he finally stopped and clapped his hands. 10 beast hunters dressed in similar dark leathers all rushed into the room holding a handful of basic, two-edged swords each, and they stopped on either side of the hunter before us.
"Summoners, come down!"
Penny squeaked again, but I put a hand on her shoulder and silently urged her to stand up so we could all go down to the front. The short summoner slowly shuffled out, and she kept her head bowed low as we made our way down the pew stairs and over to Hunter Wren.
"There's not much time to train you on everything, but I'll teach you what will keep you alive. If you survive this excursion, you'll be taught more."
That's reassuring.
"Listen and pay attention! Swords are not toys. They are a deadly weapon, and you must respect them."
Wren unsheathed his own with a hiss of metal, and he swung it left and right in front of us. The blade was much larger and ornate than the basic models we were going to be using, but that made sense given the fact Wren was a master beast hunter. I felt the breeze push my hair back from the force of his swings, and I took a precautionary step back.
"This is your last line of defense should things go wrong in the fighting field. You have your block, and you have your attack."
The beast hunters on either side of him held out the swords for us, so I decided to make the first move and grabbed one with a black hilt and silver accents. It was heavy, but it wasn't unmanageable. Penny moved next with a shaking hand, and she picked a smaller weapon that looked more like a rapier than a longsword. Then the others quickly followed suit until we were all holding our own blades.
"Attach your belt! You'll be given fighting leathers before the excursion, but these will do for now."
"Fighting leathers?" Bastion whispered to me. "I didn't know we had those." "Is it a good or bad thing?" "We haven't practiced in those, so I'd say bad," he whispered back before he started to attach his belt. We all quickly followed suit, and I could tell none of us wanted to piss off Hunter Wren, who wasn't the friendliest of professors.
"Now, step back and watch. The rest of you observe too. You'll be seeing a lot of this today."
Wren held his sword out at an angle so it could block an oncoming attack, and then he pushed forward with both hands so the blade moved out.
"A simple blocking maneuver. A Crimith comes flying at you. You hold the blade like this and use all of your force to push it off. The strength comes from the back leg, so make sure you put all of your weight on your front to keep steady."
Wren dropped the stance and motioned for us to copy him. I drew out my sword and relished in the metallic hiss, and I put all of my weight on my left leg, which was slightly in front of my body. Then I held the sword at a defensive angle in front of me, and I pushed with my back leg as if I was shoving a Crimith away from my body.
"Good. The rest of you follow suit. No!
The others clumsily tried to mimic my actions, but it was only Kaner who did it perfectly with no faults. Ren growled under his breath as he corrected the others' stances, and I felt bad for Bastion especially, since he was already disheartened about going out today. Throwing sword training at us the day of our excursion seemed pretty unfair, but I suppose I understood why. The whole point of our powers was that we wouldn't need to use a sword. Our Krymith were our weapons, not steel or silver. So I hoped the lack of training meant the likelihood of us having to use it was slim to none.
Next up, attacks. We'll keep it simple today so you're not overwhelmed. I'll teach you slashes, lunges, pommel strikes, and thrusts.
That's simple? Bastion asked with a loud gulp.
Yes, summoner,
Ren said bluntly.
It is. Now, watch carefully.
The first move Ren showed us was a range of blows. There was a high blow meant for flying Krymith, and it was a vertical strike in the air that he used his legs to channel the energy of. Then there was a middle blow, which was basically just swiping straight ahead of us, and that was tailored for eye-level Krymith. Finally, there was a low blow meant for disabling any Krymith's ability to move. After practicing a few of those strikes, he showed us thrusting. That one was pretty simple, and like the blocking action, it was a matter of putting all of our weight on our leading foot and thrusting forward with the sword. After that, he showed us a lunge, which was pretty similar, only instead of staying in one relative space like the thrust, we were closing more distance between us and the Krymith. Then he showed us the pommel strike. He said that it was a last-ditch effort to get a Krymith away, especially if you were fighting two at once, but hopefully, with the right team, that wouldn't even be a possibility. A pommel strike basically meant slamming the butt of the sword into the face of whatever creature was attacking us and hoping that it stunned them enough to put some distance between us.
Your beast hunter is the one dealing with the majority of the hand-to-hand and close combat. This is just a fail-safe. Should your beast hunter be incapacitated, hurt, or dead, and should your Krymith be the same, it will be up to you to protect the rest of your group.
Definitely not a huge amount of pressure on our shoulders, then. Good to know.
I suggest you take this responsibility seriously, Summoner, or else you'll need all the luck in Terith for your excursion today.
He does take it seriously, I said as I protectively stepped in front of Bastion. He's just nervous, and I don't think you can blame him. This is the first time we've been taught how to use a sword. Hunter Wren's odd eyes narrowed on me before he tilted his head back.
You're the summoner not from Terith, aren't you?
That's right. And what about it?
I thought so,
he said with the faintest hint of a smirk.
Take what I've taught you and use it well. Should your Krymith or your beast hunter fall, you will have to do what you must to survive.
Hunter Wren waved his gloved hand, and the other beast hunters who had provided our swords ran back out of the room.
You'll have a short break now! Use it wisely!
Hunter Wren said loudly so the rest of the class would hear him.
After that, return to the summoner training room on the 3rd floor. There you will be put in your groups for the first time.
I felt the rush of excitement and trepidation at the thought of who I'd be put with. I was still holding out hope for being grouped with my friends, but now that the day was here, I was starting to feel the pessimism Violet had been feeling about it. Now, equipped with our swords, my little summoning group walked slowly toward the exit of the lecture room, and we stood near the arched openings overlooking the courtyard below. Well, that did nothing for my nerves, Bastion sighed as he stared at the white tree.
Yeah, same here,
Penny said as she danced her fingers along the hilt of her sword. Don't let it put you off. You heard what he said. This is the last defense. And if anything, we should be grateful they've given us this instead of expecting us to fight with our bare hands. He taught us enough to know what to do to survive. We will be fine. Don't let it get to you, I added as I sensed their growing dread. I mean it, guys. This is what this has all been building up to. We can't let anything get us down.
Jack's right.
Violet said as she and the others finally made their way over to us.
This is what it's all been leading up to.
And you guys did great, Felix said as he slung an arm over Bastion's shoulder. Considering you were first-time sword wielders, we were impressed. Are you just saying that to make us feel better? The mousy-haired summoner asked in a quiet voice. I hated seeing Bastion being anything other than his loud and boisterous self, and when he went all quiet, that was when I knew something was wrong. I'm not just saying that. I'm serious, guys. There were some beast hunters in my group who couldn't even pick up their swords on the first day. I bet that pissed hunter ran off. Like you wouldn't believe, Felix snickered before he grew serious. The point is, you did great, and you shouldn't let it get to you that you've learned something new today.
You've got more protection now. That's a good thing. A good thing indeed,
Lauren said as she ran her slim fingers down the black sheath of her sword.
We should count our blessings.
Come on, let's head to the summoning room. The sooner we're there, the less we have to think about the groupings. Are you still holding out hope you'll be paired with me, Jackie boy? Yeah, I am, actually, I grinned. But if you keep being cocky like that, I'll ask to be moved if we do end up getting paired. Ouch! The blonde gasped as he clutched his chest. You wound me!
Shut up!
Violet drawled with an amused smile on her face. Our group made our way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and when we entered the summoner's training room, there were already a large number of professors gathered in the center.
You're rather early,
Professor Kalen said as he turned from the huddle and gave us a fleeting smile.
I hope you didn't come here to put a good word in about your group.
No, we just didn't want to wait anywhere else. I know it doesn't work like that.
I'm afraid not,
Kalen said as he eyed the other classes I had with me.
But sometimes...
Galen!
Another professor called out his name and ushered him back to the group.
I'm afraid I must return. Please occupy yourselves somewhere around the room while we discuss. I'm sure there will be others joining soon enough.
There was no way of hearing what the professors were talking about, and I honestly didn't know if I wanted to. They were evidently talking about the groupings and who would work well with who, and I hoped that us being here all together put some ideas into their head. As more students started to turn up, they were all grouped together in their respective classes, unlike my group of friends who were all mixed. We were the only ones who had branched outside of our own classes for the most part, and that had to count for something. But when the professors finally turned and faced the now full training room, and when Kalen looked at me with a sorrowful look, I knew that it hadn't counted for anything.
We will now allocate your groups and have you fight a Krymeth, one group at a time. This is to see how well you work together, and if you have a good chance of survival outside of the wall.
Kalen cleared his throat and stepped forward to speak, but not before sending me another sorrowful look.
Group 1, Summoner, Jack Bradley. Healer, Terrence Anoris. Mage, Holly Briere. Beast Hunter, Clyde Clover. Beast Scholar, Khalees Rethin.
Felt my heart sink as he called out the names of people I didn't know, and I heard Isabel mutter a quiet no to herself. Even though we knew this was a possibility, there was no preparing for the thick wave of disappointment that washed over me.
Jack, we have your leathers prepared. Will you allow Professor Hawk to cast a spell to put them on you?
Sure, I said weakly as I stepped forward. No doubt everyone could sense my disappointment, but I wasn't going to try and hide it. I'd wanted to be with my friends, and I had no idea how well I was going to work with strangers. Professor Hark, an elderly mage with loose wisps of gray hair, stepped forward with an apologetic look before he waved his hand. Within seconds, my loose robes that I had been wearing were replaced by a black cuirass with purple accents. I was still wearing a purple undershirt that was similar to my summoning robes, and it flowed down to my knees under the cuirass. I had on the same pants and leather boots, too, but I felt way more secure than I had before. One of my hands was gloved, whereas the other, which I used for summoning, was free so I could see my Krymeth on my wrist. Wow, I said breathlessly as I took in the weight of my new armor. Feels good.
That's good to hear, Kalen said with a brief smile. Now, may Group 1 please step forward into the center. The rest of you, please stand back."
The professors quickly shuffled out of the way, and the rest of my group started to emerge from the sea of other students. Terence Honoris was a short, frail-looking kid no older than 18. He had short ginger hair and freckles on his face, and his eyes darted around the room nervously. The mage, Holly Breer, was a curvaceous woman who looked around my age, with a short black afro and deep chocolate skin. Clyde Clover, the beast hunter, was a stocky-looking guy who had a severe overbite and a heavy monobrow. The beast scholar, Khalees Rethin, looked just as nervous as Nils and hunched her back so much that her long brown hair covered her face.
"Take position," Kalen called out. "The Crimith is about to be summoned."
Clyde waltzed forward and put himself at the head of our little group. Meanwhile, Khalees and Terence put as much distance between them and Clyde as they could. Holly just stayed where she was, and I took a few steps back from Clyde so I wasn't in the direct line of fire. I readied my menu and prepared to summon whichever Crimith I needed based on what the beast scholar said. Then Professor Kalen shot out his hand, and in a bright flash of purple light, the first Crimith appeared. It was a towering thing with huge clumps of mud that made up its body. Its head looked like a giant ball of moss, and 2 yellow eyes stared down at us angrily.
Clobber, rank 3, Earth type.
I'd never fought an Earth damage type before, and I glanced back at Khalees, who was staring at the creature with wide eyes. "Khalees, which Crimith is best against it? A fire type or an acid type?" Khalees stuttered and continued to stare at the Crimith in terror. "Khalees, I have to summon one quickly!" The clobber let out a fierce roar at the tension and slammed his fist into the marble floor. The room shook beneath our feet, and I almost lost my balance. But I turned back to the Crimith with a glare. If my beast scholar wasn't going to help me, then I'd figure it out on my own. Clyde had started to take a few swings at the clobber, but despite its massive size, it had surprising agility. Holly was just staring at the creature with wide eyes, despite being able to actually damage it with her spells. And Terence was just as still in the corner of the room. "Damn it," I hissed to myself before I summoned Jitterbug with a fierce cry. The Orlon appeared next to the clobber with a hiss, and my centipede-like creature rolled onto its hind legs in preparation. "Clyde, put some distance between you and the clobber," I called out.
"No way!"
he yelled back as he took another swing at the clobber's chunky leg.
"I've got this!"
"Clyde, I've summoned my Crimith. You'll be caught in the crossfire."
"Then don't make an attack!"
I clenched my fists in rage at how badly this was going. None of my team wanted to work with me, and I felt at a complete loss at what to do. "Jitterbug, flame!" I ordered the Orlon. My Crimith let out a screech in acknowledgement before it started to funnel out a fiery burst of flame straight at the clobber. Clyde had no choice but to duck and roll out of the way, and he turned back to me with a glare. "Move, or you'll be toast!"
"Damn you, summoner!"
he growled as he rolled around to the back of the clobber, who was attempting to block the onslaught of flame with his thick, muddy hands. The flame from the Orlon was starting to melt parts of the mud off, and they dripped onto the floor below the beast. His health bar had started to deplete too, and I figured if he was an earth type, there wasn't much he could do in terms of moves without being near the earth itself. The cold marble room could be used to our advantage, but none of my team seemed to want to acknowledge that. The clobber let out a fierce roar as more of his hands melted off, and with one fierce swipe he batted my Orlon to the ground. "Roll! Roll!" Jitterbug coiled up into a ball and started to roll away from the clobber, only for the bastard to pull off a clump of his own arm and throw it at the retreating bug. "Holly, knock it away with a fireball!" I cried out just as the clump hurtled through the air. Instead of doing anything to help, the mage let out a quiet whimper and kept her hands at her sides. I watched in horror as the clump hit Jitterbug directly and sent his form sprawling to the ground. The hit had knocked off 15 points of his health bar, and I felt my blood boil. "Terence, get ready to heal him!" I ordered the healer, who was still cowering in the corner. Clyde was still whacking the Crimith with his sword, but it was pretty obvious that a mere blade wasn't going to do much damage to this thing. As Jitterbug started to uncoil himself and tried to stand back up, the clobber reached around and grabbed Clyde by the waist. The beast hunter let out a cry of anger and started hitting the remnants of the clobber's hand with his pommel, but it was doing nothing. "Holly, throw an ice knife! Anything!"
I'll try.
Holly stuttered and started to move her hands around. Nothing left her palms when she shot them out toward the clobber, and she looked down at them with another whimper. I made the decision to recapture Jitterbug and summon Meatloaf instead, with the hope that he could use his flying as an advantage. Rather than messing up like I had done a few times when I tried to recapture, I caught Jitterbug on the first try, and Meatloaf spawned right above the clobber with a hiss. "Claw," I ordered in a low voice. Meatloaf hissed in approval and swooped down to start clawing at the clobber's mossy head. The distraction was enough for its grip to weaken on Clyde, and the beast hunter managed to bash his way through the clobber's hand until his thumb fell off and dropped to the floor. Then Clyde wiggled out of the Crimith's grip and fell to the floor, and he immediately started swiping at its legs again. Clobber was trying to bat Meatloaf out of the sky now that he had both hands free, but I was basically spamming dodge inside my head so the bloodleer didn't get grabbed. I felt like the only one doing anything, and Meatloaf's claw attacks were doing more damage than Clyde's weak hits at his feet. "Acid!" I shouted as one last attempt to finish off the Crimith and have the test over with. Meatloaf's red eyes glowed, and bright green acid started to pour out of his mouth and onto Clobber's mossy head. The Crimith let out a roar as the attack started to eat away at his muddy face, and he staggered to his knees as his health bar trickled down. "Stop!" Kalen called out before it could reach below 20%. "This ends the test!" I recaptured Meatloaf and stared at my group in disbelief. Even Professor Kalen looked put off by their performance, and I shrugged at him because how the hell was I supposed to survive beyond the wall with a team like that? "Holly Brea, swap out with Violet Vashanti. We'll see if that changes anything." "You're going to need to swap out more than just her, sir. You saw that we don't work well together. Like, at all." Kalen sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "I know what you're asking, Jack, but I don't think—" "Please, just give us a shot." "I will swap Khalees with Nils El Torres, but that is it for now." 2 out of 4 wasn't so bad, and I knew Kalen was already sticking his neck out for me in doing this, even if it was the most logical thing to do. Terrence was a coward, and Clyde clearly had his own agenda, but maybe with a good beast scholar and mage we'd have more of a chance. Violet and Nils stepped out while Holly and Khalees shuffled back into the sea of students. Then Kalen recaptured Clobber and told us all to get back into position. "Maybe this time you could actually listen to me, Clyde?" I asked as the beast hunter took his place at the front of the group.
"Maybe this time you can just let me do what I need to do."
"You saw how well that worked last time. We're supposed to work as a team."
"I'm a beast hunter. I'm supposed to lead the charge. Stop getting in my way."
I let out another scoff of disbelief and turned to Kalen, but the professor bowed his head. Clearly it wasn't just his decision to make, and I knew if he had the final call, he would have let Felix take Clyde's place in a heartbeat. "Ready!" Kalen called out as he raised his palm. "Fight!" In a bright flash of purple light, another Crimith appeared. It was a large floating ball of water with bright pink eyes, and it sloshed from side to side as it took all of us in.
Kamara, rank 3, water type.
"Jack, summon your Orlon," Nils immediately called out. "Its fire will combat against the water." I shot my palm out and summoned Jitterbug in a flash, but Clyde was already charging at the Kamara before we could do anything. "Swords won't do any damage, Clyde," Nils tried to warn him. "You'll be sucked in if you get too close." Clyde ignored his warnings and thrusted his sword right into the Kamara's watery body. Its pink eyes slowly looked down at the beast hunter before it started to pull him inside of it.
Help! Help me!"
Clyde cried out as he refused to let go of his sword.
Let go of the sword and regroup. I can use the air shield to block any attacks while you run back.
"A beast hunter never leaves his sword."
Clyde growled as he tried to pull his sword back, only for it to get sucked in deeper. "Clyde, let go, you idiot!" With one final cry, Clyde was suddenly pulled into the Kamara's body with a slurping noise. We could still see him through the transparent surface, and the bastard was still holding onto his sword as he tried to swing inside.
Oh, he doesn't have long. What do we do?
Well, using flames on that thing is out of the question now. Nils, any ideas? Nils furrowed his brow in thought, and I could see his eyes darting back and forth in front of him, as if he was reading some kind of invisible text. Then he threw his hand up in the air and looked over at Violet. You have a shield of air, right? If you can get under the Kamara, you can erect it beneath and split the thing in two. And free Clyde. How do we get her close enough? Use Jitterbug to distract the Kamara as long as you can. It will see the Krymith as more of a threat than a human. All right, you good with that plan, Violet?
There's no time to lose.
The dark-haired mage said as she prepared herself.
Let's do this.
Jitterbug, roll! I ordered the Orlan, who immediately started to roll toward the Kamara. Its watery body shifted and turned to the approaching Krymith, and it spat out 3 globs of water toward Jitterbug. I spammed the dodge action again, and Jitterbug rolled away from each oar before it splashed onto the floor. Good! Keep it distracted. Violet's almost there. I didn't take my eyes off Jitterbug, but I could see Violet's shadowy figure slowly start to approach the Kamara from behind. Spit! I ordered Jitterbug. Small! The Orlan stood up on its hind legs and started to spit small plumes of molten lava at the Kamara. The creature wobbled left and right to avoid them, and I knew that even if I hit its watery body, Clyde wouldn't be hurt by the small amount that got through. Just as the Kamara started to conjure more water balls from its body, it was suddenly torn in half by a gust of wind from beneath. I tore my gaze away from Jitterbug to see Violet laid down on the ground beneath its body with her hands raised up. The students behind us cheered as the Kamara split in two and both wobbly pockets of water flopped onto the ground, allowing Clyde's body to free fall. Violet managed to roll out of the way just before his body slammed into her, and the beast hunter groaned as he took a few points of damage. The Kamara was letting out a gurgling noise as it tried to reform, but Kalen raised his hands before it could attack again. The Krymith had taken over half damage from the attack, and I realized how well Nils, Violet, and I worked together. I saw an arrow appear next to my XP bar, and I felt the warm sensation flood through me. But this time, I knew what it was coming from. I watched as the white bar slowly filled up until it reached the maximum, and then an even more intense rush of warmth surged through me. Large white text appeared in front of me as my rank appeared beside my XP bar, and I felt a huge smile spread across my face.
Rank 2 reached.
As I glanced over at Nils and Violet, they had the same look of awe on their faces, and I knew they'd leveled up too. Clyde and Terence, on the other hand, were still trying to recover from doing absolutely nothing useful.
Congratulations on leveling up. Well, some of you.
Clyde shot a glare my way, and I subtly stuck my middle finger up at him before any of the professors could see.
I'll go through your new abilities with you briefly before the excursion, Jack, Professor Kalen said to me. You two speak to your own professors beforehand, too.
Sounds good to me.
That ends Group 1's test. Please return to the crowd while we call another group.
I wrapped my arm around Nils' shoulder and waited for Violet to reach us before doing the same to her. That was awesome, guys, I said as we made our way over to Felix and Isabel. We work well together.
Shame we've got 2 idiots on our team,
Violet muttered as she shot Clyde a glare. The beast hunter was clutching his stomach as he reintegrated with his other beast hunter friends. And from the scowls on their faces, they weren't impressed with his performance either.
Nice work, guys,
Isabel said with a sweet smile.
You did amazing.
I can't believe Clyde was so stubborn, Felix frowned. We're not all like that, I swear. I believe you. I just don't think we're going to last long out there if we end up paired with him. There were a number of other groups that went through the same test. Some worked perfectly together right off the bat, whereas some, like mine, struggled to mesh together. Felix and Isabel ended up in a group, and I was glad they at least had each other. But they were stuck with Sven as a summoner, and the young boy was struggling to summon anything on command. By the time everyone had experienced being in a group, it was getting closer to us leaving for the excursion. and I felt my heart racing as Elder Roth stepped forward from the group of professors and unrolled a piece of parchment.
Please listen out for your groups. These are the people you will be fighting with today. These are the people you will entrust with your life, and these are the people you will protect.
I listened with bated breath to every name he read out. Group after group passed, and I still hadn't heard my name or any of my non-summoner friends. When Felix and Isabel's group got read out without them in it, I felt a mix of dread and hope. Maybe they'd been split up, and maybe Violet and Nils and I were about to be too. But then Elder Roth read out the name of Group 10.
Mage, Violet Vashanti. Healer, Isabel Merlara. Beast Scholar, Nils L. Torres. Beast Hunter, Felix Olarin.
The Elder read aloud until his eyes drifted to mine.
Summoner, Jack Bradley.
Chapter 17.
Yes!
Isabel squealed and threw her arms around me. I was momentarily snapped out of my shock as I wrapped my arms around her, and it wasn't long before the rest of our group joined in on our hug.
We're actually in a group?
Felix laughed in disbelief.
Holy shit!
Looks like hope was a good thing after all.
Violet teased as she squeezed herself between me and Isabel.
You're one lucky son of a bitch, Jack.
So are you. We could have had Clyde for a beast hunter. Violet giggled and reached over to ruffle Felix's hair. The blonde playfully batted her hand away, and we all slowly pulled away to stand on our own again.
Yes, congratulations,
Elder Roth said with a warm smile.
Now for the remaining groups.
Elder Roth continued to read out more groups, and I felt bad for the people paired up with Archibald. But despite his snootiness, he had fought pretty well with the first group he'd been paired up with.
Now that you are all grouped up, I would like to remind you that this excursion is not a fun day trip. It will be intense. The most intense thing you've experienced at the Academy so far. And it is not to be taken lightly. You will need to keep level heads in order to protect each other.
Elder Summoner Roth will now read out the names of the professors who will be joining you on your excursions. They will be there as a failsafe in case things go wrong.
As Elder Roth started to read out the names for the groups, a familiar dread settled in my stomach. Professor Dane's name hadn't been read out yet, and when it finally reached our group, I knew we had a pretty high chance of being paired up with him.
Group 10, you will be paired with Professor Dane.
His brow twitched as he read from the parchment, but he quickly cleared his throat and continued reading the next group's professor. The fact Elder Roth was seemingly put off by it didn't make me feel any better about being stuck with that weird asshole for who knows how long. The rest of my group didn't look too thrilled either, and Isabel subtly reached for my hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze.
We will be using the teleportation crystals in my quarters to travel to the outer walled area after lunch. I suggest those who have ranked up speak to your respective professors about new abilities, and then get some proper food.
And make sure those who need armor are armored up. This is your last chance to prepare for the excursion.
I was too surprised by the casual mention of teleportation crystals to notice Professor Kalin making his way over to us with a kind smile on his face.
Other summoners, please gather,
he called out to the other students who had been standing with their groups.
Congratulations, by the way, Jack. I did what I could and managed to pull some strings.
Thank you, Professor. I know you made the right choice.
We do too, Kalin said with a wink. You all fought very well.
What's this new power then, Professor?
Archibald asked in a bored tone as he walked over and started to pick at his nails.
You can see for yourself in your menus. I suggest doing so quickly now before I explain further.
I pulled up my power abilities and glanced through, and I quickly saw the subtle changes in the spells I already had.
Capture Apprentice. Capture any creature up to rank 3. A burst of bright purple light which sucks the creature into your palm. Attunement items such as wands, staffs, swords, gems, Amulets can also be used to capture and contain creatures, capped at 4 creatures at one time. Summon, apprentice. Summon any creature you have captured up to rank 3. The same burst of bright purple light spawns the creature where you desire. Control, apprentice. Command the creature you have captured to do more advanced maneuvers. If the friendship bond with the creature is below 30, you have a 40% chance of failure. Example: dive down and blow the enemy back with your wings. Use your claws to tear open his stomach.
Having more control over the order and being more specific was definitely going to come in handy. Plus, I had an extra space for a Crimith now, and I was hoping to use today as a good way to see if there were any more that I wanted in my arsenal. I could also capture Crimith up to rank 3, which opened up a whole new world of possibilities. And if we were going outside the wall, the chance of encountering a Crimith that high was pretty likely. But then I noticed a new spell that I hadn't seen before.
Blink, apprentice. Temporarily see through the eyes of your creature. You are unable to move or control them in this state at current rank, but you inhabit their brain for up to 120 seconds.
Holy shit, I said before I could stop myself. We can see through the eyes of our creatures? That's right. Kaelin nodded with a small smile.
Only for 120 seconds, but it is the beginning of a very powerful bond between the two of you.
What do you mean by that, Professor?
Well, Penny, when you reach master rank, you can actually possess your Crimith for an extended period of time. Your consciousness fuses. You become one.
Wow, Bastion said breathlessly. That's pretty cool.
It's very cool, Mr. Morrill, Kaelin smirked. I wouldn't suggest using Blink outside of the wall unless you're scouting ahead. We'll be practicing it when we start class again on Monday.
The other stuff will come in handy, though, especially the advanced commands.
Yes, I'm sure you will find it slightly easier to give them specific controls. Now, I will let you go for lunch. Meet at the Elders' quarters at around 1:15.
All right. Thank you, Professor, I said, but I quickly shot out my hand before he could leave. One more thing before you go.
Ask away, Mr. Bradley. I'm all ears.
If something goes wrong out there, like seriously wrong,
that's what your professor is there for, Kaelin said with a confused frown.
And if we don't trust our professor, or if he's the reason something went wrong, how would we get help? Kaelin's brow relaxed, but it wasn't out of calm. It was like I just zapped him with a taser and he swallowed a lump in his throat.
If you are concerned about Professor Dane, you shouldn't be. He's worked and served at this academy for many years now.
He's the reason Jack nearly got crushed by Alan the other day, Bastion blurted out.
Whatever do you mean?
Kaelin's brow twitched again. He keeps watching me from the shadows. It's a little unsettling.
I'm sure you're just overthinking this, the professor said with a nervous chuckle. Professor Dane is a summoner. He would not jeopardize any student, let alone one of his own kind, in any way.
But if we needed help out there, I repeated, how would we get it? Kaelin glanced between me and my group, who all had the same severe looks on their faces, and sighed.
You won't need it. You will be close by to all of the groups out there regardless. So if something did go wrong, I suggest you just call out for one of us.
All right, I nodded. That's enough for me.
Right. Best of luck out there, and I shall see you all on the other side.
Kaelin left with the other professors who were filing out, and I felt a little put off by his dismissal. But I knew there wasn't much more he could do. They all trusted Professor Dane implicitly, and I knew they had every right to if he'd been working here for as long as they said he had. But I'd seen another side of the guy that they clearly hadn't, and I wasn't looking forward to going beyond the wall with him as our protector. We'll need to keep our wits about us out there, I said as we started to head for lunch. I don't trust Dane. Not for a second. I feel like we're at a slight disadvantage here. It's not fair. There's no point in asking to swap. Kalen already stuck his neck out for me by getting us grouped up. Yeah, but maybe if we speak to Elder Summoner Roth, he might understand. I doubt it. We'll just have to make do. Besides, you heard Kalen. We'll be close to the other groups if he does try and pull something. And if they don't get there in time? You shouldn't doubt our own capabilities like that, Felix. I smirked. We haven't even left Olsen yet. I'm just saying, a bunch of rookie fighters against a super old summoner? Felix winced. Those odds aren't looking too great. Never tell me the odds, C-3PO, I said, and then chuckled to myself at my friend's confused expressions. If worst comes to worst, we'll do what we have to do to get back here safely.
I like your thinking. Keep that energy up for the fighting field.
Oh, I will. Trust me, I grinned. Now let's go have one last meal before we head out. Lunch felt shorter than normal, and it wasn't full of the same joviality it usually was. Despite us being confident in ourselves and our grouping now that we were put together, there was an underlying fear that was definitely there because of Professor Dane. I wondered if he had rigged the pairing so he would be put with us. Elder Summoner Roth had seemed pretty surprised to see his name there, and the head of the academy was usually a lot more composed than that. So maybe Dane had pulled some strings and swapped the professor we were meant to have so he could be there. Why he would do that was beyond me. I knew it would be for nothing good, but there really wasn't anything we could do at this point to change that. With us being all armored up already, only Isabel, Nils, and Violet had to get fitted with some minor pieces of armor. For the most part, it was just sturdier gloves that didn't affect their ability to cast or move, and Nils was fitted with a leather cuirass and shin protectors. Nils also stocked up on his alchemy supplies, and he pre-packed a few smoke bombs and health potions in case we needed them in the fighting field. After they were all ready, we headed to the elders' quarters, which were located on the 3rd floor. The walk up the spiral staircase was long and tiresome, and by the time we made it to the top, I felt like we'd already been on the excursion. The elders' quarters were huge, and the room was circular with multiple balconies overlooking Olsen. There was a large 4-poster bed in one corner with a deep green silk sheet draped over it. Small cupboards and wardrobes dotted around, and a few chests with clothes pouring out of them. There was also a writing desk in front of one of the balconies with a few bookcases filled to the brim with tomes of varying color and weathered names. In the center of the room, where the other groups were gathered, was a large blue crystal attached to a metal rod sticking out of the ornate rug on the ground. Elder Roth was standing beside it with his hands clasped in front of him, and he flashed us all a warm smile.
"Good to see you all,"
he said as the remaining group started to stand around him.
"I hope you're all well sated after lunch and ready for your first excursion."
Excitement and trepidation bubbled in the air like static, and as I glanced around I could see the mixture of it on everyone's faces.
"Your professors are waiting on the other side for you. All you need to do is touch this crystal, and it will take you to the gate in Hillrun. So, let us start with Group 1.
Each class stepped forward and touched the crystal, and one by one they vanished in a burst of blue light. Seeing teleportation in real life was mind-blowing, and despite getting used to magic at the academy, stuff like this really made me realize just how crazy my life was now. When it got to our group, I stepped forward first and I raised my hand toward the blue crystal. I took a deep breath before I pressed my fingertip against its cool surface, and within a flash, I was standing in front of a large gate in Hillrun. The thick scent of farmland and manure filled my nose, and I glanced around at the green landscape in awe. A second ago, I had been standing in a swanky elder's bedroom, and now I was back where I'd first arrived. There was a small circle of runes beneath my feet, which I quickly moved out of, and as soon as I did, Felix appeared in front of my eyes. "Wow, I'll never get used to that," he said as he stepped out too. "How are you feeling?" "My stomach feels a little weird," I said as I felt my lunch finish sloshing around inside. "But other than that, I guess I'm doing pretty all right, considering we just teleported who knows how many miles." One by one, the rest of my team teleported in front of us, and it wasn't long until we were standing in our little group again. Professor Dane and the other professors faced us in front of the gate. His beady eyes found mine within seconds, and that same disturbing smirk crept up his face and made a shiver run down my spine. As the last group teleported in, the professors shared a look with each other before they started to split off toward their groups. Professor Dane floated over to us with his hands tucked into the opposite sleeves, and the same creepy smirk never left his face.
"Good afternoon, all,"
he said in a low voice.
"I do hope you're ready for what you're about to face."
"We are," I said as I eyed him carefully. Professor Dane chuckled and tilted his head to one side as if he could see right through my words. The hairs at the back of my neck stuck up, but I didn't look away from him. I wasn't going to let him rattle me, and even if he did, I wasn't going to let him know it.
"Gates opening!"
a voice from above the wall called down.
"Vanguard on watch!"
The large metal gates in front of us slowly started to creak open, and I felt a rush of air from the world outside hit us like a tsunami. Professor Dane didn't turn, and he didn't take his eyes off me, even as the other groups started to walk out with their respective professors. "Are we going or not?" I asked boldly. Professor Dane chuckled again before he turned and started to walk through the wide, arching gates. I spotted a few vanguard soldiers high above us looking down, and there were a few armed ones keeping watch on the ground. They gave us solemn nods as we passed, and I wondered if Thatch and Harriet were posted near here. It would be pretty funny for them to see me now after everything, and to know that I had stayed and managed to give myself a pretty damn good team to go out into the wilderness with. But as we followed Professor Dane through the front gates and stepped into the plains of Outer Ulsan, all confidence I'd built up quickly started to fizzle out. The landscape was a sprawling map of hills and dark forests as far as the eye could see. In the distance, I could hear the squawks and shrieks of Krymith too far away to fight, and I could even see some gargantuan figures flying high above the treetops.
"Follow me,"
Professor Dane said as he started to walk us toward one of the dark forests. I could see the other groups making their way down the hill toward a more open section of land, but none of the others were heading in the direction we were going. "I thought we were supposed to stick close to the other groups. This seems a little out of the way."
And surely it would be more beneficial to practice fighting somewhere with more visibility. Forests are for higher-ranked classes, are they not?
"I must insist that you do not question my every decision on this excursion, students,"
Professor Dane said in an eerily calm voice.
"You won't make it very far."
I swallowed the lump in my throat and glanced back at Isabel, who looked just as disturbed by his words. I reached for her hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze before I cast one last glance back at the gate. Elder Roth was standing in the entryway looking at us. Maybe he suspected something too, but what choice did we have? With a deep sigh, I started to follow Professor Dane into the dark woods, and I hoped this wasn't some elaborate plan to use us as bait. Maybe he was just a creepy bastard who didn't actually have any nefarious plans. But as much as I tried to convince myself, I couldn't manage it, and I kept a close eye on the strange professor. The trees quickly surrounded us, and it was like we were cushioned from the outside world. The wind didn't blow through the thick, twisting branches, and our footsteps were muffled by layers of rotting leaves beneath our feet. Isabel didn't let go of my hand, and the deeper we walked, the tighter her grip became. Every instinct within me was telling me to bolt and run, but I wouldn't abandon my team, and I was still convinced that they didn't fully believe the extent of Professor Dane's creepiness toward me. A shrill shriek echoed through the dense canopy of twisting branches, and it sounded like it was out for blood. All 5 of us froze, and when Professor Dane realized we weren't following him, he paused too.
"Come,"
he said as he beckoned us with his hand.
"It's not close."
After sharing a cautious look with each other, we started to follow him again, but the deeper he led us, the more that feeling of dread grew in my stomach. We were supposed to practice with a real-life Krymith and win. That was the whole point of the excursion. That was why the other groups had naturally gone toward the open plains, where they could see oncoming Crimith a mile away. But our professor was leading us into dense thickets where anything could creep up on us and take us by surprise.
Professor, I really feel like we're walking too far. I'd be more comfortable if...
Comfortable?
Dane halted and whirled around.
You think this is about comfort, healer? There is nothing comfortable about an excursion outside the wall.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh, I said as I pulled Isabel behind me. She's making a valid point. This is way too far for beginners.
Well, you're not beginners as of today, Mr. Bradley.
Dane sneered my name like it was a curse.
As rank 2 apprentices, you are more than capable of handling the Crimith who live this close to Alson's borders.
The beady-eyed professor started to walk again, and I decided that I'd stick closest to him in case he tried anything. Ever since we'd started being friends, I'd gotten the impression that the others wanted me to act as the pseudo-leader, and now was as good a time as any to take on that role, especially if it meant protecting my friends. Dane was silent after his little outburst, but the silence was more off-putting than his outright rage. I could tell the others were getting put off by it, and it was getting hard to ignore the feeling of dread the deeper we walked into the forest. I had no idea how long we'd been walking when Dane suddenly halted and raised his hand in the air.
Something is getting close,
he whispered before he turned to us with a wicked grin.
No running now, summoner.
What? I asked with a furrowed brow. Before I could ask the professor anything else, the ground beneath our feet churned and started to split apart. I pushed Isabel back and she grabbed Nil's arms so they could get to someplace safer. Felix drew his sword and I readied my palm to summon one of my creatures at a moment's notice. Just as the ground started to rupture, I caught a glimpse of his face from the shadows of the forest. It was a setup. It had to be. There was no other reason why he would lead us out here and throw us headfirst into a fight like this. But if he wanted us to die, I'd prove him wrong. We all would. Chapter 18. A large, serpent-like creature sprang from the earth and snapped rows of sharpened teeth at us. Its scaly flesh was a light green and shimmered in the sunlight that managed to filter through the trees. Its eyes were slitted and burned bright yellow, and it had a forked prong at the end of its tail like a stegosaurus. A ridge of sharp spikes ran from the top of its head all the way down its back, and the tips were bright yellow as if they'd been dipped in acid. Its name and stats appeared in front of our eyes, and I took a deep breath as I realized it was one we'd never fought before.
Sparklax, rank 3, electric type.
Felix, don't use your sword. If it shocks you, the energy will travel through the steel, Nils immediately called out. Prioritize magic over weaponry. And the Crimith? I asked as I took a cautious step back from the towering snake. Acid, use your blood layer. Violet, what subclass did you pick when you ranked up? I asked as I took another careful step back.
Necromancy,
the mage said as she kept her eyes trained on the beast.
These are my spells.
I glanced away from the Sparklax for a moment to look over at Violet, and when I did, I could see the list of new spells she was sharing with all of us.
Rank 2, Fireball, Apprentice. Unleash a fiery ball of flame and launch it up to a 20-foot radius in front of you. Upon impact, it is able to do up to 100 points of fire damage, stacked against any bludgeoning damage from the throw itself. There is a 35% chance of missing if the target is moving, and a 25% chance of missing if the target is stationary. Ice Knife, Apprentice. Conjure a throwable knife made of ice. At apprentice level, it can be thrown up to 25 feet. It is able to do a total of 25 points of ice damage per knife. Knives can be thrown in quick succession up to a maximum of 25 times at rank 2. There is a 35% chance of missing if the target is moving, and a 25% chance of missing if the target is stationary. Shield of Air, Apprentice. Erect a 15-foot wall of air to repel any incoming damage. The wall lasts for 2 minutes or until the caster breaks concentration. Necrotic subclass. Fallen Blade, Apprentice. Conjure a necrotic spectral blade. The spell lasts for 120 seconds. The necrotic blade has the possibility of inflicting up to 20 points of necrotic damage per hit, as well as up to 10 points of slashing damage. Touch of Death, Apprentice. The mage is able to inflict up to 30 points of necrotic damage by touching the Crimith target. This spell is ineffective against the undead. Orb of Necrosis, Apprentice. Send an orb of pure necrotic energy toward the target. Upon impact, it has the potential to deal up to 20 points of necrotic damage. You can send 3 orbs in one use of this spell, and they have a range of 20 feet.
This is good, Nils said as he scanned over the mage's options. Violet, use what you can with your spell slots while Jack uses his bloodleer. We had a solid plan, and that was enough for me. Violet pulled her hands against her chest before she shot them out in front of her. 3 warbling orbs of green and black energy started to fly toward the Sparklax, who still towered above us. As one ball hit its body, it ruptured and started to eat away at the Crimith's scaly flesh. The Sparklax hissed in anger and pain, and it started to writhe around like an inflatable caught in the wind. I used its momentary distraction to my advantage and shot my palm out into the sky. I willed my bloodleer to be summoned, and within seconds I felt the familiar ripple of power shoot through my arm. The bloodleer appeared in the sky above the Sparklax, who whirled its head around to look at Meatloaf. In doing so, it failed to see the second orb, which splattered directly against its stomach and started to burn away the scaly flesh. It had taken 28 points of damage so far, but it still wasn't that much of a hit on its health bar. Not to mention it still had all of its electricity reserve, which was a small yellow bar beneath the red one. "Meatloaf, spit acid into its eyes!" I ordered my Crimith, who gave a low hiss in approval. The bat started to spit globs of green acid down toward the Sparklax's face, and a few drops managed to actually hit its slitted irises. It wailed and hissed in pain, and it lashed out blindly with its tail. "Can't I just go and chop that thing off?" Felix asked as he pointed at the chunks of earth its spiked tail was bringing up. Violet's last orb struck against the Crimith's back, and it took another 11 points of damage, alongside the damage slowly eating away at its health bar from Meatloaf's acid. "Metal is a conductor, Felix. If it sparks, you'll be fried." "Fine," the blonde huffed, but he kept his sword drawn as he stood in front of Nils and Isabel protectively. "Meatloaf, fly back and hover," I ordered my bloodleer, but he remained in place, spitting acid down at the Sparklax. "Damn it!"
Have you not raised his friendship level yet?
Violet asked as she started to move her hands around again. "I've been trying," I said through gritted teeth, and I decided to try a different tactic. "Meatloaf, swoop down and scratch at his back." This time, Meatloaf seemed to agree with my order. He hissed and did a loop in the sky before diving right for the Sparklax's back with his claws poised and ready. Before Meatloaf could touch his scaly flesh, the beast suddenly slammed his tail on the ground again, and a huge wave of yellow static energy emitted from the center of its stomach. "Fly back, quick!" I shouted as the ball of yellow got closer to my bloodleer. Meatloaf was too slow to avoid the oncoming attack, and despite batting his wings furiously, his body was consumed by the ball of electricity. "No!" I shouted as his body was held up in the air and fried. Meatloaf was a twitching wreck, and I felt powerless as I watched his health bar slowly drop lower and lower.
Fuck this!
Violet growled as she started to throw a flurry of ice knives toward the Sparklax. The first few were reflected back by the ball of static energy still pulsating around the creature and still frying my bloodleer. "Nils, what do we do? He's killing Meatloaf." "You have to break his concentration," the beast scholar shouted back. "He's a rank 3, so it could last up to 120 seconds.
Break his concentration, huh?
Violet asked as she forced her hands together and started to conjure up a fireball. With a fierce growl, Violet sent a huge torrent of fire toward the Sparklax. It engulfed the protective field of electricity, but it completely blocked his vision. As the flames died down, the sphere dropped, and Meatloaf collapsed to the ground. "Meatloaf, get up!" I shouted desperately. "Isabel, can you heal him?"
Send him this way!
"Meatloaf, get to Isabel and let her heal you!" I ordered the shaking Bloodleer. He let out a weak hiss as the Sparklax started to recover, and he crawled over to where Isabel and Nils were hidden in the bushes.
Keep your eyes on me, asshole!
Violet growled as she walked around to a clearer spot within the trees. I'm going to summon Jitterbug. Maybe he can help. That's worth a shot while Meatloaf's getting healed, Felix said as he reached down and helped pull the Bloodleer closer to Isabel. The Sparklax had fully recovered from the fireball, and he turned his slitted gaze toward Violet and let out a low hiss. A black forked tongue shot out between its fangs, and he slithered lower to the ground. I shot my hand out and summoned Jitterbug in the space between Violet and the Sparklax. The flaming Orlon uncoiled itself and raised onto its back legs with a threatening hiss. Jitterbug, spit flames right at his face, and make it hurt. The Orlon let out an approving hiss before he started to unleash a barrage of flame right at the Sparklax's face. The serpentine creature snapped its jaws through the wall of flame and moved to lash out its tail again. Roll out of range, Jitterbug! The Orlon rolled in its coiled form to the other side before the spikes could sink into its hard skin. Instead, they embedded themselves unwillingly into the churned-up earth beneath our feet. Jitterbug, use your lava breath and melt as much as you can. Violet, if you've got anything else up your sleeve, now is the time to use it.
I can think of something,
the dark-haired mage said as she started to conjure more ice knives. She lashed her hands back and forth and sent out a flurry of crisp, pure white knives that flew through the air and sank into the Sparklax's scales. It hissed in agony as the knives pierced through its hardened exterior, and its health bar started to drop dramatically. My Orlon's lava attack from the opposite side melted another portion of it off in one go, and the Sparklax was almost below 20% of its original health. Jack, if you wanted to capture that thing, now would be the time. Isabel has almost finished healing Meatloaf. Do you think I should? The Sparklax seemed pretty powerful, and it had almost finished us off with its surprising power. I had no idea what else it was capable of, but if it was anything like its orb of electricity, then having it in my arsenal would be an extra boon we might need beyond the wall.
Whatever choice you make it now! I only have so many ice knives left, Jack.
Fine, I said as I held my hand out and glared at the Sparklax. If the Crimith was shit, I could just discard of it when we got back to the academy. But if it was going to be useful, there was no point in just killing it. I willed the Sparklax to enter my palm with everything I had. I reminded myself of everything I'd accomplished so far, and I repeated the Crimith's names that I'd already captured like a mantra. Bloodleer, Orlon, Bloodleer, Orlon, Bloodleer, Orlon. And now, a Sparklax. The beast snapped its jaws at me one last time before a channel of purple energy shot out of my palm and encased its writhing body. It fought with the remaining energy it had left, and it attempted to send out more orbs of electricity. But they fizzled out before they could reach any further past the purple light encasing it, which meant I was on the cusp of capturing it. Come on, you sparky little shit! I growled as I focused all of my energy into completing the job. You're mine! The Sparklax let out a piercing shriek before its body was sucked straight into my palm. I felt the weight as soon as it entered, and my arms sagged at my side as bright purple text appeared before my eyes.
Sparklax, captured.
Violet and I were breathless as we stood in the now empty clearing, and once the shock of the entire surprise fight started to die down, we both started walking over to each other. You saved our asses, I said as I pulled her into a tight embrace.
So did you,
she said breathlessly as she wrapped her arms around my middle.
Oh, that was close.
Too close, I agreed, and I breathed in her scent that smelled a little more piney than usual. You guys okay? Better than ever, Felix said as he sheathed his sword. What about you? We're all good, I said as I finally released my grip on Violet. What about Meatloaf?
He's back to full health,
Isabel said as she patted the oversized bat's head.
You're doing all right, aren't you, Meatloaf?
The Bloodleer chittered and waggled his head from side to side like a dog that just got out of a pool. You did good, Meatloaf. Like a bat out of hell. I felt the friendship bond level in both my Orlon and Bloodleer increase, and that was confirmed by the small heart icon I saw appear in the corner of my vision. I noticed my XP trickle up a fair amount too, and I was surprised by the amount we'd gotten from this particular fight. I figured it had something to do with it being our first fight outside of the academy, and with actual rabid Crimith, rather than the trained ones the summoner professors gave us. The thought of the summoning professors made me whip around and seek out the sniveling face of Professor Dane among the thicket. A slow clap from the tree line made me freeze, and I slowly turned around to see the bastard who had led us into the death trap emerge from the dense underbrush.
Quite the performance.
You almost got us killed! What kind of shit are you trying to pull? You led us into a near-death trap!
But you lived,
Dane pointed out without remorse.
And you've not only got a new Crimith, but more XP. If anything, you should be thanking me.
I won't be thanking you, I spat through gritted teeth. Take us back, right now.
The excursion is not over yet,
Professor Dane said as he started to walk ahead of us again.
Follow me.
We're not going anywhere with you, not after that stunt you just pulled. Dane paused and slowly turned around to face us again. His face was calm, and his beady eyes flickered between us all.
If you go back now, you will fail the excursion,
he said in a flat tone.
Come the next excursion, you will remain behind. After all, if you cannot handle this, you are clearly not ready for the next one.
That's not fair. None of the other groups are going through this.
You'll have plenty of time to take issue with it when you're stuck at the academy, Miss Malara,
the professor said as he turned again. You've already pushed it too far. She's right. The other group's headed straight for the plains.
Oh, Jack,
Dane cooed as he glanced over his shoulder at me.
You can't just run to Professor Kalin when things don't go your way.
I went to take a threatening step forward, but Isabel gripped my arm tightly and shook her head. Getting irate out here wasn't in our best interests, so I took a deep breath and tried to compose myself. How do we know you're even telling the truth? I asked, once I'd found enough zen to actually speak.
Doubt me if you wish. But if you wish to unlock your true potential as a summoner, you should use this opportunity to your advantage instead of acting like a coward.
I gritted my teeth at his words, and I fought back every urge to punch the back of his head as he started to walk ahead of us again.
Do we go with him?
Isabel whispered.
He hardly gave us any warning with that last Crimith attack. It's like he wants us to get overwhelmed.
As much as I hated the thought of following Professor Dane deeper into the forest and into who knows what kind of trouble, if we didn't go with him now, we'd be stuck in the classroom come the next excursion. And I didn't want to spend my time twiddling my thumbs when I had the power to capture Crimith and level up out here. Stick close to me, I warned quietly. As long as we stay together, we'll be okay. I'll make sure of that. We started to tentatively follow behind Professor Dane, with me leading the way. I didn't bother recapturing my Crimith, not when the possibility of something else jumping out at us was pretty high. Meatloaf walked at the back rather than flying, mainly because I wanted someone to keep an eye on our backs, but also because some of the trees hung way too low for him to fly through. Jitterbug walked at my side right behind Professor Dane. If the asshole suddenly turned around and tried something, I'd order the Orlan to spit a bout of flames right at his sniveling face, and then some. We walked in silence for what felt like hours, and there was no way to tell the time because the sun was hidden from our view by the towering trees.
How much further do you think he's going to take us?
Isabel whispered to me.
We've been walking for ages.
I don't know, I whispered back. But if it's much further, I'll use Blink to see through Meatloaf's eyes and get him to fly above the forest.
You better duck, summoner!
Dane suddenly called out before he jumped behind a tree. I hardly had any time to react before a huge spike of ice shot straight toward me from the darkness ahead. It lodged itself into my leather armor and sent me flying back into Felix. The two of us collapsed against the ground, and I felt a bolt of pain shoot through my entire torso.
Jack!
Jack!
Isabel cried out as she threw herself onto her knees next to me. No time! Violet, Felix, we've got a rank 3 Glaceon heading our way, Nils said as he hooked his arms under my armpits and dragged me toward a large bush. Felix pushed himself from the ground and withdrew his sword, while Violet started to charge a fireball in her hands again. I tried to speak to tell them I could fight, but my words caught in my throat. Nothing but ragged gasps escaped my mouth, and as I looked down, I knew exactly why. The ice spike was still lodged in my chest, and judging by the pain that ricocheted every time I inhaled, it had pierced through skin and bone.
Hold still,
Isabel said as she wrapped her hands around the glistening spike.
I'm going to remove it and heal you.
The Glaceon is stalking us from the bushes. Violet, be ready to erect your shield of air.
You got it.
The dark-haired mage called back as she dismissed her fireball and held her hands out in front of her instead.
On the count of 3, Jack.
Isabel said as she kept a firm grip around the spike.
1, 2...
I cried out as she yanked the icicle out of my chest, and my health dropped even lower than the 70% mark it was already at.
I'm sorry.
The blonde healer whispered before she placed her hand over the hole in my chest and started to mutter a spell under her breath. Spectral stitch, Nils breathed out. Nicely done.
He needs more healing.
Isabel said as she removed one hand and wiped her forehead with it.
Nils, do you have a potion of healing?
Coming right up, the beast scholar said as he fished around in his satchel. Violet, put up the wall! Felix shouted from somewhere off to the side. I can see its head! It's going to strike! My eyelids felt like there was something trying to pin them shut, but I managed to open them just enough to see a crystal white head peeking through the green bushes across from Felix and Violet. Just as it reared its feline head and started to form some kind of icy wind in its maw, Violet threw her hands up into the air. Her shield of air erected itself with a burst of power, and the oncoming ball of shimmery, icy wind hit the wall before dispersing in a cloud of white. The Glaceon growled and stepped a white, furry paw out of the tree line to prowl closer. Drink this, Nils urged as he pressed something cold against my lips. Then you can help fight. My throat felt drier than a desert, but I let him pour the liquid into my mouth. It was sharp and tangy, and it made me want to throw up from the taste, let alone the sludgy texture as it dripped down my throat. But as soon as it reached my stomach, I saw my health bar start to slowly rise.
That's it.
Isabel said as she stroked my hair back from my sweating face.
Keep drinking.
Meatloaf and Jitterbug were still standing behind Violet and Felix awaiting my instructions. But I didn't have the energy to order them, even mentally. I kept drinking the thick liquid, and I could feel the pain in my chest from the shards start to ease. Violet had braced all of her weight on her right foot, and I could see she was struggling to maintain the wall from the Glaceon's attack. The beast had fully emerged now, and it was taking swipe after swipe at the towering wall of air. The only thing separating us from it. How are you feeling? Nils asked as he pulled the empty bottle from my lips. Much better. Help me up. I have to help them. Nils and Isabel hooked an arm under my armpits and hoisted me to my feet. My legs felt like jello, but with their support I managed to stay upright despite the shaking in my knees.
Felix, get ready to strike that thing!
Violet warned as her arms began to shake.
The wall's going to drop any second.
All right, the beast hunter said as he tightened his grip on his sword and adjusted his foot position. Meatloaf, fly above and be ready to attack from the sky, I ordered my bloodleer, who immediately took off into the air. Jitterbug, if he fires any more ice spikes, use your flames. The centipede-like creature chittered and rolled back onto its hind legs. Now that I was back at full health, I felt ready to fight again, and I was more pissed than ever. I turned and faced the Glaceon, who was glaring at us from behind the wall of air. I still had one more space left in my arsenal for another Krymith, but I couldn't prioritize capturing it when it had almost killed me with one shot. I wouldn't put the lives of my group on the line just for a shot at an extra creature. The wall suddenly dropped as Violet sagged in exhaustion, and before any of us had a chance to react, the Glaceon fired another cloud of icy wind straight at Violet. "Violet, move!" I shouted, but the mage didn't have time. The cloud passed through her, and I saw her body freeze up from the sheer amount of cold damage. Her health bar dropped a huge chunk, and I felt my heart skip a beat as she collapsed against the ground. She was as stiff as a rock. "Isabel! Nils! Healer! Felix! Attack head-on! With pleasure!" the blonde growled before he started to charge for the Glaceon. "Meatloaf, help Felix by clawing at the Glaceon's back," I silently ordered the flying bloodleer. As Felix's sword clashed against the furry creature's side, Meatloaf dove down and started to shred its back with his claws. The creature let out a fierce roar, but it was being attacked from too many sides to know where to hit first. It swung out its huge paws, but each swipe hit nothing. Felix's sword drove through its side, and the white fur slowly started to turn dark red. Each swipe of his weapon and each slash of Meatloaf's claws knocked the Glaceon's health bar down lower and lower. I turned around to see Isabel performing another spell on Violet. I had no doubt that it was Douse, because the ice keeping her limbs locked in place began to melt. "We need to finish this, Jack!" Felix shouted over the sound of the Glaceon's fierce roar. "How do you want to do it? Hold Pennant in place. You use Meatloaf's acid to melt it down." "You got it," I said as I readied myself for the order. Felix pulled his sword back before he thrust it forward with a battle cry. The blade drove through the Glaceon's thick neck and, true to his word, sank into the earth on the other side. The ice creature was pinned down and unable to move, but it still tried to jerk its head off the blade. "Felix, move back! Now!" As soon as the beast hunter jumped away from the thrashing creature, I silently ordered Meatloaf to rain down as much acid onto the Glaceon as he could. The Crimith let out a gargled hiss before a flood of green acid started to pour out of his mouth and directly onto the Glaceon's writhing head. As soon as the volatile liquid hit the creature, it started to eat away at its fur and skull. Felix's sword was still lodged through its throat and kept it pinned to the ground even as it thrashed. There was no escape for it, and there was nowhere for it to run now. Felix and I stepped back as Meatloaf poured all of his remaining reserve onto the Glaceon like a fucked-up acid waterfall. The beast roared as its head started to cave in on itself. Flesh and bone peeled away as the acid dissolved it, and slowly its jerking movements began to ease. The Crimith collapsed the moment its health bar depleted completely. We had done it, but it had been too close. I rubbed the hole in my leather cuirass and felt a twitch of phantom pain from the shard. But then I heard a whimper from behind me. I spun around and saw Violet still sprawled against the ground. Her head was laying in Isabel's lap, and the blonde was feeding her a health potion just like Nils had done to me. Pure rage boiled my blood, and I clenched my fists at my side at the sight of our mage injured and shaking. I scanned the tree line like a hawk, looking for one person and one person only. The asshole who got us into this mess. "Where are you?" Professor Dane's dark chuckle reverberated through my very bones, and I spun around in a circle as I tried to figure out where he was. Every shadow in the tree, every snap of a twig, it all put me on edge. "Show yourself!" The sound of footsteps made me turn. Dane emerged from the shadowy thicket with that conniving smirk on his face and stopped a few feet ahead of us. I clenched my fists as I readied myself for a fight, but it never came. Instead, the twisted professor raised his hand and revealed a small blue crystal. Then he squeezed it tightly in his palm until I heard the crunch of it shattering. His thin body started to slowly dissolve from our view while wrapped in swirling blue light. His chuckle was the only thing that remained as he vanished. He'd left us. He'd left us all alone outside the safe walls of Ulsan, injured and with low reserves. But there was no time to dwell on it, because the sound of heavy footsteps thudding closer toward us rattled the ground we were standing on. And as two piercing purple eyes glared through the shelter of a large oak ahead of us, I knew we were out of our depth. Because the Crimith in front of us wasn't like anything we'd ever fought before.
Alianti, rank 5, shadow type.
Master rank. Chapter 19. "That's a third evolution, Alion," Nils whispered. "Jack,
None of your Krymith are strong enough to take on that thing. Not even all three together, I whispered as I stayed as still as I possibly could. No, it's a shadow type too. Those are the rarest type of Krymith, and the hardest to kill. Well, we have to do something, I said as I glanced at my Krymith who had spotted the Alianti and were eyeing it carefully.
I can fight. We can do this.
Without a summoning professor? Nils shook his head. I hate to say it, but the odds are not in our favor.
What did I tell you about odds, Nils? I snapped impatiently. If there had been an option to run and get the hell out of there, I would have taken it in a heartbeat. But we were stuck. The Alianti wasn't going to just let us flee when it had a pretty sizable amount of snacks right in front of it. And judging by its size, it would be able to catch up to us in a few steps. We were outpowered, and we were already trying to recover from the last fight with the Lyceum. The odds weren't in our favor, but I didn't need Nils to tell me that. The Alianti let out a deep rumble from the trees, and it shook the ground beneath our feet. It blinked its purple eyes in the darkness, and then the trees started to shift. They swayed and shook under the Alianti's large form. Some even snapped in half and crashed to the ground with a resounding snap.
I don't know if we can handle this, guys,
Felix said as he moved in front of us with his sword raised in front of him.
I can buy us some time. Just run as fast you can, and we're not leaving anyone behind. Meatloaf, fly above and wait for my order.
The Bloodleer screeched and immediately took off into the trees above us. His abrupt takeoff was so powerful that clumps of the earth flew up with him and rained down on us. Jitterbug chittered expectantly, but I was still trying to figure out how he could be effective against the giant beast still stomping through the tree line. It's a shadow type, right, Nils? I asked the beast scholar. How do we counter that?
There's not a lot known about shadow types, Jack. They're the rarest and most unpredictable.
Great, I said, just as a pale white head poked through the opening. Then I guess we'll figure this out ourselves. As the Alianti fully emerged, what stood before us looked like a pale T-Rex. Its rows of sharpened teeth were exposed like a decaying carcass, and it had a snout with 2 little holes for nostrils. Purple shadows flickered around the edge of its wide body, and they trickled down all the way to its 2 huge feet. Its front arms were small and tucked close to its body, but the length of the claws were long enough to take a swipe at us even from where it was standing. There was a heavy silence between us as the beast stepped into the clearing. No one moved. No one breathed. But then the Alianti roared, and shadows poured from its mouth. "What is that?" Felix demanded as he took another step back. "I don't know, but it's blocking our vision of the bastard," I said as the shadows smothered the area in front of us like a dense fog. Violet started to choke as the shadows reached her, and when I sucked in a deep breath I realized why. It was thick and heavy like bonfire smoke, and I spluttered on a cough of my own. "Meatloaf! Attack its head to distract it!" I shouted at the creature flying somewhere above us. I heard a screech in acknowledgement followed by a swooping noise. Then I heard Meatloaf's shrill shrieks as it clawed at the creature ahead of us. The shadowy fog was so thick that I couldn't even see its health bar anymore, but as soon as Meatloaf started attacking, the shadows began to clear. "Felix, if you can attack its feet, go for them. It has small arms, so use that to your advantage."
Jack is right. Its mass is great, so it'll have trouble targeting us if we're spread out.
"Got it," Felix said, and he waited for the fog to clear with a determined glare.
I'm ready to fight.
Violet rasped as she stumbled to her feet.
Tell me what to do and I'll do it.
I still didn't think she was in any position to use her powers, but we had to take all we could get. Otherwise, we'd be toast. "Just ice knife the hell out of it. If it tries to shadow us again, use your shield of air."
You got it.
Violet said as her own brow furrowed in concentration.
And us?
Isabel asked. "Be ready to heal where you can. And Nils, now might be the time to use some of that alchemy training."
"I'll see what I've got in my satchel,"
the beast scholar said as he started to rummage through it. I withdrew my sword from its sheath and took a defensive position as I waited for the rest of the smoke to clear. If worse came to worst, I'd have to join Felix in attacking its feet. But then I remembered I had one last thing up my sleeve. I glanced down at my wrist and saw the new purple thread still wrapped around the skin. The sparklax was resting inside my arm, wounded but able to fight. One more Crimith in a fight like this wouldn't hurt, so I glanced back at Isabel and raised my hand.
I'll do it quickly,
she said as if she read my mind. So I thrust out my hand with a growl and willed the sparklax to be summoned in front of her. In a bright flash of purple, the serpentine creature slithered onto the churned-up earth with a threatening hiss. "Let me know when he's healed," I said before I turned my attention back to the Alianti, who was beginning to reappear through the shadows. Meatloaf had taken a small amount from his health bar with his claw attacks, and he'd been doing a pretty good job. The Alianti had no way of reaching him up in the air because its limbs were too small, and now that the smoke had cleared, I just kept spamming dodge every time I saw it try to take a chunk out of my bat-like summon. "Felix, now!" The beast hunter charged with a fierce growl, and as soon as he reached the thick, bony foot of the Alianti, he started taking heavy swipes.
Jack, it's healed!
Isabel shouted from behind me. There was no time for me to get to know what the sparklax was capable of. Pulling up the menu at a time like this was a recipe for disaster, so I decided to just go off what I'd seen when we'd fought it. "Sparklax, burrow under the ground and spring up beneath the Alianti. Then you shock." It was a stab in the dark, but if he'd almost fried us to death, I figured shock was a pretty universal term for whatever he was capable of. The serpent-like creature hissed and narrowed his eyes at me, as if he was debating following my orders. But eventually, he started to burrow his body into the pulled-up earth. Felix's attacks were starting to knock a bit of health off the Alianti, but now that its attention had been pulled away from the bloodleer, it was starting to get pissed. It stomped its feet to try and knock Felix back, and he managed to jump out of the way of a few of them, but one particularly hard stomp sent him flying back. Just as his body hit the ground a few feet away, the sparklax burst from the earth beneath the Alianti's stomach, and it started to shoot bright yellow bolts of lightning out of its back. The Alianti shrieked as the electricity sizzled its pale flesh, and its stomping became more ferocious. I kept a close eye on the snake to make sure he didn't get stomped to death, but I needed him to electrocute the beast for as long as he could if we were going to get the upper hand in this fight. "Meatloaf, use teeth and claws on its back," I ordered the bloodleer. "Jitterbug, whatever fire reserve you've got left, use it on its side. Don't hit the sparklax." My Orlan hissed and rolled forward before it started to spit out globs of lava toward the Alianti. The beast hissed as the fiery goop struck its side and started to melt the pale flesh down to the bone. Slowly but surely, its health bar was decreasing. It now sat at the 3/4 mark, but I didn't know if it would be enough. "I've got an acid bomb!" Nils cried out as he pulled the dark green potion bottle from his satchel. "Use it!" I said as I jumped back. "Felix, get out of the way!" The blonde pushed himself up from the ground and stumbled back to the tree line with his sword. Nils grunted as he threw the bottle overhand, and it soared through the air before hitting the Alianti square in the face. As soon as the glass shattered, there was a small burst of neon green, and when the cloud dispersed, the decaying face of the Alianti was revealed to us. Its purple eyes were now even larger because of how the acid had eaten away at its sockets. Its snout was melted, and we could see the inside of its nasal cavity flaring with each angry breath it took. The acid had done a small portion of damage, but it had pissed off the Crimith more than the damage done. "Fuck," I mumbled as I saw dark purple start to pour out of its mouth. "Sparklax, burrow and retreat! Jitterbug, roll back! Meatloaf, fly up!" My Crimith heeded my orders quickly, but it still left us facing the ominous shadow creeping toward us. Then Violet took a step forward and shot her hands out. The wind picked up around us and pushed forward as she erected the shield of air. Her hands trembled as she tried to keep it up, but within seconds she was already struggling. "This isn't working," Nils said in a high-pitched, panicked voice. I don't know what else we can do." The Alianti's health bar wasn't even at the halfway point yet, and we were quickly exhausting everything we had. Felix had made his way back to us and stood by my side behind the shield of air. We shared an uneasy look as the reality of our situation dawned on us, and I turned back to the rest of my group. I know we said we'd all fight together, but I could hold it off with my Crimith. You guys can run back and get help.
We're not leaving you.
Isabel immediately protested.
We're not leaving anyone. She's right.
Violet said through gritted teeth.
If we're going down, it's together.
That's what these groups are for, right? Felix asked with a weak smile. At some point, there's a last battle to be fought. Just sucks that our last battle is basically our first. Nils sighed before he straightened up and met my gaze head on. We face it together, Jack. All right. I nodded as I looked at each of them. Together. We all turned to face the Alianti who was slowly walking toward the shield in front of us. The shadows had started to rise up and over the shield and were trickling down toward us. Violet's face was red from straining, and I placed a hand on her shoulder. Let it fall. Then we'll give it everything we've got. The mage let out a shuddering breath before she let her hands drop. The moment she did, the shadows encased us, and I started to blindly command my Crimith to attack the beast. I saw my health bar ticking down as I inhaled the thick smoke, and I pulled Violet back from where I thought the Alianti was. An instant later, a large foot stomped down where she had been standing, and I kept my sword raised just in case it found us again. Then I heard the sound of Felix's grunting somewhere within the dense shroud of purple, and I assumed he was attacking the Alianti with his sword again. As we stumbled back, one of its large claws shot out from the shadows and swiped at Violet's side. We both flew through the air, and the mage landed on top of me with a pained cry. Vi! I shouted as I cradled her body against mine. She was close enough that I could see her face was ashen and sweating, and as she looked down at her side, I saw a thick wound that was bleeding profusely. Isabel! I shouted through the darkness. I need a potion! Before the healer could respond, one of the Alianti's large feet appeared above us, and I knew this was it for us. I cradled Violet's body tighter against mine, and I squeezed my eyes shut as I anticipated the inevitable crushing blow. Only, it never came. There was a fierce yell from somewhere within the shadows, but it didn't belong to any of my team. When I peeked my eyes open again, the foot was gone, and there was a range of different shrieks and roars coming from the purple shroud that I didn't recognize.
What's going on?
Violet asked in a breathless voice. I don't know, I said as I kept her tucked close to my body.
Jack!
Isabel was suddenly at our side, and her hands immediately found Violet's wound.
Hold still, Violet.
The mage cried out as Isabel started to heal the gash in her side, and I kept a firm grip on her body to stop her from writhing around. What's going on, Isabel? Why aren't we dead?
The professors! They're here!
I heard the Alianti's vicious roar, followed by a blaze of heat that turned the purple smoke orange for a moment. Orders were being shouted left and right, and I recognized the voices of Professor Kalen and Elder Summoner Roth from the shadows. Violet jerked out of my grip and sagged against the ground as Isabel finished the spell. Her wound had been sealed up, but it was still bright red and inflamed. The shadows began to clear slightly, as if a gentle breeze was sweeping them away, and when they finally did dissipate, I realized we were surrounded by professors, the Elder, and a whole host of Crimith who were attacking the Alianti. Its health was now at a critical level, and it looked even more deformed than before. The professors had hit it with everything they had: ice, fire, acid, electricity, poison, and earth. The towering beast swayed from side to side as it tried to conjure more shadows, but it was too late. Elder Roth stepped in front of us protectively and raised his hand in the air. Whatever silent command he made, his Crimith acted quickly, because a huge hawk with glimmering purple feathers swooped down and flew straight through the exposed eye socket of the Alianti. There was a sickening squelch as its body tore through bone and brain, and when it flew out of the other side covered in dark blood, the Alianti crashed to the forest floor. My head dropped to the ground as I tried to catch my breath, but it felt like my lungs were on fire. Each inhale was like swallowing knives, and as the adrenaline started to die down, my whole body began to ache. How we'd managed to actually survive that fight was beyond me, but I was thanking whatever greater power they had in Tereth.
Oh, all of you okay?
Elder Roth asked as his chest heaved up and down. Yeah? Felix nodded weakly as he buried the tip of his sword into the dirt and knelt down on one knee. Just about?
Violet, what about you?
I'll live,
the dark-haired mage rasped and gave him a weak thumbs up.
I am so sorry this has happened to you,
the elder said with a frown.
All of you.
What exactly happened? Professor Kalin asked as he wiped his sweaty brow and re-summoned his numerous Krymith. Professor Dane lured us out here, I said through gritted teeth. Deeper and deeper into the forest, throwing us headfirst into Krymith fights we shouldn't have been able to handle.
We tried to get him to take us back, but he threatened that we'd fail the excursion.
Fail the excursion? There's no such thing. Yeah, well, he made a pretty convincing argument. He was trying to get us killed. There's no two ways about it. As soon as that master rank appeared, he vanished into thin air. He crushed some sort of crystal in his hand and disappeared.
He stole a teleportation crystal, Kalin mumbled to Roth. Why would he do this? Why would he do any of this?
I should never have let you leave with him.
Elder Roth sighed and put his head in his hand.
He has been acting strange as of late, but I believed he was just disappointed over a professional disagreement we had. I should have known something was wrong when Professor Kalin's name was replaced with his.
You mean he was never meant to take us on this expedition?
I believed it to be an error in my delegating,
Elder Roth said as he met my gaze with a sorrowful frown.
It is my fault, and for that I am so very sorry.
The fault isn't yours,
Violet said as she winced.
I'm sure nothing like this has happened at the Academy before.
Trying to get us killed is a little more substantial than merely leading us slightly astray. We did the impossible today.
That you did, Mr. Eltoras.
Elder Roth nodded.
And for that I congratulate you. You have done more than any fresh-faced summoning group has in hundreds of years.
Well, I'll remember that when my back keeps aching tonight in bed. There was no time to relish in our victory, because Professor Dane was still on the loose. There was no knowing where he was now or what he was planning. He'd always been a slippery bastard, sticking to the shadows and watching me like a creep, and having that be a possibility again set me on edge. What happens now? Do we just go back to the Academy and pretend that nothing happened?
On the contrary. In fact, the answer is quite simple.
And what might that answer be? Because I think we're all pretty spooked right now.
Professor Dane will be hunted down just like the creatures we capture,
Elder Roth said as he clenched his jaw.
And he will face the same punishment as them.
A cold quiet settled across all of us as Elder Roth spoke of Dane's fate. It wasn't like we didn't want it to happen to him, especially after what he did to us. It was more that we knew hunting him down would be another thing entirely. And I knew he wouldn't go down without a fight. How will you find him? Felix asked the question burning inside all of us.
We have our ways. You need not be concerned about your own safety, though. We will have some of the vanguard come to the Academy to keep watch.
And if Dane has another teleportation crystal up his sleeve and just spawns right in front of us, what then?
Violet asked sharply.
He's clearly out to get us.
I don't think it's all of you,
the old summoner said as his eyes briefly met mine.
Please, rest assured, I will not let any more harm come to you.
I guess that's the best we're going to get for now.
The mage huffed and clutched her wounded side.
Let's head back then.
I forced myself up to my feet and quickly recaptured my Krymith, who were loitering around the body of the Alianti. Then I bent down to help pull Violet up, and once she was on her feet, I wrapped her arm around my shoulders. The dark-haired mage grunted in pain, but she sent me a nod of appreciation as she leaned her weight onto me.
We won't need to walk. We brought our own teleportation crystals. They will take us right back to the Academy.
That's a relief, Felix said as his shoulders slumped forward. I dread to think how far Dane led us out here.
Very far,
Professor Kalin said with a grave look.
You're lucky we found you when we did.
As soon as you didn't come out after the first hour, I knew something was wrong. I immediately recalled the other groups and had the professors join me in searching for you.
Then it's pretty lucky indeed. I won't lie. We sort of accepted we were done for.
And you have my deepest apologies again, Jack. These excursions are not supposed to be a death sentence. They are supposed to be a learning opportunity to ease you into what to expect once you've graduated.
Can we argue semantics when I don't feel like my body is giving up on me?
Violet asked as she keeled over slightly.
Right, all of you, gather around, Kalen said as he furrowed his brow at Violet's constitution. We'll give each of you a teleportation crystal. They are different from the one you used in Elder Roth's quarters.
Merely crush the crystal in your hand, and it will take you back to the academy. No more, no less.
Easy enough, I said as I held my hand out for a crystal and tightened my grip on Violet's waist. Are you ready, Violet?
As I'll ever be, summoner,
she said with a pained smile.
Let's get out of here.
The crystal Kalen pressed into my palm was cool, and I tightened my grip around it, but not enough to crush it. Kalen made its way down the line we'd naturally formed and handed the same small crystal to each of my group. We're not gonna land on top of each other, are we? Felix asked as he glanced down at the crystal in his hand.
No, you won't, Mr. Alarin. Crush them when you are ready. We'll meet you back there.
Here goes nothing, I said as I squeezed the crystal tightly. I felt it crush under the force, and I heard Violet do the same before my entire body went weightless. It was different from the teleportation crystal in the Elder's quarters. Rather than an instant change of environment, it was like I could feel my body teleporting. Violet's weight leaning into my side vanished, and pure white light flooded my vision. For a moment I was floating in blank nothingness, and then I felt my feet touch the ground. When my vision cleared, I was standing in the Elder's quarters, and Violet's weight was pressing into me again. A few seconds later, the rest of my group started to appear one by one. Felix had a pale face as he stumbled, and Isabel's eyes were as wide as saucers as her body appeared. Nils seemed the most acclimated, and he looked down at his arms with a neutral expression. Professor Kalen, Elder Roth, and a few of the other summoner professors I hadn't met yet followed shortly after. The other professors immediately headed for the door in a rush, but Elder Roth and Professor Kalen lingered in front of us.
The Vanguard Battalion are on their way here. They'll be posted all around the academy.
Can the Vanguard spare soldiers? I thought they protected the wall.
This battalion is made up of volunteers choosing to protect us rather than having their rest. The wall is still protected. Do not worry.
And Professor Dane?
We've already begun searching. He wouldn't go far from Ulsan, if at all. There are only so many places he can hide, and as strong as he is, venturing into the open is not something anyone would want.
So, sleep with one eye open, right? I asked as I readjusted Violet's arm around my shoulder.
You will be safe in your dorms,
Elder Roth promised.
Dane cannot open your doors. In fact, all of his permissions at this academy have been revoked.
That's somewhat comforting, Felix mumbled under his breath.
Return to your rooms now. We'll have food brought up to you. From this point on, the academy is on lockdown.
Miss Vishanti, I suggest you go to the medical wing before retiring to your dormitory. I'd be happy to take you.
Not unless Jack comes with me,
the mage said as she shifted uncomfortably.
It's nothing against you, Professor.
I understand, dear, Kalen said with a soft smile. Come, Elder Roth will see the rest of you safely to your dorms.
Be safe, I said to the others before I glanced at Isabel. Felix, make sure she gets back there okay. I will. Don't you worry, the blonde said as he rested his hand on Isabel's shoulder. Knowing Isabel was going to be safe with Felix and Nils put me at ease, and having Violet by my side meant no harm was going to come to her either. It wasn't that I didn't trust Kalen or Roth, but I felt the exact same way as Violet. How were we supposed to be certain when our trust had been betrayed like that? Even though Kalen and Roth hadn't been the ones to lead us out into the forest like walking Krymith bait, they'd still been somewhat complicit in it happening. If they had noticed what I had sooner, we would have never been in that boat to begin with, and I'd spent most of my time here thinking I was crazy for feeling off about Dane. I kept a firm grip around Violet's waist as we walked to the medical wing. We took it slow down the steps leading down from the elders' quarters, and when we finally reached the last one and entered the hall, I decided to just scoop her up into my arms to get her to the medical wing faster. It was only around the corner and she immediately started protesting, but when I shot her a look that said, "Don't even try it," she quickly shut up. When we reached the medical wing, the smell of antiseptic and chemicals hit me like a ton of bricks, and I felt my eyes water as I led Violet over to one of the beds. There were a few other students I recognized from our year on some of the beds, but none of their injuries came close to Violet's. One of them had a bandage around their knee, and another had a cold compress pressed against a swollen eye. But as soon as they saw Violet and I limping into the room, their eyes widened in shock.
"All be good."
An elderly healer gasped as she spotted Violet.
"Quickly, bring her over here."
I carried Violet over to a bed in the far corner and gently placed her down on the soft mattress. She hissed as her wound was aggravated, and the healer quickly passed her a healing potion.
"Drink up. It'll fix this wound up a little more." "Thanks,"
Violet replied through gritted teeth before she started to chug the entirety of the bottle. I took a seat on the opposite side of the bed so the healer had room to work, and as soon as her wrinkled hands touched Violet's side, I reached out for her hand.
"Oh, this sucks."
The mage groaned as she let the bottle rest against the bed.
"Really bad."
"But you're alive. All of us are,"
"Somehow,"
she said with a dry chuckle.
"we did pretty good out there, right? All things considered."
"I'd say so," I said as I squeezed her hand. "I don't think many other groups could have survived what we did."
"Yeah, we did it more than once. I still can't believe that asshole did that to us. I mean, what was his reasoning?"
My brow furrowed in thought. That was the $1,000,000 question, and I still didn't know what the answer to it was. Professor Dane had an issue with me, that was for sure, but I still didn't know what that issue was. And considering he tried to kill me and my group because of said issue, it must have been pretty big. "I don't know," I mumbled, "and I don't know if we'll ever find out, but I just hope the other professors find him so we don't have to always look over our shoulders at this place."
"There we are,"
the healer said as she pulled her hands away and started to grab some bandages out of a small chest beside the bed.
"You'll be fully healed come tomorrow morning, dear. You're lucky you had a good healer in your group."
How did she even get a wound like that?
A beast hunter on the bed opposite with a black eye and a busted lip asked.
It's a long story. One you probably don't want to know.
Has it got something to do with the academy going on lockdown?
Something like that.
The mage grumbled as her eyes suddenly drooped and closed. I felt a jolt of panic as Violet passed out and I snapped my head toward the healer. "Is she okay?" I asked and gestured back at my unconscious friend. "Is that normal?"
She's exhausted, both from using her magic and from the pain,
the elderly woman explained as she started to remove the top half of Violet's armor.
She will be all right. We can keep her in the medical wing and...
No! I immediately protested. She needs to rest in her dorm. It's the safest place for her.
Very well,
the healer said with a confused frown.
I'll fetch some of my colleagues to help carry her.
I'll carry her, I interrupted again, and I kept a firm grip on Violet's hand as the woman started to bandage up her side.
I'll make sure they get there all right, Janice, Professor Kalen said from the arched doorway. Don't worry.
All right.
Janice sighed and wiped her hands on the front of her robes.
Take her then.
I gently scooped Violet up into my arms and started to carry her out of the medical wing. Kalen was close on our heels as I walked us through the academy and down the numerous steps until we finally made it to the dormitories. "Can I go into the girls?" I asked as I paused in front of the door.
On this occasion, yes, though I will need to come with you to open the door since Miss Vashanti is unconscious.
Kalen opened the door for me and I started to walk up the spiral staircase until we reached the first floor. It looked identical to the boys' dormitories, and I glanced at the doors as if I could pinpoint which one was Violet's.
"Here,"
Kalen said as he guided me to the one on the left of the entryway.
"This is hers."
Kalen muttered something under his breath before he reached for the doorknob, and he pulled it open with ease.
"Set her inside and she will be all right,"
he said as he held the door open for me. Violet's room was the exact same as mine. The only difference was she had a few more personal touches inside. There was a piece of parchment stuck to the dark walls with a painting of some kind of hillside on it. She had numerous books piled up in each corner, and a few were opened to a random page on her desk. Her closet was practically bursting open with clothes she had brought with her, and she had numerous pairs of shoes dotted around the small space. I smiled to myself as I carried her over to her bed and gently laid her down. She stirred in her sleep as my arms slipped out from under her and her hand blindly reached out for mine. Easy. You've got to rest now, Violet.
Don't leave, please.
I have to, Vi, I said as I stroked her dark hair away from her face. But I'll see you soon, okay? Her next words were too mumbled to decipher, so I pressed a kiss to her forehead and forced myself to leave. When the door locked shut behind me, I let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned back to Professor Kalin.
She will be safe. Now let's get you back to your dorm.
I followed him back down the stairs before walking up the ones for my dorm. I assumed Felix and Nils were already in their rooms, but I lingered in front of mine for a moment before entering. Why do you think he's doing this, Professor?
I wish I could tell you, Jack. I really do. But we will get answers when we find him.
If you find him. There's still no knowing where he is.
He won't have gone far. Trust in us now that we can find him and bring him to justice.
I nodded as I opened my door and stepped inside. But I knew trusting anyone at this place was going to be a little bit harder than it ever was before.
Good night, Jack. Try and get some good rest.
Thanks, Professor, I said as I let the door fall shut on its own. I kicked off my boots and tugged off my armor before I fell onto my bed. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I let out a deep sigh. The events of the day caught up to me fast, and now that I was horizontal, there was no way I was getting up again. I let sleep claim me rather than waiting for dinner to be brought up, and if they did knock on my door, I didn't hear it. My dreams were dark at first, like the shroud the Alianti had put over us with its shadows, but then they started to twist. I saw the runes that had been beneath my feet when I first arrived in Hillrun appear out of the darkness. Then I saw the hilly countryside form before it was quickly set ablaze. And then, in the far distance, I saw the unmistakable form of Professor Dane, just staring. Every time I blinked, he got closer, until finally, he was standing right in front of me. His wrinkled face contorted into that twisted smile, and I felt my body freeze on the spot. He chuckled darkly as he stared me down with those pale eyes, and I tried with all of my might to wake myself up from my nightmare. Just as he was about to reach out to touch me with his bony hand, I bolted upright in my bed. Sweat clung to my skin and drenched the sheets beneath me, and my chest heaved up and down. The sound of distant screams and shrieks made me frown, and I slapped my head a few times to knock out any remnants of my nightmare. But when my breathing settled and my head cleared, I realized they weren't sounds that had followed me out of my dream. They were right outside the window. Something was attacking the academy. Chapter 20. I scrambled out of bed as soon as I realized the screams were real, and I rushed to pull on my clothes and armor again. The moment my boots were on, I yanked open my door, only to find the entire first floor in complete chaos. Everyone was fleeing out of their rooms, either fully dressed or half, with panic ablaze in their eyes. Felix stumbled out of his room next to mine with his armor unbuckled and sword loose in his hand. "Felix, what's going on?" I asked as I rushed over to him and started doing up his buckles. "I don't know, but did you see what's going on outside?" he asked as he sheathed his sword and helped me with a few of the buckles. "There's Kremeth everywhere." "What?" I asked as my hands froze. Kremeth loose in the academy seemed impossible. Sure, there was probably higher-ranked summoner students who were able to summon their Kremeth when they wanted, but they didn't go around attacking people. And by the sounds of the screaming coming from outside, that's exactly what was happening. Before Felix could tell me any more, the doors to the dormitories burst open and Elder Summoner Roth glided forward.
All of you, get back inside your rooms now, and do not open the doors, he ordered in a loud, commanding voice.
What's going on, Elder Roth?
Someone has released the creatures in the underbelly.
Someone? I can take 2 guesses who did it. The timing said it all. Professor Dane tries to kill us in the day, goes MIA, and then the underbelly gets broken open. It had to be him, and this had to be part of whatever master plan he had.
I'm afraid there's no knowing as of right now, Jack. Either way, we have to get the situation under control. The Krymith are running rampant around the academy, and it is imperative that you all remain here where you are safe.
You mean we're just supposed to sit back while they attack?
Myself, the professors of all the classes, and the higher-ranked students will deal with the escaped Krymith. We can't have you out there. As strong as some of you may be, you are still only rank 2.
The order made me clench my fists at my side. While everyone else around us started to panic, Felix and I remained still as stone, and I knew he was thinking the exact same thing as me. We had defied death today, even though it felt like minutes ago because of my brief sleep. We'd taken on numerous Krymith we definitely weren't equipped to handle, and we had come out victorious. Sitting back and hiding while the rest of the academy was under attack wasn't something I was going to do, and I knew Felix wasn't either.
Please remain calm,
the elder shouted over the noise.
I have to go, but I implore you to stay in your rooms. No one but yourself can open them, and there are wards protecting the doors against spells the Krymith could use.
The sound of footsteps rushing down the stairs from the dorms above cut through the chaos and Elder Roth's warning. From one of the hallways leading deeper, a dozen summoners pushed through the crowd toward the elder. "We're ready," a tall summoner with long brown hair said. "Tell us where to go."
Follow me. The rest of you, stay here.
Roth and the group of summoners started to rush down the stairs toward the carnage happening right below us, and I felt the adrenaline start to kick in. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Felix?" I asked as I stared at the open doorway. "That we're not going to sit back and cower in our dorms? Because if so, yes." "You're not going anywhere without me," Nils said as he pushed through the crowd. "We need to get the girls." "Is Violet going to be okay doing this?" Felix asked with a frown. "We'll find out when we get there. Come on, there's no time to lose." While the rest of our dorm continued to freak out and rush back into their rooms, the 3 of us quickly made our way down the stairs. When we stepped into the hallway, the courtyard ahead was a blazing mess. There were professors and students fighting back Krymith of all damage types and rank. "Shit," I said breathlessly as I spotted Professor Incor raining a barrage of fireballs onto a water Krymith. "Admire it later," Felix said as he yanked on my arm. "Come on!" I forced my gaze away from the fighting and started to run along with Felix and Nils toward the door leading to the girls' dormitories. The banquet hall had been barricaded shut, but thankfully when we pulled on the door to the girls' dorms, it opened. I ran up as fast as my feet would carry me, but before I could beeline for the door leading to Violet's room, the dark-haired mage and the healer were already making their way out together. We all halted and stared at each other for a few seconds before Isabel started laughing.
We should have known. Apparently none of us know how to stay away from danger.
"Well, duty calls," I smirked. "You girls are okay with doing this?"
We have to help somehow. Screw staying in our dorms.
"Our sentiments exactly, Vashanti. So, what's the plan? Do we just throw ourselves into the mix and hope for the best? I have a better plan, but I don't think you guys are going to like it." There was one thing that could give us the upper hand in this fight. Dane was probably somewhere among the chaos, but even if we ran into him, we wouldn't be able to beat him without something tipping the scales in our favor. And it just so happened there was a pretty powerful Krymith, hopefully still below our feet, that had a weird attachment to me.
No.
Violet said as she caught on.
No way, Jack, you're insane.
Sorry, what am I missing here?
He wants to find the Krymith from the underbelly.
You're kidding. Jack, you won't be able to capture it even at rank 2. You'll have no control over it.
So if that thing is still down there, you'll just be releasing it into the chaos already happening. It's a fool's errand.
Can the calling allow a creature to fight alongside a summoner even without it being captured?
Well,
There have been some instances in history where a summoner and a Grimmith have coexisted, Nils said in a hesitant voice. It's like a sign of respect, in a way. It allows the Grimmith more freedom, and it shows the trust between summoner and Grimmith.
Then that's all I need to know, I said as I turned on my heel. Let's go!
Jack, wait! Can you at least think this through?
I have thought it through, Vi. I don't expect the rest of you to follow me in this. It's crazy and could end pretty badly, but I have to try.
And if it fails, what then?
Then I'd have unleashed another Grimmith into this mess. That's if he hasn't already been released.
Something tells me there's extra fields of protection on something like that. He was hidden away from the rest of the Grimmith. There has to be a reason.
A reason we are about to swiftly ignore. But so be it. I trust you, Jack, as much as I hate to admit it.
We're in this together.
Then let's go to the underbelly.
When we rushed out of the dorms again, the carnage in the courtyard had amplified. The white tree in the center was now aflame, and smoke billowed out of the burning top and smothered the midnight blue sky.
We have to hurry before this whole place ends up in flames.
The 5 of us sprinted down the halls toward the underbelly on the other side of the academy. When we reached the opening, the gate had been completely blown off and was embedded into the dirt a few feet away. A few smaller Grimmiths scuttled out of the looming entrance, but for now the coast was clear.
There's still no sign of that big guy. Maybe he's still down there.
Here's to hoping. No sign of Dane either.
We'll take that as a good thing for now.
Be on your guard. If more are still coming out of there, we might have to fight our way through. Felix unsheathed his sword and I summoned Meatloaf before we started to head down the dark stairway. The walk down felt longer than it ever had before, and the distant shrieking of loose Grimmith made it feel like we were in a horror game. The deeper we went, the more muffled the chaos above us became, but nothing could silence the deep rumbles from those that had already escaped, stomping around above us. When we finally reached the bottom of the steps, I started to lead us the way Elder Roth had taken us. Thankfully, the route was pretty simple, and it was still fresh in my memory, so I didn't have a hard time finding the hallway where the hidden passage was. The green flames lit up the hallway, but it was even more eerie now that each cell was empty. There were claw marks embedded into the stone ground where the freed Grimmith had clearly scrambled to get out. A deep, churning sound echoed from right in front of us, and the 5 of us skidded to a halt. 2 glowing yellow eyes pierced through the darkness, and fangs shimmered in the green light.
Lyceum, rank 2, poison type.
Go and get that Grimmith, Jack, Felix said as he took a protective step forward. I'll handle him.
I'll stay too. Take Isabel with you.
If the beast was any higher than rank 2, I would have been opposed, but time was of the essence. We won't be long. Meatloaf, protect them. The bloodleer hissed in approval and crawled forward on his front claws to stand next to Felix. Isabel grabbed my hand and started to pull me down the hidden passageway before I could rethink leaving them behind, but I knew they could handle a rank 2 for the time being. Our bodies slid down the narrow passage quickly, and we stumbled into the vast opening before the gated cell. It was still drowning in darkness, and the bars didn't look like they had been tampered with.
Is he still in there?
Isabel whispered as she hid behind my shoulder. A rumble in the dark was answer enough. The ground trembled as the Grimmith lowered its head to the bars, and those piercing neon green eyes met mine again. I felt the tug in my chest again, stronger than ever before, and I unwillingly took a step forward. Isabel followed, but I could feel her trembling against me as we moved closer. The academy is under attack, I said to the towering Grimmith, who was becoming clearer the closer I stepped. And I need your help. The beast growled and moved back from the gates. My heart lurched at his departure, and I rushed closer. Please, you have to listen to me. You're imprisoned here, I know that. But I need you. I can let you out, but only if you help stop the other creatures. And only if you help stop Professor Dane. The creature growled again the moment I spoke the professor's name. There was a whirl of air, and suddenly its face was pressed right against the bars. My breath hitched in my throat as I finally saw what it looked like. He was like a dragon, with onyx scales that contrasted against the neon green of its eyes. Its entire head was covered in jagged spikes which no doubt trailed all the way down its gargantuan body. There was no surprise that I hadn't been able to see much of it when I first came down here. It blended into the shadows perfectly, and I could feel the rush of breath as it exhaled through its nostrils. "So, I've got your attention, huh?" I asked as I slipped my hand out of Isabel's and took another step forward. "I can't capture you even if I wanted to, but I know you must feel that pull I feel too." The dragon-like creature huffed and lowered its head. "We can't deny it. If it's the calling, then it's not something we can ignore, right?" The creature huffed again and blinked slowly at me as if it was agreeing. "Then let's work together, and I can set you free." The Crimith continued to stare at me for a few moments before it lowered its head completely to the ground. Its nose touched the bars, keeping it imprisoned, and I reached my hand through slowly. As soon as my hand touched its cool scales, I felt a warmth flood through my entire body, and the creature's name, rank, and damage type appeared before my eyes.
Leviathan, rank 5, electric type.
That's a pretty cool name. Well, Leviathan, I'm Jack. The beast let out a rumbling purr as it closed its eyes, and I felt a rush of pride at the fact that my plan had somehow worked. The only problem now was figuring out how to get his cell open. The distant sound of fighting echoed into our cavern, and the Leviathan's eyes snapped open. He let out a growl in warning, but I patted his nose in comfort. "Those are my friends out there fighting another Crimith. Dane set all of them loose on the academy, so I need you to do what you can once we get out of here."
I don't suppose you know how to unlock that cell, do you?
No, it's probably warded, right?
Violet isn't a high enough level to break wards yet. We'll have to think of something else.
Leviathan, I don't suppose you've got any ideas? I asked in a last-ditch effort to get him out. The beast grumbled as it rose onto its legs again, and he tilted his dark head up to the ceiling. "Oh, shit," I said in realization. You think you can get through that?"
That's going to hurt. Surely there's a reason you haven't broken through it before.
The Crimith turned its neon green eyes to Isabel, and the healer immediately squeezed her lips together. A few moments later, my team and my bloodleer squeezed through the hallway and staggered into the opening. "Holy shit," Felix said breathlessly. "I didn't realize it was that big." The Leviathan growled, but I raised my hand out to him in reassurance. "We need to find a way to get him out of there. He keeps looking up at the ceiling. We're hundreds of feet below the ground. The only way he could possibly get through all of that stone and mud is if he fried the hell out of it, because I think he could do just that." I recaptured my bloodleer before I walked back over to the bars. "The wards nullifying the Crimith's powers have been destroyed. It's why most of them managed to break free." "Do you have any powers that could let you burst through that ceiling?" I asked the Leviathan. "It will take a lot of energy." For a moment, I thought I saw the corner of its mouth twitch into a pseudo-grin, and it lowered its head once more to show me its stats. Its health bar was at a staggering 10,000, and its electricity reserve was 5,000. Damn, I guess I'll shut up. The Leviathan let out another rumble before he craned his long neck up to the dark ceiling above it. Isabel tugged on my arm and pulled me back along with the others, and we watched as a bright ball of electricity started to form in the Leviathan's stomach. Its neon green eyes began to burn white, and sparks flew out of its onyx skin.
Is this really happening right now?
Violet asked in a shaking voice.
Are we about to be burned to a crisp?
Trust him, because he's trusting us. He's a master rank. He knows what he's doing. Do you know what stage of evolution he is? No, I've never seen a Crimith like him before, but I've got a feeling he's pretty high up on the food chain. The ball of electricity continued to build in its black stomach, before finally, with a resounding roar, it burst from the Leviathan's jaws and slammed into the ceiling. A bright white ball shattered the stone above its head from the impact alone, and then it started to burn through the remaining layers. The orb of lightning sizzled and cracked as it slowly rolled up into the darkness. I had no idea how high up it was traveling, but the damage had already been done. The cave ceiling started to crack and splinter, and huge chunks of rock began to rain down on us.
Shit!
Violet cried out as she cast Shield of Air above our heads.
What now?
The Leviathan turned back to me, and it flicked its head over toward its cell. I knew what it was asking, and I knew it was just as crazy as asking for its help. But now we really didn't have a choice. Get on its back, I said as I started to move toward the cell. I think he's going to fly us out of here.
What?
Violet practically screeched.
You've got to be kidding.
It's either that or get crushed to death by falling rocks. Your choice.
Fine.
The mage groaned and started to walk over with her invisible shield so the rest of us wouldn't get hurt. One by one, we slipped through the bars and into the dark cell with the Leviathan. Now that we were inside, I could see the ball of electricity had eaten away at all of the layers of earth and stone between the underbelly and the academy grounds. The starry sky was hundreds of feet above us, but it was there, and the hole was big enough now that the dragon could easily fit through it. He lowered a large wing down for us to use as a slope, and I made the first move to climb onto its back. It was lined with the same jagged spikes like his face, and I settled in between two of them at the nape of its neck. Isabel was next, and I offered my hand down for her to take. I pulled her up behind me, and the healer wrapped her arms tightly around my waist. Felix was next, and once he was settled behind us, he helped pull Nils up. That left only Violet, who was staring up at the Crimith with wide eyes. Violet, we don't have time. The cell is about to cave in on itself. The maid shook her head and forced her legs to move up the Leviathan's wing. Then she hauled herself toward the back behind Nils.
If we die, I swear I'll kill you, summoner,
she muttered as she wrapped her arms around one of its spikes. I'll hold you to that, I said as I tapped the Leviathan's scaly neck. Get us out of here. The beast let out a mighty roar, and with a few flaps of its wings it was taking off into the air. As we approached the hole in the ceiling, I leaned forward and squeezed my eyes shut. The wind roared around us as the Leviathan flew higher and higher, and just when I thought we were going to crash into the ceiling, there was nothing. I opened my eyes, half expecting to see the pearly white gates, but I realized we were flying up through the layers of earth above the underbelly. They whipped by so fast it was impossible to make out anything other than dark browns and blacks. But just as soon as we were passing through it, we burst out of the hole toward the sky. The Leviathan roared as it hovered in the air above the battlefield that was the academy, and I could see its now pure white eyes scanning the chaos. Below us I could see a small army of summoners, including Elder Roth, who had paused in their fighting to stare up at us in shock.
"Jack!"
the old man shouted.
"What are you doing? Get down!"
I'm sorry, Elder, but I can't just sit back and watch this place get destroyed. Leviathan, see if you can find Professor Dane. The dragon huffed and closed its eyes as he breathed in deeply. Within seconds his eyes shot open again, and they narrowed on the Elder's tower.
"Jack, don't do this! You'll get yourself killed!"
Have a bit of faith, Elder Roth. We've already survived against all the odds. Before the Elder could protest any more, the Leviathan soared into the air. I knew it had only one destination in mind, and it was the tower. Isabel's grip around my waist tightened, and I heard her squeal as the dragon-like creature beat its wings to go faster. From our position above the academy, the carnage that had unfolded was even more jarring. Smoke billowed out of so many buildings and windows, and there were Crimith running rampant everywhere we looked. But there was the unmistakable flash of purple from my fellow summoners as they fought to capture and summon, and the clashing of steel as the beast hunters fought with their swords. Leviathan flew us right up to one of the balconies, and when he finally reached it, he sank his clawed feet into the stone and clung on hard. He'd positioned himself to allow us to slide down onto the balcony without the risk of falling off, so I gently unwrapped Isabel's hands from my waist and slid down his side. As soon as my feet touched the stone, I opened my arms to Isabel and caught her when she slid down too. Felix and Nils managed on their own, and Violet batted my hands away when I tried to help her. The Leviathan growled at the door once we were all back on our feet, and I slowly turned around to see what it was he was looking at. Within the Elder's quarters, Professor Dane was trying to force a leg of a chair through a blue magical field. His back was turned to us, and he was too wrapped up in penetrating the barrier to notice us yet. Behind the barrier, I could see the teleportation crystal we had used earlier to get to Hill Run, and I knew there was no way we could let him reach that thing. "Hey, asshole!" I shouted as I walked through the archway and into the room. "I think it's about time you get what's coming to you." Dane jumped and dropped the chair leg, and as soon as he saw the sneering face of the Leviathan peeking through the archway, his face turned even more ashen.
"You? How? That's not possible."
"You couldn't use him yourself, so you left him down there. Turns out he's my calling."
"You little shit. As if you haven't ruined everything enough."
"What's that supposed to mean? Tell me why you tried to kill us." The professor chuckled darkly and shook his head as he took a few steps back.
"Fool. You think you're the only one with a big, bad Kremeth."
Dane suddenly jerked his hand out toward the Leviathan, and a bolt of purple light whizzed past our heads. The Leviathan turned and roared as a large Kremeth appeared beside him in the air. It had the head of a lion, but two large white feathered wings that it beat furiously in the air. It wasn't as big as the Leviathan, but its stats made me feel a little uneasy.
Featheron, rank 4, fire type.
"Do what you have to," I called out to the Leviathan. "We'll handle him."
"Is that so?"
Dane smirked before he shot his hand out again and summoned 3 more Kremeth. One was a rank 4 water type. It was a gnarly-looking beast with a snarling face that looked like an anglerfish and had rows and rows of sharp teeth. Another was a rank 4 fire type, which looked like a hairless bear with blood-red skin. It lashed out with flaming claws toward us, and I pushed Isabel behind me. The last was a rank 4 acid type, and it was a glob of green ooze that spat out small licks of acid near our feet. He might have higher-ranked Kremeth, but all I needed to do was incapacitate him. Then he wouldn't be able to give them orders. I growled as I shot my own hand forward and summoned all 3 of my Kremeth at once. As soon as they appeared from the bright bolt of purple, I ordered them to attack the enemy Kremeth. Jitterbug would go for the water type, Meatloaf the fire type, and Sparklax the acid type. "Call for Dane! We'll hold them off!"
Damn right we will,
Violet said as she started to conjure an orb of necrosis. I could hear the Leviathan and the Featheron fighting outside the window, and I knew I had to end this before any of us got seriously hurt. And the only way to do that was taking on Dane head to head. His smirk faltered as my eyes narrowed on him, and he quickly barked out commands to his Kremeth to stop me. Felix charged forward and started slicing at the anglerfish, while Jitterbug began to spit balls of lava right at its center, per my silent command. Violet shot her orb of necrosis straight into the hairless bear, and the moment the green ball made contact with its skin, it immediately started to eat away at the beast's flesh. Meanwhile, Nils threw some kind of flammable liquid at the oozing acid type, and as it absorbed it into its skin, it started to burn from the inside. "No!" Dane roared as my team held off the Kremeth surrounding us. I walked through the carnage as my group and Kremeth fought, and I kept my sights trained on Dane like a predator stalking its prey through the bushes. He staggered back into one of Roth's tables only to pull out a scimitar from behind his back. I withdrew my own blade and swung it around a few times before I struck. I did all of the moves that the Beast Hunter Professor had taught me. Slash, lunge, strike, thrust. It was like a dance of death, and I surprised myself by how graceful I was moving. Dane blocked every attack, but I could tell I was wearing him down. When I swung overhead and clashed my sword against his, I pushed down with all of my strength until his scimitar was pressing into the thin fabric of his robes. "Tell me why you tried to kill me," I hissed through gritted teeth. "Tell me why you set the underbelly Kremeth loose on the Academy!" Dane growled and pushed back against my attack. Then he swung his curved blade at my neck, but I managed to lean to the side before it could hit. With my posture contorted, I took a swipe at his legs and my blade struck the back of his knee. The professor cried out as he fell to one knee and his blade clattered to the floor. Before he had time to pick it back up again, I thrust my blade forward and drove it straight through his gut. The professor's beady eyes widened, and he spluttered on a mouthful of blood as I drove the blade deeper. I gripped one of his shoulders to keep him upright, and I lowered my head until our noses were almost touching. "Why did you try and kill me? Why, when you were the one who summoned me here?"
What?
Dane choked on his own laughter.
You think I summoned you here?
My brow furrowed at his mockery. "Someone did, and you're the only one who's had a problem with me being here."
I didn't summon you, boy,
he snarled through reddened teeth.
But you're right. I did try to kill you. Because you and your little friends were messing with something that I've been planning for over 100 years.
100 years? From what Elder Roth had said, it sounded like lifespans in Ulsan were comparable to those back on Earth. So how the hell had Dane lived so long? And what the hell was he planning? "What is it?" I shouted as I drove my sword even deeper until the hilt pressed against his robes. "Tell me!"
"The walls must come down,"
Dane said in an eerily calm voice.
"And Hill Run will be the start of it."
The sound of Isabel yelping made me turn my head, but in that split second, Dane pushed back off my sword and leaped for the magical barrier. He drove his hand through the force field and began to scream in pain as flesh and bone were torn by the magic protecting the crystal. But that didn't stop Dane. He pushed further, even as his entire arm was whittled down to nothing but splinters of bone. And before I could stop him, he glanced back at me with a shaky smile and touched the crystal. He teleported in a bright flash of blue, which left only his Crimith behind, masterless. I stared at the spot where he had just stood, and at the remnants of his flesh and bone floating around within the magical barrier. My chest heaved as the realization set in, but I knew I had to find him and stop him before he could bring that wall down. But one question burned in my mind. If Dane didn't summon me to Ulsan, who did? Chapter 21. I snapped myself out of my thoughts and turned back to my group. Felix was picking Isabel off the ground now that the Crimith had frozen mid-attack. Without a summoner giving them orders, they were left defenseless. "What do we do with them?" Felix asked as he warily eyed the beasts. "They've just given up. I guess we'll leave them for Elder Roth to decide what to do with them. As for that one out there..." The Leviathan was thrashing the Featheron around in its jaws, and I could see its health bar was almost completely drained. A few more thrashes and it would be dead. But the others in the room had only been slightly injured by my group and Crimith's attacks. My bloodleer flew back to the ground near my feet and looked up at me expectantly. I smiled despite the shit show we'd just been through and gave him a little scratch behind the ear. "Good job, guys. You too, Sparky." The Sparklax let out a hiss in response to the new nickname, and it replaced his name in the stats the moment I said it out loud. The little heart icon appeared too, which meant our friendship bond level had gone up a little bit.
Sparky. Fitting. I don't know how imaginative that is, though.
It suits him. I shrugged. The door to the Elder's quarters suddenly burst open, and Elder Roth, along with a few other summoning professors, rushed in.
"Thank the wall you're alive. You're insane. Did you know that?"
Apparently so. He was in here, Elder Roth, and he touched the teleportation crystal.
"Then it is as I feared."
He sighed and ran a hand through his long gray hair.
"He touched it?" Kalen asked as his face paled. "Even with the barrier?"
"Yeah, tore his arm to shreds. It was a pretty nasty sight."
"And it will be a nasty wound. Trifling against such matter cannot be healed, and he will bear that pain for the rest of his life.
Where could he have gone, Roth? He said he was going to bring down the wall, that he's been planning it for over 100 years. The reason he tried to kill me and my group is because we were getting in the way of that.
Bring down the wall? Professor Kalen choked out. 100 years? Is such a thing even possible, Roth?
It could be, with the right magic and power,
Roth replied in a grave tone.
The bastard has been planning this right under our noses.
But the Academy still stands, and it is thanks to you, Jack.
You guys were the ones fighting the escaped Crimith on the ground.
Yes, but you were the one who found Dane with the help of your...
Kalen cleared his throat as he spotted the Leviathan peeking into the room from the balcony again.
A calling, I take it?
I believe so. I nodded. He helped us in exchange for his freedom. I know it's a lot to ask, but it's not fair that he's imprisoned down there.
Even if you wanted to stick him back in his cell, it's pretty impossible now.
Yeah, that too, I said with a sheepish smile. He's not like other Crimith. This bond, whatever it is between us, there's loyalty there, and I don't think he'd do anything to hurt anyone here. I turned back to look at the Leviathan, whose eyes had now returned to their normal neon green. He was breathing heavily through his nostrils, but as soon as we made eye contact, it steadied. He just wants to be free.
We can grant a pardon in this instance. After all, if it weren't for him, you probably wouldn't have made it up here in time to find out Dane's plan.
I injured him pretty badly, too. Maybe he'll bleed out before he gets to where he's going.
As much as I'd like to wish for that to happen, Dane is a very old and very powerful summoner. A flesh wound wouldn't be enough to kill him.
Even if it was through the gut?
Even then, Jack. Did you learn anything else from him?
Well, I asked him if he was the one who summoned me here, but he just mocked me. When I got here, there were these strange runes on the ground. They were the same color as the summoning light, so I thought maybe he had brought me here for some reason.
Jack,
Elder Roth bowed his head with a deep sigh.
There's something I must confess.
What is it? I asked as my brow twitched.
It wasn't Professor Dane who summoned you to Olsen. It was me.
My group gasped in shock, and even the other summoning professors looked taken aback by Roth's confession. But all I felt was fear and anxiety over why he had done such a thing. Was he like Dane? Did he have an ulterior motive he'd been hiding this entire time? But when I looked into Roth's shame-filled eyes and saw nothing but regret, I knew he was nothing like Dane, and never could be. Why? Why me? Why bring me here?
I had a sickening feeling the past few months that someone within the Academy was plotting something nefarious. Dane was my first thought, but he had been my colleague for so long, and I was reluctant to think of him betraying our kind like that.
Elder Roth's eyes welled with tears, and he swallowed a large lump in his throat before he continued.
So, I summoned you, not intentionally. I did not seek you out and pluck you from your world, nor did I have anyone specific in mind when I did the summoning spell. But I did it with the intention of summoning someone strong enough to stop whatever chaos was slowly growing.
His words made my heart lurch, and the ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. I was summoned here because I was the one capable of stopping Dane?
It would seem that way, Jack. The moment you walked through those doors, I knew it had to have been you. Of course, I didn't know at the time just how impactful your presence here would be.
As he said that last part, he glanced pointedly at the Leviathan before he shook his head and refocused on me.
Nor did I know it was Dane who had been giving me that uneasy feeling.
Wall protect us, Kalen breathed in disbelief. You kept this secret under lock and key.
It was necessary, for Jack's own safety and for the Academy's. If Dane knew I had summoned Jack and the reason behind it, I fear he would have done something far worse than what he did.
You make a valid point. It is still a lot to take in, though, Roth. As an elder...
I know.
The old man sighed and bowed his head again.
I'm sorry for being deceitful, I was only doing what I thought was best for you and the Academy, Jack.
I understand. I can't blame you for keeping us in the dark, especially when you didn't know what was going on.
You must know that I am forever grateful and thankful for what you've done,
Roth said as he took a step toward me and placed a hand on my shoulder.
But if you want me to send you home, then I will find a way.
My eyes widened at his offer. It had been offered to me when I first arrived, but I never really bet on them actually finding anything. But the determination in Roth's voice told me that if it was what I wanted, then he would help me.
You must feel many things right now. Betrayal, hurt, panic, fear. This is not your world, but you have already saved it once by letting us know what Dane is doing and exposing his plans. You did not ask to come here as a savior, but you have already been that. Your role is fulfilled.
Except it didn't feel like it was. Dane was still on the loose, and he still had his plans of grandeur about bringing down the wall. But was it really just my responsibility? Was I now bound by fate to see this through, or did I actually have a choice like Roth said? Knowing I was brought here for a reason changed everything, and a deep pit of dread settled in my stomach like a heavy weight. I had defied all of the odds and done things I never thought possible, but this was clearly bigger than I thought. And if fate was involved, I didn't know if I wanted to fuck with it. I need to think on it more, I said as I glanced back at my group who were looking at me with furrowed brows. But I think I already know the answer. How could I leave these people behind when I'd already grown so close to all of them? And how could I doom all of Ulsan if I was supposedly the only one strong enough to put an end to Dane's plans? My mind was at war with itself, and I knew I needed to decompress a little before I told Elder Roth my final answer. He knew that too, so he patted my shoulder with a firm nod and took a step back.
Summoners, let us finish off these Krymeth and return to the rest of the Academy to clean up.
Finish them off?
Isabel asked in surprise.
Aren't they docile now?
I'm afraid not, Miss Malara. If Dane comes back, he will have control over them again. Even if we were to put them in the underbelly, there's still the risk of them being loyal to Dane.
That's for the best, Isabel. We can't risk it. I turned around before I could watch the Krymeth be killed by the professors and walked to the balcony. The Leviathan was still perched on the edge with its claws digging into the stone. "Hey, bud," I said as I reached a hand out to pet its snout. "You held up your end of the bargain. Now it's time for me to hold up mine." The dragon-like creature let out a low huff of breath from its nostrils and leaned into my touch. Its eyes fluttered shut, and for a brief moment that tug in my chest settled into a soothing warmth. "You're free now," I whispered as I rested my forehead against its snout. "Don't go getting captured again, all right? I don't know if I'll be able to save your ass again." The Leviathan let out a huff as if it was laughing, before it reluctantly pulled its head away from mine. It nodded at me once, and then it turned and took off from the side of the tower. Its large black form started to fly away from the academy and toward the horizon, which was starting to bleed dark orange from the impending sunrise. The pull in my chest lurched, but I forced the feeling of nausea away. It was free, and that's what mattered.
"You have my word that no harm shall come to that Krymeth unless provoked,"
Elder Roth said as he joined me on the ruined balcony.
"I shall inform the Vanguard and the summoners at the Academy not to hurt or capture that creature. After all, by rights, he's technically claimed already."
"Claimed?" I frowned. "But I thought that I couldn't—"
"The calling is a form of claiming, Jack,"
Roth said as he watched the Leviathan's black form disappear into the darkness.
"You may not be able to control him, but the bond is still there, and the bond is the most important thing."
When Leviathan finally vanished from view, I turned away from the balcony and walked back inside. Dane's Krymeth had been killed, and their bodies had been piled up in the corner of the room by the barrier. My Krymeth were patiently standing nearby, awaiting my next order, so I extended my hand and recaptured them one by one. It was only now that I noticed that we'd gained 500 XP from the fight, and my rank was slowly moving toward 3. Even though pride was my first feeling, I suddenly remembered Roth's offer for me to go home. None of this would matter back there. Who I had become wouldn't exist anymore, and I'd be back to my shitty desk job in my shitty apartment with no friends and no prospects. Even though the decision had been a pretty easy one before, there was still that lingering feeling of unease about the weight on my shoulders now that I was apparently destined to stop Dane.
So, what do we do now? It's the weekend, after all.
Funny, Olorin.
I guess we will help clean up, I shrugged. Might as well make ourselves useful.
Don't feel obligated,
Elder Roth said as he opened the door leading to the stairway.
You've done enough already.
We'll help, and it's not because we feel obligated. As we made our way down through the academy, the damage caused by the rampant Crimith was staggering. Chunks of walls had been completely blown off and were scattered in the hallways, and mages were trying to patch them back together with their magic. The flood of students and professors alike limping to the medical wing seemed endless, and the tree in the courtyard had been turned completely black and leafless. When we reached the bottom floor, Elder Roth told us some places we could help clean up. The courtyard itself was a mess, strewn with bodies of dead Crimith and lingering fires. Other summoners were using their water Crimith to help put them out, and I felt kind of bad that I didn't have any I could add. But it was best I kept my boys well out of the way in a case like this. At first, we simply helped move the bodies of the dead Crimith into carts that had been brought forward. Isabel went off to look for wounded to heal, and Nils went with her in case anyone needed healing potions. That left Violet, Felix, and I to do the heavy lifting, and it felt good to have something to take my mind off the impending decision. I hated how torn my mind was now that I knew the truth, and just deliberating it made me feel like I was betraying my friends. A few hours later, the academy had been almost put back to normal. The loose, surviving Crimith were returned to the underbelly, which was resealed and rewarded. Well, except for the huge hole in Leviathan's former cell. The remaining Crimith were kept away from that portion of the underbelly, but I wasn't sure what the academy was going to do about the hole. A problem for another day, I suppose. Eventually, Elder Roth called us all to attention. The sun was past its peak, and we hadn't eaten a single bite all day. My stomach had been grumbling ever since we made it to the first floor, but making sure everyone was okay was the top priority.
Today has been a tough one, to say the least,
Elder Roth said to the gathered crowd.
I thank you all for your help in restoring the academy to what it was. And now I reward you with a celebration of survival, of strength, and of unity.
The collected students and professors clapped their hands, but there was still a sense of fatigue among us all.
While there are some still injured and minimal casualties, our brethren are being healed by the best of the best. Do not feel guilty in taking part in the celebration, when there are some unable to. Please head to the banquet hall when you are ready.
He doesn't need to ask me twice, Felix said as he immediately beelined for the door to the banquet hall. Hold up, man, I chuckled as I jogged to catch up with him. Are you still thinking about what Elder Roth asked? The blonde asked as we approached the doors. Do you think you're going to go home? I don't know, Felix. I don't really know where home is anymore. Home wasn't NYC, but was the academy home now? There were still so many questions that I didn't have the answer to, and I needed a stiff drink to try and figure some of them out. When we entered the banquet hall, the tables were piled high with an array of food. It was just as hearty and rich as every other day, with steaming plates of meat and glazed vegetables. Silver tankards and goblets were in the hands of almost everyone already inside, and there were pitchers of wine and ale all over the tables in between the plates. The first-year students were inside too, and I spotted my summoning friends in the far corner. "Jack!" Bastion cried out as soon as he spotted me, and the mousy-haired boys stumbled up onto the bench to get my attention. "Over here! Guess we've got company. Come on, let's go."
Oh, You're alive!
Penny sighed in relief as Felix, Violet, and I sat down beside them.
Bastion told us you ran out of the dorms last night.
Yeah, and apparently saved our asses. On a Leviathan, no less.
I'm telling you, it wasn't just us. The people on the ground did more.
But people are saying you're the one who figured out what Professor Dane was up to, and that you tried to stop him from teleporting out of the academy.
Tried, I emphasized. And failed. But now everyone is out looking for that old bastard. You did good, Jack. All of you did. Thanks, Bastion, I said with a small smile. I appreciate it.
How come none of you have drinks yet?
Isabel asked as she sat down beside Violet and handed us each a tankard.
I would have thought you'd be downing them the moment you got in here.
Oh, you're a lifesaver, I said as I took the tankard from her grip and immediately downed the contents. The rich taste of honey filled my mouth, and the aftertaste burned the back of my throat, but God, did it feel good.
That's what I thought.
The blonde smirked and quickly topped up my tankard.
Well, we did it, guys. We lived. Again.
Somehow. Do you still want me to never tell you the odds, Jack? Nils joked. I think we're past odds now, Nils. I'm proud of you guys.
And we're proud of you, you crazy son of a bitch.
Hey, every daring plan I've had so far has worked, hasn't it? Maybe next time you should trust me outright instead of arguing with me.
Arguing with you is part of my job.
The dark-haired mage smirked.
But maybe you've earned a bit of blind trust.
I did convince a Leviathan to fly us out of the underbelly and attack the tower. Maybe more than just a bit is earned.
All right.
Violet playfully drawled and raised her tankard up.
To Jack Bradley, the supposed savior of Ulson, and our best friend.
To Jack! All my friends echoed and raised their tankards high. And to you, I said as I raised mine. The best group and best summoning friends a guy could ask for.
Hear, hear,
Larinus said before we all took a long swig of our drinks. After downing the rest of my ale, we all started to pile food onto our plates. Dinner was filled with casual conversation as we all relished in the fact we were still alive. And I'd never been more glad to listen to Bastion's rambling. After I ate until my stomach felt like it was going to explode, I stuck to the ale. And it wasn't long before I felt a happy buzz thrumming through my body.
You feeling okay, Jack?
Isabel asked with a teasing smile. Perfectly fine, dearest Isabel. I flashed her a lopsided grin.
Enjoying the fruits of your labor, huh?
The blonde asked as she leaned across the table.
Good. You deserve it.
So do you. So, drink up.
I will soon. But first, I wanted you to know that I really admire you. You were so strong today.
I felt my cheeks flush at her honest confession, and her own cheeks turned more rosy than usual. Before I could respond, the blonde leaned the rest of the way across the table and pressed a soft kiss to my cheek.
If you stay or if you go, I wanted you to know,
she said as she avoided eye contact.
Just in case.
Her words were like a punch to the gut, and the only thing I could manage was another shaky swig of my ale. My cheeks were burning like Jitterbug's lava balls, and it took everything in my power not to reach across the table and kiss her properly. But there would be time for that, if I stayed. As I watched my friends talk and laugh over their own drinks, I realized my decision had been the same all along. This place was my home now. I had friends, powers, creatures, and a beautiful woman who admired me. I stood before I could rethink it, and I made my way over to the elder summoner who was sitting at the head of the table at the back of the room. Elder Roth, I greeted him. I've made my decision.
Yes, Jack,
he asked as he leaned forward over his plate of food. I'll stay. I'll stay in Ulson. I'll stay at the academy, and... Elder Roth gently prompted me to continue. And I'll do what I can to stop Dane. You have my word.
Very well. I'll be forever in your debt, you know.
Well, if fate brought me here, I might as well stick around to see how it plays out, right?
Enjoy this celebration, Jack,
Roth said with a broad smile.
You've earned it, and know this place will be your home so long as you wish it to be.
I turned from the table and headed back to my friends with a grin on my face. If I'd made the wrong decision, I would have felt it. Instead, I felt nothing but joy at the thought of staying here, even if Dane was still on the loose and trying to bring down the wall. But that was a problem for tomorrow, and right now I wanted nothing more than to drink as much ale as I could handle. The night wore on steadily, but it got to a point where I just blacked out. When I woke up the next morning, I was somehow in my bed in my pajamas with a killer headache. I groaned as I rolled onto my side and felt a wave of nausea hit me like a ton of bricks. All I could think about was getting food into my stomach and a gallon of water down my throat, and the thought of quenching my thirst alone gave me enough strength to climb out of bed. I dressed groggily and I tried to blink away the sleep in my eyes, but it was like they were intent on being fused shut. When I finally managed to pull on my boots, I opened the door and headed down the stairs toward the banquet hall. Chaos unfolded in front of me just like it had the night before. Any trace of sleep immediately vanished as I tried to understand what was going on. But every student on my floor was frantically pulling on their clothes and running down the stairs. I followed the mass crowd and saw everyone gathering around the burnt tree in the courtyard. Some were crying, some were screaming, and some were frozen still in shock. I spotted my group toward the back of the crowd and I immediately ran over to them. "What's going on? Why is everyone freaking out?"
Jack, that's the wall,
Isabel whispered with teary eyes. I felt a lump form in my throat, and it wasn't from the copious amounts of ale last night. "What about the wall? The gates in Hillrun have been blown open," Felix said as he stared blankly ahead of him. If the gates had been blown open, that meant only one thing. The Crimith were pouring in, and Hillrun was an all-you-can-eat banquet. End of Book 1. This has been Summoner Academy, a pet summoning lit RPG, Book 1, written by Connor Shepard, narrated by Derek Main and Claire Voyant, an Actors Everywhere production.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.